I, Jiang Yining, have traversed into the realm of cultivation, endowed with naught but a zero aptitude, surviving solely through the humble art of farming. While others vanquish demons and eliminate evil, I tend to my fields. While others vie for treasures and seek fateful connections, I cultivate the land. While others are compelled by their masters to descend from the mountains, I remain steadfast in my agricultural pursuits. This is solely because I possess a pair of fiery golden eyes, capable of perceiving the growth progress bar of spiritual plants, allowing me to fertilize according to their needs and hasten the ripening of spiritual herbs, achieving in a single day what would typically require a century. As I continued to cultivate, I inadvertently produced a millennium-old herbal remedy. As I persisted, I unearthed treasures that had existed for 10 millennia. As I toiled, thunderous tribulations loomed over the Qingyun sword sect. I had cultivated a Tao treasure. Chapter 1. The Progress Bar in the Herbal Garden. The 3,000 Great Mountains. Qingyun sword sect, Qingzhou Peak, and the small bamboo cottage. Knock, knock, knock. A youthful figure, his face alight with joy, rapped upon the wooden door, which was ajar, revealing a sliver of entrance with each tap. A woman lay in disarray upon the wooden bed, engrossed in a novel, utterly devoid of decorum. The youth hastily reached out to secure the door. Master, I have reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. I am ready to establish my foundation. The door creaked open. The woman stretched languidly, declaring, if you can establish your foundation, then so be it. What is all the fuss about? The youth was momentarily taken aback, his voice small as he remarked, Master, should you not offer some guidance on precautions or insights? Such matters are abundant in the 10,000 Methods Pavilion. What is there to discuss? Go see for yourself, the woman retorted, producing a wine jug from within the wooden cottage and giving a shake. By the way, after establishing your foundation, refrain from assisting elderly ladies in locating lost sheep. The youth promptly asserted, Master, I fear I may be unable. The herbal garden requires tending. The woman waved her hand dismissively. Upholding righteousness serves to enhance the prestige of Qingyun and unite its followers. If no effort is exerted, who would remain loyal to the Qingyun sword sect? Which of the 10 great sects does not strive for recognition? When I first took you in, I thought your laid-back demeanor would suit you well as my disciple. But after 20 years of searching for sheep, I must maintain my dignity. I ought to slay demons and perform more honorable deeds. The youth muttered, You are truly indolent. I am diligently training every day. The woman shot a piercing glance at him. The youth quickly amended his statement. No, master. I meant to say, after 20 years, you have only taught me the Qingyun Qi refinement technique. Might it be possible for you to impart a bit more? The woman scoffed. A master opens the door, but the journey of cultivation is up to the individual. Have you ever seen a true master who is solely taught? The youth remained silent. I just feel as though we have yet to reach the stage of teaching. However, the woman slowly exited the bamboo cottage, her hands clasped behind her back while she swayed an empty wine jug. I shall take a stroll. Hurry and establish your foundation, so you can descend the mountain and uphold righteousness. The youth watched his master's retreating figure with a bittersweet smile. His master, Feng Yuqin. 20 years ago, she had inadvertently injured his original self while slaying demons, leading to Jiang Yining's crossing over from Blue Star and becoming her disciple. Regarding the descent from the mountain, Jiang Yining was entirely unwilling. Since his arrival in this cultivation world, he had firmly resolved to pursue immortality. What good could come from descending the mountain, where demons, malevolent spirits, and wicked paths lurked at every turn? Can one achieve longevity through violence and bloodshed? Remaining quietly within one of the 10 great sects, the Qingyun sword sect, to cultivate was the true path. Suddenly, an idea struck him, prompting him to dash into his wooden cottage, grasping a small bucket of luminescent green liquid, heading towards a plot of spiritual field adjacent to the bamboo cottage. This was the culmination of his 20 years of labor. The entire spiritual field was dedicated to a single herb, the scorpion grass, one of the primary ingredients for Qi refinement pills. Over the years, Jiang Yining had relied on trading scorpion grass, producing 1 pill per day, thus achieving the 9th level of Qi refinement. To be honest, his talent for cultivation was rather lackluster. Jiang Yining focused his gaze upon a scorpion grass plant, and a number began to materialize in his eyes, 65. Subsequently, he ladled a spoonful of liquid to irrigate it. Upon completion, he turned his attention to the other scorpion grass plants, watching as their numbers fluctuated. He tirelessly repeated the irrigation process. Yet each plant required a different amount, whether a drop, a spoon, or a ladle. This was the skill upon which Jiang Yining relied for survival. He could perceive the growth status of each herb, akin to a progress bar. Over the past 20 years, he had learned some methods of spiritual herb cultivation. The liquid in the bucket, understood through the lens of Blue Star, was akin to fertilizer, albeit a form of spiritual fertilizer. Ever since he discovered his ability to visualize the growth progress of herbs, Jiang Yining gradually developed a set of cultivation theories. The principle adhered to is one of tailored fertilization. Just as people are unique, with each individual possessing distinct characteristics, so too must we adapt our methods of education accordingly. Even among similar types of medicinal herbs, the amount of fertilization cannot be generalized. Excessive fertilization may, paradoxically, slow the maturation of certain herbs, rendering the process futile. Furthermore, once the growth progress exceeds 100, the medicinal herbs will advance in age. Herbs that transition from a decade to a century, and from a century to a millennium. This process is swifter than greenhouse cultivation and ripening practices on Blue Star. Naturally, there exist certain medicinal herbs whose growth values remain fixed regardless of tailored fertilization. They simply cease to grow. In the face of such stagnation, the only recourse is to sell them expeditiously. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Yining had fertilized the last herb to its final stage. This herb, the most cautious of the lot, had reached a growth threshold of 99. It was a century-old scorpion grass, and upon reaching 100, it would evolve into a millennium-old specimen, which would hold substantial value. Jiang Yining deliberately held a bamboo stick, dabbing it with spiritual fertilizer, administering precisely 11 drops. This quantity was derived from extensive experimentation and represented the optimal growth fertilization, much like moderation in alcohol consumption, where slight inebriation is preferable to drunkenness. Having completed the task, Jiang Yining did not depart. Instead, he sat cross-legged at the edge of the herb garden, glancing at it intermittently. After a duration of over 2 hours, the growth progress finally surpassed 100, subsequently reverting to 0. A smile graced Jiang Yining's face as he focused his gaze. The scorpion grass stood majestically among its peers, visibly taller by an inch, with delicate purple streaks appearing on its stems and leaves. It had matured into a millennium-old scorpion grass. Jiang Yining promptly rose, unhesitatingly harvesting it. This marked the first instance in 20 years of cultivating a millennium-old medicinal herb. It was not that such herbs were inherently difficult to produce. Rather, the inherent limitations of scorpion grass were significant. Jiang Yining understood this to be a matter of genetics. Just as ordinary mortals may live comfortably, they seldom reach the age of 200. Hence, Jiang Yining aspired to elevate his lifespan, aiming for foundational cultivation that would allow him to live up to 300 years. The prospect of soon achieving foundational cultivation was indeed cause for celebration. Alas, he was burdened with a mentor who was lethargic in teaching, a misfortune among fortunate circumstances. Before long, Jiang Yining had prepared 5 scorpion grasses, 1 millennium-old and 4 century-old. He could not resist bringing the millennium-old specimen before his eyes once more, delightfully slipping out of the bamboo courtyard. La la la. I am a small-time herb seller, randomly planting and selling. Come by, and I shall sell. At the Qingyuan Sword Sect, on the alchemy peak in the alchemy hall, Jiang Yining intended to first exchange his herbs for spirit stones before heading to the Wanfitch. Just as he crossed the threshold, an elderly man, leaning over the counter, chuckled, "Young Jiang, here to sell scorpion grass again." Old Wu. Over the years, he had frequented the alchemy hall, becoming quite the regular. Old Wu, seemingly indifferent, remarked, "Let me see how many century-old specimens you have this time. It has been said you are dedicated to cultivating medicinal herbs. Perhaps I should speak to your master about bringing you to our alchemy peak, where there are abundant herb gardens." "Oh, a millennium-old specimen." Before he could finish his sentence, he stood upright, scrutinizing herbs and then fixing his gaze intently on Jiang Yining. "You cultivated this?" Jiang Yining raised an eyebrow in triumph. "Indeed, it is merely a stroke of luck, Old Wu. How many spirit stones can you offer?" Old Wu continued to stare until Jiang Yining felt uncomfortable, at which point he finally set the herbs down. "Young man, I am serious. Come to Alchemy Peak. I will speak to someone about your master." Jiang Yining, sensing the seriousness of the proposition, quickly declined. "Old Wu, I prefer the tranquility of Qingzhou Peak." Old Wu, slightly irked, persisted. "What is so special about Qingzhou Peak?" Feng Yuqin, a dominant force in Qingyuan, is an excellent fighter but hardly a suitable mentor for disciples. Jiang Yining exclaimed, "Master, what brings you here?" Old Wu's expression shifted, and he quickly cast a sidelong glance. Then, with a swift motion, he smacked Jiang Yining on the head. You rascal, I'm trying to have a serious conversation, yet you're just joking around. At Alchemy Peak, if you cultivate a millennium-old xianxiadrama or the like, the rewards would be enough for you to advance in your training. Old Wu continued to ramble on. Jiang Yining, however, remained disinterested, confident in his ability to cultivate with tailored fertilization. The key was that Qingzhou Peak was unencumbered by oversight, providing a sense of freedom. Old Wu, please help me calculate the spirit stones. Old Wu's demeanor grew more serious. Do you comprehend the significance of a millennium-old scorpion grass? It is akin to a summer and autumn fate. Once winter passes, your fate will elevate. This reveals your innate talent for cultivating medicinal herbs. Do not squander it. Come to Alchemy Peak. The two exchanged stern looks. Ultimately, Old Wu sighed, exuding an air of futility. If you refuse to listen, you may regret it later. The scorpion grass itself holds little value, but with its millennium age, I shall offer you 200 spirit stones. Jiang Yining replied. All right, Old Wu, could you also exchange a foundational cultivation pill for me? A foundational cultivation pill costs 100 spirit stones. Old Wu, can you not offer a discount? Old Wu retorted. You still think it's expensive? The sect invests heavily in your training. Any pills related to breakthrough stages are made readily available, and even outside, they can fetch upwards of 500 spirit stones. Jiang Yining chuckled awkwardly. As Old Wu was finalizing the transaction, a thought struck him. Young man, take me to see your spiritual field. If it proves satisfactory, our Alchemy Peak will offer a premium price for it. What do you say? He speculated that perhaps the quality of the spiritual field was crucial, as breakthroughs in fate were not solely a matter of talent. Jiang Yining listened intently, his mind racing. His spiritual field was rather unremarkable, relying solely on his ability to perceive growth values. Yet, encountering a benefactor willing to provide spirit stones, it would be illogical to turn him away. He felt an internal joy, though his expression betrayed a hint of hesitation. Old Wu, this might not be appropriate. Chapter 2. The Sale of the Spiritual Field and Herbal Garden. On the Qingzhou Peak, in the quaint bamboo courtyard, Feng Yukin was gracefully dancing, her movements reminiscent of the drunken fist style, occasionally sipping from a gourd. Master, just stretching my limbs, Jiang Yining announced as he entered the courtyard with Old Wu. Feng Yukin cast a sidelong glance, her brow furrowing as she remarked, What brings this old fellow to Qingzhou Peak? Master, this is Old Wu from the Alchemy Peak. Jiang Yining replied. I'm not blind, I can see. Old Wu chuckled awkwardly, addressing Feng Yukin. Greetings, Peak Master Feng. Although he could privately tease Feng Yukin, he maintained a respectful demeanor in her presence. Jiang Yining quickly pulled his master aside, whispering, Master, I brought Old Wu to take a look at the spiritual fields. The Alchemy Peak might be interested. Away with you. He should return whence he came. This is my Qingzhou Peak. We charge for it. Feng Yukin's eyebrows twitched. Oh. She turned to Old Wu. Old Wu, this is my territory. Jiang Yining interjected, Old Wu, as my master said, I cannot make decisions on my own. He appeared somewhat troubled. Old Wu nodded in understanding, inquiring, Could you at least let me see the spiritual fields? Jiang Yining turned his back, Master. May I take Old Wu to have a look? Seeing Jiang Yining signaling insistently, Feng Yukin hesitated but ultimately nodded. Jiang Yining promptly led the way, Old Wu. This way, please. In truth, Old Wu had already been surveying the herbal garden nearby, where a few patches of herbs were growing haphazardly, with 40 to 50 crooked scorpion grasses and no proper fencing whatsoever. As Old Wu stepped into the herbal garden, he examined the surroundings, occasionally squatting down to sift through the soil with his fingers, crushing it, and sniffing it with his nose, exuding an air of professionalism. Gradually, a flicker of disappointment seemed to appear on his face. Jiang Yining sensed trouble. He grabbed a wooden bucket and splashed a scoop of green spiritual fertilizer. Splash! It splattered all over Old Wu's legs. He hurriedly dodged, brushing off his trousers. Is this how you usually apply spiritual irrigation? What else would it be? Jiang Yining responded, splashing another scoop. When I have plenty, I use a ladle and pour more. When scarce, I use a spoon and pour less. When utterly strapped, I can only water it. Old Wu frowned, noticing Jiang Yining scooping out another ladle, and quickly intervened. Stop. Let me take a look first. You're making a mess. I thought you had some talent in cultivation, but it seems you're completely clueless. Jiang Yining understood, but feigned confusion as he set down the bucket. Old Wu, is it not the same method you use at the Alchemy Peak? That goes without saying. The intricacies are vast. Old Wu replied, shaking his head. Forget it. I can't explain it all at once. Please, let me examine it thoroughly. With that, he squatted down again, resuming his expert analysis. Nearby, Feng Yukin raised an eyebrow at Jiang Yining, her expression inquiring. Jiang Yining read her thoughts. You don't usually apply fertilizer like this. He quickly blinked and subtly shook his head. Old Wu's frown deepened further. After a quarter of an hour, he stood up leisurely. Young man, I find nothing particularly special about this spiritual field, but I can arrange for someone to test it. Name your price. Jiang Yining looked awkwardly at Feng Yukin. Old Wu pressed, Peak Master Feng, what do you think? Feng Yukin glanced at Jiang Yining, then at Old Wu, 2,000. Master. Jiang Yining's voice rose an octave before he lowered it again. That's far too much. Feng Yukin shot him a disapproving glare. Ignoring her, Jiang Yining turned earnestly to Old Wu. Old Wu, please don't take offense. My master knows nothing about cultivation. I've been exploring this for nearly 20 years. Let me suggest a price. Old Wu regarded Jiang Yining and nodded. All right, you have some understanding. You're the most suitable intermediary, so name your price. Jiang Yining rubbed his head, glancing at his master, then back at Old Wu. Feng Yukin interjected, you insolent brat, this is my territory. Master, please, let me finish. The alchemy peak has contributed significantly to King Yun. If this spiritual field proves valuable to them, it would be a contribution from King Zhu Peak. So we shouldn't ask for too much. Feng Yukin snorted but refrained from further comment. Old Wu stroked his beard, smiling. You're quite perceptive, young man. Jiang Yining, feeling the weight of both their gazes, appeared increasingly sincere. Then let us settle for 20,000? Both exclaimed in unison, their expressions shifting dramatically. Feng Yukin's eyes brightened. However, Old Wu's smile froze on his face, clearly puzzled by this compromise. Young man, I didn't quite catch that. Repeat it. Jiang Yining clarified, 20,000. My master indeed asked for too much. It's not worth that price. I mean 20,000 will suffice. Feng Yukin quickly concurred, yes? 20,000. Consider it our contribution from King Zhu Peak. Indeed, master, 20,000 is far from excessive. Old Wu looked between the master and disciple, his mouth opening as he suppressed the urge to scold them. Eventually, he could only look at Jiang Yining with disdain. Heh, young man. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Jiang Yining, perplexed, replied, Old Wu. You know better than anyone how many 100-year-old scorpion grasses I've sold over the past 20 years. Furthermore, not to mention spiritual herbs like the fire spirit mushroom. Once I establish a foundation, I'll save some spiritual stones and begin cultivating the Bixia 3 flowers. Conservatively estimating 2,000 spiritual stones over 10 years isn't unreasonable. Considering it's easy to grow and doesn't take up much effort. Moreover, for the alchemy hall, the return time for spiritual herbs after they're refined into pills will at least be halved compared to my efforts. Old Wu listened to his rapid explanation, his frown deepening. Young man, I admit you make valid points, but that is contingent upon the output of other spiritual herbs being as high as the scorpion grass. Can you guarantee that? Jiang Yining shook his head, no? Old Wu, if I could guarantee that, it wouldn't be priced this low. Old Wu understood the rationale. He hesitated, glancing at the wooden bucket beside Jiang Yining, finally offering 5,000 spiritual stones. 17,000. 5,500. 18,500. 6,500. That is my final offer. 17,500. I can't go lower. 7,500. That is the highest I can go. After all, my alchemy peak isn't short of spiritual fields. 16,500. That is the lowest. I've diligently irrigated for 20 years. In the end, they settled on a price of 10,000 spiritual stones. Upon completion of the transaction, Old Wu looked at Jiang Yining with irritation. Don't mess with the spiritual field. I'll manage it myself from now on. Jiang Yining smiled sincerely. Old Wu, rest assured, King Zhu Peak has a reputation to uphold. Old Wu, slightly flabbergasted, added as he departed, young man, I once thought you were diligent and quite decent. It seems I misjudged you. Feng Yukin weighed the spiritual stones in her hand, appearing quite pleased. Young man, even I misjudged you. For the sake of King Yun, keep it up. After Old Wu exited the small courtyard, he couldn't help but snort. For the sake of King Yun? With your character. Once he was out of earshot, Jiang Yining withdrew his gaze from the departing figure, focusing on the spiritual stones in Feng Yukin's hand. Master, I've toiled for 20 years in that spiritual field. To sell it just like that, shouldn't I receive a share? Feng Yukin waved her hand dismissively. Don't worry, you'll get 30%. Jiang Yining quickly tugged at his robes, calculating 1,200. 1,500. After 300 spiritual stones, Feng Yukin directly stored the pouch into her sumi bracelet. Jiang Yining was astonished. 300? You mean you're keeping 97%? Feng Yukin shot him a side glance. Is that too much? Jiang Yining hastily shook his head, twisting his robe, genuinely afraid his master might reach back and take some. Not too much. Disciple just feels it's excessive. It's inconvenient to carry. Master, Do you have any idle sumi bracelets to spare for your disciple? Feng Yukin brushed her hand over the bracelet. I don't have a bracelet. But I do have a ring here. Jiang Yining Henti anticipated such generosity. This frugal master Henti gifted him a magical artifact in 20 years. It seemed he had to ask for one himself. After receiving the sumi ring, he hurriedly continued, Master, do you happen to have any spare flying swords or magical artifacts? Chapter 3. Perfect Foundation Establishment. As matters settled, Jiang Yining promptly proceeded to King Yun Peak in the Wanfa Pavilion. By the time he returned, evening had descended. He had thoroughly grasped the fundamentals of foundation establishment and had perused numerous insights shared by senior brothers and sisters. His comprehension was that foundation establishment was akin to laying the groundwork for a house. The process of refining qi was like excavating the ground, making preparations, while foundation establishment was about solidifying that base. However, the distinction lay in whether the foundation was constructed of wood or reinforced concrete, which ultimately influenced how tall a building could rise. In the realm of cultivation, this determined whether one would progress smoothly and journey far. Thus, Jiang Yining stumbled upon a novel dilemma, the pursuit of perfect foundation establishment. When he sought counsel from Feng Yukin regarding this issue, she set aside her book and remarked, You, the face of this generation at Qingyun, while others establish their foundation in 3 years and attain golden core in a decade, you wish to seek perfection after starting your foundation establishment in 20 years. In the immortal sect, a century constitutes a generation. Jiang Yining was indeed among the new disciples who entered within a century, representing the new generation of Qingyun. Feng Yukin continued, A perfect foundation establishment boasts a more robust vital energy, equating to 2 or even 3 layers of a standard foundation. Yet, this also necessitates greater spiritual energy for future cultivation, which may hinder your progress through the 9 layers of foundation establishment. Not everyone is suited for this. With your talent, I fear others will reach the nascent soul stage while you remain without a golden core, wasting precious time. Jiang Yining chuckled awkwardly, Master. I wish to give it a try. As long as I can break through within 300 years, I do not seek haste, but rather stability and longevity. Feng Yukin raised an eyebrow. I merely offer a word of caution. Cultivation relies on the individual. Since you have made your decision, I shall not interfere. Jiang Yining nodded earnestly. I can always rely on spirit pills to supplement my spiritual energy. I am confident in my ability to cultivate spirit herbs. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to impress Elder Wu. At this, Feng Yukin's eyes sparkled. Previously, I may not have guided you adequately. I did not anticipate such talent in you. Henceforth, I shall entrust you with the financial authority of Qingzhou Peak. Jiang Yining was taken aback by her words. Followed by a bitter smile, governance aside, did Qingzhou Peak even have finances? Feng Yukin looked at him with a smile, rest assured. As long as it suffices for my wine expenses. As she spoke, her eyes gleamed even brighter. How about I help you clear a plot of land tomorrow? We could sell it again. Jiang Yining observed his master's demeanor and suddenly realized that perhaps he had misjudged her all along. The Qingyun Sword Sect organized a 13 Peaks tournament every 3 years to encourage cultivation among the new generation of disciples, with lavish rewards for the top 10. He recalled that his first participation was encouraged by his master, and after sustaining minor injuries, she had even sought justice from Chaoyang Peak. From that moment, he gained a modicum of fame among the new generation of disciples, and no one dared to compete with him, allowing him a leisurely existence. However, at the time, he was genuinely moved by Feng Yukin's protective nature. In hindsight, she may have simply sought to extort a sum of spirit stones from Chaoyang Peak. Feng Yukin noticed Jiang Yining lost in thought and lightly chided him. What are you pondering? Are you listening to me? Jiang Yining quickly offered a sheepish smile. Oh, master. We should deliberate on this matter further. Please enlighten me on perfect foundation establishment first. Feng Yukin's enthusiasm waned, yet she responded swiftly. What is there to discuss? Simply continue refining qi, tirelessly expanding your meridians, and qi. I must remind you once more, this expansion is a laborious endeavor, equivalent to redoing the entire process of refining qi from the 1st to the 9th layer. Each peak only recommends perfect foundation establishment for those with cultivation aptitude. If you aim for perfection, you may need to remain in the refining stage for another 20 years. As Feng Yukin spoke, her brow furrowed as she fixed her gaze on Jiang Yining. You do not wish to linger for another 20 years, do you? Jiang Yining chuckled awkwardly. Master, what you say is true, but as a righteous individual, I must also manage the herb garden. After all, I have just taken on the financial authority of Qingyun Peak. The following day, Jiang Yining awoke to find that his master had utilized her formidable prowess to clear a plot of land in front of the courtyard. This was indeed an enthusiastic endeavor on her part. However, Jiang Yining headed straight for the alchemy peak. Upon entering the Dan Hall, he coincidentally bumped into Elder Wu. Oh, just in time. Let us head to your Qingzhou Peak. I will personally tend to that plot of spiritual field. Jiang Yining quickly interjected, Elder Wu, please wait. I need to purchase some seeds of the Bixia Sanhua and some qi condensation pills first. A bottle of qi condensation pills contained 10 pills and cost 300 spirit stones, while a small packet of Bixia Sanhua seeds cost 50 spirit stones, and a large packet of spiritual fertilizer was also 50 spirit stones. Exiting the Dan Hall, he found that the spirit stones earned from selling the field and herbs yesterday had been entirely spent. Along the way, Elder Wu could not help but inquire, you rascal. You just bought foundation pills yesterday, yet I see no foundation established. Why the need for qi condensation pills? Of course, they are for refining qi. Their efficacy surpasses that of refining qi pills. Elder Wu scrutinized Jiang Yining from head to toe. Do you intend to pursue perfect foundation establishment? I am not saying this to discourage you, but you lack the aptitude for it. Forcing it would not be a blessing. You are the only seedling at Qingzu Peak. And Feng Yukin is not concerned? I have already informed my master. Indeed, the old man was correct. With her disposition, she would only lead disciples astray. Their conversation continued, and soon they arrived at Qingzu Peak. Elder Wu cast a glance at the cleared land in front of the courtyard. Oh, you are quite swift. After saying this, he ignored Jiang Yining and made his way directly to the spiritual field he had purchased the day before. Jiang Yining said nothing more and took a hoe from beside the courtyard, beginning to till the land in front of the house. Elder Wu looked up. What is the purpose of this? Must you till it into ridges? Jiang Yining replied confidently. Isn't this how the old farmers at the foot of the mountain plant their vegetables? Elder Wu sighed. Forget it. I shall pretend I did not ask. Soon, Jiang Yining had tidied the vegetable patch, creating rows of small holes for planting. He opened the packet of Bixia Sanhua seeds and focused his qi into his eyes. Instantly, progress bars appeared before his eyes, displaying only two values, 1 and 0. This was Jiang Yining's method of distinguishing between dead seeds and live ones. In truth, he could identify all the viable seeds, but the Dan Hall did not sell seeds individually. Previously, he would dispose of all the dead seeds. But now Jiang Yining glanced at Elder Wu and decided to play it safe. A 100 survival rate was hard to explain. The key was that, in his previous life, he had meticulously studied emotional intelligence, and in situations like this, one must consider the sentiments of significant clients. What if this plot of land was to be harvested in the future? After sowing the seeds, Jiang Yining lifted his head, preparing to mix the spiritual fertilizer. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. At the edge of the spiritual field, near the courtyard, a single mountain bamboo displayed a progress bar, 1. He hurriedly approached, incredulous. Could the mountain bamboo also be a spiritual herb? It was noteworthy that Qingzu Peak was teeming with such mountain bamboo, each the thickness of a pinky finger and towering in height. The very name of Qingzu Peak was derived from these wild mountain bamboos. If they were all spiritual herbs, wouldn't that lead to fortune? He maintained his composure, standing up to scrutinize the surrounding mountain bamboos. However, none displayed a progress bar. Jiang Yining felt perplexed. He quickly splashed some spiritual fertilizer and then approached Elder Wu's spiritual field. At this juncture, it was essential to consult an expert. Chapter 4. Celestial Spiritual Entities. Elder Wu, what have you planted here? White moon bone flower, a spirit entity useful for golden core cultivation. Jiang Yining casually acknowledged this and then began to voice his queries. Elder Wu, you are a seasoned expert. Do you think that if we spread spiritual fertilizer liberally across these mountains filled with flowers and grasses, could we achieve some unexpected results? Upon hearing this, Elder Wu paused his actions and cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yining. You young rascal, do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. Do you truly believe you are cultivating wild vegetables? Jiang Yining replied with a simple smile. I just thought, if I use spiritual fertilizer to nurture a 100-year-old weed, wouldn't it also be considered a spiritual herb? Elder Wu no longer derided him, treating it as mere small talk. It is conceivable, but exerting such effort to elevate the life of a weed would yield results inferior to that of a 10-year-old scorpion grass. What is the point? Of course, many spiritual herbs were initially weeds. They merely evolved into spiritual treasures in particular environments. This, too, is the wonder of nature. Jiang Yining felt a spark of inspiration and could not help but glance once more at the mountain bamboo that had displayed the progress bar. Spiritual treasures. Are they not the same as spiritual herbs? Elder Wu snorted lightly. You young rascal, if you were to tend to a spiritual field for 20 years, would you truly be so careless? Engaging in the perusal of nurturing literature would undoubtedly prevent such ignorance. Although he feigned disdain, an increasing anticipation for his own spiritual field surged within him. He then elucidated. The celestial treasures of the earth are categorized into 5 tiers: mundane objects, spiritual items, extraordinary treasures, rare treasures, and Tao treasures. Jiang Yining eagerly interjected. Old Wu, please elaborate, so that I may broaden my horizons. Wu Lao scoffed. To put it simply, iron ore found in the mundane world is classified as a mundane object. Purple gold ore, however, is considered a spiritual item, and the standard flying swords crafted from it at 100 Refinement's Peak are forged from purple gold ore. As for extraordinary treasures, have you heard of the shadowless sand gold? It is yet another mineral nurtured by the natural world, and at this level, they are deemed heavenly treasures that are as rare as they are sought after. Rare treasures and Tao treasures are even more noteworthy. At such levels, they may encapsulate a hint of Tao essence, aiding a 7th realm cultivator in breaking through to the 8th realm. Wu Lao's expertise immediately provided Jiang Yining with a foundational understanding of celestial treasures. He continued, spiritual herbs also fall under the category of celestial treasures, but they are not nurtured by the heavens, but rather cultivated by human hands. Thus their value is slightly diminished. Herbs nurtured by nature that are under 10 years old are considered mundane objects. Those over 10 years become spiritual items, while those aged 100 years are extraordinary treasures. In contrast, our cultivated herbs, if they reach 10 years, are still deemed mundane objects. Those of 100 years are spiritual items. Those of 1,000 years are extraordinary treasures, and those of 10,000 years are rare treasures, with Tao treasures reaching an astonishing 100,000 years. The 1,000-year scorpion herb you previously cultivated, had it been naturally nurtured by the heavens, would indeed be a rare treasure, fetching a high price that even 7th realm masters would be willing to pay. Wu Lao lamented, this is all predestined. After all, cultivating spiritual herbs lacks the passage of time. Jiang Yining nodded in agreement, understanding this notion well. In his previous life on Blue Star, local agricultural products were indeed more precious, while hastily grown produce was far cheaper. The chickens raised in 45 days by KFC could hardly compare to the exquisite flavor of farm-raised free-range chickens. Old Wu, does this mean that all the flora and fauna sprawling across the mountains, born of nature, can be classified as mundane objects? Wu Lao paused his work, straightened his back, and replied, you little rascal, mundane objects must at least belong to the realm of celestial treasures. Just like iron ore, while it is a mundane object, it has also undergone the sedimentation of time. What right does a mere weed have to claim otherwise? Jiang Yining pondered this. Considering the bamboo he had cultivated, what category did it belong to? Since other bamboos lacked a progress bar while his did, could this indicate it had attained the level of a mundane object? Only in this way could he see the progress bar. But what about the seeds of the herbs? If those under 10 years are not considered mundane objects, why could he still see the progress bar for them? Old Wu, if it takes 10 years for cultivated herbs to be deemed mundane objects, then how can the seeds not even qualify as mundane objects yet still be sold at such high prices? Wu Lao dismissed him with a scoff. Oh, so you were scheming in this regard. Let me ask you, if seeds are sown on the mountains and left unattended, they grow into mundane objects. They inherently belong to that level, but cultivating them hastens their maturation, causing their age to correspond with a lower grade. A bag sells for merely a few dozen spirit stones, and you dare complain about the price? Jiang Yining could only smile in flattery. This solidified his belief that anything he could see the progress bar for must belong to the mundane object level. He had tentatively categorized the bamboo. Too soon to celebrate. Considering it was merely a mundane object, he would have to see how far he could cultivate it. Subsequently, Jiang Yining dragged a lounge chair from the wooden cabin into the shade of the courtyard. Upon hearing the commotion, Wu Lao glanced over and could not restrain his curiosity. Is this how you cultivate spiritual herbs? Of course, what else would it be? Jiang Yining replied, popping a qi-condensing pill into his mouth as he reclined back, crossing his legs. By all accounts, one ought to sit cross-legged and cultivate to better absorb the essence of the pill. However, having tried the qi-condensing pill previously, he found little difference in effect whether he cultivated or not, perhaps due to his lack of talent. He simply treated it like a candy. To be fair, the efficacy of the qi-condensing pill was at least tenfold that of the regular qi training pill. As he absorbed it naturally, strands of true qi began to accumulate within him. Suddenly, a crane of human height descended into the courtyard. Jiang Yining quickly rose. Brother Crane, I apologize for the trouble. As he spoke, he accepted a bamboo tube clutched in the crane's beak. The crane tilted its head, surveying the bamboo grove and the old man in the spiritual field, before spreading its wings and soaring away. Jiang Yining extracted a newspaper from the tube. The Celestial Gate Star Report. Beneath the 10 great celestial sects, the Star Pavilion specializes in reporting the happenings of the immortal cultivation world, publishing every 3 days. Each edition, the Star Pavilion provides 10,000 copies to the 10 great sects for free, but for those beneath them, it costs 1 spirit stone per copy. The Crane's delivery service is a no-cost endeavor for the King Yun Sword sect, with a subscription of 5 spirit stones per month. Although Jiang Yining was reluctant to descend the mountain, he remained attentive to the affairs of the immortal world. After all, where there were demonic sects, calamities, and apparitions, he would strive to avoid them when he ventured down. He made it a point to be aware of renowned cultivators and rising stars, adhering to the flow of virtue. Furthermore, Jiang Yining greatly admired the Star Pavilion's approach. They excel in their craft, standing out amidst the myriad small sects and burgeoning in prominence. After all, beneath the 10 great sects, countless small sects exist, with just a handful of individuals and a single qi training method. They may establish a sect or even become wild cultivators. Jiang Yining settled back down, but before he could recline fully, Feng Yukin emerged from the wooden cabin, her face aglow with delight. Let us see if there's any news about my master in this edition. Jiang Yining quickly unfurled the Celestial Gate Star Report. King Yun's calamity wreaks havoc in the East Sea, inundating Penglai Island with seawater. The glaring headline occupied the front page. Jiang Yining could not help but twitch his lips. The protagonist was none other than his own master. Feng Yukin clearly noticed as well, fuming, "Scoundrel! I went to eliminate the dragon that was disturbing the mortals by the seaside, and yet it dares to spew such slander against me." Jiang Yining timidly inquired, "Master, what became of the dragon?" Feng Yukin seethed, "It escaped. I pursued it relentlessly, bombarding the surrounding waters. It must have sustained significant injuries." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yining swiftly scanned the main text. It seemed the elder from Penglai Island was not simply spreading unfounded accusations. "What do you mean?" Feng Yukin's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Yining replied, "Master, look here. It states that you caused a massive wave in the nearby waters, and Penglai Island observed it all clearly. It appears they were unaware you were driving away the demon." Feng Yukin said no more, soaring into the sky in a flash. Jiang Yining watched her retreating figure. Shaking his head slightly, "Penglai Island, may you find peace." He settled back into the lounge chair, continuing his reading. In the Great Liang Dynasty, at the same time, 13 cities were slaughtered. Kunlun Mountain is suspected of using the Kunlun Mirror to ascertain the sun-eating sect's involvement, mobilizing all disciples, yet they found nothing. Kunlun Mountain declares its intent to eradicate the sun-eating sect. Jiang Yining was startled. This was significant news. The 10 great sects, comprising 4 factions, 3 mountains, 2 temples, and 1 observatory, are listed without regard for ranking. Kunlun Mountain is indeed one of the 3 mountains. The Kunlun Mirror is the foremost celestial treasure of the current immortal sects, capable of surveying the world. Yet, for the massacre of 13 cities to still allow his master's affair to dominate the headlines, Star Pavilion must have ruffled some feathers. Chapter 5, Bamboo. As noon approached, Wu Lao took his leave. Jiang Yining promptly rose from the lounge chair, carrying spiritual fertilizer towards the bamboo. He first poured a spoonful, then he waited. An hour later, Jiang Yining noticed the progress bar had changed to 3. It was effective. Moreover, the interval was even shorter than that of spiritual herbs, which typically require around 2 hours between fertilizations. He hastily continued, this time using 2 spoonfuls. However, after another hour, he found the progress bar had only reached 4. Had 2 spoonfuls been too much? For the third fertilization, he reverted to 1 spoonful. Just as he finished, he noticed Wu Lao arriving with a wooden bucket at Kingzhou Peak. "Kid, aren't you going to apply the spiritual liquid?" "I was just about to," Jiang Yining replied, lifting the bucket and approaching the spiritual field, pouring out a ladle of spiritual fertilizer. Drip, 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 he poured 5 or 6 ladles in succession. Then he switched to a spoon to add a little more. Wu Lao observed the entire process, questioning, "Kid, what is the significance of using ladles and spoons?" "Of course, there is significance. The areas where I use the ladle are almost all dead seeds, while those with the spoon are nearly all live seeds." However, Jiang Yining did not articulate it this way. "What significance? I just wanted to ensure that any spots missed by the ladle received a little extra. After all, spiritual fertilizer is precious. Should you generously provide me with some spiritual fertilizer free of charge, I shall bestow a ladle upon each seed. What do you think?" Old Wu let out a cold snort and turned to walk towards his spiritual field. Jiang Yining chuckled silently, reclining in his chair while occasionally glancing at the mountain bamboo. Half an hour later, Old Wu departed once more. After another hour, Jiang Yining looked at the mountain bamboo again, and to his dismay, the progress bar remained at 4. It had not changed. Jiang Yining furrowed his brow. He had added 1 more ladle, which was unexpected, as the first time it had clearly increased by 2. He circled the mountain bamboo a few times, and suddenly, a realization struck him. The mountain bamboo was inherently averse to water. The continuous watering had saturated the soil. This was fundamental knowledge in breeding spiritual herbs. One must adjust the concentration of spiritual fertilizer according to the plant's characteristics, whether drought-resistant or moisture-loving. With this in mind, Jiang Yining hurried indoors to retrieve a small bamboo cup. This time, He prepared only a small amount of spiritual fertilizer, but it was exceptionally thick. After concocting it, he once again poured a ladle onto the mountain bamboo. After waiting another hour, Jiang Yining was delighted to discover that the progress bar had soared to 14. An increase of 10. Such extraordinary growth from a wild plant. In 20 years of breeding spiritual herbs, the highest growth value had only increased by 5 at most. Jiang Yining quickly continued, this time using 2 ladles. After finishing, he glanced at the spiritual field and noticed that some seeds had reached a value of 2. Seizing the opportunity while Old Wu was absent, he promptly administered a precise dosage. This was his advantage. As long as the progress bar showed change, he could proceed with the next fertilization, skillfully timing it for maximum efficiency. After waiting another hour, the mountain bamboo's progress bar had transformed into 30. With an astonishing increase of 16, Jiang Yining was genuinely astounded. With such short intervals, could he not elevate its growth rate dramatically in a single day? He pressed on, this time using 3 ladles. Unfortunately, the exaggerated speed did not persist. After another hour, the growth value reached 43, an increase of only 13. Jiang Yining began to exercise discretion, reducing it to 2.5 ladles. After finishing, he again adjusted the spiritual field. When the mountain bamboo's growth value changed once more, it had risen to 61, with an increase of 18. Jiang Yining continued to adjust, nearly pinpointing the optimal amount of fertilizer for the mountain bamboo. As evening approached, with twilight descending, Old Wu returned to the spiritual field. Observing Jiang Yining lounging in the chair while glancing at his spiritual field, the traces of the previous watering were unmistakable, clearly indicating that no further fertilization had taken place. You brat, are you not planning to fertilize anymore? His assertiveness was understandable. Jiang Yining had consistently appeared as a mere gardener, meticulously measuring with a spoon, leaving no discernible traces. Yet, Jiang Yining took a moment to explain, smiling. I have already watered it. I'm just conserving the spiritual fertilizer a bit. I only used a ladle to add a touch. A thorough watering once a day is sufficient. As for Old Wu's thoughts, he could not be bothered. He simply chuckled and headed straight to his own spiritual field. Jiang Yining rose to follow him. Old Wu, how many times do you water in a day? Will you return tonight? 3 times a day is adequate. Too frequent is not beneficial. Jiang Yining pursed his lips. In his view, based on the growth value changes of the Bayou bone flower, he could precisely fertilize every hour in 50 minutes, though he hesitated to offer such advice. The following morning, Jiang Yining poured spiritual fertilizer over the mountain bamboo, merely for show. Given that the mountain bamboo, visible in its growth values, had surpassed 100 after a night of his efforts, it had indeed entered its 29th century. Now, it stood with a thickness akin to a thumb, towering 3 feet above the surrounding wild mountain bamboo. As the mountain bamboo reached the century mark, the growth rate after fertilization significantly slowed, with the optimal amount increasing to 3 ladles, yielding a mere growth of 6. However, if maintained, it could reach the millennium mark in 2 days. Such terrifying growth. Thus, Jiang Yining hastily watered the surrounding wild mountain bamboo as well, to justify his actions. Then, Jiang Yining meticulously measured again in the spiritual field. The fastest of the Bixia 3 flowers had already sprouted, with a growth value of 7. Just as he finished, Old Wu arrived at Qingzu Peak. Upon noticing, Jiang Yining swiftly poured several ladles of spiritual fertilizer onto the withered seeds. Old Wu glanced over, unable to suppress a soft gasp. Your spiritual seeds have actually sprouted overnight. Jiang Yining set down the wooden barrel, chuckling. See, I told you, breeding spiritual herbs is not laborious. Just a few ladles of spiritual fertilizer each day. If you were to supply it for free, I could cultivate half a mountain at Qingzu Peak. Old Wu dismissed him with a scoff. Humph, just luck. After saying this, he walked towards his own spiritual field. Yet, Jiang Yining quickly called out, Old Wu, take a look at this mountain bamboo. Has it become a spiritual object? After hearing your introduction yesterday, I casually sprinkled a few ladles of spiritual fertilizer, and I did not expect it to flourish like this overnight. By mentioning it proactively, it felt more natural. Oh, Old Wu finally noticed the mountain bamboo, approaching to examine it closely. You brat, you truly have stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Jiang Yining feigned excitement. Old Wu, how has it grown so rapidly? Has it truly achieved a breakthrough overnight? Old Wu cast him a sidelong glance, somewhat lamenting. The wonders of nature are indeed marvelous. Perhaps this mountain bamboo has weathered many storms but lacked spiritual energy. Your ladle of spiritual fertilizer has just compensated for that. In the early stages of breeding, growth can be rapid, but it should gradually slow down. The old man's judgment was indeed accurate. Jiang Yining understood. So that's how it is. Subsequently, he refrained from disturbing Old Wu, contentedly lounging in his chair, a qi condensation pill in his mouth. It was no wonder he was reluctant to descend the mountain, for these days were truly comfortable, a delightful pursuit of immortality. Over the course of 2 days, Old Wu visited Qingzhou Peak 3 times daily, each time lingering for half an hour, and finally, one herb had sprouted tender shoots, while Jiang Yining's spiritual field had already seen half of its plants sprout. Chapter 6, Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. On a new day, Old Wu arrived punctually. Jiang Yining was encircled by the mountain bamboo and, upon seeing him, excitedly exclaimed, "Old Wu, come quickly, look at this mountain bamboo. It has reached the millennium mark and become a rare treasure." The mountain bamboo had grown to a thickness of 3 fingers and stood over a yard tall, standing out like a crane among chickens compared to the surrounding wild mountain bamboo. "Is this valuable, Old Wu?" Old Wu approached the mountain bamboo and flicked it with his finger. Thud, thud, thud. He pondered for a moment. Go to 100 Refinement's Peak and inquire. It can at least be refined into a flying sword, which should be better than those crafted from purple gold mines. It's worth 200 to 300 spiritual stones. Jiang Yining's expression immediately fell. "Is that all? Didn't you say that once it reaches the level of a rare treasure, it becomes something one can hardly obtain?" Old Wu huffed, somewhat irritable. "The mountain bamboo itself only possesses this level. Do you think the value of a millennium spiritual ginseng is the same as that of the millennium scorpion grass you bred before? It's the same principle." Jiang Yining smiled ingratiatingly. "What if I were to breed it to the 10,000-year mark?" The mountain bamboo's current growth value was 3, and it now received 5 ladles of spiritual fertilizer at once, yielding a growth of 1. If this continued smoothly, it could potentially be bred to the 10,000-year mark within 10 days. "There's hope," Old Wu replied. Let us see if you have that fortune. If it truly reaches the 10,000-year mark, stepping into the realm of precious treasures, even a weed would hold great value, possibly harboring a trace of Tao principles. Moreover, bamboo is inherently resilient. Having Feng Yu can assist you in refining and absorbing, it would significantly aid in perfecting your foundation. Jiang Yining's eyes brightened at this. Just then, a figure descended from the sky and landed in the bamboo courtyard. It was Feng Yukin. "Master, you're back. Was everything smooth?" Feng Yukin smiled. "I explained a few principles over several days, compensated 5,000 spiritual stones, and I won to pursue the matter of slandering my master." She carried an air of magnanimity. Jiang Yining could imagine that the compensation from Penglei Island must have been quite a bitter pill to swallow, filled with grievances. After Feng Yukin entered the wooden house, Old Wu patted Jiang Yining. "Kid, don't say I didn't warn you. The Bixia 3 flowers are exceptionally fragrant and will attract birds that may cause damage. You'd best buy a formation to shroud the medicinal field. A simple shielding formation 1T costs too many spiritual stones." "Thank you, Old Wu," Jiang Yining replied, waving his hand. Old Wu then inquired, "Have you added anything else to your spiritual fertilizer?" "No, absolutely not." Jiang Yining shook his head vigorously. Elder Wu cast a suspicious glance at him. "Then how is the growth of your spiritual field so remarkable? It has only been a few days, and the best plant has already reached 3 or 4 years of age." Jiang Yining hurriedly brought over a wooden barrel filled with spiritual fertilizer and presented it to Elder Wu. "This is the spiritual fertilizer from the Dan Hall. As you say, for most spiritual herbs, 1 scoop of spiritual fertilizer diluted with 3 scoops of water is optimal. However, due to my limited resources, I diluted it with 4 scoops instead." Elder Wu scrutinized Jiang Yining, stirring the contents of the barrel, his brow furrowing deeper. Could it be that a 1:4 ratio is superior? Jiang Yining realized that his explanation had posed a conundrum for the expert. Not wanting to disturb him further, he sought out his master to borrow 100 spiritual stones to procure a barrier array. After all, the opinions of experts must be heeded. Bibao Peak, a modest peak among the 13 peaks of Qingyun, is not far from them. Throughout the year, disciples from Qingyun set up stalls here, gradually transforming it into a marketplace within the sect. Among the 13 peaks, aside from the Pill Refining Peak and the 100 Refinements Peak, which have significant demand for their elixirs and flying swords, the other peaks trade their miscellaneous treasures at Bibao Peak, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a small town. Jiang Yining was no stranger to this place, as he often came here to purchase a few swift movement talismans before embarking on his adventures. Disciples in the Qi refining stage are yet to master the sword control technique, making swift movement talismans essential for traversing the vast mountains with ease. Jiang Yining navigated the marketplace swiftly, his objective clear, to locate disciples of Lin Peak. The disciples of Lin Peak specialize in the art of formation swords, and it was imperative to seek them out for array techniques. Soon, Jiang Yining found himself standing before a stall adorned with wooden swords, each intricately carved with various patterns. Before he could utter a word, the stall owner enthusiastically introduced, "Esteemed brother, what kind of formation are you in need of? I have an array of swords available. For offense, defense, and concealment, we have it all." Jiang Yining observed the individual before him, unable to ascertain his age from his appearance, as he seemed to be of a similar age. "Brother, do you possess any barrier array techniques?" The two addressed each other as brothers. The stall owner paused for a moment, then responded with enthusiasm, "Yes, indeed." He promptly presented 3 wooden swords, swiftly explaining, "This set is exceptionally effective. Even cultivators at the golden core stage can be concealed. Each sword array requires 10 spiritual stones and can last for a day. It is essential for outdoor training. Paired with my defensive and offensive sword arrays, one could outsmart a golden core cultivator effortlessly." Jiang Yining chuckled at the exaggerated claims. "Brother, I do not require such a sophisticated setup. The simplest barrier sword array will suffice, merely to envelop the spiritual field and deter birds and beasts." "Oh." The stall owner paused momentarily. "Are you a disciple of the pill refining peak?" He scrutinized Jiang Yining once more, and upon noticing the Sumi ring on his finger, he became even more cordial. Jiang Yining smiled without responding. The stall owner selected 2 more wooden swords, exclaiming, "This set perfectly meets your requirements. Each sword array requires 1 spiritual stone and can last for 3 days, consuming only 20 spiritual stones a month. It is suitable for continuous use and can cover a radius of 3 zhang." Jiang Yining nodded slightly. This sword array indeed seemed commendable. "Brother, how much for this?" The stall owner held up 2 fingers. 20? Jiang Yining guessed. "Brother, you jest. It's 200. Jiang Yining turned to leave. For although he was not well versed in market prices, Elder Wu had mentioned that it wouldn't require many spiritual stones. Seeing this, the stall owner quickly stepped around the stall and grasped Jiang Yining's arm. "Brother, please don't rush. If it's too expensive, I have other options." Jiang Yining was pulled back. The stall owner quickly presented another 2 sword arrays. "This set is 50, the best value for your money, with the same effectiveness. It is just more prone to damage, but since you are using it to cover a medicinal garden and not for combat, this set is perfect." Jiang Yining could not discern any notable differences, except for the wood's color, which differed from the previous 2. However, the price was not exorbitant, and he felt it was negotiable. "How about 25? The stall owner shook his head vigorously. "Brother, that price is far too low. It took me a month to craft these. How about this? Today is my first sale. I'll give you a 10% discount, 45. 30. I, Lin Kong, produce only the finest quality. You won't regret purchasing from me. Since this is our first transaction, I'll make a concession. 40 is the lowest I can go. 35, that is my final offer." The two remained locked in negotiation for a moment before ultimately settling on 35 spiritual stones. After securing the wooden swords, Jiang Yining pointed to the adjacent stall. "Is that also your stall, brother?" Lin Kong's eye shifted. "What catches your eye? Feel free to choose. These are all spoils I have collected from my life and death battles." Jiang Yining indeed spotted a few items of interest, 5 lotus seeds. Having perused numerous books on spiritual herbs over the past 20 years, he recognized them as seeds from the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. To be precise, 2 of them were viable seeds, while the other 3 were dead. If he could cultivate them, it would yield a substantial profit. Chapter 7, Sword Arrays. Jiang Yining did not conceal his intentions and directly inquired, "Brother, how much for these lotus seeds?" Lin Kong's eyes brightened. "Brother, you have a keen eye? These are indeed seeds from the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. 100 each, not sold separately." Jiang Yining glanced at him, surprised that he recognized them as well. "Brother, the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus only flowers and bears seeds after 100 years. These seeds alone are not particularly precious, even if cultivated. Unless they reach a millennium in age, they wouldn't qualify as fine herbs. Furthermore, these appear to be seeds that have fallen from a 100-year-old Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. If they were seeds from a millennium-old plant, they might still hold some value. Surely, brother, you must have visited the Dan Hall, where they wouldn't even accept them for 30 each." Lin Kong chuckled awkwardly. "You truly are a talented disciple of the pill refining peak." He indeed had been to the Dan Hall, where he had hoped to strike luck and sell them at a high price. Jiang Yining appeared to ponder for a moment. "How about this? 50 spiritual stones, and I'll take 2 seeds to test my luck." Lin Kong shook his head vigorously. "Brother, it's either all or nothing. If you leave behind the remaining seeds, they will be harder for me to sell, and I could just package them for the Dan Hall for 100 spiritual stones." He revealed his bottom line. Jiang Yining frowned. 20 spiritual stones per seed was indeed a high price, especially since the seed's viability was questionable, making it difficult to ascertain how long they had been detached. For the Dan Hall, it might be worth a small investment to experiment. This left him in a bind, as he did not have enough spiritual stones at hand. However, knowing that 2 of the seeds were viable, he could not bear to let them go. Jiang Yining lifted his gaze to Lin Kong and proposed, "Brother, I currently do not possess enough spiritual stones. How about this? I offer you 2 qi condensation pills and 50 spiritual stones." Lin Kong's expression seemed to shift toward melancholy as he regarded Jiang Yining and shook his head. I cannot compete with your wealth, as I primarily utilize spiritual stones for cultivation. Jiang Yining queried. Isn't the spiritual energy contained within the stones too muddled? Lin Kong replied. It merely requires some effort to refine. It's just a bit of hassle. However, compared to equally valued spirit pills, the true qi cultivated is slightly superior. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yining felt awkward. He had also used spiritual stones for cultivation before, and while it was inconvenient, he hadn't perceived any notable difference in energy volume. This seemed to reinforce the unfortunate truth about his poor cultivation talent. Brother, let us try another approach. I can offer you 150 spiritual stones, but I can only pay 50 up front, the remaining 100 within a month. Lin Kong initially appeared pleased, but then hesitated as he scrutinized Jiang Yining. Jiang Yining hastily continued to persuade him. Rest assured, brother, you can accompany me back to my place to confirm my word. If I fail to pay you within a month, you may clear my medicinal garden. All right. When Lin Kong accompanied Jiang Yining to Qingzhou Peak, he expressed surprise. Brother, are you not a disciple of the pill refining peak? Jiang Yining smiled. I am the chief disciple of Qingzhou Peak. Lin Kong hesitated at the entrance of the courtyard, whispering, is your master home? Brother Lin, don't worry. My master isn't a man-eater. Look, we even have the steward from the Dan Hall here. Jiang Yining said. Greeting Elder Wu. Elder Wu remarked, have you purchased the array? Ah, a disciple from Lian Peak. Lin Kong clearly recognized him as well, and promptly called out, Elder Wu. Jiang Yining smiled at the two. Elder Wu, it seems you know each other. Coincidentally, I've acquired a few ice mountain snow lotus seeds from Brother Lin. Wu Lao straightened his back, displaying a hint of amusement. You certainly have a bold heart. Back at Dantang, we only intended to expend a few spirit stones to merely hear the sound of water. Youngster, allow me to remind you once more. For cultivating the ice mountain snow lotus, you must purchase a formation that possesses the power of ice. The ice mountain snow lotus must be planted in permafrost. Jiang Yining suddenly realized the truth in this. Indeed, when it comes to cultivating spiritual plants, one must meet the fundamental environmental requirements. Overlooking this aspect would surely lead to losses. Jiang Yining cast a wry smile towards Lin Kong. Lin Kong furrowed his brow. I don't have a pure ice formation, but I can create the ice and fire duality sword formation. It can be adjusted to meet your permafrost requirements without any issue. However, this is an offensive formation, and the cost will be at least 300 spirit stones. Jiang Yining found himself in a quandary. The ice mountain snow lotus he aimed to cultivate was not yet 1,000 years old, and he feared he wouldn't be able to recoup his investment. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to glance at the Baixia 3 flowers in the spiritual field. Gritting his teeth, he spoke to Lin Kong. No problem, but I will need to trouble senior brother Lin further. Can the spirit stones wait for a month? All my cultivation is based on Baixia 3 flowers, and I still have more than half a bag of seeds. Even if I cannot grow the ice mountain snow lotus, it should suffice to repay your spirit stones. Lin Kong instinctively retracted his neck, looking at Jiang Yining with suspicion. You're trying to pull a fast one, aren't you? It was clear he was reluctant to get involved. Jiang Yining quickly added, even if the herbs in the spiritual field are insufficient, I can always seek my master. Feng Yukin gracefully emerged from the wooden house, stretching her limbs. Oh, my dear disciple, after 20 years, you finally made friends at Qingyun? Lin Kong promptly responded with respect, Senior Feng. Feng Yukin waved her hand dismissively, no need for formalities. It's a rare occasion for my disciple to bring a friend to Qingyun Peak. You two continue your conversation, I'll take a stroll. Lin Kong wore a look of distress. Had he come to Qingzhou Peak only to lose a few hundred spirit stones? His expression shifted. Feng Yukin's reputation at Qingyun was nothing short of illustrious, and what was more concerning was her willingness to engage with the younger generation. Being remembered by her was no trivial matter. Jiang Yining silently chuckled, suspecting that his master was indeed assisting him. Timing was impeccably on his side. Observing Lin Kong's expression, he could tell that things were likely to work out. As expected, Lin Kong finally let out a sigh, offering Jiang Yining a wry smile. Rest assured, junior brother, I will return to craft it right away, and once completed, I will bring it to you. He then bit his lip. But I must increase the fee. After all, there's a risk involved for me too. An additional 200 spirit stones after a month. Jiang Yining readily agreed. Having made his decision, he would not hesitate. If he could truly produce 1,000-year ice mountain snow lotus, everything would be worth it. Shortly thereafter, Lin Kong shot out 2 wooden swords, embedding them at either side of the spiritual field, teaching Jiang Yining to set up a barrier formation. At the handle of each wooden sword, a spirit stone was secured. The operation was rather straightforward. In an instant, a misty aura enveloped the spiritual field, resembling a greenhouse, capable of shielding from wind and rain while allowing sunlight to permeate. Lin Kong stated, Junior brother, the formation is ready. Now, I would like the sword formation you purchased from me previously back. Jiang Yining looked at the formation Lin Kong had set up, realizing it was indeed the same one he had previously bid for at 200 spirit stones. Understanding the nuances of loss and gain, he pulled out the 2 sword formations he had bought earlier, feigning confusion. Isn't the formation you set up for me the more expensive one? Lin Kong immediately caught on, offering an awkward smile. He had been preoccupied with the spirit stone issue and overlooked this detail. He hurriedly took the 2 wooden swords from Jiang Yining's hands. I'll head back now to prepare the ice and fire duality sword formation. For the next 2 days, Jiang Yining diligently tended to the spiritual field and the mountain bamboo. The growth of the 1,000-year mountain bamboo remained stable, reaching a height of 26. Each Baixia 3 flower in the spiritual field had also found its optimal fertilization level. The one with the best growth had reached 79. And in just 2 more days, it would enter its 10-year phase. In front of Wu Lao, Jiang Yining boldly reseeded the dead spots without hesitation. On the 3rd day, Lin Kong arrived as promised. He brought the ice and fire duality sword formation and 4 wooden swords, assisting Jiang Yining in swiftly setting up the formation in the newly cleared space. The setup was, in fact, quite simple. 2 wooden swords each held 1 spirit stone, while the other 2 held 5 each. Lin Kong's intention was to maximize the ice power for the desired effect. However, the cost was slightly high, as maintaining the formation would require 12 spirit stones daily. This compelled Jiang Yining to seek more spirit stones from his master. Feng Yukin was quite supportive of his endeavors in the spiritual field. Once everything was completed, Lin Kong remarked with a tinge of pain, "Junior brother Jiang, all my remaining spirit stones have been invested into this. Whether I can cultivate in peace for the next 2 years now depends on you." "Senior Lin, what are you saying? I'm not going to default on my debt. It's just a month, so rest easy," Jiang Yining assured him, patting his chest. After a brief exchange, Lin Kong departed. With everything in place, Jiang Yining retrieved the 2 seeds of the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. Chapter 8. Treasure, the Millennium Mountain Bamboo. Within the sword formation, a cold wind howled. The ground gradually transformed into permafrost. Jiang Yining buried the 2 seeds in the soil. After fertilizing, he observed for a day. It took a full 6 hours before he noticed the growth value had risen to 2. The interval for fertilization was 12 hours, allowing for only 2 fertilizations a day. As Wu Lao departed in the evening, he teased, "Kid, I didn't see you fertilizing today. With your method, don't waste your spirit stones." Were you one to even hear the sound of water? Time flew by like a fleeting horse, and before long, 5 days had passed. After 10 fertilizations, Jiang Yining had approximately identified the optimal fertilization amounts for the 2 Ice Mountain Snow Lotuses. One required 7 spoonfuls, growing by 4 each time, now totaling 20. The other needed just over half a ladle, growing by 2 each time, now totaling 14. If all went smoothly, the faster-growing one would enter its 10-year phase in just 10 days. The 1,000-year mountain bamboo continued thriving, reaching a length of 86. In the spiritual field, 3 of the Baixia 3 flowers had entered their 10-year phase, with the one exhibiting the best growth unfortunately stuck at 99, refusing to grow further. Jiang Yining decided to wait another 2 days. If it continued to stagnate, he would uproot it. In the morning, as Wu Lao arrived at the bamboo garden, he immediately focused on the Ice Mountain Snow Lotuses, exclaiming in surprise, "Kid, both have sprouted? You really are lucky." Now, his first task upon arriving at the bamboo garden each day was to check on Jiang Yining's 2 Ice Mountain Snow Lotuses. Jiang Yining chuckled, "Just lucky. Who knows? The lotus seeds might drop in less than a year." Wu Lao scoffed, "What do you know, kid? The outer shell of the lotus seeds has turned gray-green. It hasn't even been a year yet." Jiang Yining dismissed his comment. Perhaps it just dropped a year ago. On this point, Wu Lao had no rebuttal. Whether the seeds had just dropped a year ago, 5 years, or 10 years, they all appeared the same, making it impossible to discern the exact time frame. Given the germination rate of the 2 seeds planted, it was highly likely they had just surpassed a year. One could only say Jiang Yining was fortunate. Jiang Yining replied with a smile, "I still have 3 seeds left. If I can cultivate one into a 1,000-year specimen, it will all be worthwhile." "Wu Lao, do you have any experience with cultivating the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus? Please offer me some guidance." Wu Lao shook his head. "I can't claim to have experience. I've only read about it in books. However, there have been instances of cultivation at the alchemy peak. How about this? For 300 spirit stones, I'll take the remaining 3 seeds off your hands and bring them back to have someone else cultivate them." Jiang Yining's heart stirred. He had been waiting for this proposal, but could not reveal his intentions too soon. "Wu Lao, I've gained some insights from you, and it would be reasonable to sell them to you. However, if I were to mishandle these 2 seeds, I would still like to attempt again. What do you think about selling you one for 100 spirit stones?" Wu Lao, upon hearing this, felt optimistic. He quickly urged, "Kid, Using this to gain experience is somewhat wasteful. Besides, it's unlikely that all 3 seeds are viable. If I were to take them, I'd prefer all 3 together. That way, you can avoid the loss if one turns out to be a dud. Furthermore, the seedlings you cultivate might only be 100 years old or even 10 years old. You won't lose out on the 300 spirit stones. He already regretted not accepting Lin Kong's offer at the alchemy hall for 200 spirit stones. It would have been much better. Now, it was known that there were at least 2 viable seeds. Wu Lao continued. The reason I'm offering you such a high price now is that I see both seeds you planted are viable. I'm betting on the high probability that the other 3 seeds are also viable. Otherwise, I find 30 spirit stones rather exorbitant, he insisted earnestly. Jiang Yining's expression gradually shifted to one of difficulty, ultimately exhaling a long breath. Very well, since you have spoken so earnestly, I shall concede. I will accept 200 spirit stones as a token of gratitude for your guidance during this time. Old Wu snorted, immediately puffing out his cheeks in indignation. Kid, do you look down on anyone? It's merely 100 spirit stones. With that, he produced a cloth pouch. Here, 300 spirit stones. Not a single one less for you. He thrust the pouch into Jiang Yining's hands, as if fearful he might reconsider. Reluctantly, Jiang Yining surrendered the lotus seeds. Old Wu, having neglected his spiritual fields, hurried back to the alchemy hall. Jiang Yining, with a reluctant gaze, accompanied Old Wu, thinking him a truly kind-hearted man. Feng Yukin emerged from the wooden house, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Yining. Kid, have you swindled the old man out of money again? Jiang Yining quickly averted his gaze, replying earnestly, Master, I am merely parting with my possessions. How can you say it's swindling? Do you truly perceive me as such in your eyes? Feng Yukin chuckled lightly. I hadn't noticed before, but since you began selling spiritual fields, I have realized you possess quite the crafty mind. Master, you truly misunderstand. Jiang Yining began, but Feng Yukin interrupted. No need for excuses. Look at the spiritual field in front of you. You must find a way to sell this land as well. You are now in charge of finances, and you need to systematically manage the assets of Qingzhou Peak. 2 days later, Jiang Yining felt a twinge of anxiety. The growth progress of the Millennium Mangosteen had reached 99, on the verge of breaking through, yet it had ceased to grow. This left him feeling as restless as a cat on hot bricks. He refrained from over-fertilizing, as the mangosteen now towered 3 zhang high. Its girth akin to that of an infant's arm. After enduring 3 more days of torment, one early morning, as the first light of dawn painted the horizon, Jiang Yining suddenly heard a rustling sound. He rushed out of the wooden house. Lo and behold, the Millennium Mangosteen visibly shot up 3 feet. Jiang Yining quickly focused his energy in his eyes. Yes, he exclaimed excitedly. It worked, it worked. Feng Yukin, alerted by the commotion, opened the door. What are you making such a fuss about so early in the morning? Just as she finished speaking, a wisp of rosy light seemed to descend from the sky, merging into the mangosteen. Celestial spiritual essence? Feng Yukin squinted her eyes to observe. The mangosteen gradually transformed into a luminous emerald hue, resembling jade, yet distinctly different. You have nurtured this mangosteen for millennia. Jiang Yining nodded vigorously, still caught up in his excitement. Suddenly, Feng Yukin soared into the air, hovering above the small courtyard. Our Qingzhou Peak possesses natural treasures. It's merely a mangosteen, not worth such a spectacle, only to be viewed from afar. With her proclamation, a powerful aura radiated outward. Jiang Yining then noticed that the surrounding sky gradually filled with over a dozen figures, most merely glancing at the mangosteen before departing. In just a few breaths, nearly 100 figures appeared and vanished. Jiang Yining had not anticipated that a single mangosteen could attract such attention. Truly, these were formidable beings. The profound heritage of King Yuan was indeed impressive, worthy of being one of the 10 great sects. This was Jiang Yining's first experience of such a spectacle. A white-haired elder woman from a distance clasped her hands towards Feng Yukin. Peak Master Feng, might this mangosteen be exchanged for something? Feng Yukin replied nonchalantly. I have my own uses for it. The elder smiled and did not press further, departing on her own. Once everything quieted, Feng Yukin descended into the courtyard. Jiang Yining eagerly inquired, Master, are these all like you, 7th realm experts? Feng Yukin dismissed him with a scoff. A mere wisp of descending spiritual essence could not attract so many 7th realm beings. Most are earthly realm, 6th realm cultivators, with only a few from the 5th and 7th realms. Jiang Yining merely nodded. For him, it made little difference. The 9 realms of cultivation were Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine intention, earthly realm, path seeking, origin realm, and immortal. He had yet to even establish his foundation. Whether they were 5th, 6th, or 7th realms was far beyond his grasp. Regaining his focus, Jiang Yining excitedly circled the mangosteen, examining it. Old Wu rushed over, his eyes widening at the sight of the mangustine's transformation. It truly succeeded? Jiang Yining greeted him with a smile. Old Wu's expression turned envious. You, kid, are indeed blessed with good fortune. He too began to stroke the mangosteen. Millennia old, are you truly planning to use it for perfect foundation establishment? Such a precious resource might even be of use to peak Master Feng. A treasure. Jiang Yining had never held a clear concept of this before, but the 100 figures he had seen earlier granted him a visceral understanding. He looked towards his master, but Feng Yukin spoke directly. You have already decided on perfect foundation establishment, and with this mangosteen becoming a treasure, it is your opportunity. There's no need to hesitate. Shall I assist you in refining it now? Jiang Yining nodded, gazing at the mangosteen, then shook his head. He still wanted to see if he could continue cultivating it. What if it became a 10,000-year path treasure? Old Wu discerned his intent. Kid, greed is insatiable. Do you wish to cultivate it into a path treasure? Tomorrow, should someone steal it, you wouldn't have a place to weep. Feng Yukin snorted coldly. Fear not. I shall not be leaving the mountain anytime soon. Who would dare to steal? If you have an idea, feel free to try. Jiang Yining grinned knowingly. Thank you, master. Feng Yukin waved her hand casually, turning to enter the wooden house, where he could see her picking up a tome through the door crack. Chapter 9. Perfect Foundation Establishment. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During these days, no matter how Jiang Yining controlled the amount of fertilizer, the growth progress of the Millennium Mangosteen remained at zero. He no longer fixated on this, as even the fast-growing Ice Mountain Snow Lotus had successfully entered its 10th year. Determined to refine the mangosteen, Old Wu arrived early to witness the process. He couldn't help but exclaim, Kid, perhaps you are truly favored by fate. Both of the snow lotuses you selected are live seeds, while my 3 have yet to sprout after 10 days, likely dead seeds. The spiritual fields were the same. Whatever you planted flourished remarkably. He had no doubts otherwise, for Jiang Yining could see the growth progress. Such matters would be hard to believe if spoken of. Jiang Yining merely smiled politely, his thoughts solely on the mangosteen. Watching Feng Yukin effortlessly uproot the mangosteen, Jiang Yining couldn't help but ask, Master, how do we refine it? Yet, Feng Yukin did not respond. Instead, she enveloped the mangosteen in her true energy, then flicked a finger, sending a wisp of golden flame to cling to the mangosteen, rapidly enveloping it entirely. The Sun Essence Phoenix Flame. Jiang Yining understood this to be his master's unique true fire, possessing the bloodline of a phoenix. Feng Yukin was also a 7th realm fire path cultivator. Of course, Jiang Yining's understanding was limited. He merely knew it was exceptionally powerful, unlike ordinary alchemical fire. He watched as the mangosteen shrank visibly, softening into a viscous, emerald green liquid. Finally, it transformed into a ball of jade-like paste the size of a bowl. Only then did Feng Yukin retract the Sun Essence Phoenix Flame, looking at Jiang Yining. Open your mouth. Jiang Yining immediately complied with his master's instruction. The flying ball of jade paste entered, and he felt refreshing threads of dark green swirling within, filling him with vitality. In an instant, a refreshing sensation enveloped his entire body, accompanied by a tingling itch. Observing this, the elder Wu produced 2 bottles of qi condensation pills and advised, Young man, consume them both at once. This is the opportune moment to expand your qi and meridians. Make sure to keep a record. Jiang Yining, without pretense, expressed his gratitude, accepted the bottles, and promptly swallowed the pills, thereafter settling into a meditative position on the ground. At this juncture, focus was imperative. Having ingested an excessive amount of qi condensation pills all at once, he felt an immediate swelling sensation in his qi and meridians, followed by a cycle of coolness and itchiness. When Jiang Yining finally opened his eyes, it was already evening. He had been seated in the courtyard in meditation for an entire day. His master had long since vanished. An elder Wu was busy with his final chores in the spiritual field. Noticing Jiang Yining rise, he inquired, How did it go? To what extent have your qi and meridians expanded? Jiang Yining gauged his condition and replied, Threefold. Elder Wu clicked his tongue in admiration. Indeed, this is remarkable. It is rare to use treasures to expand the qi. Typically, a perfect foundation only results in a 2-fold increase under normal circumstances. Once you complete your foundation, your purity of true qi will likely surpass that of an ordinary disciple at the 3rd level of foundation establishment. After a moment of reflection, he added, Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. It remains to be seen whether this is a blessing or a curse for you. One can only fear being trapped beneath the golden core for a lifetime. Jiang Yining smiled, bowing sincerely. Thank you, Elder Wu, for your assistance. Without it, I might not have reached this level. Elder Wu waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, it was merely the easiest time for expansion, saving you a year or 2. If you truly wish to express gratitude, You can help me cultivate this spiritual field in the future. I will provide the seeds and spiritual fertilizer, as I have been footing the bill myself, hoping to recoup my investment quickly. What do you say? Jiang Yining readily agreed. No problem. Not only will I recoup your investment, but I will also help you cultivate for a day while I am on Kingzu Peak. As long as you provide the seeds and spiritual fertilizer. Elder Wu chuckled with satisfaction. That's the spirit. It seems you have some conscience. With your good fortune, your harvest may surpass my own. He clapped his hands. Very well then, from now on, the spiritual field is entrusted to you. If you need spiritual fertilizer or seeds, just come find me at the alchemy hall. However, be aware that the alchemy hall only sells common seeds. Specialty seeds like the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus are not available. You should also hasten your foundation establishment. Perhaps the mountain bamboo can provide some auxiliary benefits. And remember to repay me for those 2 bottles of qi condensation pills promptly. The next day, Jiang Yining stepped outside, feeling refreshed. Although he had neglected to fertilize the field the previous night, the formidable qi si and abundant true qi facilitated a smooth foundation establishment. A perfect foundation was not solely about having a vast qi si. It also entailed solidly constructed meridians. The potency generated by executing one move with the qi si compared to 10 moves was markedly different. However, the prerequisite was that the qi si and meridians could withstand the sudden surge of true qi. Otherwise, one might harm oneself before even injuring the enemy. Thus, cultivators with expansive and stable qi sis and meridians could begin to practice some high-consumption techniques as a trump card. This was the advantage of a perfect foundation. The true qi was gradually transforming into a liquid state. The amount of true qi his body could accommodate had increased 100-fold compared to the qi refinement stage. As Jiang Yining prepared to tend to the spiritual field, Feng Yukin descended into the bamboo courtyard. Have you completed your foundation? It seemed she had returned in high spirits after a night of revelry. For the past 5 days, she had scarcely left the bamboo courtyard to care for the mountain bamboo, and after refining it yesterday, she had not returned home throughout the night. This gesture warmed Jiang Yining's heart. He hurriedly fetched a basin of water for her. Master, wash your face first. Feng Yukin casually splashed some water on her face. Now that you have established your foundation, do not forget to descend the mountain to uphold justice and engage in righteous deeds. Jiang Yining chuckled awkwardly. Master, the medicinal garden is thriving at present. It would be unwise for me to be away for too long. Feng Yukin shot him a sidelong glance, her tone impatient. Cultivating immortality requires competition, competing with the heavens, the earth, and with others for wealth, treasures, techniques, fates, and paths. If you wish to avoid the hustle, I can point you in the right direction. Seek out a few junior disciples, and once they grow, entrust them with tasks. Feng Yukin stretched her neck and continued. But let me make this clear. You are responsible for the finances of Kingyun Peak and for recruiting junior disciples. Do not expect me to shoulder that burden. Jiang Yining replied. However, it cannot be denied that junior disciples are a perpetual source of trouble. Chapter 10. Kingyun's 10,000 Sword Fury. Jiang Yining contemplated seriously. Should he venture a bit further away from Kingyun this time? Recruiting a few junior disciples while also engaging in some righteous deeds would be a prudent move. Although his master had not explicitly pressured him, she had suggested it several times. Master, I am preparing to descend the mountain again, and I will also find a few disciples for you. After saying this, Jiang Yining's gaze inadvertently fell upon Feng Yukin's chest. Feng Yukin's voice turned low, her eyes taking on a dangerous glint. What are you looking at? Jiang Yining was taken aback and quickly explained. Master, your Phoenix Crystal Jade Essence is also a top-tier treasure. I might venture a bit further this time. Could I borrow it for protection? Feng Yukin eyed him skeptically, her expression returning to indifference as she produced a blood-red jade pillar resembling a pendant from between the peaks. This might not be of much use to an ordinary person. It must be used in conjunction with my Phoenix Flame, True Qi. Next, she retrieved a jade orb from her Sumi bracelet. In case of danger, crush this. I will arrive within a half incense stick's time to a radius of 500 miles. Jiang Yining accepted the jade orb and examined it closely. He calculated in his mind. Half an incense stick is about half an hour. If he faced danger and waited for his master to arrive, his body would likely be cold by then. He felt it necessary to challenge his master's potential. Master, could you be more specific? Does a half incense stick mean half a half incense stick, or does it include a half incense stick as well? Feng Yukin furrowed her brows for a moment before slowly responding. Half an incense stick means 5 parts gone. For remain, that is the limit. After all, in a fight, one must maintain peak condition. Jiang Yining cast a forlorn glance at Feng Yukin. Shouldn't my esteemed master be focused on saving lives? And yet you still want to maintain peak condition for battle? Nevertheless, he had a rough understanding now. Half an hour, with 4/5 gone, meant about 6 minutes. This was within a 500-mile radius. If he didn't stray beyond 250 miles, she could arrive in 3 minutes. This thought reassured him somewhat. Do you have any other questions? Feng Yukin seemed ready to retire to the wooden cabin. Jiang Yining quickly added, I have just established my foundation. I can go to the 10,000 Laws Pavilion to learn sword control technique, but I still do not possess a flying sword. Do you have any spare flying swords? Master? Feng Yukin shook her head. I use my fists, not swords. This left Jiang Yining momentarily stunned. Wasn't King Yun a sword sect? However, he had indeed never seen his master wield a flying sword. Feng Yukin pondered for a moment. Since you used treasures to establish a perfect foundation, you might as well learn the King Yun 10,000 Sword Fury in advance. It's the foundational sword technique of King Yun and one of the sect's hallmark techniques. Jiang Yining asked, Foundational sword technique? Feng Yukin elaborated. The King Yun 10,000 sword formation practiced by the Lord of Lin Peak integrates formations with sword chi. The King Yun 10,000 sword talisman from Deluo Peak fuses talisman techniques with sword chi. Even Balian Peak is attempting to refine sword chi into treasures. Thus, King Yun 10,000 Sword Fury is a highly creative sword technique. Its inherent power is significant. Although the sword chi is condensed from true chi, its hardness rivals that of ordinary flying swords, allowing it to function as a flying sword. If you can unleash 10,000 sword chi simultaneously, you could establish a new peak and become one of the 14 peaks of King Yun. Jiang Yining nodded. It sounded impressive. King Zhu Peak was established by his master after she had accumulated sufficient strength. He believed she simply wished for autonomy rather than relying on others. 10,000 sword chi unleashed. Could that compare to his master? Eagerly, he asked. Then I shall head to the 10,000 Laws Pavilion now. Feng Yukin shook her head. Rising into the air, wait here. King Yun 10,000 Sword Fury is not something just anyone can peruse. I will fetch it for you. In the blink of an eye. She was back in no time. Feng Yukin tossed 2 jade tokens to Jiang Yining. King Yun Wanjian Gang is one among many, while Yujian Shu conveniently accompanies it. Following this, Feng Yukin entered the wooden cottage. Jiang Yining promptly perused the details. After a brief moment, Jiang Yining opened his eyes, realizing why his master had said he could cultivate King Yun Wanjian Gang in advance. To put it simply, condensing sword vigor necessitates spiritual resonance. By consuming the mountain bamboo, he fortuitously obtained a strand of spiritual resonance. Otherwise, he would require the 5th realm of divine intent to gather his own spiritual resonance for cultivation. King Yun Wanjian Gang is divided into 4 levels of mastery. First level, condensing sword vigor, the entry point. Second level, 100 sword vigor. Third level, 1,000 sword vigor. Fourth level, 10,000 sword vigor. Ultimately, it culminates in the phrase, when 10,000 swords emerge, the world trembles. By relying on external substances for cultivation, a single strand of spiritual resonance can consolidate 10 sword vigors. When relying on oneself, the strength of one's divine intent and spiritual resonance determines the number of sword vigors condensed. Jiang Yining chuckled ruefully. If he were to depend solely on consuming treasures, to achieve the emergence of 10,000 swords would require countless treasures. No wonder his master said that to produce 10,000 sword vigors would be sufficient to open a new peak, even if one were considered useless. Consuming so many treasures would still yield respectable strength. With the legal decision in hand, Jiang Yining now focused on diligently condensing sword vigor. 3 days later, Jiang Yining stood in the small courtyard, surrounded by 10 orange-yellow sword vigors, resembling 10 real flying swords. 10 sword vigors had been successfully formed. Jiang Yining commanded the sword vigors with ease, directing them to fly as if they were extensions of his own limbs. Remarkably, the sword vigor, formed from true energy, could be reignited even after dispersing. However, he was perplexed by the relationship with spiritual resonance. Jiang Yining did not delve into the principle, but was content with the results. With the sword vigor successfully formed, it was time to experiment with Yujian Shu. He took a step forward and stood upon one of the sword vigors. Excitement glimmered in his eyes. Yujian Shu, let us go? Whoosh! The sword vigor beneath his feet shot out, and he lost his balance. Tumbling head over heels to the ground, Jiang Yining hastily rose, dusting off his clothes. From within the wooden cottage, Feng Yukin's disdainful voice echoed. Are you trying to kill me? Focus on your feet and steady yourself. Jiang Yining forced a couple of dry laughs and summoned another sword vigor. Stepping onto it once more. This time, adhering to his master's advice, he made ample preparations before attempting Yujian Shu again. Whoosh! Alas, the figure in midair swayed precariously, akin to walking a tightrope, arms flailing as it drew circles. In a blink, 5 days had passed. Jiang Yining was now making final preparations. Since he was embarking on a righteous journey, he ensured he was well equipped, purchasing some sword formations and talismans for precaution. Thus, Jiang Yining pulled up 600-year-old xianxiaaudiobooks from the spiritual field, intending to exchange them for some spirit stones. Currently, a rapidly growing ice mountain snow lotus had reached 10 years, 54. After 10 years, growth slowed considerably. Optimally, with bi-daily fertilization, it could only yield 6. If all went smoothly, it would not be long before it matured to 100 years. The slower-growing plant had a growth rate of 90 and was about to enter its 10th year. Jiang Yining hoped both ice mountain snow lotuses would thrive, otherwise, he would owe far too many spirit stones. Lin Kong, the array and talisman needed 400 spirit stones, and he explicitly required an additional 200, totaling 600 spirit stones. Old Wu, 2 bottles of qi condensation pills, also amounted to 600 spirit stones, not to mention his master's share. At present, he had only 300 spirit stones from selling Old Wu 3 grains of dead seeds. His total debt reached 900 spirit stones, an enormous sum. As Lin Kong mentioned, a foundation establishment disciple could consume 1 spirit stone daily, sufficient for 2 to 3 years. At that moment, a paper crane descended into the courtyard. Jiang Yining quickly picked it up, discovering a letter from Lin Kong inquiring about his debts. The two evidently shared an unspoken connection. Jiang Yining hastily entered the wooden cottage and replied with 4 words, "See you at Bibeofeng." After sending off the paper crane, Jiang Yining plucked another 100-year-old Baiyu Qiahua to show Old Wu the results. Once everything was completed, he summoned a sword vigor and took flight. After 5 days of practice, Yuji and Shu had become second nature. Chapter 11, Sword Array and Sword Talismans. In the pill hall, upon seeing Jiang Yining arrive, Old Wu immediately smiled. "Youngster, what brings you here today? Running low on spiritual fertilizer?" Jiang Yining first retrieved the Baiyu Qiahua from his sumi ring. "Here, take a look at the results. Your herbs are 100 years old." Old Wu hurriedly examined the herb. "Impressive, but why did you harvest it now?" He waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind. Since I've entrusted it to you, if you feel it's time to harvest, do as you see fit." Jiang Yining chuckled. "Rest assured, I won't waste your spiritual field. I only harvest those that aren't thriving." Simultaneously, he produced 600-year-old xianxiaaudiobooks. "Old Wu, what is the price?" Old Wu glanced at them casually. 20 spirit stones per stock, totaling 120 spirit stones. "Are you settling your debt?" Jiang Yining awkwardly chuckled. "Please give me a moment. I need to descend the mountain. I'm in dire need of spirit stones right now." Old Wu smiled. "All right, I won't rush you. Consider it a benefit for helping me manage the spiritual field." Saying this, he handed over 120 spirit stones. Jiang Yining quickly added, "Old Wu, could you exchange 3 bottles of qi condensation pills for me? Have you not established your foundation yet? You should be taking qi gathering pills." Jiang Yining shrugged. "I can't help it. I'm broke. So anything is better than nothing." Old Wu ceased further discussion and handed over the elixirs. 3 bottles of qi condensation pills remained, totaling 60 spirit stones, all collected. "Well, Old Wu, I must be on my way to Bibeofeng." Jiang Yining organized the elixirs and spirit stones before bidding farewell to Old Wu. "Hey kid, remember to take good care of my spiritual field. Don't let your own fall into disarray." At Bibeofeng, as soon as Jiang Yining landed, he spotted Lin Kong approaching. "Junior brother, have you cultivated Qingyan Wanjian Gang?" Lin Kong gazed at the sword vigor with envy. Jiang Yining smiled and nodded. "Senior brother Lin, here is 200 spirit stones for you. I still owe you 400, so please allow me some time." Lin Kong accepted the spirit stones, but said nothing further. Jiang Yining continued, "Senior brother, may I inquire about any cost-effective sword formations? Ideally, ones for defense or escape. The Sankai sword formation is balanced in offense and defense. It's quite suitable for the foundation establishment stage. For escape, seek disciples from Deluo Peak. The Wind Thunder Sword talismans are swift and perfect for fleeing." Lin Kong replied promptly, evidently experienced from numerous battles. He pulled out 3 wooden swords from his storage bag, 80 spirit stones. "Actually, the best option is to refine 3 flying swords yourself. I can inscribe the Sankai sword formation for you." Jiang Yining shrugged, "But I don't have a single flying sword." Lin Kong hesitated. "Since you've cultivated Qingyan Wanjian Gang, you can learn the sword formations yourself. Inscribing them onto the sword vigor is even better. The 10,000 Methods Pavilion has lessons available." Jiang Yining questioned, "Wouldn't that essentially become your Lion Peak Qingyan Wanjian formation? Is the teaching so casual?" Lin Kong shook his head. "For formations below the 100 sword level, the 10,000 Methods Pavilion has them available. For those above, you'll have to exchange spirit stones at our Liyun Peak. So, will you buy a set of wooden swords from me, or go learn it yourself?" Perhaps due to the creditor's influence or a concern that Jiang Yining might end up indebted again, Lin Kong clearly laid out the options. Jiang Yining pondered briefly. "Then I'll head to the 10,000 Methods Pavilion first. I'll reach out to you if needed." He then inquired, "Senior brother, Do you know any familiar disciples from Luo Peak? I'd like to check out the sword talismans. Understandably. The Qingyun Wanjian talismans from Luo Peak can also be integrated with sword vigor and talismans. Since you've already formed sword vigor, it's actually unnecessary. Jiang Yining smiled wryly, realizing that his future path seemed broad, but that was for later. Noticing his expression, Lin Kong added, "Follow me. I'll show you first." Soon, the two arrived at a stall. The vendor had placed a stack of golden yellow paper, palm-sized and cut into sword shapes, weighed down by pebbles. The paper sagged, fluttering in the breeze. The proprietor, a plump senior brother, was dozing off. Lin Kong called out, "Fatty Luo." "Ah, senior brother Lin. It's been a while. Are you heading down the mountain again? What sword talismans do you need?" Luo Fatsi, true to his name, was as rotund as a figure lacking a neck. And when he smiled, his eyes squinted into mere slits. It was evident that he was quite familiar with Lin Kong. Lin Kong gestured towards Jiang Yining, saying, "Take a look at my brother here." Luo Fatsi immediately turned his gaze to Jiang Yining, greeting him warmly. "May I ask your surname, esteemed senior? What type of sword talisman do you require? Since you are a friend of Senior Lin, I shall offer you the utmost discount." Jiang Yining chuckled, reciprocating the courtesy. "Senior Luo, my surname is Jiang, and I am in need of a talisman for escape." "Understood." Luo Fatsi adeptly selected a paper talisman. The Swift Wind Sword Talisman lasts for 10 breaths, covering 10 miles in that span. It can briefly elude a golden core cultivator. It costs 10 spirit stones each. "How many would you like, Brother Jiang?" Jiang Yining raised an eyebrow, mentally calculating. A single breath takes 2 to 3 seconds, so 10 breaths would equate to 30 seconds. Covering 10 miles in that time, which indeed surpassed his current sword control speed. The sword talismans were considerably cheaper than sword formations, and their efficacy appeared quite superior. Lin Kong seemed to discern Jiang Yining's thoughts and quietly explained, "Sword talismans differ from sword formations. They are consumables that are destroyed upon use." Jiang Yining nodded to indicate his understanding. The sword talisman perfectly suited his current situation. "Senior Luo, do you have talismans for attack and defense?" Luo Fatsi's eyes crinkled into slits again as he swiftly produced 2 talismans for introduction. The explosive sword talisman boasts power comparable to that of a 9th-layer foundation establishment cultivator, making it the strongest strike beneath the golden core. The mysterious shield sword talisman can barely withstand a blow from a golden core cultivator. Both of these talismans are 50 spirit stones each. Jiang Yining was somewhat astonished. Such impressive effects? He cast a questioning glance at Lin Kong. Sensing his confusion, Luo Fatsi immediately chimed in. "Ah, we are all brothers of King Yun. As a friend of Senior Lin, would I dare deceive you?" Lin Kong added. "It may seem an illusion that such power is inexpensive since sword talismans are consumables. If you use a dozen in a single battle, you'll understand. While sword formations are indeed several times, or even 10 times more expensive, they can be used over a long period." His explanation had the undertone of defending sword formations. Jiang Yining hesitated slightly, but soon reached a decision. "Senior Luo, I would like 1 explosive sword talisman, 1 mysterious shield sword talisman, and 3 swift wind sword talismans. Could you offer a discount for the total?" Luo Fatsi waved his hand with flair. "No problem. 110 spirit stones. Consider it an extra 2 swift wind sword talismans on the house." His eagerness caught Jiang Yining slightly off guard, prompting him to say, "Senior Luo, how about we make it an even 100? Luo Fatsi paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. "All right, 100 spirit stones it is. Let's consider this the beginning of our friendship. I look forward to your continued support for my business." Just like that, their camaraderie blossomed. Jiang Yining readily paid the spirit stones. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he took his leave. Lin Kong appeared to want to say something, but hesitated and ultimately remained silent. The gaze of the debt holder accompanied Jiang Yining as he prepared to mount his sword, prompting him to pat his chest reassuringly. Jiang Yining spent several hours at the Wanfa Pavilion. By the time he returned to Qingzhou Peak, it was nearly evening. He had gained a comprehensive understanding of sword talismans and sword formations. In essence, they were branches of spells and formations. Due to the characteristics of the Qingyun Wanjian gang, the predecessors of King Yun had spent years exploring and creating talismans and formations to adapt to the sword gang. Sword talismans and sword formations each had their merits and drawbacks. If he wished to learn the Qingyun Wanjian formation from Lion Peak based on the Qingyun Wanjian gang, or the Qingyun Wanjian talisman from Luo Peak, sword talismans were indeed the simpler choice. One merely needed to master a single sword talisman to integrate it with the sword gang. And once the myriad sword gangs were formed, one could unleash the myriad sword talismans. Take, for instance, the explosive sword talisman that Luo Fatsi had just sold. If one could achieve the Qingyun Wanjian talisman and unleash 100 swords simultaneously, one could effortlessly flatten 300 mountains. In contrast, a sword formation, utilizing the sword gang, would yield a power beyond comprehension. Theoretically, it would be vastly superior to the myriad sword talismans. Yet to this day, the master of Liyun Peak had only managed to create the 1,000 sword formation. Undoubtedly, under the condition of gathering an equivalent number of sword gangs, the appropriate sword formation, the Qingyun Wanjian formation would undoubtedly wield greater might. However, sword formations were not so easily manipulated to utilize all sword gangs effectively. Beneath 100 sword gangs, Jiang Yining had only encountered the 3-talent sword formation, 9-sword extreme yang formation, 36 thunderstorm sword formation, and 72 limitless sword formation at the Wanfa Pavilion. Currently, with 10 sword gangs, even if he mastered the 9-sword extreme yang formation, he could only utilize 9 sword gangs, leaving 1 vacant. Moreover, as the number of sword gangs increased, he would need to continuously learn new sword formations. In contrast, learning a single sword talisman could provide a lasting solution. Perhaps one must grasp both sides, balancing both sword formations and sword talismans. This idea ignited a fervor within Jiang Yining. He envisioned a future where he could dominate with a single sword. The mere thought exhilarated him, and he resolved to spend time practicing in the medicinal garden whenever he could. Chapter 12. The Celestial Master enters the city. Early the next morning, Jiang Yining sought out Feng Yukin. Master, I am descending the mountain to uphold justice, and, in the process, will find a few disciples for you. Please assist in tending to 2 ice mountain snow lotuses. They require fertilization every 6 hours, and I have detailed the dosage on this paper. He then produced a sheet of parchment. Feng Yukin reclined against the bed, engrossed in a novel. With an impatient wave of her hand, she said, "Just leave it on the table. Off you go." Jiang Yining could only smile wryly as he mounted his sword. Behind him, Feng Yukin called out, "Remember, don't go looking for sheep for the old folks this time." At Guangkai Peak, one of the venerable main peaks of the Qingyun 13 Peaks, responsibilities included managing the affairs between the Daking dynasty and the Qingyun sword sect, overseeing tens of thousands of outer disciples. Simultaneously, they would issue legitimate tasks for upholding justice. As Jiang Yining descended from the sword gang, he spotted a familiar face, Lin Kong. Upon seeing him, Lin Kong's expression shifted, and he immediately approached. "Junior brother Jiang, are you also descending to uphold justice?" "Are you too, Senior Lin?" Lin Kong glanced around. "Alone?" Jiang Yining nodded. Lin Kong promptly said, "Then let us go together." Jiang Yining hesitated. Although he had promised his master, he preferred to choose the simpler tasks. "Senior Lin, I'm not planning to take on anything too perilous. Fear not. My 3rd senior brother from Liyun Peak is at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. He is taking on a task to eliminate demons in Shueisho City. And there is currently a spot available in the team of 5. I will inform senior brother shortly." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yining felt relieved and quickly clasped his fists. "Thank you, Senior Lin." Lin Kong sighed. "I just don't want anything untoward to happen to you." His concern for Jiang Yining was palpable. Just then, 3 figures approached on flying swords. The lead figure had a square face and short hair, followed by a man and a woman. "Junior Lin, have you accepted the task?" "Senior Wang, I've accepted it." Lin Kong rushed over and whispered to Senior Wang. Jiang Yining noticed the trio glance in his direction. Then Lin Kong waved him over. "Junior Lin, it's all set." Jiang Yining promptly stepped forward. Lin Kong made a brief introduction. Jiang Yining quickly greeted each of them. "Greetings, Senior Wang. Greetings, Senior Son. Greetings, Senior Sisterly." He kept his demeanor humble, acknowledging that he had just begun his Foundation establishment journey, so addressing them as seniors was appropriate. Senior Wang and Senior Son merely nodded, while Senior Sisterly smiled warmly. "I just established my foundation. I hardly qualify as a senior. I am the sole disciple of Elder Feng from Qingzhou Peak, and Junior brother Jiang, you are quite renowned." Jiang Yining could only manage an awkward smile. Senior Wang, however, did not engage in pleasantries. "All right, let us depart." The group summoned their flying swords and soared into the sky. Only Jiang Yining condensed his sword gang, drawing their attention. Senior Wang remarked with mild surprise, "Junior brother Jiang has already mastered the Qingyun Wanjian gang." Jiang Yining quickly replied, "My innate talent for cultivation is lacking. It is all thanks to my master's guidance." Senior Sisterly chuckled, "Junior brother Jiang, it is said that Elder Feng cherishes the young and elderly alike. Indeed, he treats his disciples very well, which is truly enviable." Jiang Yining could only chuckle awkwardly. As he rode his sword down the mountain for the first time, he gazed down upon the entirety of Qingyun, with the surrounding mountains rushing past. Though they spoke of 3,000 mountains, there were perhaps only 1,000 peaks of significant size. Along the way, Lin Kong fell behind to accompany Jiang Yining, providing detailed introductions to the others. Li Shishi, a disciple of the giant sword peak, has an elder brother, Li Xia. The illustrious Wang Shixing, one of the top 10 disciples of the new generation of King Yun, is here to repay the kindness shown to her brother. Sun Shuatong, a third-layer foundation establishment cultivator, is the grandson of an elder from the flowing cloud peak. Jiang Yining inquired, Brother Lin, what about you? What layer of foundation establishment are you at? The fourth layer, Lin replied. Jiang Yining responded with an O, continuing to ask, how far is Shueisho City from King Yun? What exactly is our mission? 300 miles. Do you know that recently the Daliang dynasty was ravaged by the devouring heaven demon sect, resulting in the slaughter of 13 cities? Jiang Yining pondered for a moment and nodded, recalling that the latest issue of the Immortal Gate Star report prominently featured their master on the front page. Lin Kong continued. The entire Kunlun mountain was mobilized but found nothing. Now those demons are hiding everywhere. In Shueisho City, 21 people have tragically died, their blood completely drained. Likely at the hands of these fiends. Jiang Yining asked, do we have a clear target? This is my first time on a serious mission, so I don't hesitate to ask. Lin Kong suggested, first, we should inquire at the King Yun Pavilion in Shueisho City to see if there are any relevant clues. Jiang Yining, puzzled, asked, King Yun Pavilion? Lin Kong displayed a peculiar expression, slightly hesitant. Has junior brother Jiang never undertaken a task like this before? Jiang Yining awkwardly smiled. It was a difficult question to answer. He had participated, yet not fully, spending 20 years merely searching for sheep at the foot of King Yun's outer mountains. Lin Kong, seeing his discomfort, did not press further. Fortunately, we are going together. The King Yun Pavilion is the secular office of the Guangkai Peak, staffed entirely by outer disciples of King Yun. And almost every city in the Daking dynasty has one. Jiang Yining's eyes brightened at this revelation. King Yun is so closely intertwined with the secular world. Every city has a King Yun Pavilion. Having paid attention to the world below for 2 decades, he was aware of the connection between the Daking dynasty and King Yun, albeit only on the surface. Curiously, he asked, Brother Lin, why does King Yun value the secular world so highly? Lin Kong seemed to comprehend his junior's ignorance. Recognizing his singular focus on cultivation, he explained succinctly, the King Yun Sword sect and the Daking dynasty are interdependent, as are the 13 great dynasties of the Shenzhou and the immortal sects behind them. King Yun eradicates demons to protect Daking, ensuring stability and prosperity. Daking supports King Yun, spreading its immortal reputation, gathering public sentiment, and attracting talented disciples. Jiang Yining was even more perplexed. As one of the 10 great immortal sects, shouldn't they be inundated with eager recruits? Why is there a need for the dynasty's assistance? Lin Kong shook his head in disagreement. I have heard my master say that 3,000 years ago, the predecessor of Daking faced internal strife and disintegration, leading to rampant warfare. The 30,000 inner disciples of King Yun traveled far and wide to rescue the common people. Yet, faced with 100 billion civilians, their efforts were insufficient, resulting in the deaths and injuries of over half, causing King Yun to nearly fall out of the ranks of the 10 great immortal sects across several generations. He glanced at Jiang Yining, pausing briefly before continuing. Among ordinary people, those with spiritual roots for cultivation are as rare as 1 in a million, and gifted individuals are even scarcer. If talented individuals continue to diminish, it will spell crisis for the immortal sects. If King Yun fails to unite people's hearts, other sects may seize the opportunity. Perhaps, while traveling through Daking, someone could fortuitously discover a gifted cultivator and take them as a disciple. Thus, a significant responsibility rests upon the King Yun Pavilion. They must test spiritual roots and recruit disciples each year. Jiang Yining suddenly understood, reflecting on a popular saying from his previous life. In the 21st century, talent is the most valuable. He chuckled softly, musing, I never imagined that even the 10 great immortal sects would help ordinary people realize their dreams. Daking supports King Yun and spreads its immortal prestige, instilling a profound dream in the hearts of the Daking populace. If I can cultivate, I shall ascend to King Yun. What? You are one of the 10 great immortal sects of King Yun? Apologies, but I have never heard of it. As they conversed, they had unknowingly arrived at Shueisho City. Wang Shixing took the lead, descend. He shot forward but did not enter the city directly, instead landing above the city gate. 5 figures soared through the air on their swords, instantly captivating the attention of all those near the gate. Wang Shixing presented a token and waited calmly. It seemed someone atop the city wall used a mirror to inspect the 5, and soon a soldier respectfully shouted, King Yun Immortal Masters, please enter the city. Instantly, the crowd erupted in excitement. Immortal Masters, King Yun Immortal Masters. Heavens, more King Yun Immortal Masters have descended. Jiang Yining couldn't help but chuckle at the spectacle. Inside the city, merchants, travelers, and common folk of all kinds, from butchers to officials, looked up in awe. The group, led by Wang Shixing, glided low on their swords toward the King Yun Pavilion, becoming the center of attention. Jiang Yining instinctively puffed out his chest, then quietly asked Lin Kong, "Brother Lin, do all King Yun disciples make such a grand entrance when entering the city?" He glanced at Wang Shixing ahead, realizing that the entire city was now aware of their arrival, which was rather unnerving. Lin Kong chuckled and explained, "That's not the case. If one finds it too ostentatious, they can land outside the city early. But one cannot directly fly into the city. They must pass through the city gates. Each city possesses a mirror treasure refined by King Yun, somewhat akin to the Kunlun mirror, capable of identifying most demons and evil cultivators." Jiang Yining frowned, pondering the effectiveness of such measures. Could mere mortal soldiers truly capture demons? Before he could voice his thoughts, they had arrived at the King Yun Pavilion. It was a 3-story building, situated in a prime location within the city, surrounded by extraordinary hustle and bustle. Upon entering the first floor, before revealing their identities, they were already warmly greeted. However, Wang Shixing's demeanor was direct. An elderly man with white hair and a middle-aged man displayed utmost respect, clearly having received news from Guangkai Peak. Wang Shixing wasted no time on pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Please, tell us the specifics. A total of 21 people have been murdered, all young women of unblemished virtue, starting 3 nights ago. Each victim bore a horrific expression, as if they had encountered unimaginable terror," the elderly man explained swiftly. Wang Shixing, upon hearing this, asked directly, "Is the scene still preserved?" "The last 7 incidents have all been preserved intact, and guards have been stationed. Let us go take a look." The group traversed several courtyards until they reached the final body, which remained intact. They observed that, as the old man described, the victim's face was contorted in terror. Her pupils dilated. Her entire body was ghastly pale, devoid of any blood. Wang Shixing furrowed his brow. "There are no traces of blood at any of the crime scenes. Nor in other places?" The elderly man nodded emphatically. "Precisely for this reason, we hastily reported to the inner sect," Wang Shixing declared. "Such methods are undoubtedly the work of evil cultivators." Just then, 2 figures entered the courtyard, a burly man and a young scholar. "Old who? I have heard that the King Yun immortal masters have arrived?" inquired the burly man. The scholar directly greeted Wang Shixing and the others. "Greetings, esteemed immortal masters." His respect was evident, yet he maintained a dignified composure. The elderly man hastily introduced, "Esteemed masters, this is the demon-slaying officer from the Daking Loyalty Court." Wang Shixing acknowledged the 2 with a nod. "Can you trace any leads?" He seemed familiar with the Loyalty Court. The scholar replied with a bow. "We require the immortal master's assistance." Wang Shixing nodded and directly infused his vital energy into the scholar. Jiang Yining observed his seniors, realizing that he was the only one still puzzled. After a brief moment, the scholar opened his eyes and, with a fierce glare, exclaimed, "There should be traces of the deceased's blood here." To Jiang Yining's astonishment, the moment the scholar shouted, illusory traces of blood began to manifest on the deceased's body, then swiftly dispersed into the air. In a mere 3 breaths, the scholar gasped heavily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The burly man supported the scholar, staring in the direction the blood traces had fled, furrowing his brow as he contemplated. "Perhaps it leads to the Ning Tua Valley in the east," Wang Shixing stated. "My brothers and I will investigate." "How far is it?" The elderly man quickly replied, "About 50 miles to the east." Wang Shixing decisively soared into the air on his sword, with Jiang Yining and the others hastily following. Before departing, Jiang Yining glanced back at the scholar, quietly asking Lin Kong, "Brother Lin, what is the situation?" Lin Kong smiled, a man of great integrity, a scholar of the righteous path. He then proceeded to provide a swift explanation. Crowned as a sovereign, bestowed with the fate of the common folk, and inheriting the essence of the emperor of humanity, the ruler strides directly into the 8th realm, the source realm, practicing the path of the emperor. Jiang Yining was astonished. The monarch of a single day was, indeed, more formidable than his own master. Lin Kong, unperturbed by his thoughts, continued to elucidate. "The path of the emperor is dictated by destiny, impervious to subjugation, which is also the reason why the dynasty is not directly subordinate to the celestial sect. Once the monarch is established, the dynasty will give rise to individuals of exceptional spirit, like that scholarly figure and the blood python warrior, who are half cultivators, embodying a unique system of the emperor's path. Confronting ordinary minor demons and monsters, Qi practitioners are effortlessly capable. They can successfully encircle and annihilate foundation establishment cultivators. Within the army, formations composed of these spirit warriors can contend with golden core cultivators through sheer numbers, though the latter can easily retreat if they choose. Therefore, the dynasty is not devoid of martial power. At the very least, we must not overlook it." Jiang Yining silently pondered the terms spirit scholar and spirit warrior. realizing that the ability to discern demons at the city gates truly possessed the capability to slay them. The mundane world, it seemed, was far from ordinary. Not long after departing from Shueisho City, the group stumbled upon a valley, presumably the Ning Tuo Valley mentioned by the Han. Senior brother Wang led the way, soaring down on his sword. The valley was narrow and elongated, densely forested, with ferns flourishing in abundance. The group advanced cautiously. Everyone, tread carefully. Senior brother Wang is at the forefront. Jiang Yining instinctively circulated his energy to his eyes, sweeping over various weeds and wild plants. Soon, his gaze brightened as he spotted a growth. 63. Oh, golden cloud pomegranate. The others turned to Jiang Yining. He pointed to a half-meter-tall wild plant ahead, with 3 leaves encasing a fruit the size of an eyeball. I have a penchant for cultivating spiritual fields. I am familiar with this spiritual herb. Its leaves resemble clouds, and once the fruit matures, it turns golden, serving as one of the materials for refining the strengthening body and cultivating marrow pill. After 20 years of farming, he had not toiled in vain. Having seen nearly all types of spiritual herbs on the alchemy peak, he refrained from directly harvesting it. As he was still a guest of the group, senior brother Wang casually remarked, since junior brother Jiang excels in cultivating spiritual plants, then by all means, procure it. With his endorsement, no one objected, especially since a strengthening spiritual remedy held little allure for most cultivators. Jiang Yining, not one to be overly modest, jogged over, condensing his sword energy to unearth the golden cloud pomegranate and stow it in his virtual ring. Just as he stood up, senior brother Wang exclaimed, "Be cautious, snake demon." Jiang Yining looked up to see a 10-meter-long green python rearing its head amidst the vines, opening its gaping maw to strike at him. In a panic, he unleashed 10 streams of sword energy in rapid succession, retreating continuously. Regardless of whether the sword energy shattered, it dissipated voluntarily, only to be followed by another swift round. The snake demon was riddled with holes, twitching incessantly. Li Shishi's eyes widened. In 3 breaths, 3 rounds, 30 streams of sword energy, and Jiang Yining hadn't even exhaled once. Junior brother Jiang, have you just reached foundation establishment? The others gazed at him in astonishment. Jiang Yining retracted the swift wind sword talisman he had secretly drawn from his ring, explaining, "It is all thanks to my master's nurturing that I achieved perfect foundation establishment, hence my slightly more robust vital energy." Li Shishi wore an expression of envy mixed with jealousy. How fortunate to have a master who dotes on you. Even Sun Suitong gazed at Jiang Yining with inexplicable admiration. Perfect foundation establishment was often a privilege reserved for those with exceptional talent. Even though many disciples sought it forcibly, the overall success rate was merely 1 in 10. Lin Kong remarked pensively, "It seems that Elder Feng's reputation does not align with the rumors." Jiang Yining smiled and nodded. He could not tarnish his master's name. Senior brother Wang hesitated before saying, "Junior brother Jiang, when we encounter minor demons later, let sisterly take the lead while you all support her." He had accompanied her out of a sense of obligation to her brother. Chapter 14, Demon Cultivators. The group traversed the narrow valley for half an hour. Upon encountering a minor demon, per senior brother Wang's instructions, they allowed Li Shishi to strike first. A pig demon, the size of a cart, charged at them with its long tusks. Li Shishi's flying sword was unlike any other. Gripping a sword 8 fingers wide, she advanced with a fierce cry. Flash! The wide sword in her hand unleashed an illusory sword shadow that swelled with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a titanic sword reaching 10 lengths. The sword shadow descended upon the boar, crashing down with immense force. Thud! The ground trembled thrice, and the pig demon was left bloodied and mangled. The sword's shadow dissipated, and Li Shishi effortlessly hoisted the wide sword onto her shoulder. Turning back to the group with a smile, "How was that, brothers?" Jiang Yining glanced at Lin Kong, who returned the smile. This is indeed the combat style of the giant sword peak. Jiang Yining understood. While most disciples of King Yun played with flying swords like mages, those from Giant Sword Peak were skilled warriors in close combat. Onward, whenever minor demons appeared, they were crushed beneath Li Shishi's towering sword shadows. Gradually, the group entered the narrowest part of the canyon, just wide enough for 2 people to pass shoulder to shoulder. After cautiously proceeding for a quarter of an hour, they suddenly found themselves in a vast circular valley. Jiang Yining's first thought was, a lollipop? The canyon connected to the valley, resembling the shape of a lollipop. The group was still observing their surroundings when, unexpectedly, 2 flying swords shot through the air, hurtling towards them. Caution! Lin Kong struck his storage bag, and 3 flying swords emerged. These were not the wooden swords he typically sold, but rather flying sword artifacts. The swords formed a triangular formation before the group, erecting a massive triangular light barrier. Clang clang. The opposing swords collided with the barrier, producing a metallic clang. Then, The barrier shattered like glass. Senior Brother Wong bellowed. Which demon is this? Two figures emerged from the valley, clad in blood-red robes and black masks. Senior Brother Wong scoffed. So it is the devouring sky demon cult. Driven to flee by Kunlun Mountain, they dare to commit their misdeeds within the confines of King Yun. Though he spoke with disdain, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the side. Jiang Yining swiftly pointed his sword and executed a spell. Divine Thunder Sword Technique, Swift. His flying sword crackled with lightning and shot towards the shadow, followed by a thunderous explosion. Boom. Senior Brother Wong retracted his sword, but his expression grew grim. The shadow emerged unscathed, revealing a pitch-black skull. Heh, King Yun. Just a few juniors, and they dare to be arrogant. Lord Holy Demon. The two demon cultivators bowed respectfully to the newcomer. Holy Demon. The group stirred slightly. Without hesitation, Jiang Yining crushed the rescue pearl given by his master and gripped all the sword talismans tightly in his palm. He was aware of the basic hierarchy within the devouring sky demon cult. Ordinary members were ranked into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with the holy demon being the highest. Even the lowest yellow-level emissaries were at the golden core stage. Senior Brother Wong fixed his gaze on the enemy and then called out to the group, "Do not panic. He is injured. Otherwise, a single strike from a golden core would be beyond my capacity to withstand." The holy demon scoffed. "So what? Just a few small fish. All shall become souls beneath my skeleton." He conjured a hand seal and struck the skull, which swelled in the wind and lunged at the group, attempting to swallow them whole. Black mist emanated from its mouth, seemingly filled with countless malevolent spirits. Senior Brother Wong swiftly changed his hand seal, and from his storage bag, 36 flying swords emerged. The swords arranged themselves in an octagonal formation, resonating with each other, as if lightning were linking them. Flash! Senior Brother Wong waved his sword finger, and the 36 flying swords rushed towards the skull. Jiang Yining focused on the 36 thunderclap sword array. He had vaguely grasped its concept from the Hall of 10,000 Methods. Boom, boom, boom. The group felt the continuous thunderous roars, as if spring thunder were echoing in their ears. The skull was forced back by the sword array, and the malevolent spirits within seemed to be obliterated by the lightning, emitting chilling shrieks. Senior Brother Wong quickly declared, "My thunder sword technique complements the thunderclap sword array. Just right to counter him. Everyone, join in." The holy demon coldly chuckled. "Let us see how many times you can withstand this." He waved his hand, summoning another artifact, resembling a green leaf, which shot forth like a crescent moon towards Senior Brother Wong. Seeing this, Senior Brother Wong promptly rummaged through his storage bag, producing a golden bell. The bell swelled in the wind, enveloping the group within. Clang! The green crescent struck the golden bell, producing a resounding echo. The golden bell did not obstruct the group's view. They all summoned their flying swords to assist. As the two disciples witnessed the unfolding chaos, they promptly joined the fray. And in an instant, the air was filled with the dazzling flares of sword lights. Brother Wong formed a sword array against the skeletal foe, while the golden bell countered the verdant foliage. Though they were on the defensive, they managed to hold their ground against the Saint Demon Envoy with considerable effort. He barked, "You two handle the disciples first. Make it swift." With the protection of the golden bell, Lin Kong and his companions boldly directed their flying swords towards the disciples. Only Li Shishi appeared anxious, gripping her 8-finger-wide sword, as the golden bell constrained her combat style. The two disciples were formidable in their own right, effortlessly countering 3 with their combined might. Observing the situation, Lin Kong exhaled softly. "Jiang Shidi, hold them off. Sun Shidi, let us form the 3-talent sword array under my command." Jiang Yining poured forth his strength, unleashing 10 sword auras that surged forth in a relentless barrage. Disregarding any notion of exhaustion, Lin Kong deftly controlled 3 flying swords, their spiraling forms intertwining with Sun Switong's 3 swords, creating a mesmerizing display. With a flourish of his hand, Lin Kong directed the 6 spiraling swords, resembling venomous dragons, to pierce through the air. "Be cautious," warned Disciple A. But before he could finish, Disciple B's protective talisman shattered, cleaved in half. A hurried retreat ensued, yet the Saint Demon Envoy reprimanded, "Return and assist me." Unable to breach the golden bell's defenses, Disciple A redirected his flying sword towards Brother Wong's array, but Jiang Yining and the others complied with his wishes. The Saint Demon Envoy let out a derisive snort, heaven-swallowing sword technique. Disciple A hesitated momentarily before receiving another sharp rebuke. Only then did he slap his chest, expelling 3 mouthfuls of essence blood onto the flying sword, nearly causing him to falter. Once the sword absorbed the blood essence, it erupted in a surge of crimson light, charging towards Brother Wong's 36 Thunderbolt sword array. The array crackled ominously, dimming the surrounding lightning. The skeletal foe exhaled black smoke, and after a brief stalemate, it finally shattered the sword array before the smoke dissipated. It bit down on the golden bell. Fortunately, the bell held firm, but the skeletal adversary was relentless, gnashing its teeth with a grinding sound. Sun Suitong exclaimed urgently, "Brother Wang, can't the golden bell move with us? I can manage on my own," implicitly suggesting that Brother Wang could indeed flee. His complexion pale, he hesitated momentarily. "Do not worry. The enemy is still wounded and likely cannot breach my defenses. Quickly call for help." Jiang Yining gazed at the skeletal foe, silently calculating. "Master, please hurry, or I may be reduced to mere bones." The Saint Demon Envoy cackled maniacally. "Foolish little fish, you are rather arrogant. Do not fret. You shall soon learn the manner of your demise." He cast an eager glance aside. Jiang Yining instinctively focused his energy, spotting a progress bar beside the Saint Demon Envoy. Chapter 15, A Late Arrival. An eerie, grotesque flower, resembling a dark visage, had soaked the surrounding soil in blood. 82-83, growing at an astonishing rate. Jiang Yining's heart raced. He was certain that the Saint Demon Envoy was fixated on it. "Quickly, destroy that monstrous flower." The others followed Jiang Yining's gaze. The Saint Demon Envoy shifted a few steps to shield the flower, exclaiming, "Oh, you recognize it. But it matters not. The evil spirit ghost flower is nearing maturity, nurtured by the blood of a maiden in a state of utmost terror. You shall all be honored witnesses." His excitement grew, his smile stretching to his ears, exuding a sense of assured victory. "Destroy it." Brother Wang summoned his flying sword, and the others sprang into action. The Saint Demon Envoy remained unfazed, raising a black umbrella above his head, casting a dark veil. The flying sword struck the veil, but could not penetrate it. The Saint Demon Envoy's erratic nature began to surface. "You shall accept your fate." Brother Wang took a deep breath, altered his hand gestures, and unleashed the divine thunder sword technique once more. The flying sword surged with newfound vigor, lightning flashing with a resounding boom. Yet, the dark veil only rippled slightly. The Saint Demon Envoy scoffed. "Ha, still not giving up." Brother Wang gritted his teeth, ready to continue, but the golden bell trembled, prompting him to halt, as he was already at his limit. At that moment, Jiang Yining unleashed another 10-sword Aurus. The Saint Demon Envoy cackled. "Look at you, so-called righteous cultivators, struggling in vain." Before he could finish, his gaze suddenly sharpened. With a thunderous crash, a bursting sword talisman attached itself to the sword aura, living up to what Luo Pang had boasted. The most potent strike beneath the golden core stage sent shockwaves through the air, creating a considerable commotion. Though the dark veil remained unbroken, it forced the Saint Demon Envoy to stagger back several steps. This retreat revealed the evil spirit ghost flower, and without hesitation, Jiang Yining directed the ensuing sword aura to sever it at the root. "How dare you!" The Saint Demon Envoy bellowed furiously. But the evil spirit ghost flower had been entirely cleaved, and in Jiang Yining's eyes, its final growth halted at 96. "You bastards, you shall all die. I will ensure your souls are eternally tormented," he exclaimed, fervently commanding the skeletal foe to continue its assault while hurling the Qingyu at the golden bell, incessantly battering it. Jiang Yining immediately inquired, "Brother Wang, how long can it hold?" Brother Wang's expression darkened. "At most half a quarter." Jiang Yining felt a wave of relief wash over him. That was sufficient, no need for more. He exchanged a glance, uncertain if the other understood. His master should be en route. Unless he has drunk too much? Jiang Yining thought, suddenly feeling anxious again. Sun Suitong, observing the skeletal foe's relentless attacks on the golden bell, suddenly shouted, "My grandfather will arrive shortly. If you do not flee, you are merely waiting for death." Humph. The Saint Demon Envoy paid him no heed. Jiang Yining remained speechless. Clearly, Sun Shidi's panic revealed his true feelings. The golden bell could withstand for a time, and if a powerful ally from King Yun were to arrive, silence was paramount to prevent their escape, just as he had. Li Shishi fell silent for a moment before raising her great sword. "Brother Wang, you must flee. You can still seek revenge for us in the future." Brother Wang glanced at her, then at Jiang Yining. "No need. You are Sister Li's sibling. Even if I must sacrifice myself to hold them off, I will ensure your escape." Jiang Yining inwardly sighed, appreciating Brother Wang's emotional intelligence. He had evidently deciphered his gaze. Just as the Saint Demon Envoy continued to sneer, a distant phoenix cry echoed from the horizon. Jiang Yining finally broke into an unrestrained smile. His master had arrived. The demon cultivator disintegrated into ash, making a final contribution to nature. Feng Yukin, reeking of alcohol, mocked. "Oh, you nearly got yourself killed while engaged in your righteous endeavors." Jiang Yining quickly offered a smile. Indeed, its fortunate master arrived just in time. Yet he added silently, "As long as you aren't drunk." After Brother Wang and the others greeted Feng Yukin, They awkwardly stood to the side. Only Li Shishi kept stealing glances at the unconventional, down-to-earth senior, even contemplating approaching him. Feng Yukin uncorked a gourd and took a hearty swig, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Yining. Care to return to the mountain with me? Jiang Yining hesitated momentarily. No, I haven't yet chosen a disciple for master. Very well, Feng Yukin said without further ado, soaring into the sky. Wow, that was so straightforward. Jiang Yining quickly called out. Hey, master, my rescue talisman is gone. Could you grant me another? However, Feng Yukin did not linger. Her voice echoed back, it's gone. I will forge another for you later. She arrived swiftly and departed even faster. Once Feng Yukin left, Li Shishi exclaimed excitedly, Jiang Shidi. I didn't expect Senior Feng to be so kind to you, even expending divine intent to forge a sensing pearl for you. Something even Brother Sun's grandfather didn't prepare for him. Jiang Yining glanced at Brother Sun, who remained silent, eliciting a knowing smile. Thus, it seemed Master was indeed good to him. For a moment, it felt rather heartwarming in Shueisha City, at King Yun Pavilion. Jiang Yining and the others turned in the masks of the 3 demon cultivators to King Yun Pavilion. This was specifically left behind by Feng Yukin. Brother Wang spoke. The 3 leaders of the heaven-swallowing demon sect have been brought to justice. As he spoke, everyone produced their life jade tokens for old Huda record. Jiang Yining understood that the life jade token was akin to a King Yun identification card. All disciples, upon joining King Yun, would have a drop of their blood refined into one. When King Yun Pavilion transmitted the mission results back to Guanjia Peak, the disciples could claim their rewards based on their identity. Outside the city, at the moment of parting, Brother Wang remarked, Junior Brother Jiang, I owe you my gratitude this time. Should you ever require assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out. Jiang Yining hurriedly replied, Brother, you overstate my contribution. It was you who led everyone to complete the task. Brother Wang waved his hand dismissively. No need for further words. If you need anything, just approach me. Jiang Yining mused silently to himself, how different high emotional intelligence can be. Li Shishi chimed in with a smile, Brother Jiang. Do come visit me at Giant Sword Peak sometime, or perhaps I could visit you at Kingzhou Peak. What do you say? Jiang Yining could only smile helplessly and replied. Of course, you are almost welcome at Kingzhou Peak anytime. After a round of pleasantries, the group took to their swords, yet Lin Kong lingered behind. Brother Wang, you all head back first. I wish to return to the mundane world for a brief visit. Brother Wang nodded and departed on his sword. Jiang Yining gazed at Lin Kong, pondering how difficult it was to discern the age of cultivators. He had not realized Lin still had family in the mortal realm. Or perhaps, a hidden beauty in a gilded cage? Jiang Yining's curiosity piqued. Brother Lin, may I ask your age? According to the mortal reckoning, he must be nearing 40. Jiang Yining exclaimed. Then you are indeed a true elder brother. Lin Kong smirked slightly. Cultivators are ageless. With the golden core, one can live for 800 years. Even if I wait another 60 years to form my core, I shall still be a youthful dragon or tiger. To this, Jiang Yining could not refute. This was precisely what he sought. Immortality. The nascent soul could live for 3,000 years, while the divine intent could remain ageless for 8,000. By the way, where is your family residence in the mortal realm? Lin Kong countered directly. Shall we go together? Jiang Yining was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recovered, patting his chest. Rest assured, Brother Lin, there will be no issues with spirit stones. Having a fellow brother along is certainly preferable for added safety. Jiang Yining eagerly added, Excellent. We shall go together. I need to seek disciples in that city as well. Lin Kong replied, Junior Brother Jiang, as a cultivator seeking worthy disciples, you cannot just go to a city. The King Yun Pavilion conducts long-term assessments, and those capable of cultivation near cities have long been recruited. Those of lesser talent have become outer disciples. Jiang Yining frowned, having forgotten this detail. Lin Kong continued, to find disciples, one must venture to remote mountain villages, where the paths are treacherous and information is scarce. Perhaps we might discover a promising talent. Jiang Yining contemplated this and smiled. Talent is not the most crucial aspect. The ability to cultivate is what matters. The key is to have a few junior brothers or sisters. I too am of mixed spiritual roots. At worst, I can share some spirit herbs with them later. As long as they uphold righteousness, I can continue my search for game without neglecting my farming. Lin Kong regarded Jiang Yining, hesitating for a moment before cautiously proposing, Junior Brother Jiang, if that is the case, I have a younger brother who could assist. Rest assured, he possesses a spiritual root. Although his talent is ordinary, I have always wished for him to join the inner sect. Yet, he has yet to become an outer disciple of King Yun. Jiang Yining raised an eyebrow, finding this advantageous. However, he still inquired, how old is he? What is his character like? He did not wish to recruit a troublemaker who might disrupt the tranquility of Kingzhou Peak. He is just over 14. and his disposition is quite simple. Shall I introduce you to him? If he proves to be suitable, do not worry about spirit stones. Should you require a sword formation in the future, simply reach out to me, and I shall never refuse. Lin Kong spoke earnestly, hoping for a companion on the path of immortality. Otherwise, living for hundreds or thousands of years without attachments would be rather desolate. If family members lack spiritual roots, that is one matter. Since he has one, efforts must be made. Very well, as long as his character is sound, that is agreeable. But speaking of which, how can there be such a disparity in your ages? Lin Kong explained, after I entered King Yun, my parents lost hope and had another child, a late life blessing. Jiang Yining was taken aback. Then he too entered King Yun? Does that not mean your father must continue to toil for his life? Lin Kong chuckled awkwardly. Junior brother, you misunderstand. They are advanced in years. I spend much time descending the mountain to accompany them in their twilight years. As they prepared to depart, Lin Kong retrieved 3 golden rings from his storage bag and handed them to Jiang Yining. What is the meaning of this? Jiang Yining inquired, perplexed. Lin Kong explained, these are ordinary rings. You should wear them all. It would be unwise otherwise, as any discerning observer would immediately deduce that you possess a sumi ring. And our cultivation levels are not high. After glancing at Jiang Yining's palm, he continued, sumi rings are typically only affordable to those above the golden core level. Jiang Yining nodded, slipping the rings onto his fingers, instantly adopting an air of newfound wealth. It must be said, this should reduce the suspicions of any ill-intentioned individuals. Merely a storage ring, yet coveted? And the storage bags start from 30,000 spirit stones. With just one sentence, Lin Kong silenced Jiang Yining. He continued, storage bags are limited by material and are unstable. During combat, they require attention to protect, or else they could burst open, scattering their contents everywhere. A vivid image of a certain game flashed in Jiang Yining's mind, an experience that seemed all too familiar. Indeed, having a senior brother accompany him proved invaluable. At the same time, Jiang Yining made a note of this in his contributions to his master. By the way, how do you carry so many golden rings with you? Lin Kong replied, my family business is in Shanzhou, over 300 miles from Shushao City. Thankfully, the direction has changed, and it is within 500 miles of King Yun. The two took to their swords, traversing mountains and valleys. Whenever they encountered a village, they would take a look, yet there were no rewards to be found. Haishan Village. This was the 8th small village they had passed through, nestled amidst the mountains, accessible only by a thorny path leading out, over 50 miles from the nearest town. The village comprised merely 8 or 9 households. A small girl was playing in the grass. As Jiang Yining and Lin Kong descended on their swords, she immediately scrambled to her feet in astonishment. Mother, mother, there are immortals, she exclaimed. Uncle, little uncle, I saw flying immortals. The two exchanged smiles and slowly followed the child. Before long, several men, old farmers and women, surrounded them. Jiang Yining gathered 10 sword auras and performed a display before the villagers. This was experience. Showing off was far more effective than lengthy explanations. Sure enough, the elder with white hair dropped to his knees. Immortal. It truly is an immortal. This prompted the others to kneel in fear. Jiang Yining released a surge of true qi to lift them all. The elder bowed his head, unable to meet their gaze, trembling as he spoke. This humble farmer dares to ask, noble immortals, what brings you here? I fear my hospitality may fall short. Jiang Yining smiled. Old man, there is no need for alarm. I merely saw the little girl and wished to ascertain her potential for immortality. The elder's lips began to tremble, his voice brimming with excitement as he exclaimed, 2 immortals. Please this way. He hurriedly instructed his brother to fetch the girl's father. The two were treated like the sun and moon. Arriving at the gate of the courtyard where the girl had entered, however, upon peering through, they found the main door tightly shut. The elder urgently shouted, Child's mother, quickly open the door. There are immortals. After calling twice without response, he prepared to enter and knock, but Lin Kong stopped him. Elder, please wait outside. We shall enter ourselves. Yes, this humble farmer is foolish. Immortals, please. Following this, Lin Kong cautiously gestured, and the two entered the small courtyard. Closing the door behind them, Jiang Yining whispered in confusion, there is an aura of Yin here. Are there any spirits? Is it that girl? He asked repeatedly. Lin Kong shook his head uncertainly, then retrieved 4 wooden swords from his storage bag, tossing them into the air. 2 flew towards the back of the house, and 2 returned to the courtyard, instantly enveloping the entire small yard in a luminous barrier. Reveal yourselves. Both men proceeded with caution, exchanging glances before Lin Kong shouted again. If you do not show yourselves, I shall burn this house down. Still, there was no response from within. Lin Kong clapped his storage bag, and 3 magical flying swords emerged, hovering before them. Let us investigate. Jiang Yining hesitated. quickly gathering his sword aura while simultaneously clutching the swift wind sword talisman and mystic shield sword talisman in his palm. Seeing this, Lin Kong reassured him. There is no need for concern. It should not pose a significant threat. With that, he took the lead and pushed open the main door. A chilling aura immediately greeted them, and an inexplicable darkness pervaded the room. As soon as they entered, the door behind them slammed shut. Startled, they turned to see a red shadow rushing toward them. Lin Kong snorted coldly, and the three talents' sword formation instantly took shape. The red shadow collided with it, emitting a sizzling sound and producing a plume of white smoke. Jiang Yining's sword aura swiftly followed, slicing through the red shadow, causing it to scream in agony and plead for mercy. It was a female ghost. Two celestial beings stood before her, yet the young woman had not harmed anyone. She pleaded for mercy, kneeling on the ground, appearing to be in the bloom of youth, adorned in a radiant red gown, her attire resembling that of a wedding dress. The ghostly woman clutched her shoulder, a pained expression on her face, evidently wounded by the sword's energy. Jiang Yining barked, "Where's the child?" The sword's energy drew closer. The woman hurriedly lamented, "The child is innocent, and I have not harmed anyone. Celestial beings, please spare us." Jiang Yining exchanged a glance with Lin Kong, both unconvinced. "Take us to her." The woman continued to implore. Jiang Yining thundered once more, "Hurry. Otherwise, I will shatter your soul, and we shall find her ourselves." Finally, the woman fell silent, tears unshed, and reluctantly led the two men into a side chamber. There, a little girl lay in peaceful slumber. Jiang Yining quickly infused her with a surge of vital energy. The girl's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, appearing slightly dazed. After glancing at Jiang Yining and Lin Kong, she suddenly began to dance with joy. "Celestial beings. Mother, they are celestial beings, and they can cure your strange illness," she excitedly exclaimed to her mother. Could they truly be mother and daughter? Jiang Yining looked quizzically at Lin Kong before retracting the sword's energy. The woman knelt again. "Celestial beings, I never intended to harm anyone, and my little one was unaware of my plight. She only acted out of desperation to protect us." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. The little girl, perceptive beyond her years, immediately knelt down. "Celestial beings, please save us. I'm begging you for my mother. She suffers from a strange illness. She did not mean to frighten you. Look, I can barely hold on to her." Her tiny hands passed through the ghostly form of her mother, desperately trying to validate her words. Jiang Yining, unable to suppress a smile, knelt down to assist her. "Little one, how old are you?" "6. What is your name?" "Xianxiaaudiobooks." Their exchange was lively and engaging. Jiang Yining, as if by magic, suddenly produced a palm-sized orb, captivating the little girl's attention. "Xiaoa, if you wish to help your mother, first play a game with your elder brother. Place your hand on this orb." He intended to test the girl's celestial potential. If she were deemed worthy to be his disciple, perhaps the ghostly mother could be cared for. If not, as long as she had not harmed anyone, he would gladly refrain from interfering further. "Elder brother, if we play a game, can you really cure my mother?" Xiaoa asked eagerly, placing her hands on the orb. Jiang Yining immediately channeled his vital energy, and the orb emitted a soft purple glow. She truly possessed celestial roots. Initially, he had harbored little hope. The orb was divided into 4 colors: white, yellow, purple, and gold. He himself had been the least gifted, marked by the color white. Lin Kong chuckled. "Congratulations, junior brother. You have indeed found a remarkable talent." Jiang Yining smiled as well. This journey down the mountain had not been in vain. Should Lin Kong's brother join them, Kingzu Peak would gain 2 new disciples. "Xiaoa, if you wish to cure your mother's affliction, you must learn the necessary skills. Would you like to follow your elder brother and learn the ways of the celestial beings?" "Yes, I want to help my mother." The little girl spoke with utmost sincerity. The ghostly mother, now fully aware, repeatedly expressed her gratitude to the 2 celestial beings. Her deepest concern had always been for her daughter, and now, her child had been chosen by the celestial beings as a disciple. "Thank you, celestial masters, thank you." Jiang Yining lifted her gently with his vital energy, his demeanor softening. "Do you know of King Yin?" The ghostly mother shook her head in confusion. "The 10 great celestial sects, King Yin, sword sect." The ghostly woman continued to shake her head. "Celestial masters, I have only heard tales of celestial beings. I do not know where you reside." After saying this, she glanced at them with a hint of apprehension. Lin Kong frowned. "Then how did you cultivate the ghostly path?" Jiang Yining also scrutinized her intently. The ghostly woman grew anxious. "I truly do not know. I awoke among the flowers, and I have no other recollection." She earnestly explained, "Those flowers are in the backyard. Whenever I feel fatigued, I would rest beside them. And upon awakening, I felt rejuvenated." The 2 men exchanged puzzled glances and requested the ghostly mother to lead the way. Upon entering the backyard, she pointed to a flower. "This one, I adored flowers in life, and my husband would often gather wildflowers from the mountains and plant them here. The flower she indicated was a tricolored bloom, with red petals edged in black and a dark silver stamen. Without a closer inspection, one might assume the edges of the petals were simply decaying. Lin Kong furrowed his brow, but it exudes a distinctly pure, ghostly energy. Does your elder brother not recognize it? Jiang Yining focused his energy, discerning its nature. 3. It was indeed a naturally born spiritual entity. In the front yard, the two men refrained from disturbing the tricolored flower, acknowledging the mother's attachment to it. They decided to return to the mountain and further investigate before reaching a conclusion. Lin Kong dispelled the sword formation, and suddenly, a lean man burst through the courtyard door. What have you done to my wife? He paid no heed to the two celestial beings and rushed into the main hall. Dagong, do not offend the celestial beings. An elderly man, supported by a cane, followed closely behind, and upon seeing Jiang Yining and Lin Kong, he bowed respectfully. Villagers were gathered at the courtyard, eagerly eyeing the celestial beings. The old man glanced at the main hall, appearing flustered. Where are the children? Jiang Yining chuckled. Do not fret, elder. Let them come out on their own. The old man quieted down. After a brief moment, the lean man, the ghostly woman, and little Xiaoa finally emerged before the crowd. The man seemed to have grasped the situation and expressed his gratitude to Jiang Yining and Lin Kong. Jiang Yining gestured to Zhang Xiaoa. Bid farewell to your parents and come with your elder brother. The old man reacted swiftly, his face lit with excitement. Heaven bless us. The Zhang family is to have a celestial being. The villagers at the gate erupted in chatter. Xiaoa's mother, why are you still lingering in the hall? Hurry out to send off the celestial beings. After the initial excitement, the old man noticed the celestial beings were preparing to depart with the child and waved towards the house, only to pause in surprise. Wife, why are you still wearing your wedding dress? Have you returned to your youth? He seemed taken aback, taking a few steps forward, only to stumble back in shock. The villagers noticed and gasped in alarm. Celestial being, she is truly a ghost. My sister-in-law has turned into a ghost. Fortunately, with the celestial beings present, they did not flee in panic. The lean man hurried to support the old man, explaining to the crowd, Father, elder brother, second brother, it is not what you think. Xiaoa has not harmed anyone. Jiang Yining, unable to contain himself, clarified as a celestial being, fear not, everyone. Xiaoa possesses celestial potential, and her mother will not harm anyone. After all, he would need to rely on his disciple in the future. Having said this, he turned to Lin Kong. Lin Kong immediately gathered his energy and cast a blue sword mark, sending it into the ghostly mother's body. It is settled, this is yours. The King Yun sword mark, in simple terms, serves as a certification for the spirits and ghosts willing to cultivate peacefully within the King Yun domain. Other sects would also acknowledge their allegiance to King Yun upon encountering it. The disciple who grants the sword mark must report to Guangxia Peak afterward. If any of the marked spirits or ghosts commit misdeeds, the one who authorized the sword mark is held accountable, particularly for those spirits and ghosts dwelling among mortals. Guangxia Peak arranges for the nearest King Yun pavilion to conduct periodic visits. Naturally, Jiang Yining would not authorize the sword mark himself, hence allowing Lin Kong to perform the procedure. These were all matters he had discussed in detail with Lin Kong moments ago. With everything settled, Jiang Yining addressed the crowd. Xiaoa will accompany me to King Yun. Upon finishing, he conjured a sword energy and beckoned for Xiaoa to step upon it. Celestial being, can Xiaoa come back? Once you have cultivated your skills, you shall certainly return. Jiang Yining did not specify a time frame. The little girl, with tear-filled eyes, remained resolute. Father, mother, do not worry. I will learn the skills and return soon to cure my mother. As Jiang Yining prepared to ascend, he looked back at the ghostly mother and reminded her. The world is filled with malevolent spirits. Do not let yourself be easily scattered. It is best to remain at home and avoid venturing out. Since you have been granted the King Yun sword mark, should you encounter trouble, seek assistance from the nearest city and the King Yun pavilion. The young woman committed this to memory, promising to heed the celestial master's words. The ghostly mother bowed once more. Jiang Yining then turned to Xiaoa's father. The paths of the living and the dead are distinct. You must exercise restraint, or you may not survive beyond 3 years. The slender man's complexion suddenly flushed a deep crimson, his hands and feet fidgeting restlessly. Master Xian, I entrust this to you, he exclaimed, hastily kneeling to bow. Jiang Yining, no longer lingering, glanced at Lin Kong, raised his sword, and ascended with the little girl, bidding farewell to her parents below. The villagers remained, gazing after them longingly as they continued their journey to Shanzhou. Along the way, Jiang Yining, with the little girl in tow, had to continuously use his true energy to protect her. Their flight was not swift. Initially feeling somewhat melancholic at leaving home, the little girl quickly became enthusiastic upon experiencing the thrill of flight. They passed through 6 or 7 small villages without discovering any signs of celestial roots. As the sun dipped low in the west, they finally arrived at Shanzhou City. From a distance, they descended and then queued to enter the city. Inside the city, before a splendid flower tower, the corridor outside was adorned with enchanting women, dressed in vibrant hues of green and red, who occasionally tossed silk handkerchiefs into the crowd. 2 young men and a young girl stood there for some time. "Brother Xian, the sisters here are so beautiful," the little girl exclaimed. "I've told you several times. You must call me Master Brother from now on, or I shall not teach you any skills." "All right, Master Brother." Jiang Yining shook his head helplessly and turned to Lin Kong. "Is this the residence of Brother Lin? Did you specifically come to Shanzhou for a romantic interest?" Lin Kong awkwardly replied, "No, my parents are getting on in years and are constantly worrying about my lifelong affairs, so I hired someone to return and play act. It's merely a benevolent lie." He sighed again. A mother worries for her son's journey, even when he embarks on the path of immortality. Jiang Yining expressed his skepticism. "Let us not change the subject. Finding a senior sister or junior sister to play the part would suffice." Lin Kong responded, "These are all fine young women, and they speak charmingly. They can easily amuse the elders." Jiang Yining waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it, Brother Lin. Be swift in your return. We shall not keep you waiting long." Lin Kong reached into his storage bag and produced 4 golden rings, identical to the one he had previously given to Jiang Yining. "Junior brother, return one to me. I'm running short." Jiang Yining inquired, "What is the purpose of these golden rings?" He pondered how Lin Kong could carry mundane gold that held no value for cultivators. However, they are distributed in sets of 5. For commoners, it is indeed a small fortune. Before long, Lin Kong returned with his charming companion. The two appeared quite intimate as they approached Jiang Yining. Lin Kong introduced, "Qing'er, this is junior brother Jiang and his little junior sister. This is Miss Qing'er." The woman greeted Jiang Yining, "Greetings, immortal master." Jiang Yining merely nodded in acknowledgement. The woman seemed unfazed by the so-called Qingyun immortal master, perhaps due to her familiarity with someone of high standing, rendering her indifferent. She continued in a soft, mellifluous tone, "Lin Lang, I have many good sisters. Would you like me to help immortal master Jiang find one as well?" Jiang Yining glanced at Lin Kong, silently scoffing at the absurdity of calling this a mere act. The identity of a disciple of Qingyun was laid bare, and considering he was already a Qingyun immortal master, why would one need to spend money? Shouldn't he, the fine young women, be the ones to take the initiative? Had he been mistaken in thinking Lin Kong was seasoned in the ways of the world? The little girl chimed in, "Sister, you are so beautiful." The woman smiled radiantly, "Little immortal master, you are even more beautiful than I." Lin Kong was not wrong. The fine young women indeed spoke delightfully and knew how to flatter, even charming children. Chapter 18. Returning to the Mountain. The Immortal Master's Residence. Such residences are not uncommon in the Qing dynasty. Firstly, they are established by the relatives of certain Qingyun disciples who remain in the mortal realm. Secondly, some disciples, realizing their talents may not suffice for breakthrough, choose to lower their status to outer disciples, returning to the mundane world to build their own businesses. These establishments are all dubbed Immortal Master Residences. Of course, they are generally occupied by those below the Golden Core stage. Even upon returning to the mundane world, one must return when called by their sect, for Qingyun has nurtured them. Thus, in certain cities, Qingyun immortal masters are more frequently encountered, unlike in Shueisha City, where they are highly sought after. The Lin residence belongs to the first category of immortal master residences. As Lin Kong returned home, the immortal master's residence was bustling with visitors, yet all were turned away by the Lin family. Jiang Yining relished the peace and refrained from mentioning his intention to take on disciples immediately. Instead, he quietly observed Lin Kong's younger brother, Lin Yuan. After staying at the Lin residence for 2 nights, it became evident, as Lin Kong had claimed, he seemed quite simple-hearted. Although Jiang Yining believed he could not fully judge a person's character in a short time, he could discern some of Lin Yuan's nature. Lin Yuan appeared rather boisterous, not resembling someone with deep schemes. After confirming his impressions with Lin Kong quickly explained the situation to his family. The next morning, the 4 of them prepared to return to Qingyun. Before the flower tower, Jiang Yining pressed a hand to his forehead, unable to bear the sight. Qing'er covered her face. On the verge of tears, "Lin Lang, you are already an immortal master. I fear I cannot accompany you for long, alas." The maiden appeared delicate and pitiful. Jiang Yining felt a twinge of pain, realizing the underlying plea for a celestial connection in her words. Lin Kong seemed reluctant to leave. "Miss Qing'er, take care." He gritted his teeth and turned away, leaving the lovely girl behind, tearful and forlorn. Jiang Yining hurried to catch up. Once they were far enough away, he whispered, "Brother Lin, remember, there is a distinction between mortals and immortals. Do not take it too seriously." Lin Kong forced a smile. I know. Which is why I always insist on giving some gold, to avoid entanglements. Jiang Yining replied. Some matters may not be within your control. Although Jiang Yining lacked experience. In his previous life on Blue Star, he had witnessed an explosion of information and had consumed more gossip than Lin Kong had wielded swords. Should the Immortal Gate's Star Bulletin release an issue titled, King Yun Immortal Master Encounters a Coy Songstress, it would undoubtedly become a sensation. Jiang Yining couldn't help but chuckle, shaking off those thoughts. He glanced at his younger brother and sister, then leaned closer to Lin Kong, quietly asking, Brother Lin, did you give her your first sword? Lin Kong was momentarily taken aback before quickly realizing, his expression turning a deep shade of red, without him needing to elaborate. Jiang Yining understood. The little girl, curious, asked, Master brother, what are you two discussing? By noon, on the outskirts of the 3,000 Great Mountains, the two soared on their swords, each accompanied by a child. Brother Lin, let us descend and rest a while. Jiang Yining called out, leading the little girl down to a nearby village. Lin Kong hurriedly followed suit. Upon landing, both were slightly breathless. The journey had indeed taken its toll, especially as they needed to continually channel true energy to protect the two children. Junior brother Jiang, do you intend to seek a disciple on behalf of the master? Jiang Yining shook his head, about to respond, when 3 or 5 children came running over. Brother Jiang, you're back again? Jiang Yining flashed an exaggerated smile. Chubby lad. Still a crybaby? Little monkey, it's been a year since I last saw you. Time for your parents to find you a wife. Lin Kong was taken aback, surprised at Jiang Yining's familiarity with the small village. Junior brother, are you from the village? Jiang Yining shook his head. No, it's close to King Yun. I've come down a few times in past years. Lin Kong was puzzled. How could you be so familiar after just a few visits? Yet he didn't press further as they entered the village. Upon entering, the atmosphere was even more lively. The villagers seemed to recognize Jiang Yining, greeting him warmly. Young Jiang, back to find sheep again. Don't worry, we haven't lost any in years. Upon hearing this, the villagers began to discuss preparations for a feast. As Jiang Yining had arrived, planning to roast a few whole sheep, Lin Kong soon realized that sheep were abundant in the village, which seemed to thrive on sheep farming. During the day, Lin Kong watched as Jiang Yining joyfully interacted with the enthusiastic villagers, singing and dancing, with the two children blending seamlessly into the festivities. The little girl, especially, was running about with a large piece of mutton, playing chase with her village companions around the bonfire. Later, Jiang Yining began to offer massages to the villagers, channeling true energy, particularly for the elderly or those with injuries. As the sun set gently, the 4 of them once again took to the skies towards King Yun. Lin Kong couldn't help but ask, Junior brother Jiang, you don't seem like someone who has only visited a few times. Jiang Yining smiled quietly, withholding his words. At Kingzu Peak, in the small bamboo courtyard. Master, I'm back. Feng Yukin opened the wooden door and stretched lazily. What is all this commotion about? Did you bring back a disciple? Jiang Yining, after finishing his words, hurriedly stepped forward and whispered, Master, as the future chief disciple of Kingzu Peak, could you please maintain a semblance of dignity before my junior brothers and sisters? Feng Yukin merely snorted in response. Jiang Yining quickly added, Master, I have found a promising candidate this time. The spirit root test revealed a purple one. Feng Yukin responded with a simple, oh, then you must strive hard in the future, as they will depend on you. Jiang Yining swiftly turned around and introduced the 2 youngsters. Master, this is Lin Yuan, aged 14, and Zhang Xiaoa, aged 6. Xiaoa possesses a purple spirit root. Please greet our master. Master. Master is so beautiful, even more so than Sister Qinger, whom I met down the mountain, remarked the little girl. Jiang Yining smiled awkwardly, while Feng Yukin merely acknowledged with a faint hum. Let your senior brother teach you first. Should you have any matters, you may seek him out. I shall take a stroll. With that, she walked away, hands clasped behind her back, leaving the 3 of them in a state of disarray in the wind. The little girl, feeling somewhat aggrieved, asked, Senior brother, does master not like us? Lin Yuan scratched his head in confusion. Jiang Yining offered a bitter smile. Don't overthink it. Master has always been like this. In 20 years, she has only taught me the King Yun Chi cultivation method. From now on, anything you need, you must strive for on your own. Remember, the first lesson in cultivating immortality from your senior brother, one must contend against heaven, against earth, against others, for wealth, for treasures, for methods, for fates, for the Tao. Surprisingly, he found reciting Master's admonishments quite invigorating. Could it be that he had a penchant for teaching? Have you remembered? He asked. The 2 youngsters nodded eagerly. Rest assured, on the path of immortality, your senior brother will assist you as much as possible. Always remember to heed his words and communicate loudly with him. Understood? Senior brother understood. Jiang Yining smiled, realizing he might soon be quite busy. You all stay in the courtyard for now. I shall build you 2 little wooden houses. There were plenty of large trees in the mountains. Jiang Yining flew back and forth on his sword, working tirelessly until late into the night, ultimately constructing 2 small wooden houses opposite the spirit field. At once, the entire courtyard seemed to have doubled in size. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he thought, fortunately, I learned the King Yun 10,000 sword gale. Tonight, I will make do with my senior brother's bedding. Tomorrow, I will prepare new ones for you. This will be our home in King Yun. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to tell your senior brother. He had indeed taken on the responsibilities of a senior brother. Chapter 19, The Withering Spirit Field. The next day, Jiang Yining provided each of the youngsters with a bottle of qi cultivation pills. He spent some time guiding the little girl in her practice, while Lin Yuan did not require much guidance as Lin Kong had secretly taught him beforehand. Once the two fell into a meditative state, Jiang Yining finally had the opportunity to inspect his spirit field. To his delight, Master had not been idle. 2 ice mountain snow lotuses were flourishing splendidly. After descending the mountain for 3 days, the faster-growing one had already reached a growth level of 63 years, while the slower one had just entered the decade mark at a mere 1 year. The Baixia 3 flowers in the spirit field showed no changes, prompting Jiang Yining to meticulously harvest them all at once. He then took out the golden cloud pomegranate he had collected from the valley and planted it as well. After completing these tasks, he headed to Old Wu's spirit field. However, the results shocked Jiang Yining. The white moonbone flower had completely withered. He quickly focused his energy, hoping to see if there was any chance of rescue. Surveying the area, he found that all the spirit plants had died beyond recovery, with not a single one showing any sign of growth. Suddenly, he heard a soft gasp. In the center of the spirit field, there was a one. Jiang Yining dashed over, digging through the surrounding soil. As he dug, he found something unusual, a palm-sized piece of gray soil. If it weren't for his keen eyesight noticing the growth value, he would have thought it was just ordinary dirt. What was happening? Jiang Yining rubbed his eyes, confirming he had misread the growth value. 1. Was this also a naturally occurring spirit material? Master. Jiang Yining scooped up the gray soil and knocked on Feng Yukin's door. The door opened, and Feng Yukin, clearly annoyed, remarked, You've come back from the mountain and become so full of concerns. Jiang Yining, undeterred, replied, Master, please take a look at this. Do you recognize it? Feng Yukin narrowed her eyes, visibly irritated. The mountain is full of dirt, and you disturb my peace for this? Jiang Yining quickly offered a sheepish smile. No, master. Please take another close look. Feng Yukin let out a cold snort, but patiently examined the object. Oh, is it a spirit material? She seemed uncertain. Jiang Yining quickly nodded. Master, are you familiar with any spirit materials related to soil? Feng Yukin furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment. I only know of the Dao treasure, Xianxiadrama. Where did you discover this gray soil? Jiang Yining pointed to the side. It was in Old Wu's spirit field. All his spirit plants have withered. And that's when I found this gray soil. Feng Yukin cast a glance at the spirit field before losing interest. Go to the Wanfa Pavilion and check the records regarding earthly spirit materials. I shall take another nap. With that, she closed the door with a thud. Jiang Yining promptly stored the gray soil in his storage ring and left on his sword. Upon returning to the bamboo courtyard, his brow remained furrowed. The records in the Wanfa Pavilion did not contain many spirit materials related to soil. Only 4 types were listed: Qinlixian, Xianxia, and strictly speaking, 1 rock and 1 sand, neither of which belonged to soil. The other 2 were Xiarang and Gui Shui Kongtu. Xiarang. An ancient legend spoke of a soil that could grow on its own and never deplete, capable of expanding or contracting, capable of supporting all beings. Though it is a Dao treasure, it surpasses the treasure itself. Gui Shui Kongtu, a rare treasure weighing 100,000 pounds, the spirit of the mountain. The gray soil clump did not match the descriptions of either of these 2. Jiang Yining muttered to himself, could it still be growing to the necessary level? But this wasn't a spirit plant type spirit material. How was it to be nurtured? This was a conundrum. Could he not ignore the visible growth value? Jiang Yining was unwilling to yield. Since it was soil, could it absorb the essence of rocks and earth? After some contemplation, he decided to bury it in a different location. He had to try, just in case it proved effective. Having completed everything, Jiang Yining hurriedly replanted seeds in Old Wu's spirit field, fearing that if he was discovered by the time he returned, it would be difficult to explain. In just 1 day, the 2 youngsters successfully cultivated their qi. The little girl had a natural talent, while Lin Yuan had built a solid foundation over time. After being generously given a bottle of qi cultivation pills by his senior brother, he managed to consume 3 in a single day. Jiang Yining reclined on a lounge chair, directing them to fertilize the spirit field, with each responsible for just a few plants, ensuring they watered them at regular intervals. Everything seemed to be returning to normal. To Jiang Yining's delight, the slower-growing ice mountain snow lotus, after entering its decade mark, surprisingly doubled its growth rate. After one fertilization, it grew by 4. And in a day, it could grow by 8, showcasing a spirit of competition. In the evening, while watching his master exercising in the courtyard, Jiang Yining suddenly recalled something. He hurried over. Master, the little junior sister's mother has become a ghostly apparition. Oh, Feng Yukin became intrigued. Do elaborate. Jiang Yining recounted the entire incident in detail. After hearing it, Feng Yukin raised an eyebrow. Let us go take a look. Should we bring the little junior sister along? Feng Yukin nodded in agreement. When Jiang Yining called for the little girl, Feng Yukin took her hand and turned to Jiang Yining. Concentrate your sword aura. Jiang Yining thought. Must I really serve as the laborer? Nevertheless, he hurriedly complied with his master's instructions. Make it larger. Feng Yukin urged. A bit bigger. Jiang Yining replied, smiling bitterly. Master, my true energy is insufficient for this. Feng Yukin positioned the little girl atop the sword aura. No more chatter. Steady yourself. We're off. All right. Jiang Yining quickly fell silent, protecting himself with true energy as the cold wind nearly turned his lips inside out. He was unsure of what method Master had employed. But the sword aura moved like a flash of light. In less than half a moment, the three of them had arrived at Haishan village. Jiang Yining rubbed his tingling face, barely managing to uphold his true energy shield. The little girl, not expecting to return to Haishan village so swiftly, was filled with excitement. Mother, mother! She dashed to her courtyard, incessantly knocking on the door. Soon, sounds emanated from within. The door opened, revealing the ghostly figure of her mother, followed by a thin man who rushed out while fastening his belt. Jiang Yining observed the two, noting their flushed faces. He shook his head and glanced at the little girl's father. I have long warned you that the paths of humans and spirits diverge. One must exercise restraint and moderation, lest one be unable to survive even for 3 years. Feng Yukin scoffed. 3 years? It would be a challenge to last even a single year. The ghostly mother finally noticed the two. Immortal Master, please, come in, come in. The little girl introduced them. Mother, father, this is my revered master. And this brother is my esteemed senior. Jiang Yining explained his purpose, and the ghostly mother promptly led them to the backyard. Jiang Yining pointed at the tricolor flower. Master, are you familiar with this? Feng Yukin furrowed her brow, observing it closely for a moment before declaring, the precious Solean flower is at least 1,000 years old. It absorbs moonlight and is a great boon for ghostly cultivators, yet it only benefits females, enhancing their cultivation speed. It is a rare opportunity for your junior sister. Even if she cannot compare to those with golden spiritual roots, the difference will be negligible. Her meaning was clear. This flower must be given to the junior sister. Jiang Yining cast a glance at the ghostly mother beside him. What will happen to her without the precious Solean flower? After all, she is the junior sister's mother. The ghostly mother was about to speak when Feng Yukin flicked her fingers, releasing a beam of golden light that entered the ghostly mother's forehead. This is a method for ghostly cultivation. I shall take the flower. Although the ghostly mother did not quite understand, she immediately knelt in gratitude. I thank the immortal master for bestowing this method. After her display of reverence, she hesitated for a moment. Looking at Jiang Yining, I implore you, immortal master, please save my husband. Having heard the words of the two immortals earlier, she had been in turmoil. Ultimately feeling unable to speak to Feng Yukin, perhaps out of a greater familiarity with Jiang Yining. Jiang Yining shook his head. I have warned you. You did not listen. The ghostly mother lamented. It is all my fault. I could not resist my husband's pleas. I beg you, immortal master, I beseech you. Feng Yukin scoffed. The balance of yin and yang in the human body. Ghostly cultivators seek the yin, in the realm of humans and spirits. This is a price he must bear himself. Although the little girl did not comprehend, she joined her mother in pleading. Master, please save my father. I promise I will be a good daughter to you in the future. Feng Yukin replied. There is nothing I can do. Yet the father merely gazed adoringly at the ghostly mother. Xiaowai, it is all right. I would rather journey to the Yellow Springs with you. Feng Yukin shook her head. How foolish of you to think so. She merely stumbled into the ghostly path by chance. And what awaits you is only the shattering of your soul. Leave now, and cherish your final moments. Were it not for the junior sister's parents, she would not have wasted so many words. Returning to the bamboo courtyard, the little girl was heavy-hearted. Jiang Yining felt compelled to comfort her. Do not blame the master. She is powerless in this matter. If you wish to save your father, you must strive to learn your skills. Once your abilities surpass those of the master, you will be able to save him. A benevolent lie. After a while of comforting, the little girl finally returned to the wooden house and fell asleep. Jiang Yining shook his head, realizing that mentoring these siblings was not an easy task. Seeking disciples on behalf of the master felt like inviting trouble. Fortunately, Lin Yuan did not require his constant attention. Jiang Yining observed the master seemingly lost in thought in the courtyard. Such a rarity. He approached her. Master, what is a ghostly cultivator? Feng Yukin appeared to be brought back to the present, glancing at Jiang Yining. The concept of ghostly cultivation is quite far-reaching. Are you aware of the immortal mountain? Jiang Yining shook his head. At the northern peak of the divine continent, there lies a high mountain known as the Immortal Mountain. It connects to the heavenly gates above and the netherworld below. Jiang Yining was taken aback. The heavenly gates? The netherworld? Are the celestial realms and the underworld we speak of in Blue Star truly existent in this world of cultivation? Master, how have I never heard of this? It has never been mentioned in the reports from the immortal sects. Feng Yukin, however, simply stated, bring me my wine gourd. Jiang Yining hurriedly complied, eager to hear more. Feng Yukin took a large swig of strong liquor before continuing. It is said that 1,000,000 years ago, the celestial beings battled the netherworld, causing chaos in the world. The 10 great immortal sects united to combat the divine demons. This is not the same 10 immortal sects of today. At that time, the beast sect and the witchcraft sect had yet to rise. In that battle, the 9th realm of the human world, the realm of immortals, suffered catastrophic losses. And the 10 immortal sects achieved a Pyrrhic victory, ultimately sealing the Immortal Mountain with treasures more powerful than the Kunlun Mirror, forming the Great Heavenly Seal, thus sealing the Immortal Mountain. From that moment on, no one could ascend to the realm of immortals, and none could enter the 9 abysses. Jiang Yining listened, captivated. As Feng Yukin took another sip of liquor, the current 10 immortal sects send people to reinforce the seal regularly. The phrase no one ascends to the realm of immortals refers to the present immortal sects. Not a single one has broken through the 9th realm. The realm of immortals may be obstructed by the 3 realms and the incompleteness of heaven and earth. No one enters the 9 abysses signifies the beginning of ghostly cultivation. It was from that time onward that ghosts and monsters proliferated in the human realm. Do you not seek longevity? The first question that stands before you in ascending to the realm of immortals is to unseal the Immortal Mountain. Jiang Yining was left in a daze. Could this truly be the case? Was this a test of courage? A challenge? Seeking a peaceful path to immortality was not an option. Jiang Yining forced a smile. Unsealing the Immortal Mountain and battling the celestial and the netherworld was indeed an ambitious goal. Yet if he could truly reach that point, why not give it a try? Obstructing my path to immortality, the celestial beings and the netherworld must stand aside. It seemed clear now that both the Qingyun 10,000 sword formation and the Qingyun 10,000 sword talismans must be learned. He just wondered if the sword formation and talismans would be sufficient to subdue the 3 realms. Feng Yukin observed Jiang Yining clenching his fists, a disdainful smile gracing her lips. Do you really take my words to heart? With your talent, there is no need to consider such distant matters. Jiang Yining chuckled awkwardly. Sensing her contempt, Feng Yukin continued, ghostly cultivators are divided into 2 categories. The first category consists of ordinary people who, by chance, enter the ghostly path without understanding the methods of cultivation, absorbing the chaotic energy of heaven and earth. Their negative emotions are often convoluted, manifesting as fierce and malevolent. The second category comprises cultivators whose souls have not perished upon entering the ghostly path. They may understand the methods of cultivation, yet they have effectively died once, resulting in a complete transformation of their character, embodying both righteousness and wickedness. After she finished speaking, she fixed her gaze on Jiang Yining. Neither of these categories are benign. So since you have granted the ghostly mother the Qingyun sword seal, be cautious and do not bring me trouble. Jiang Yining felt helpless. He was indeed inviting trouble. Master, where did your ghostly cultivation methods originate? Feng Yukin replied. At the inception of the Immortal Mountain seal, there were 9 abyssal ghostly cultivators obstructing the human realm. Naturally, ghostly cultivation methods have spread over the 1,000,000 years, and with the emergence of new methods by later ghostly cultivators, they are not difficult to obtain. Once you slay a ghostly cultivator, you may find them. Jiang Yining smiled, having merely asked casually, yet he had his own principles regarding ghostly cultivation, unless absolutely necessary. I shall not descend the mountain. When I do, the gods and ghosts shall weep, terrifying all of you. The next day, Jiang Yining tended to the ice mountain snow lotus and immediately began examining the gray soil. A delightful surprise, too. It can truly grow. Jiang Yining surveyed the surrounding soil, noticing changes, though seemingly unchanged. However, the weeds around began to wither, indicating the soil's depletion. Jiang Yining hurriedly buried it once more. Perhaps he had the chance to cultivate another treasure. After tending to 2 plots of spirit fields, he took the junior siblings out to familiarize themselves with the Qingyun 10,000 Laws Pavilion, the Alchemy Hall, the Flying Sword Hall, the Viewing Clouds Peak, and the 100 Treasures Peak, going through the entire process. Ultimately, they landed at the 100 Treasures Peak, preparing some ordinary god's travel talismans for the two little ones. After all, as novice cultivators, it would not be easy for them to traverse between the various peaks. Just as the three of them arrived at senior brother Luo's stall, they unexpectedly encountered Li Shishi. Jiang Xiong, what a coincidence. You two have come to buy sword talismans. Have you helped senior Feng find a disciple? Yes, junior sister Li. This time, the address felt quite natural. Perhaps it was due to the protection of the master after returning to King Yun, causing her to unconsciously adjust her demeanor. Hurry and call me Senior Sister Li. Senior Sister Li, greetings. Senior Sister Li, you are so beautiful. This almost became the little girl's customary greeting. Jiang Yining had reason to suspect that at such a young age, she had already embarked on the path of emotional intelligence. Li Shishi chuckled as she patted the little girl's head. Little junior sister, you are beautiful as well. It was strikingly similar. This made Jiang Yining reminisce about the good girl Lin Kong. Senior brother Luo's eyes had long turned into slits from smiling, after their idle chatter. He finally inquired, Jiang Xiong, what do you need this time? Brother Luo, I would like 20 gods' travel talismans. All right, Jiang Xiong, here you go, 20 spirit stones. Senior brother Luo did not reduce his enthusiasm merely because of the small business. Do you need anything else? Not at the moment. This is my junior brother and junior sister. I am bringing them to get acquainted with the path. They will need sword talismans in the future. So I hope brother will take care of them. Lao Peng demonstrated exceptional emotional intelligence, giving a thumbs up. Brother Jiang, along with his junior disciples, graciously attended to my business. Such benevolence. Rest assured, Brother Jiang. Jiang Yining addressed the two young ones. Hurry up and greet Brother Luo. Greetings, Brother Luo. Brother Luo. You look splendid. This time, the little girl kept her remarks to herself. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Yining prepared to return to Qingzhou Peak. However, Li Shishi hastily interjected. Brother Jiang, why not take the junior disciples to Jujian Peak for some fun? Jiang Yining quickly declined. No. I've just returned to the mountain and have much to attend to. Perhaps next time. Oh, then I shall visit Qingzhou Peak? Didn't you say I was welcome to come? Jiang Yining replied. This junior sister seems to misunderstand the meaning of hospitality. It would be an honor to have you as our guest. Please do come. Li Shishi suggested. Let us also invite Brother Lin, Brother Sun, and Brother Wang. Sounds good. Jiang Yining replied, feeling a flicker of joy. At Qingzhou Peak, in the small bamboo courtyard, several paper cranes descended. Jiang Yining opened Lin Kong's reply. On my way. Lin Shishi tore open two paper cranes, shaking them towards Jiang Yining. Brother Wang and Brother Sun are also free and coming immediately. Jiang Yining thought to himself that avoiding them was no longer an option. Li Junior sister, please have a seat. I shall be back shortly. Without waiting for Li Shishi's response, he soared away on his sword, heading directly towards a small town on the outskirts of the 3,000 mountains. He believed that the bamboo garden lacked proper hospitality, with not even a cup of tea to offer. Thus, hot pot would be the best choice, serving as a fitting host courtesy, something he had learned about human relationships in his past life on Blue Star. Chapter 21, Hot Pot and Gossip. Jiang Yining exchanged 2 golden rings given by Lin Kong for a variety of pots, pans, and hot pot ingredients, including condiments. Upon returning to the bamboo courtyard, everyone had already arrived. Jiang Yining greeted them warmly. Greetings, brothers. Qingzhou Peak is usually just me and my master, so it may seem a bit humble. As he spoke, he utilized the leftover rough wood from the makeshift cabin he had built for his junior disciples the night before, slicing it with sword energy to fashion seats. Brothers, please sit and chat. Shortly, you will get to taste my culinary skills. We shall enjoy hot pot, Jiang Yining said while retrieving utensils from his storage ring. Brother Jiang, you can cook hot pot? A specialty of the West Capital dynasty. Brother Wang expressed curiosity. Brother Jiang, have you been to the West Capital? Li Shishi inquired. Jiang Yining shook his head. He had never visited the West Capital dynasty, which belonged to the Shushan region among the 10 great sections. Then how do you know how to make it? I read about it in a journal. Don't worry, everyone will enjoy it. Jiang Yining felt confident in his cooking skills. Having spent ample time at home making hot pot on Blue Star, the crowd remained indifferent. Indeed, cultivators often cared little for food and drink. Of course, there were always cultivators who occasionally descended the mountain for a feast, like Feng Yukin. The atmosphere in the courtyard seemed to turn somewhat dull. Fortunately, at that moment, a celestial crane landed in the bamboo courtyard, holding a bamboo tube in its beak. Lin brother, please retrieve the celestial sect star report. Lin Kong hurriedly took it down as the crane tilted its head to glance at everyone before taking flight. Li Shishi immediately exclaimed, Brother Jiang, you even arranged for a celestial crane to deliver the report? Let us see what exciting news this issue holds. Lin Kong unfurled the star report before everyone. Oh, Sister Su has made the report regarding the selection of the 10 great fairies. The group gathered around the star report, chatting, while Jiang Yining busily prepared the hot pot. Half an hour later, the hot pot was served, with the table made from a massive log sliced into sections. Various ingredients accompanied Jiang Yining's homemade sauces. Lin brother, could you please light the fire? Lin Kong, with a hint of reluctance, activated the ice and fire duality sword formation, igniting the charcoal. One must say, cultivators excel in certain aspects. While preparing the ingredients, Jiang Yining had used sword energy as a knife, sharp and precise. Great fairy brother, I want to eat lamb leg slices. The little girl was the most unreserved. Jiang Yining helped her blanch the meat, and she dipped it in sauce before devouring it. Cough, cough. Great fairy brother, it's spicy, so spicy. The little girl hurriedly searched for water, eliciting laughter from everyone and easing the atmosphere slightly. Brothers and sisters, do try some. Jiang Yining added. By the way, what were you discussing about the 10 great fairies earlier? Li Shishi suddenly became intrigued, raising her thumb. Our King Yun's sister Su has been honored with the title of Cold Moon Fairy, ranking 4th. Remarkable. Brother Wang replied, if you ask me. The Liaxin fairy from Huashan is even more enchanting. Oh, brother, have you met her? Jiang Yining inquired. I've had the fortune of meeting her once. Brother Wang continued. The Kingpu fairy from the 10,000 Buddha temple possesses her own unique elegance. He chose his words carefully. Jiang Yining was astonished. The 10,000 Buddha temple has a nominee as well? Shouldn't they be all high monks among the 2 temples of the 10 great sects? Lin Kong explained. There are also female bodhisattvas. Jiang Yining understood, glancing at Brother Wang. Indeed, a bodhisattva would be graceful. As the conversation turned to the fairies, the brothers felt a newfound camaraderie. Sun Shuetong took a sip of vegetables, looking at Li Shishi. In my opinion, who cares about the 10 great fairies? Junior sister Li also has the demeanor of a fairy. Everyone immediately turned to him. Sun Shuetong felt slightly awkward, forcing a dry laugh. Hee, am I wrong? Indeed. His flattery was a bit too stiff, lacking fluidity. Jiang Yining had previously wondered why Sun brother had hardly spoken to him, but seemed to be so eager to join now. It turned out he had an interest in Li junior sister. Li Shishi chuckled heartily. Sun brother, you flatter me. Speaking of sister Su, brothers, did you know that her master was once titled the King Yun Guanggan fairy, making sister Su her rightful heir? Just then, Feng Yukin opened the wooden door, stretching and frowning. Kid, indulging in a solitary feast without inviting your master? She casually grabbed a gourd and stepped forward. Jiang Yining hurriedly offered her a seat. Master, please, take a seat. Feng Yukin sat down without hesitation, entirely unconcerned with her status, enjoying the hot pot and strong liquor alongside the younger generation. Kid, your skills are commendable. She critiqued while eating. It's been ages since I've been to the Shushan region. It possesses a unique flavor. Don't stand on ceremony. Eat together. One could imagine that everyone felt somewhat uncomfortable eating in her presence. Just then, someone arrived at the bamboo courtyard. Feng Shishu, Su Baiyu requests an audience. Little you. Come, join us for a meal. The newcomer wore a flowing white dress, ethereal and graceful. Sister Su? Li Shishi whispered. Jiang Yining found it odd. They had just been discussing gossip, and now the name Su Baiyu, along with her appearance, exuded an aura of ethereal beauty. Su Baiyu's expression was cool. Shishu, I. Feng Yukin interrupted. Come, sit down and speak while eating. Jiang Yining quickly made room for the 2 young ones. Sister Su, please. Su Baiyu hesitated briefly, moved to the table, nodded slightly to the brothers, then sat upright. The brothers were not well acquainted with her. Observing her closely, she was as fair as snow, crystal clear. She possessed a delicate beauty, blooming like a flower, with a regal presence. She remained poised at the table, her bowl and chopsticks prepared by Jiang Yining untouched. Everyone else was indulging, with only Feng Yukin eating heartily. She raised her head for a drink, then asked, Little you, what was it you wanted to discuss? All eyes were on Su Baiyu, but she did not respond immediately. Feng Yukin urged, It's nothing. We're all friends of my disciples. Speak freely. Yet Su Baiyu remained silent. In a brief moment of silence, Jiang Yining felt a stirring in his heart. Perhaps the enticing aroma made it difficult for her to swallow, hindering her from speaking. Jiang Yining quickly said, Sister Su, please eat something first. Do try the culinary delights of Kingzu Peak. Even my master has praised them. Sure enough. Su Baiyu seemed to hesitate but eventually picked up her chopsticks, took a leaf of vegetable, and delicately chewed before finally speaking. Shishu. I heard that you obtained a precious mountain bamboo. I would like to request it for use. My master said I could exchange it for a Millennium Fire Spirit mushroom. Exchanging mountain bamboo for a fire spirit mushroom would be a significant profit, but Feng Yukin waved her hand. It's gone. I've used it. Kid, let your senior sister have a look. Jiang Yining felt helpless, gathering sword energy. Upon seeing this, Su Baiyu's cool demeanor remained unchanged. She nodded to everyone, preparing to take her leave. Shishu, since that's the case, I shall take my leave. Don't be hasty. Finish eating before you depart. What an extraordinary scene it was. The onlookers found themselves in a quandary, neither departing nor remaining, their eyes fixated on Feng Yukin as she indulged in her feast, savoring every morsel. At long last, Feng Yukin rose, declaring, "Young one, should I wish to indulge in culinary delights henceforth, you shall be my source." With a foot placed upon a wooden stool, she tilted her head back and drained the contents of her gourd with abandon, the sound echoing in a most unrefined manner. Her alluring figure, clad in a manner that accentuated her curves, compelled the assembled company to sit up straight, their gazes averted in respect. With a hearty belch, she proclaimed, "All right, continue with your festivities." She then sauntered into the wooden cabin, flopped onto her back, and promptly fell into slumber. Jiang Yining hurried over to secure the door, and soon the gentle sounds of her snores filled the air. Meanwhile, Su Baiyu took her leave, prompting a shared glance among the others. The atmosphere finally easing into a more comfortable state. Jiang Yining chuckled, "Brother Wang, brother Sun, let us partake in our meal and continue." Li Shishi eyed the departing Su Baiyu and then glanced toward Feng Yukin's cabin, a flicker of gossip igniting in her eyes. She leaned in and whispered, "Brother Jiang, is it not true that Qingtazu Peak and Lungning Peak are at odds?" "It hardly seems so. Could there be a hidden story?" Her words piqued the attention of the other disciples. Jiang Yining responded with a puzzled expression. Li Shishi lowered her voice even further. "Your master and Sister Su's master once engaged in a fierce battle. In their time, they were renowned as the Ice and Fire Fairies of Qiyun, the Fire Phoenix Fairy and the Moon Palace Fairy." Jiang Yining inquired, "How does junior sister know so much?" "Upon returning to the mountain, I made it a point to gather information about Senior Feng's past," Li Shishi revealed, her eyes glinting with admiration. In her era, Senior Feng had reigned supreme, commanding respect and leaving none in her contemporary circle able to raise their heads in her presence. However, her distinctive style ultimately led to her exclusion from the ranks of the 10 fairies. Chapter 22, The Heap of Waste. The following day, Jiang Yining sifted through the gray soil, only to discover that his growth remained at a mere 2. Was the essence of the surrounding earth insufficient? With the gray soil in hand, he sought a new location to bury it, unable to ascertain the precise cause, and thus compelled to persist in his trials. After tending to his spiritual field, he set out for the Wanfa Pavilion to select sword talismans. As for the sword formation, following yesterday's hot pot feast, he had already made arrangements with Lin Kong, who agreed to assist Jiang Yining in inscribing the 9 swords swimming fish formation onto the sword chi free of charge. Upon returning from the Wanfa Pavilion, Jiang Yining had successfully chosen his sword talismans, the Thundercloud Sword Talisman, comparable in power to the Explosive Sword Talisman, suitable for foundational disciples. The Might of Thunder was known to counter certain demonic cultivators and spirits, thus Jiang Yining deemed it a prudent choice. Lin Kong had already arrived. Jiang Yining greeted him with enthusiasm. "I appreciate your help, Brother Lin." Lin Kong shook his head. "Nay, I must express my gratitude to you, Brother Jiang." As soon as Lin Yuan ascended the mountain, he successfully cultivated qi. Moreover, the sword qi is not afraid of damage, allowing me to act boldly and thus rapidly enhance my understanding of the sword formation. The two exchanged pleasantries before Jiang Yining summoned his sword qi, allowing Lin Kong to experiment with it. This arrangement alleviated Jiang Yining's concerns regarding the sword formation. He merely needed to continuously expend true energy to maintain the sword qi. With that, he devoted himself to mastering the creation of sword talismans, and life once again settled into a leisurely rhythm. Jiang Yining would occasionally guide the 2 young ones in their fertilizing duties, and before he knew it, 5 days had passed. Lin Kong had taken up residence in the bamboo courtyard, scarcely resting, even squeezing into Lin Yuan's small wooden cabin for sleep. One morning, as Jiang Yining observed Lin Kong's fatigued visage, he remarked, "Brother Lin, today you should take a break. Do not overexert yourself." He did not feel guilty for granting leave to his unpaid laborer. Rather, he had matters to attend to. Over the course of 5 days, Jiang Yining had discerned the pattern of the gray soil. Each day, by burying it in a different location, he observed an increase of 1. This sparked an idea. Could the medicinal garden of the Alchemy Peak also harbor gray soil? Thus, he resolved to visit the Alchemy Peak for exploration. Jiang Yining first harvested a dozen spiritual herbs from his spiritual field, all at least 100 years old, marking his first substantial harvest since cultivating the Baixia Sanhua. He also planned to exchange for some qi cultivation pills, as the recent increase in consumption due to the 2 young ones had begun to take a toll. The little girl who had ingested the Bayapo Insheng flower had managed to break through to the 2nd level of qi cultivation in a mere few days. In contrast, Jiang Yining, the senior brother, had consumed an unceasing supply of qi cultivation pills post-foundation, but had experienced no growth in his cultivation. In the Dan Hall, Old Wu greeted Jiang Yining with a smile. Have you reaped rewards from the spiritual field? Jiang Yining offered an awkward smile, not so swiftly. Your bone flower is of a more refined grade. He dared not mention the dwindling state of his spiritual field. Primarily, I have some yield from my spiritual field to exchange for elixirs. Jiang Yining presented the Xianxiaaudiobooks from his storage ring. Old Wu was momentarily taken aback. Oh, truly a stroke of fortune. Although merely 100 years old, the quantity is impressive. Jiang Yining smiled. Old Wu, could you exchange 10 bottles of qi cultivation pills for me? The remainder I shall trade for spirit stones. And mind your young disciple, do not neglect my spiritual field. Jiang Yining stated, as you say, I owe you a great debt of gratitude. How could I treat you differently? Old Wu chuckled, calculating, 16 herbs, 320 spirit stones, 10 bottles of qi cultivation pills, 200 spirit stones. That leaves us with 120 spirit stones, all accounted for. Jiang Yining handed over 100 spirit stones. This is to return your favor, Old Wu. He then added quietly, Old Wu, might you take me on a tour of the Alchemy Peak's medicinal garden? I wish to learn from your experience. Perhaps I could excavate a bit of the soil that has been nourished for centuries? He finally articulated his true intention, hoping to enhance the growth of Old Wu's spiritual field. Old Wu scoffed, huh? Young man, do not harbor such devious thoughts. Do you not understand that the soil may have lost its vitality? Jiang Yining's heart stirred. Do elaborate, please. Prolonged cultivation in a spiritual field or excessive fertilization can lead to a transformation in the soil's properties, ultimately resulting in its depletion. This is what it means for soil to lose its vitality. Jiang Yining was taken aback. Old Wu, are you implying that many of the spiritual fields in the medicinal garden have become exhausted? Old Wu nodded. Indeed, many fields have faced depletion, necessitating the removal of soil that has been long nourished with spiritual fertilizers, followed by replenishment. This revelation ignited a fervor within Jiang Yining. The prospect of wealth was within reach. Was it not an abundance of gray soil? Old Wu, could you take me to see it? Jiang Yining endeavored to keep his voice steady. Old Wu's eyes widened. Do you not trust me? You think to exploit this waste soil. Yet the alchemy peak cannot utilize it for cultivation. What do you hope to grow? Jiang Yining chuckled awkwardly. Old Wu, I merely wish to expand my knowledge. Should my spiritual field encounter issues in the future, I would know the cause. Besides, your field has been cultivated for 20 years. All right, I shall take you to the medicinal garden so you may broaden your horizons. Jiang Yining quickly flattered and assisted him. At the Alchemy Peak's medicinal garden, groups of disciples greeted Old Wu. Jiang Yining's attention was immediately drawn to the dense array of growth values. Old Wu stroked his beard. This is but one of the medicinal gardens at the Alchemy Peak, where only ordinary herbs are cultivated. What say you? You think you can excavate a patch of land as if playing house? Jiang Yining nodded in agreement. Old Wu, what of the depleted soil? May I see it as well? Old Wu chuckled. You wish to observe the waste soil instead of the numerous herbs? Very well. Follow me to that side of the garden. As they meandered through the garden, Jiang Yining could hardly contain his eagerness. Do you see? Over there a heap. Jiang Yining froze, astonished at the mound before him. So much. Old Wu shrugged. What did you expect? For millennia, any spiritual field that showed signs of withering was entirely removed and the soil replaced. This is merely one location. Each of the 7 medicinal gardens at the Alchemy Peak has such a heap nearby. Jiang Yining was astounded. If all of this yielded gray soil, how much would there be? Old Wu, may I take some of this waste soil back for experimentation? Old Wu sighed. Look at that heap. Not a single weed grows upon it. Alas, you are truly relentless. Jiang Yining smiled, realizing the absence of weeds confirmed his suspicions. Over the past few days, each time he buried the gray soil anew, he had noticed a trend of decay among the surrounding flora. Before the heap of waste soil, Jiang Yining concentrated, summoning his energy, and in the next moment, he coalesced 10 sword qi, beginning to excavate the earth. Old Wu hastily intervened. Hey, simply take the soil. Do not scatter it everywhere. Jiang Yining chuckled sheepishly. Old Wu, I am not haphazardly experimenting. I am selecting with care. Elder Wu, with a hint of resignation, remarked, Fine. Do as you wish, but be gentle. Do not scatter it everywhere. He continued. Do you know why the wasteland has not been dealt with? Jiang Yining turned to Elder Wu, pondering whether the Alchemy Peak had also discovered the gray soil. Elder Wu, lost in his own thoughts, explained. It is said that this wasteland has long been tainted by spiritual fertilizer, resulting in a transformation of its quality, with the potential to give rise to treasures. Jiang Yining was taken aback. Treasures? This is also a tale left behind by Senior King Yun, though I have never witnessed the descent of spiritual resonance. Nor do I know if the legend holds truth. His excitement surged. It must be true. He felt an unshakable conviction, as the gray soil possessed growth value. Cautiously, Jiang Yining inquired, What about the spiritual items, the wondrous treasures? Have any been discovered? Elder Wu shook his head. Approximately 300 years ago, disciples were tasked with searching. Yet they found nothing. Jiang Yining secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Disciples searching? He felt a tinge of disdain. Upon his own discovery of the gray soil, when he presented it to his mentor, she had merely regarded it as ordinary soil, only recognizing its peculiar nature after he persistently pointed it out. Jiang Yining continued to excavate, meticulously controlling the sword energy to avoid damaging any potential gray soil, as this was a monumental task. Moments later, Elder Wu grew impatient. You just take some wasteland as you please. Why the meticulous selection? Do you truly believe you can cultivate flowers? Jiang Yining chuckled awkwardly. Since I'm attempting this, I might as well choose carefully. Why not let you attend to your own matters first? Rest assured, I won't disturb anything else in the medicinal garden. Humph. I'm not worried. You wouldn't dare. Take your time. I have no time to waste with you. Just remember, don't let it scatter everywhere. With that, Elder Wu ambled away, hands clasped behind his back. Rest assured, I shall tidy everything back into the earth once I'm done. Jiang Yining smiled, finding it more convenient for himself. Chapter 23, A Solution. An entire day passed, and Jiang Yining had only managed to excavate a tenth of the wasteland. Just as he began to doubt himself, a growth value of 1 finally appeared before his eyes. Jiang Yining was overjoyed. This soil was not gray, but a brownish gray, roughly the size of a palm. A higher grade? His heart raced. He hurriedly stored the soil treasure in his storage ring, feeling the thrill of pilfering from the alchemy peak. What you perceive as wasteland, I see as treasure. He even intentionally collected 2 more pieces of wasteland, filling his storage ring to the brim. As he departed, Jiang Yining informed the alchemy hall, merely stating he was returning for experiments, and Elder Wu asked no further questions. At Qingzhou Peak, Jiang Yining contemplated and ultimately decided to bury the 2 pieces of soil together. He wished to observe whether they would consume one another and grow more rapidly. The next day, the first thing Jiang Yining did was to unearth the burial site, only to find that they had truly merged into one. Brownish gray, growth value 11. The gray soil had been consumed by the brown soil, resulting in a 10-fold growth. Jiang Yining's mind raced with possibilities. The gray soil was considered a spiritual item, while the brownish gray was deemed a wondrous treasure. If he could allow it to absorb more pieces of gray soil, wouldn't he soon possess true treasures? He needed to devise a reasonable excuse to excavate the wasteland piles from all 7 medicinal gardens. No, there were still 6 medicinal gardens left. The soil treasures would likely consume each other, meaning there might only be one viable piece of wasteland. The transformation of brownish-gray soil into wondrous treasures might indeed result from the mutual consumption of gray soil. In the future, when acquiring soil treasures, he must prevent them from consuming one another. Burying them all over the mountains would allow for gradual growth. With this thought, was it not the case that 6 more soil treasures awaited him? For 3 consecutive days, Jiang Yining pondered how to justify excavating the wasteland piles. The buried brownish-gray soil had not shown any growth over the past 3 days. The surrounding vegetation withered, indicating that it continued to absorb the essence of the land, but only within a 10-zhang radius. Jiang Yining once again granted Lin Kong a break, taking the soil treasures to the surrounding 3,000 mountains. As he could not constantly deplete Qingzhou Peak, 7 days passed, and Jiang Yining traversed the mountains daily, discovering certain growth patterns of the soil treasures. When buried in different locations, the growth value varied daily. At the mountain peaks, dense forests, and riverside pebble beds, certain spots yielded growth of up to 5. But they could not remain in the same environment for too long. Otherwise, the following day's growth would stagnate. Jiang Yining quickly grasped the key. A balanced diet yields better nutrition. Different environments and soil types allowed the soil treasures to absorb varying essences, promoting faster growth. The current growth value of the soil treasures stood at 33. After 7 days of wandering the mountains, the average daily growth exceeded 3. Today, Jiang Yining sat peacefully in the courtyard, sending a paper crane to Lin Kong. Commence work. The sword formation must continue. He realized that lingering in the mountains was not a viable strategy and was wasting time. In these days, apart from tending to the 2 ice mountain snow lotuses once daily, he had neglected the care of other herbs, especially the newly sown seeds, which required precise fertilization and irrigation timing. No one else could take his place. Burying the soil treasures without supervision left him anxious. What if they were fortuitously discovered by fellow disciples? The sword talismans and formations had also been delayed. In summary, this had resulted in too much wasted time, which was not worthwhile. His reliance lay in being able to see the growth values. He could not afford to neglect the spiritual fields for the sake of a single soil treasure. Having recognized the crucial point, Jiang Yining resolved to manage Elder Wu's spiritual field effectively. Once results were achieved, He would attribute them to the wasteland's merits and excavate the wasteland piles from other medicinal gardens, allowing the soil treasures to consume one another, thus concluding the matter. The realization today brought another concern to mind. It had been a full 13 days since he had summoned his junior brothers and sisters back to the mountain, and both ice mountain snow lotuses had surpassed 100 years in age. The only unfortunate news was that the one which had initially thrived had stagnated at 100 years, remaining at a growth value of 1. Today, the other lotus also broke through, and Jiang Yining had been closely monitoring it to see if any issues would arise. At that moment, the growth value finally changed. Jiang Yining sprang to his feet, thrilled that it had not stagnated. It continued to grow. Not only did he feel relieved, but he was also pleasantly surprised. He recalled that this ice mountain snow lotus, when under 10 years old, would grow by 2 with each fertilization. After 10 years, it grew by 4. Now, at 100 years, it was growing by 8. The rate of increase was astounding. The spiritual fertilizer was being absorbed more efficiently than the other lotus. Starting with a volume of half a ladle, Jiang Yining smiled. Could it be that it understood the importance of laying a solid foundation before exerting its strength, thereby astonishing everyone? If all went smoothly, 2 rounds of fertilization a day would yield 16, allowing it to reach 1,000 years in just 7 days. At that point, he could at least earn a tidy sum. The qi refining pills had long since lost their appeal, and it was time for a change. Fixated on the spiritual field, Jiang Yining reverted to a leisurely cultivation routine. Whenever free, he practiced sword talismans and consulted his senior brother, Brother Luo, several times. He, in turn, was forthright and transparent, charging 10 spirit stones per question, prompting Jiang Yining to harvest from the Bixia Sanhua multiple times in advance. From time to time, Li Shishi visited, and they shared hot pot on 2 occasions, primarily due to his mentor's insistence, which he could not refuse. Time flew like a fleeting shadow, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Kong had been tirelessly working on the 9 swords swimming fish formation, yet had not completed it. However, the ice mountain snow lotus did not disappoint Jiang Yining, successfully breaking through the 1,000-year mark. Most gratifyingly, its growth rate doubled again, yielding 16 in 1 round and 32 in a day. The late bloomers were undoubtedly outpacing the early ones. After 4 days, it finally hit a growth ceiling at 99 years. Jiang Yining patiently awaited 2 more days, yet the result remained unchanged. This left him in a state of anxiety, hoping for a miracle, if it could just break through at 50, 80, or even 90, but being stuck at 99 was exceedingly frustrating. Just as he was lost in thought, Lin Kong appeared. Brother Jiang, I have fulfilled my duty. The sword formation is finally inscribed. Jiang Yining snapped back to reality. Oh. Then realizing, he promptly expressed his gratitude. Brother Lin, you've worked hard these days. Thank you. Lin Kong's eyes were bloodshot as he waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Although it's been arduous, I've gained much. Jiang Yining feigned indifference, not responding. Seeing this, Lin Kong prepared to take his leave. Brother Jiang, I shall return to rest now. Jiang Yining instinctively glanced at Lin Kong, seemingly having made a resolute decision. Brother Lin, wait a moment. Lin Kong responded with a puzzled expression. What is it? I would like your assistance with the ice and fire dual formation. Could you adjust it for me? It shouldn't be entirely cold. I desire an alternating warmth and chill. Lin Kong, bewildered, inquired. Aren't you continuing to cultivate the ice mountain snow lotus? Didn't you mention its growth was quite promising, and that you had already bred it for a millennium? Jiang Yining quickly clarified. I am cultivating it, but I wish to infuse a rush of fervent energy upon the snow lotus without disturbing the frozen soil. This was his idea, to gamble boldly, to apply a drastic remedy, to act contrary to conventional wisdom. After all, there exists the adage of using poison to counteract poison in healing. It had already reached a millennium, after all. Lin Kong responded with an "oh," acknowledging his lack of understanding in such matters. But he did have a plan regarding the formation. Adjustments can be made, but it will require the fervent energy to be directed towards the snow lotus. We may need to incorporate the gale wind formation. The mention of the gale wind sparked a realization in Jiang Yining. Of course, how did I overlook this? The frozen soil is the natural habitat for the ice mountain snow lotus, where the biting cold winds are indeed a norm, part of its growth environment. Brother Lin, no need for adjustments. Just help me incorporate the gale wind formation. As for the required spirit stones, I will provide them in due course. Lin Kong hesitated. There's no need. Jiang Yining immediately interjected. No, previously, the 400 spirit stones were a matter concerning Lin Yuan. I shamelessly took advantage of that. From now on, as brothers, our friendship is not tied to Lin Yuan, and you need not feel obliged to repay me. After all, Lin Yuan is my junior brother from Kingzhou Peak. Otherwise, I would feel embarrassed to ask you for assistance with the sword formations. Moreover, as you can see, my spiritual field is thriving. I am confident in my breeding talents and will not be overly reliant on spirit stones. Lin Kong nodded, tacitly agreeing. He added, however, if you need to inscribe the sword formation, I will continue to do so for you free of charge, as I too have gained from this. He continued, the typical intensity of the mountain gale is manageable. I can provide that for you by evening. But if you require an exceptionally powerful gale, I fear I may not be able to produce it. Jiang Yining pondered for a moment. That will suffice. Perhaps I do not even need an exceptionally strong gale. Just enough strength to bend the wild bamboo on the mountains, imbued with the cold air, will naturally become a piercing cold wind. Chapter 24. The 10,000-Year Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. The next day, Jiang Yining knocked on his master's door early in the morning. Without waiting for Feng Yukin to express her grievances, he hastily declared, Master, please refrain from going out for the next few days. Is it because you have gained some face as the senior brother that you come to manage my affairs? Jiang Yining quickly smiled apologetically. Master, my ice mountain snow lotus has reached a millennium. Judging by its growth, if fortune favors me, it may very well break through to 10,000 years. He vividly recalled the last time the wild bamboo reached 10,000 years. With shadowy figures appearing, an event still fresh in his memory, so he felt it prudent to inform his master in advance. Feng Yukin immediately perked up. Are you certain? Not certain. Jiang Yining admitted, merely hopeful. The incorporation of the gale wind formation last night might just be the transformative change that leads to success. Feng Yukin hesitated. Although I am not well versed in spiritual herb breeding, achieving a 10,000-year treasure is no small feat if it fails after a century. Will I then be confined indoors? At most a month. Jiang Yining replied with a smile. Thank you, master. If the snow lotus does not break through in a month, I shall not be troubled. And I can focus on tending to the spiritual field, taking it step by step. Yet, fortune often arrives unexpectedly. Merely 3 days later, Jiang Yining, along with his junior brothers and sisters, was enjoying hot pot with his master when suddenly, the sky darkened. A surge of celestial might rushed towards Qingzu Peak. Everyone was taken aback. Feng Yukin swiftly floated above the bamboo courtyard. Jiang Yining was ecstatic. It had succeeded, truly succeeded. The 10,000-year ice mountain snow lotus. A translucent, ethereal figure flickered, emanating spiritual essence, and 11 vibrant strands descended upon the ice mountain snow lotus. Remarkably, its essence far surpassed that of the wild bamboo. As Jiang Yining gazed at the ice mountain snow lotus, it gradually transformed into a crystalline beauty, resembling an ice flower. This time, he did not wait for his master to speak, as he already observed the flickering figures in the void. In mere moments, over 100 figures appeared. Feng Yukin had already released her might, but this time, someone approached her directly. Jiang Yining's gaze narrowed at the sight of a middle-aged, refined man. He recognized him as the sect master of King Yun, Chang Xingyan. Sect Master Chang. Feng Yukin greeted. Your Qingzu Peak has recently enjoyed an abundance of fortune. Feng Yukin released her aura, returning to her usual languid demeanor, giving a soft hum as a response. Chang Xingyan, unfazed, smiled warmly at the 3 disciples below. Subsequently, figures began to appear around them. 13 in total. Jiang Yining could not suppress a gulp. 13 peak masters had gathered due to the ice mountain snow lotus. Feng Yukin scoffed. No need to think. I have use for it. A voice of discontent arose. You, a fire practitioner, what good can you do? If it were to let the peak masters refine pills, or for the cold peak master to absorb it, that would be a more reasonable use. We are all part of King Yun. Exchanging equal treasures with you is only fair. The speaker was an elder unfamiliar to Jiang Yining. Feng Yukin retorted without hesitation. The things of Qingzu Peak are for those who have use for them. If not, there are disciples who do. Do you need to arrange anything? Do not invoke the great righteousness of King Yun. We are all 8th or 9th realm cultivators. Who among us is unaware of the truth? Can a treasure be of great use without consuming 100 or 80? She continued. It's as if you believe one treasure can elevate someone to the 8th realm. If that were the case, I would generously give it away today. Chang Shengyan chuckled. All right, master who is also here for King Yun. No one intends to seize your snow lotus. We have merely come to see what wonders Qingzu Peak has to offer. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Feng Yukin. Feng Yukin disdainfully replied, Don't ask me. See for yourselves. The elder who had spoken earlier shook his head and departed directly. Feng Yukin scoffed even more. Just take a look and then leave. Don't disturb my hot pot. The 13 peak masters could only survey briefly before departing, leaving only Chang Xingyan and a stern woman behind. Chang Xingyan surveyed the surroundings and calmly stated, Everyone, please disperse. With that, Qingzu Peak fell into a profound silence. Soon after, Chang Xingyan and the woman accompanied Feng Yukin into the bamboo courtyard. Feng Yukin, shedding her usual demeanor, warmly pulled the woman to sit down. Hurry, Sulan. It's rare for you to come to Kingzhou Peak. You must try this. My disciple's culinary skills are quite commendable. The woman coldly huffed. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating. Yet, she still accepted the bowl and chopsticks offered by Feng Yukin. Chang Shengyan settled down nonchalantly. Junior sister, will you not invite your senior brother to partake? Feng Yukin retorted. If you want to eat, help yourself. Chang Shengyan was unbothered and beckoned to Jiang Yining. Hurry. Why haven't you brought a bowl and chopsticks for the sect master? Jiang Yining snapped back to reality. Oh, my goodness. I truly had no idea that master is the junior sister of the sect master. Sect master, please enjoy. Chang Shengyan took the bowl and chopsticks, sampled the food, and nodded approvingly. Not bad. He then smiled at Feng Yukin. Junior sister, just tell your brother the truth, given your temperament. It's hard to believe you could cultivate a 10,000-year ice mountain snow lotus, let alone a 100-year one. Feng Yukin protested. Humph, what do you mean by my temperament? Fine, let us say I was wrong. It's you who cultivated it. He has been breeding for 20 years. Chang Shengyan, without seeking confirmation from Feng Yukin, turned directly to Jiang Yining. Is that so? Jiang Yining was taken aback, not expecting the sect master to have been paying attention to him. Rather, it was likely that he had been focused on his master. Regarding the wild bamboo, was that your cultivation as well? In truth, it was sheer luck, Jiang Yining replied. Feng Yukin interjected. No need for such formality. Just call him uncle. Jiang Yining forced a smile. Chang Shengyan remarked. Your breeding talents are indeed commendable. Jiang Yining felt a wave of trepidation, fearing that he might say something foolish. He had only relied on his keen insight, devoid of any profound breeding principles. Fortunately, Chang Shengyan did not pursue the matter further. Suddenly, the woman spoke to Feng Yukin. Will your disciple require the snow lotus for personal use? Feng Yukin smiled. It is his own fortune. The woman then turned her gaze to Jiang Yining. Young man, I possess a 10,000-year fire spirit mushroom, which would be beneficial for your master. I would like to exchange it. Her tone was neither warm nor cold, seeming more like a declaration than a question. Jiang Yining quickly bowed in respect. It is entirely up to my master to decide. The esteemed master, indeed, holds significant value. Her presence is undoubtedly my greatest support, and the stronger she becomes, the better. He could likely surmise the identity of the woman before him, resembling the eternal snow-capped peaks, the esteemed Cold Summit Lord, Cold Sulan, the master of Suyuguang. Or rather, Su Baiyu. Feng Yuqin gazed at Jiang Yining. Have you made up your mind? If you absorb this, the spiritual resonance will enable you to ascend to the level of 100-sword barrier. Jiang Yining replied earnestly. Master, you have welcomed me into the immortal realm. As long as you find it beneficial, there is no need to consider the disciple's 100-sword barrier. I have confidence. Feng Yuqin, not one to be overly sentimental, responded. Very well, I shall exchange it for the fire spirit mushroom. The Cold Summit Lord snorted. Previously, I asked you to use the mountain bamboo, and you were reluctant. Now you are willing. Feng Yuqin leaned closer, wrapping her arms around the waist of the Lord. I was merely concerned about you being at a disadvantage. At least the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus still holds some utility for you. Be serious. The Cold Summit Lord scoffed again. Disadvantage? Haven't you taken advantage of me enough? Feng Yuqin chuckled, continuing to embrace her. Indeed, indeed. Don't be so stern. How about adding another, illusory spirit golden pill for my disciple? The Cold Summit Lord swatted Feng Yuqin's hand away, turning her gaze to Jiang Yining. You seem quite invested in your disciple. I haven't even given it to Yuer. After a brief pause, she continued. Let this lad compete with Yuer in the sect's grand tournament 3 years hence. I'll give it to him now. Without hesitation, Feng Yuqin agreed. No problem, I accept that. Jiang Yining interjected. It's fine for you, master. But shouldn't you consider whether the disciple has any objections? The Cold Summit Lord fixed her gaze on Feng Yuqin for a moment. Stop idling about. It's good to nurture your disciple. Otherwise, I won't hold back against Yuer. With that, she tossed a jade vial towards Jiang Yining. Bewildered, he caught it. Was he really caught in this unexpected turn of events? Chapter 25. The Disappearance of the Ghost Mother. At last, when the two elders departed, Jiang Yining hurriedly inquired. Master, regarding the duel in 3 years, does Cold Senior refer to Sister Su Baiyu? Indeed. Jiang Yining grimaced. Sister Su is the current face of King Yun. Even if I were to endure 3 years of arduous cultivation without food or drink, I would still not stand a chance against her. Are you planning to train me in secret for 3 years? Feng Yuqin looked at him disdainfully. Win? Why must you win? This left Jiang Yining momentarily speechless. Feng Yuqin waved her hand dismissively. At that time, it will merely be a formality. You will receive an illusory spirit golden pill for free. Isn't that good? Indeed, that made sense. Jiang Yining hesitated. But doesn't that mean deceiving Cold Senior for the pill? What do you mean by deceive? It's a fair exchange. You'll let that little girl you beat you up, The worse it is, the better. It's not like it will cost you your life. Jiang Yining wore a perplexed expression. Yet, to be frank, this logic had a closed loop. He suddenly realized, nearly misinterpreting the situation, and gave a thumbs up. Old ginger is still the spiciest. Feng Yuqin's gaze turned perilous. Jiang Yining quickly smiled apologetically. No. What I meant was that master is formidable. I must learn from you. Feng Yuqin snorted. You should continue your cultivation as before, and tend to the fields as well. Jiang Yining nodded eagerly in agreement. In just a few exchanges, the matter of the duel was cast aside. Feng Yuqin continued. After taking the golden pill, I will protect you as you absorb it. Jiang Yining immediately produced the jade vial. Master, what exactly is the use of this illusory spirit golden pill? From what I gathered from Cold Summit Lord, it is a high-quality item. Feng Yuqin explained. It enhances cultivation. If you consume it, you can directly break through to the 4th level of foundation establishment. Of course, that is secondary. The crucial part is strengthening your divine soul. Jiang Yining inhaled deeply, directly breaking through to the 4th level of foundation establishment. He realized it was a valuable item, but had not anticipated it to be this remarkable. He instinctively asked, then why don't we acquire more? Feng Yuqin snorted. Do you think it's candy? As if we could just gather more. If this pill were abundant, the 10 major sects would spare many gifted disciples from arduous cultivation, enhancing their divine souls, potentially allowing them to unlock the immortal mountains after years of effort. Now, hurry and consume it. Jiang Yining chuckled awkwardly, following his master's instructions, tilting his head back to swallow it. Boom. Instantly, an explosive sound echoed within him. In his dantian, a surge akin to a catastrophic tidal wave erupted. He felt as though he might explode. He circulated his energy. Feng Yuqin let out a gentle admonition. Upon hearing her light call, Jiang Yining quickly focused his mind and entered a state of cultivation. When he opened his eyes, it was already the 2nd day. Jiang Yining sensed his progress. 4th level of foundation establishment. Master was indeed correct. Just one pill had allowed him to break through 3 levels. Excitement sparkled in his eyes. After absorbing it, he got up. Only then did he notice that Master had been sitting behind him on a wooden stool, vigilantly guarding him, her hand just retracting from his shoulder. He hastily stood up. Master, thank you for your efforts. Please take a rest. Feng Yuqin waved her hand, instead asking, I've recently seen you studying sword talismans and sword formations? Jiang Yining smiled. I was just passing the time. Feng Yuqin wasted no words, waving her hand to condense a sword barrier. Master, you too can perform the Qingyun 10,000 sword barrier. Quit the chatter. What do you feel? Jiang Yining looked at the sword barrier. Just as he was about to step forward, when he felt an intense heat, he instinctively took a few steps back. The area around the sword barrier began to distort, as if an invisible force was burning the surroundings. Jiang Yining was taken aback, unable to help but look at Master. Feng Yuqin wasted no time, directly explaining, this is the power the sword barrier should possess, evoked by spiritual resonance. You are currently using it merely as a flying sword. Jiang Yining quickly inquired, Master, how should I proceed? Different individuals possess different spiritual resonances, and thus the effects of the sword barrier vary. You have absorbed treasures to gain spiritual resonance, but you cannot yet evoke it. Once you enter the divine intent realm, you will be able to. Jiang Yining felt as if Master were teasing him. The divine intent realm was merely a vague concept. He felt somewhat resentful. Logically, Master was not one to act this way. Surely there was more to come? Feng Yuqin observed Jiang Yining's expression and mocked. I remind you that skill lies in refinement, not in complexity, quality over quantity. With your talent, it is even more essential to concentrate and focus. Being versatile is the pursuit of the exceptionally gifted. Jiang Yining retorted, you could simply say it. Why demean yourself? Is it that you look down on people? Feng Yuqin replied, you should now devote your energy to rapidly enhancing your cultivation. Of course, as I said, the reminder is mine, but the decision is yours. Walk your own path. After finishing, Feng Yuqin stood up. I will retreat to the back mountain peak for a few days of quiet cultivation, consuming the fire spirit mushroom. Do not disturb me unless it is of utmost importance. With that, she soared into the air and departed. For 5 consecutive days, Jiang Yining spent his time tending to the spiritual fields and practicing sword talismans, repeatedly seeking guidance from senior brother Luo with the spirit stones. Although he understood that Master was acting for his benefit, given his innate talent, relying solely on hard practice was akin to playing a tune on a piano with broken strings. He still needed to rely on keen insight and medicinal aids. Thus, he could not afford to neglect sword talismans and formations. Speaking of medicinal aids, the illusory spirit golden pill was indeed commendable. Jiang Yining contemplated a trip to the alchemy peak to inquire about it. If he could mass-produce the materials, Wouldn't the golden core be within reach? Bang! A sudden loud noise interrupted his thoughts. Jiang Yining's hair stood on end, his face charred. Unfortunately, he had nearly grasped success. Practicing talismans indeed required undivided attention. He was engaged in practicing sword talismans and had made some minor progress. This was the advantage of studying sword talismans. Sword talismans are independent entities. Focusing on refining one type of sword talisman suffices. Sword formations, however, require the interconnectedness of individual bases through the power of heaven and earth, creating a cohesive whole. Any error in any base would lead to a complete collapse. He had originally planned to visit the alchemy peak, but now he was instead ignited with great determination. This singular focus persisted until evening. Suddenly, Jiang Yining launched a sword talisman, transforming it into a golden sword shadow that shot into the sky. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, lightning crackling. Jiang Yining excitedly clenched his fist. I did it. Next, he would merge the sword talisman with the sword barrier. It was relatively easier to inscribe the talisman in midair with true qi, while merging it into the sword barrier purely depended on countless repetitions. This is also where the distinction lies between the sword formation, sword talismans, and sword qi. Thus, the Thundercloud sword talisman from King Yun Wanjianfu has reached a completion of 90%. Hee, heaven never disappoints those who are determined, la la la. Jiang Yining inadvertently slipped into a Beijing dialect, transitioning into a nursery rhyme. The sun shines bright, flowers smile at me, and the birds chirp incessantly. Suddenly, a beam of golden light descended upon the bamboo courtyard, interrupting his self-indulgence. Oh, a summons from the golden crane. Jiang Yining hurried over to catch it. The golden crane, dispatched by the King Yun sect, was akin to the paper crane messages exchanged among disciples, albeit swifter, distinguishing between civilian and military use. Upon opening the golden crane, he read the edict from Guazi Feng. King Yun grants a seal. A female ghost has gone missing in Haishan village. Investigate swiftly. Jiang Yining couldn't help but rub his forehead, pondering how soon trouble had arrived after receiving the seal. Reluctantly, he replied, received. He then returned the golden crane. Subsequently, he swiftly dispatched a paper crane to seek assistance from Lin Kong, as the seal he had received could sense faint guidance. After completing this task, Jiang Yining hesitated a moment before climbing to the summit of the green bamboo. At the peak stood a giant crimson rock. Feng Yukin sat cross-legged atop it, her hair dancing in the wind as she closed her eyes in meditation. Jiang Yining glanced over. One had to admit, such a master exuded an ethereal charm. Surrounding the boulder, resilient vegetation emerged from the crevices. Jiang Yining instinctively focused his energy into his gaze, and upon doing so, he was astonished. All three plants displayed progress bars. Just like the wild bamboo, they were pure wild spiritual entities. Is something amiss? Feng Yukin's voice suddenly broke Jiang Yining's train of thought. Oh, master, the ghost lady has gone missing. Feng Yukin frowned. Then why are you not handling it? Why come to me? Jiang Yining rubbed his hands together and quickly explained. I used the rescue pearl last time. Didn't you say you would refine another one for your disciple? He had not anticipated his master would take action, but he couldn't afford to be without a rescue pearl when descending the mountain. Feng Yukin then touched her bracelet. Flicking her fingers, and a sensing pearl flew towards Jiang Yining. Hurry and handle it. Do not disturb me. Jiang Yining nodded repeatedly and quickly said, Master, please don't harm the surrounding flowers and plants. Wait for my return. Feng Yukin frowned, glancing around in confusion before looking back at Jiang Yining's departing figure. Upon returning to the bamboo courtyard, Lin Kong was already waiting, and the two set off immediately. Chapter 26, The Wedding of King Bear. Two figures streaked across the night sky. As Jiang Yining rode his sword, he practiced drawing talismans in the void. Brother Jiang, have you mastered the sword talismans? Jiang Yining smiled, barely. Lin Kong continued to observe him. Have your cultivation advanced? Thanks to my master's guidance, I found a phantom gold pill. And now I have merely reached the 4th level of foundation establishment, just catching up to you, Brother Lin. Lin Kong paused visibly. No wonder he could easily match Jiang Yining's sword-riding speed. A wave of bittersweetness filled his heart, and he chose not to speak further. Suddenly, he heard Jiang Yining exclaim, We've arrived. Lin Kong came back to his senses, and they both descended upon Haishan village. Upon landing, they were taken aback to find the village adorned with white silk. Jiang Yining hurriedly sought out old Zhang to inquire about the situation. After learning the details, he discovered that a young girl's father had entered the mountains 3 days prior and had not returned by midnight. The ghost lady went to search for him, only to vanish as well. The next day, the villagers had climbed over 2 small hills and found the father's body in a hollow. Due to the ghost lady's disappearance, the villagers began to speculate that she had caused the man's death. Old Jiang persistently beseeched the immortal for justice. Jiang Yining felt helpless. Regardless of whether or not the ghost lady was culpable, it was evident that she had successfully become the first target of confrontation. The two, guided by the villagers, ventured into the mountains overnight. Upon reaching the hollow, they roughly located the spot where the father's body lay. Brother Lin, see if you can sense the ghost lady. Lin Kong swiftly gestured with his sword and frowned. It's very vague, seeming to come from the east, west, or south, but definitely not from the north. Let's delve deeper into the mountains. Jiang Yining regarded Lin Kong with an intrigued expression. This was exceedingly vague. East, south, west, and north encompassed 3 directions. Seeing this, Lin Kong, with annoyance, remarked, you could also give it a try. The Qingyan sword seal does not discriminate within 100 miles. Anyone who can wield the sword seal technique can sense it. Jiang Yining naturally shook his head. I can't. Who would seek trouble by attempting to learn the seal? Upon noticing Lin Kong's sorrowful gaze, he quickly realized, Brother Lin, what I meant was that the ghost lady is an exception. She is the mother of my junior sister. I certainly won't concern myself with other demons and ghosts, so there's no need to learn the sword seal technique. As he spoke, he casually draped an arm around Lin Kong's shoulder. Let's go, let us search inside. Whoosh whoosh. The two rode their swords, crossing several mountain peaks. Lin Kong again employed the sword seal technique. It grew clearer, and they continued southward. They flew intermittently until they crossed over 50 to 60 mountain peaks before finally landing. On a relatively high peak, there was a dazzling display of lights. The two concealed themselves from a distance. Jiang Yining could hardly contain his astonishment. Do demons also hold gatherings? There must be at least 300 to 400 of them here. Lin Kong whispered. Perhaps the surrounding mountain demons have all gathered here. Jiang Yining questioned. Why do I feel like it's a celebration, festooned with lanterns and decorations? Brother Lin, are you certain you haven't misinterpreted? Is the ghost lady here? Lin Kong nodded affirmatively. What do we do now? If there's a powerful demon, it's certain we would meet our end here. Jiang Yining's expression turned grave. This was problematic. A powerful demon would correspond to the level of a nascent soul cultivator. And since his master was in seclusion, it was best not to disturb her unless absolutely necessary. Cultivators train their qi, spirit, and techniques, while demons cultivate their blood, bones, and bodies. Demons belong to a relentless pursuit of strengthening their corporeal forms, advancing all the way to immortality, their flesh and blood enduring forever. Thus, the classification of levels is simple: minor demons, major demons, and Dan demons, each divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers, perfectly corresponding to the 9 realms of cultivators. However, they are at a disadvantage compared to cultivators of the same level. This is because demons rely on their physical prowess, while cultivators possess a multitude of techniques and can often kite and overpower them, showcasing the advantages of human wisdom passed down through generations. Dan demons are not the golden elixirs of cultivators, but rather the result of cultivating blood into elixirs, marrow into elixirs, and flesh into elixirs, making them rarer than the powerful cultivators of the immortal sections. Jiang Yining turned to Lin Kong. Brother Lin, you have more experience. You take the lead. Lin Kong contemplated and analyzed. Brother Jiang has perfectly established his foundation, and with the sword qi combined in the 9-sword fish formation, he should be able to barely contend with upper-tier minor demons. I have also inscribed a set of 9-sword fish formation, though it's with wooden swords. It should be sufficient to protect my life against upper-tier minor demons. Let us first capture a few weaker ones to test the waters. If it's only upper-tier minor demons, we might be able to give it a try. If there are major demons, we should retreat or call for help. Jiang Yining nodded. All right, we will proceed as you suggest, Brother Lin. Middle-tier minor demons correspond to Foundation Establishment cultivators, capable of partially transforming into human forms and articulating human speech. Some lower-tier minor demons can also achieve this, like fox demons. Thus, the two set their sights on the most outer edges, targeting solitary minor demons. They cautiously approached beneath a protruding rock when they suddenly heard a noise. Lin Kong gestured for silence. Moments later, 2 lines of water cascaded from the rock. Splish splash. Jiang and Lin hurriedly covered their mouths and noses. Old bull, have you seen King Bear's bride? She's a human woman, quite enchanting. What is interesting about a human woman? Brother Nyo, you don't understand. Human bodies are delicate, and in moments of collision, they easily beg for mercy. That feeling will instill a sense of pride, akin to an undefeated war god. Oh, there's such a notion. At the foot of my cave, there's a village that worships me as a deity. The women there are available to me at any time. After King Bear finishes his wedding feast, shall I take you to try? Haha, many thanks, Brother Ha, for your kindness. And do you know? It is said the bride is a newly initiated female ghost cultivator. Old Ma has remarked that female ghosts excel in that aspect, making it hard to resist. I wonder if it's true. Hee hee, it must be true. Otherwise, how could King Bear possibly be interested? King Bear is the only upper-tier demon lord in our 3,000 mountains. Jiang Yining scoffed. 3,000 mountains? Why not say 3 billion mountains? The only upper-tier demon lord? He is probably just an upper-tier minor demon. The female ghost might just be the ghost lady. The two individuals overheard a discussion among two demons and formed a rough judgment. Shortly thereafter, a toad-headed demon and a bull-headed demon staggered into a spacious cave. Supporting each other, dozens of round stone tables were filled with demons, all inebriated and in disarray. Old Bull, why have you two taken so long? Are you all right? The bull-headed demon swayed his head. Of course, I'm fine. If not, I'll just have to go again. The toad-headed demon hastily assisted. Come on, Old Bull. I'll accompany you. Old Bull, you aren't bewitched by the beauty of Bear Boss's lovely daughter, are you? You seem to have lost your vigor today. Be careful that Bear Boss doesn't sever your bull essence. Haha, forget those two cowards. It's rare for us brothers to gather like this. We must drink to our heart's content today. The toad and bull demons wandered among the throng, leaning and swaying, until they unexpectedly slipped into a deserted tunnel. It was Jiang Yining and Lin Kong. Having plundered the bull demon and the toad demon, they subjected them to severe torture. Discovering that there was only one high-grade minor demon in the entire mountain, the so-called Bear King spoken of by the demons. According to Lin Kong, as long as Jiang Yining could hold the minor demon for a moment, he could rescue the ghost lady. Therefore, the two slayed demons and donned their skins, filling their chi, and disguised themselves to infiltrate the crowd of demons in search of the ghost lady's whereabouts. Lin Kong quickly performed a sword imprint technique. It's right in there. The two pretended to be intoxicated, trying to tread lightly. After passing through several brightly decorated tunnels, they suddenly encountered a fox demon and a pig demon. Under the watchful eyes of the two demons, Jiang and Lin feigned drunkenness, exchanging covert glances before continuing forward unperturbed. As they were about to pass, the fox demon abruptly halted, seemingly suspicious, and commanded, "Halt. State the password." The two froze, preparing for a swift strike. Jiang Yining swayed his head, intentionally shouting to distract. The heavenly king covers the earth tiger. All right, let us go. Remember, this is the king's inner sanctum. Do not trespass. Could it truly have worked? What incredible luck. The sword energy was nearly unleashed, but it was forcibly restrained. The fox demon ignored them and departed with the pig demon. Jiang and Lin exchanged knowing smiles and pressed deeper into the cave, but not long after, they heard a shout from behind. Halt. State the password. Turning around, they discovered it was the fox demon, while the pig demon was being interrogated. The fox demon, arms crossed confidently, stated, "The heavenly king covers the earth tiger. Arrest the thieves," bellowed the interrogating demon, as the fox demon and pig demon turned in disbelief, meeting the astonished gazes of the bull-headed and toad demons. Chapter 27. The Monk and the Taoist. With a cry of "Arrest the thieves," the commotion startled the horde of demons. The pig demon tore off its disguise, revealing a monk. With a single punch, he sent the obstructing minor demon sprawling, then clasped his hands together. "Ba, all you demons, you are surrounded by us. Surrender immediately." His voice thundered, echoing throughout the cavern. Having spoken, he charged forth, soon followed by a tremendous crash. Jiang Yining and Lin Kong exchanged glances, astonished to discover that other cultivators had infiltrated as well. "Brother Lin, hurry. Let us rescue the ghost lady amidst the chaos." They rushed forward, unimpeded, winding through the labyrinth until they finally arrived at a spacious stone chamber. In the center of the chamber stood a stone table and two stone benches, laden with wine and meat. Yet, the ghost lady was nowhere in sight. Lin Kong pointed toward the end of the chamber. "Let us go. There's another tunnel over there." They hastened toward a stone bed in the tunnel, draped with a red veil. Inside was a woman in red. Sitting at the head of the bed, it was the ghost lady. Ghost lady. Upon hearing her name, she looked up, puzzled, at the bull-headed and toad demons. "It's me. Little sister, master brother. Hurry, let us go." "Immortal master?" She rose excitedly, about to approach, but upon touching the red veil, she let out a sharp scream. Jiang Yining, seeing this, swiftly gestured with his sword. The sword energy shot forth, slicing through the veil with precision. The ghost lady gazed at the toad demon, her doubts dispelled. "Thank you, immortal master, for rescuing me." She began to kneel in gratitude. Jiang Yining swiftly intervened. "Hurry, we must leave." Lin Kong added, "If she goes out like this, we will immediately become the primary targets. What should we do?" The ghost lady hesitated slightly. "Immortal master, I can possess someone." Jiang Yining looked at Lin Kong, who shook his head. "I know little about ghost cultivators." Jiang Yining furrowed his brow, then took out a jade bottle that had contained the spirit illusion golden pill. Asking the ghost lady, "Can you fit inside?" The ghost lady nodded, transforming into a wisp of red mist that entered the jade bottle. Upon their return to the cavern's main hall, they were astonished to find minor demons sprawled across the ground, wailing. The earlier monk had not fled. Instead, he stood at the hall's exit, having truly surrounded the horde of demons. Behind the monk stood a young Taoist clad in a bagua robe. It appeared the previous fox demon was merely his disguise. Monk, I respect you as a high monk and will not make things difficult for you. Will you accompany me, an old bear? The leading demons, a bear and a tiger, were present. The one speaking was the bear demon, presumably the famed bear king. Tiger brother. Why waste words with him? Let me handle this. The tiger demon interjected. The bear demon waved his hand. No need for trouble. My elder brother is a guest. Just observe. The bull-headed and toad demons exchanged glances, unsure of the situation. This tiger demon seemed even more formidable than the bear demon. They hesitated, deciding to watch first. But Jiang Yining noticed that the Taoist was smiling at them. The bear demon advanced. Monk, if you insist on causing trouble, don't blame me for being impolite. Even the 10 great sects would have to yield to me. The monk clasped his hands. Amitabha, I have said before, my Buddha is compassionate. If you surrender your treasures, I will spare you this once. Humph. The bear demon roared, its muscles visibly swelling, towering in size. It swung a fist the size of a sandbag toward the monk. Unfazed, the monk met the attack with a punch of his own. The impact sent ripples through the air, causing both to stagger back a few steps. The bear demon, enraged, lunged forward without hesitation. The two engaged in a fierce brawl, shaking the very mountain with their might. Jiang Yining was taken aback. This monk possesses an incredible physique, able to brawl with a beast and seemingly gaining the upper hand. Lin Kong shook his head, whispering, no, the bear demon has not yet exerted its full strength. As if to confirm his words, the bear demon let out a furious roar. Its body swelled once more, revealing its true form, a 3-meter-tall black bear. The monk appeared diminutive in comparison. The bear demon stomped down, but the monk evaded, leaping into the air to deliver a punch to the bear's head. The bear demon scoffed dismissively, swatting with a palm the size of a fan. Bam! It was like swatting a fly. The monk was sent crashing into the ground, leaving a trench in his wake. Jiang Yining turned to Lin Kong. Are we preparing to act? Lin Kong's expression grew serious as he scanned the battlefield, then whispered, look at that Taoist, so composed. Let us wait a moment. I feel the key lies with the tiger demon. If they can't hold their ground, we'll strike and escape immediately. Cough, cough. Lin Kong's judgment proved accurate as the monk rose, casually brushing off the dust from his robes. Come again. The bear demon roared, stubborn fool. You seek your own demise. Then it charged relentlessly, fists and feet colliding, shaking the very mountain. Yet, despite being pressed by the bear demon, the monk showed no injuries. After several moments, the bear demon began to pant heavily. The monk, brimming with fighting spirit, taunted. Not satisfied yet. This is all the strength you have. The bear demon faltered, ready to continue, but the tiger demon stepped forward. Bear brother, allow me to assist you. The bear demon hesitated but did not refuse this time. It reverted to a semi-human form, saying, please, trouble you, tiger brother. Brother, I said my surname is Liu. Just call me Brother Liu. The tiger demon paid the monk no mind, darting forward with a punch. The monk barely had time to cross his arms in defense. Bam! The monk was sent flying, transforming into a streak of light that collided with the mountain peak. With just a single blow, silence fell over the scene. Jiang Yining and Lin Kong immediately tensed, realizing they were facing a truly formidable demon. King Bear clapped his hands in admiration, exclaiming, Brother Tiger, you are truly remarkable. It appears that you have transcended to a higher realm, and I find myself in your esteemed presence. Jiang Yining discreetly retrieved the rescue pearl, only to witness the monk charging back at him, a trace of blood gracing the corner of his mouth. Amitabha, may my Buddha's compassion guide you to surrender and embrace our faith. Before the tiger demon could utter a word, King Bear bellowed angrily, you bald donkey. Have you lost your mind, succumbing to delusions? With Brother Tiger here, you barely escaped with your life, and yet you still dare to be so brazen. Brother Tiger, deal with him. However, the monk revealed a sinister smile, his grin stretching unnaturally towards his ears, exuding an unsettling aura. With a resounding clap, he brought his palms together, a sheen of golden lacquer emerging, enveloping his entire being as if he were transformed into a resplendent golden Buddha, exuding an air of solemnity. The tiger demon gasped softly, its expression turning grave. The true self-golden body of the Little Thousand Temple? Little Thousand Temple is one of the 2 temples among the 10 great sections. Lin Kong appeared to be struggling to contain his astonishment. Jiang Yining cast a puzzled glance at him. Lin Kong quickly explained. The signature celestial technique of the Little Thousand Temple, the corporeal body achieving sainthood, is on par with the Qingyan 10,000 sword barrier. However, the latter requires a step-by-step cultivation process. 100 sword barrier, 1,000 sword barrier, 10,000 sword barrier, sword fusion talismans, and sword fusion arrays. Yet, the true self-golden body is said to be exceedingly difficult to master in one fell swoop. Jiang Yining gazed at the monk in astonishment. The rescue pearl in his hand momentarily forgotten. The tiger demon suddenly erupted into laughter. I have long heard of the corporeal body achieving sainthood at the Little Thousand Temple. Even more demon-like than us. Today, I shall witness it firsthand. The monk took a step forward, causing a portion of the mountain to shatter. The tiger demon focused intently, engaging in a fist fight. No, it was an exchange of blows. The monk showed no sign of defense, trading punches with sheer force. Bang, bang, bang. The impact reverberated through the air. Both sides stood their ground, each punch creating ripples in the space around them. In a fleeting moment, the monk surprisingly seized the tiger demon's wrist, displaying an expression of exhilaration. Let go. The tiger demon unleashed its strength, but was unable to break free. A flicker of panic evident in its eyes. In the end, the fate of the tiger demon was dire. Amid the astonished gazes of the other demons, it transformed into its true form, a 5-zhong-long striped tiger, yet still found itself ensnared by the monk, who swung it around, smashing it against the mountainside. Bang, bang. The earth trembled, causing King Bear's lair to collapse. The smaller demons had long since scattered like birds and beasts. Suddenly, the Taoist shouted at the two, "Do not let the bear demon escape." Jiang and Lin exchanged glances, initially reluctant to intervene. However, with their intentions exposed, and as fellow disciples of the 10 great sects, they had no choice but to attack King Bear. After all, with a high monk from the Little Thousand Temple present, they might as well lend a hand. Lin Kong unleashed a beam of golden light, which transformed into a magnificent golden net mid-flight. The corners of the net seemed to pierce the void, binding King Bear tightly. Just as King Bear attempted to struggle, Jiang Yining had already gathered his sword aura, the 9 sword auras coalescing into the shape of a swimming fish, forming the 9-sword swimming fish formation. As the fish flicked its tail, it charged toward the bear demon. In a furious roar, King Bear transformed into its true form and unleashed a powerful punch. Crash! The fish scattered. King Bear was not unscathed, a deep wound visible on its arm, blood gushing forth. Before it could break free from the golden net, the fish reappeared, flicking its tail once more. Crash! 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 The fish came one after another, and King Bear clenched its fists, swinging wildly. Suddenly, it cried out, "Immortal, stop! Please, spare me. I, the old bear, have committed no wrongdoing and have long revered the 10 great sects." It was an unexpected plea for mercy. Though the 9-sword swimming fish formation had inflicted harm upon the bear demon, it was not fatal. Jiang Yining quickly grasped the reason. For the monk was still swinging the tiger demon, smashing it against the mountainside, clearly demonstrating that the tiger demon was utterly defeated and utterly incapable of resistance. This was why King Bear sought mercy, trembling in fear, realizing escape was futile. Jiang Yining admonished, "Do not struggle any further." All right. The fish continued to swim around the bear demon. Bang! Another thunderous noise erupted. The ground cracked incessantly, and boulders tumbled. The monk dragged the tiger demon around the mountain, causing the entire peak to seem to shrink. He showed no sign of stopping. The Taoist had no choice but to intervene, calling out, "Monk, enough. The mountain is about to collapse." Bang! Bang! The monk appeared oblivious. The Taoist, feeling helpless, stepped forward to pull him back while sternly commanding, "Awaken." At this, the monk momentarily paused. Seizing the opportunity, the Taoist managed to pull him away. The monk seemed to regain his senses, yet still unwilling to relinquish his grip, flailed his fists and kicked at the air, exclaiming, "MD, if you don't listen to reason, you force me to resort to violence." Jiang Yining, Lin Kong, King Bear, momentarily. The monk gradually calmed down, the golden lacquer fading from his body. He then straightened his attire, bringing his palms together. "Amitabha, may my Buddha's compassion embrace all beings. Would you be willing to convert to our faith?" The tiger demon opened its eyes with difficulty, glancing at King Bear and stammering, "Brother Bear, he has exhausted too much energy. You are no match for him. Quickly save yourself." King Bear suddenly turned furious, barking, "You demon spawn," before the high monk. "Cease your nonsense. Who is your brother? Do not presume to forge connections." This twist of events highlighted a keen awareness of the situation. The tiger demon's gaze flickered, and it coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yet, King Bear clasped its hands together, kneeling, "High monk, I am willing to convert to our Buddha." Another display of situational awareness. The monk gazed at King Bear. "I merely stated a customary phrase. You have left me at a loss." Jiang Yining, Lin Kong, silently retracted the binding golden net. The monk added, however, treasures, companions, and talismans must still be turned over. Indeed, indeed. King Bear unexpectedly regurgitated a pouch from its stomach, opening it to reveal a myriad of miscellaneous items. Spirit stones, jade pieces, and an array of treasures glittered before them. The Taoist paid no heed to these, stepping forward with a smile, addressing Jiang Yining and Lin Kong. You two young gentlemen are indeed disciples of King Yun. I am from the Heavenly Machine Observatory, known as the Dearest of Heavenly Transformation. This monk is a disciple of the Little Thousand Temple, with the Dharma name Hung Hai. King Yun. Jiang Yining. King Yun, Lin Kong. The two promptly returned the greeting. The Heavenly Machine Observatory is the only Taoist temple among the 10 great sects, possessing the fewest disciples. Yet it is the most profound and enigmatic sect, observing causality, measuring destinies, and calculating heavenly secrets. Jiang Yining humbly replied, Senior brother, you flatter us. We are indeed disciples of King Yun, initially here to rescue a spirit dispatched by King Yun, but unexpectedly encountered your formidable presence. Among the sects, anyone who encountered someone more powerful would naturally refer to them as senior brothers or predecessors. The Taoist waved his hand dismissively. Young brother Jiang, you are too courteous. I am but a lowly practitioner, not worthy of such a title. Yes, while my cultivation may be lacking, my celestial arts are formidable. Jiang Yining dared not take this lightly. Two senior brothers, may I inquire what brings you here? If we have disturbed you, we shall take our leave. He prepared to depart, deeming it prudent to exit, as he was not truly a disciple of King Yun and wished to finalize his matters before returning to the mountain. The Taoist waved his hand nonchalantly. No harm done, merely slaying demons and dispelling evil. Yet the monk muttered, plundering wealth. The two, one ahead and the other behind, diverged in their explanations, leaving Jiang Yining at a loss for words. The Taoist, unfazed, chuckled and continued, we, the Taoist and the monk, travel the world, fortuitously passing by. Who would have thought we would encounter you two gentlemen and infiltrate your lair? Jiang Yining chuckled awkwardly, recalling the earlier scene, surmising that they were indeed secretly plundering wealth. Senior brothers, we still have tasks at hand and cannot linger. He felt increasingly uneasy under the Taoist's gaze. It would be wise to leave. Noticing this, the Taoist immediately urged, young brother Jiang, there is no rush. Meeting is a form of fate. I see dark clouds swirling around your brow. Allow me to calculate your fortune and avert misfortune. The Taoist began to calculate, engrossed in his own thoughts. Jiang Yining felt awkward, unsure of how to interrupt. He watched as the Taoist's fingers moved increasingly swiftly, murmuring incantations, his robe swaying in the absence of wind, and to his astonishment, a glimmering light emanated from the Taoist's eyes. Finally, the Taoist ceased his calculations, shouting, He then took a deep breath. Young brother, there is a solution. As he spoke, he retrieved a triangular yellow talisman from his robe and handed it to Jiang Yining. As the talisman ignited and dissolved into water, Jiang Yining instinctively prepared to extend his hand. However, the monk, appearing out of nowhere, unveiled his palm. Causal gold, 10,000 spirit stones. Thank you for your patronage. Jiang Yining's movements faltered. Was this fellow somewhat of a charlatan? This entire performance nearly left his mind in disarray. He awkwardly glanced at the two men. The Taoist, exuding an air of nonchalance, gazed skyward. Do you not believe me, young sir? I am but the foremost disciple of the Heavenly Mechanism Observatory, having opened the heavenly eye. As he spoke, a divine light flickered in his eyes, radiating an aura of mystery. Brother, it is not that the junior does not believe, but rather that my purse is somewhat lacking, Jiang Yining replied. The Taoist interrupted. No matter, I have just observed the celestial phenomena. It appears I have encountered a fated individual in this locale, and thus, I shall extend a favor to you today. For the auspicious talisman, I shall only require a labor fee of 98 spirit stones, not the usual 99.98 or even 9.98. Jiang Yining could not suppress the twitching of his lips. This tactic, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the marketing strategies from the era of information explosion on Blue Star. A charlatan, undeniably. He now harbored serious doubts about whether this individual was truly a disciple of the Heavenly Mechanism Observatory. Could such a character emerge from the 10 great sects? Jiang Yining found himself at a crossroads, seeking assistance from Lin Kong. Lin Kong, appearing somewhat anxious, feigned concern. Esteemed brothers, there is indeed an urgent matter within the sect that requires reporting. If we do not hasten, Master may become anxious and come in person. The Taoist chuckled wryly. It seems you two still do not trust me. Very well. He abruptly spread his hands. Jiang Yining was taken aback. Hastily retreating and crushing the distress bead in his palm, eyes fixed cautiously on the monk. Lin Kong stepped forward, his expression grave. Yet, the Taoist merely smiled. holding a strand of Jiang Yining's hair delicately between his fingers. No need for alarm, my young friends. I harbor no ill intentions. To instill your belief, I shall, for once, reveal a sliver of the celestial mechanism. Jiang Yining's countenance darkened. One could not be certain of the malignancy concealed within a mere strand of hair. The Taoist began to calculate rapidly, and the hair began to transform, gradually turning to ash. Jiang Yining immediately enveloped himself in vital energy. After a moment, it seemed he had not suffered any nefarious attack. He regarded the Taoist with suspicion, only to find the latter suddenly aghast. His eyes widened in terror, as if confronting an unspeakable horror. Jiang Yining felt a chill run down his spine, becoming even more cautious. Subsequently, the Taoist appeared to be struck by some unseen force, trembling and involuntarily stepping back. With each retreat, his complexion grew paler. At last, he steadied himself and shouted, "I must continue my calculations." Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground, trembling lips fixed on Jiang Yining. Great calamity, great calamity. Jiang Yining gulped, glancing around nervously. Truth be told, he felt a bit panicked. The Taoist took a breath, extending a finger that quivered as he pointed at Jiang Yining, a harbinger of tremendous misfortune. Upon uttering this, he could no longer suppress himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Yining, bewildered, thought, "Do not frighten me." Is he truly a disciple of the Heavenly Mechanism Observatory? To observe causality, to measure fate, to calculate the heavenly mechanism. Could it be that I genuinely harbor an ominous omen? All I can do now is hope that my master arrives swiftly, so we can return to the mountain without delay, never to step foot in Qingyun again. At that moment, he sensed something rolling to his feet. Instinctively, he glanced down, only to be taken aback once more. The Taoist had spat out a mass of flesh. That does not seem right. It resembles a blood bag. Jiang Yining skeptically prodded the result with his toe, and a splash of crimson liquid splattered onto his pants. Damn it, it truly is a prop. Jiang Yining shook his pant leg and looked back at the Taoist, who also instinctively glanced at Jiang Yining's trousers before slowly raising his gaze to meet Jiang Yining's eyes. Their gazes locked in a moment of profound connection. Chapter 29, Capturing the Demon. The Taoist rose, brushing the dust from his legs. I have a penchant for tricks. I couldn't resist showcasing my skills before fellow disciples of the 10 great sects. Alas, I was not sufficiently practiced, and thus it was slightly imperfect. Please forgive me. He turned his embarrassment into that of others, making it unbearable. Jiang Yining scoffed, unable to refrain from mocking. Not practiced? You are far too adept. With every step. It trembled. Professional actors could not surpass that. Thank goodness the Taoist exerted too much force, causing the blood bag to burst. Otherwise, I would have been the gullible fool. He could hardly blame himself for being credulous, as the reputation of the Heavenly Mechanism Observatory had preceded him. Jiang Yining glanced at the monk. Had it not been for this monk's brutality, he would have at least arranged a few formations of the 9 swords swimming fish. The Taoist continued explaining, "Young Jiang, although there is an element of performance in my act, it is not entirely deceitful." Jiang Yining snorted. The Taoist, perceiving this, hesitated momentarily before saying, "If I may speak candidly, young sir, you were originally destined for a life without end, or perhaps a grand opportunity to escape calamity. Henceforth, whether fortune or misfortune, the shifting of fate is unpredictable. I urge you to proceed with caution in word and deed." Jiang Yining had initially worn a dismissive expression, but the words struck him with an unexpected jolt. Was it possible that he indeed possessed a grand opportunity, one that even transcended time and space? Was there truly such divine insight? Was this fellow genuinely a disciple of the Heavenly Mechanism Observatory? Doubt began to swirl within him. The Taoist, still smiling, produced a triangular talisman and offered it to Jiang Yining. He hesitated, as he would have decisively declined before, yet now he found himself wavering, contemplating whether to part with his spirit stones. "Fear not, young sir. This time I shall not require the 98 spirit stones. Consider it a gift to forge a benevolent connection." Ultimately, Jiang Yining accepted the talisman, albeit with mixed emotions. The Taoist, seemingly satisfied, shifted his attention to the monk, who was still rummaging through the treasures of the bear demon. "Monk, it is time to depart." Upon hearing this, the monk turned to the bear demon, truly impoverished. The two bid farewell to Jiang and Lin. To Jiang Yining's astonishment, the 2 bear demons bore no ill intent, and even the tiger demon, though on the brink of death, still clung to life. The Taoist appeared to perceive Jiang Yining's thoughts. "I observe that these 2 demons possess no malevolent deeds and have harmed no one. For those willing to cultivate peacefully, our sect has no need to eradicate them entirely." This reasoning held water. Otherwise, with the might of the 10 great sects, there would be no place for demons to hide in the realm. Upon hearing this, the Bear King grew increasingly animated. Master, take me in." I am willing to convert to Buddhism. Do not abandon me. My cave dwelling is gone, and I have nowhere to go. It was on the verge of clinging to the monk's legs. Master, you are the paragon of demon cultivation. My admiration for you flows like an unending river. The Taoist chuckled. This bear demon is quite amusing. It speaks well. Why not take it in? The monk shook his head. I have time for the Buddha, but I have no time for you. The bear king, growing anxious, pleaded, Master, Master, I have an earth-shattering secret. Oh, the Taoist feigned interest. Everyone turned to look. The bear king quickly pointed at the tiger demon. This vile creature harbors ambitions. Previously, it lured me into a plot to overthrow the sect, urging the demon cultivators to seize the heavens, while I merely pretended to comply. The already weakened tiger demon struggled to cough up another mouthful of blood. This betrayal came as a shock. The bear king pounded its chest. It spoke of some demon saint mountain, of which I have never heard. My heart only recognizes the 10 great sects. It desperately sought to portray its loyalty. The Taoist frowned, scrutinizing the tiger demon, pondering for a moment. If that is the case, the monk shall take it. Jiang Yining and Lin Kong were once again astonished to find the monk obediently following the Taoist's orders. More effective than the Buddha himself. The monk directly hoisted the tiger demon onto his back, leaving the bear king in a state of panic. Wasn't I supposed to be taken along? How did it end up like this? It was nearly in tears. The Taoist, amused, turned to Jiang Yining and smiled. Young sir, why not take in this bear demon? You too are fated. Nonsense. Jiang Yining did not engage, only trusting the Taoist's words to a minimal degree. The bear king, its eyes darting, suddenly kneeled before Jiang Yining, preparing to deliver a fervent speech when a sudden phoenix cry echoed from the horizon, capturing everyone's attention. Jiang Yining finally smiled. His master had arrived. Feng Yukin arrived in the blink of an eye, landing atop the mountain. After surveying her surroundings, she frowned in displeasure. What is this? There's nothing here? You made me come all this way. Jiang Yining chuckled awkwardly. Master, the strange occurrences came so suddenly. May I inquire if you are the esteemed King Yunfeng? The Taoist suddenly interjected, his face filled with admiration. Feng Yukin scrutinized the Taoist. You recognize me? The Taoist nodded fervently. I am well acquainted with your illustrious deeds, esteemed senior. Feng Yukin frowned, but the Taoist appeared increasingly animated. Senior, you are our role model. My admiration for you flows like an unceasing river. Feng Yukin raised an eyebrow, amused by the young Taoist's eloquence. A disciple of the Tianji Temple, I see. Indeed. You possess a discerning eye, esteemed senior. After her inquiry, she fell silent. The bear king stared at the Taoist in astonishment. Likely thinking to himself, he is echoing my words. Jiang Yining seized the moment to present a yellow talisman. Master, please take a look. This is a talisman given by my junior brother. Esteemed senior, this is a talisman of peace. I am a contemporary disciple of the Tianji Temple. Should any issues arise, please feel free to seek me at the temple. The Taoist respectfully elaborated, pulling out an identification token. Turning back to Jiang Yining, he became exceedingly enthusiastic. Brother Jiang, to have caught the attention of esteemed senior Feng, you must be a model for our generation. In the years to come, you shall surely carry the banner of the immortal sect. Feng Yukin glanced at the jade token, but chose not to comment further. Jiang Yining's expression turned peculiar. After Master S' arrival, the Taoist had become quite familiar in his address. One as a Buddha, the other as a thief. The Taoist admires the master? It seems the sect is plagued with misfortune. No, wait, that also implicates the master. The Taoist chimed in, Brother Jiang, I believe the bear demon has a bond with you. You should cultivate a good relationship. He reiterated his earlier suggestion, now sounding earnest. Jiang Yining scoffed, but Feng Yukin interjected. Then let us take it along and return to the mountain swiftly. The bear king rejoiced, seizing the moment to show off. Since master had spoken, Jiang Yining could only smile wryly, suddenly recalling something. Master, wait a moment. He summoned the ghost lady. What will you do from now on? The ghost lady first expressed her gratitude to Feng Yukin before speaking. Esteemed immortal, I wish to guard my husband's grave for 3 months. After that, may I follow you, esteemed immortal? Her voice dwindled, revealing her lingering attachment to the little girl. Jiang Yining frowned. If the ghost lady ascended to King Yun, at least he wouldn't have to worry about his junior sister, which would be a positive outcome. He looked to his master. Feng Yukin replied, Do not look at me. You are responsible for everything, including this black bear. Jiang Yining responded, Didn't you just say you would take the bear demon along? He turned to the ghost lady. All right, I will first send you back to Haishan village, and after 3 months, I will come to escort you. The ghost lady bowed in thanks once more. The Taoist sighed. Humans and spirits are on different paths. Why not sever the past while you can? The monk joined his hands in prayer. Amitabha, virtuous lady. Sincere intentions lead to rebirth. May you find peace soon. The ghost lady expressed her gratitude to both masters. The Taoist shook his head, choosing not to speak further. Then Jiang Yining turned to Feng Yukin. Master, should you not bestow a sword seal upon the bear demon? Feng Yukin snorted. Such troublesome matters are beyond my expertise. Lin Kong, forced into a state of melancholy, glanced at Jiang Yining, reluctantly invoking the spell. Wasn't he agreed that only the ghost lady was an unexpected occurrence? Jiang Yining looked at the bear king. Hurry over here. What is your name? I am called Xianxiaaudiobooks. Jiang Yining replied. Very well, Xianxiaaudiobooks. From now on you shall be known as Bear Second. Indeed, a name bestowed by the immortal sounds delightful. He grinned, displaying a bear-like demeanor, even managing to exude a sense of flattery. Jiang Yining admonished. Do you understand that the ghost lady is a spirit under the seal of King Yun? The bear king appeared somewhat guilty. I told you, esteemed immortal, but I didn't take it seriously. The bear king grew anxious. My wife, friend, when I said that marrying you would count as being a son-in-law of King Yun, I meant it sincerely. Feng Yukin, growing impatient, urged, all right. Quickly resolve this and return to the mountain. With everything settled, they parted ways. After Jiang Yining and the others departed, the Taoist stood atop the mountain, gazing into the distance. The monk inquired, did you truly read his fortune? The Taoist nodded. The monk was puzzled. Didn't you say you do not read destinies for others? The Taoist smiled and shook his head. To forge a good relationship may lead to opportunities for both of us. Who knows what fortune may come? With that, he turned and descended the mountain. Having left, he needed to treat the tiger demon and let it assist with chores in the future. Their journey would continue across the lands. Chapter 30. Xianling, Immortal Ghost Grass. On the way back to King Yun, Jiang Yining asked, Master, why did you allow Bear Second to follow us? Feng Yukin replied casually. Didn't he, the young Taoist, say it has a connection with you? If its character proves worthy, you may cultivate a deeper friendship, which might be beneficial to your future in the immortal path. The next day, Jiang Yining looked helplessly at his junior sister. As the Bear King was tasked with tidying up the small courtyard, she showed no signs of intimidation and was bossing everyone around. Bear Second was quite enthusiastic, claiming it would henceforth be known as the King Yun Immortal Bear. It played joyfully with the little girl. Jiang Yining couldn't help but think, if Bear Second were to regain its true form, wouldn't it be akin to Annie and her little bear? He shook his head, as certain fragments of the blue star would occasionally intrude upon his mind. After a while, the small courtyard transformed yet again. Now, the wooden house belonging to himself and his master stood in a row, awaiting the ghost lady's arrival, so she and the little sister could reside opposite them. On the left were Lin Yuan and Bear Second, while the right side led to the entrance of the courtyard. The scale was expanding, enclosing 2 fields of spiritual crops within the courtyard. Subsequently, Jiang Yining directed Bear Second to fertilize the spiritual fields. Surprisingly, Bear Second remembered the varying amounts of fertilizer meticulously. The little girl followed closely beside it, no longer pestering Jiang Yining to play. Suddenly, Jiang Yining realized that perhaps bringing Bear Second to the mountain was indeed a good idea. The only concern remained the little girl's cultivation, which was increasingly worrisome. Little girl, where is your second brother? Hurry and cultivate with him. The little girl reluctantly responded, Oh, do you not wish to cure your mother's illness? Of course. Upon mentioning this, the little girl dashed back to the wooden house. Jiang Yining called after her, When your second brother is cultivating, you too shall cultivate. Only when he comes out can you go play. If you run out of pills, inform your elder brother. I know, elder brother. I want to cure my mother. Having spent about a month on the mountain, the little girl had already broken through to the second level of chi refinement. Such remarkable talent could not go unchallenged. Perhaps she would achieve greatness even before him. Sister could also be a pillar of support, which was nothing to be ashamed of. Jiang Yining nodded in satisfaction and then set off to climb to the peak of King Yun. Atop the rocky summit, his master was unexpectedly practicing martial arts, each move resembling a fiery phoenix, radiating a formidable aura. Jiang Yining hurriedly glanced at the 3 wild spiritual plants from before. One of them had astonishingly reached a level of 11. The last time he had hastily glanced, he recalled none had surpassed 10 in growth value. Jiang Yining pondered thoughtfully. Could it be that his master often meditated here, thus triggering the wild plants around to evolve? Otherwise, it would be too coincidental for 3 wild spiritual plants to suddenly appear in the vicinity. Could it be that a single person's enlightenment elevates all around? It would not be surprising for spiritual plants to appear where an adept meditates. Jiang Yining made a bold conjecture, then retreated, since his master was busy. He would not disturb her. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Jiang Yining harvested the century-old ice mountain snow lotus, allowing it to continue its languid existence. Originally, he had intended to wait for it to bloom and bear fruit, so he could gather some lotus seeds for further planting. However, the ice and fire dual array, along with the gale array, had to remain operational, and continuously consuming spirit stones was not ideal. Subsequently, Jiang Yining took to the skies on his sword, heading towards the alchemy peak. In the alchemy hall, Old Wu was unexpectedly reclining in a chair, resting. Jiang Yining softly called out, "Old Wu, I have come to see you." Old Wu opened his eyes. "Ah, you finally arrived." The news of the Qingzhou Peak cultivating a millennium ice mountain snow lotus has spread throughout Qingyun, causing us at the alchemy peak to lose a bit of face. He rose to his feet. "Initially, I intended to pay a visit that day, but upon discovering that both the sect leader and Master Lung were present, I refrained from intruding. Quickly, enlighten me on the situation. Otherwise, young man, I shall no longer accept your herbs in the future." Jiang Yining chuckled awkwardly. "Old Wu, what are you saying? It's merely luck, nothing more." Wu Lao glared. "Are you hiding something?" Jiang Yining smiled bitterly. "I must keep it concealed. With the sect leader present, how could I not recount everything? Besides, you have witnessed my cultivation before. Are you not aware of my abilities?" Wu Lao scrutinized him for a moment before slowly responding. "That is indeed true." However, Jiang Yining then expressed his confusion. If there were any differences, he deliberately waited for Wu Lao to look over before slowly continuing. "Do you recall the barren soil I collected? Originally, the ice mountain snow lotus did not seem to thrive after 1,000 years. Later, I scattered some randomly. Perhaps that is related? Are you certain?" Jiang Yining shook his head. "I am uncertain. It could also be that the ice mountain snow lotus is ready to break through." "Why not, Wu Lao? Take me to other medicinal gardens with barren soil for me to experiment further?" Wu Lao furrowed his brows, pondering, feeling somewhat indecisive. "Moreover, if it proves effective, my alchemy peak must also give it a thorough try." Jiang Yining smiled nonchalantly. "The matter of barren soil was merely a prelude. My true purpose today lies elsewhere. Wu Lao, please exchange this century-old ice mountain snow lotus for spirit stones. Additionally, I seek your guidance on a matter." Wu Lao accepted the ice mountain snow lotus, 100 spirit stones. Then he added, "Speak your mind." Jiang Yining eagerly queried, "Wu Lao, are you familiar with the illusory spirit golden pill?" Wu Lao nodded. "Of course, how could my alchemy peak not know of this?" Jiang Yining hastily continued, "Then do you know what it is composed of? Is there any ingredient that can be used for cultivation?" "Huh?" Wu Lao scoffed. "You dare to think so?" Jiang Yining chuckled awkwardly. "Wu Lao, please be straightforward. What do you mean?" Wu Lao retorted, "It can be cultivated. The main ingredient is xianming grass." Jiang Yining was elated. "Are there any seeds available in the alchemy hall?" Wu Lao regarded Jiang Yining with a playful smile. "The alchemy hall has none, but those seeds are plentiful and not difficult to obtain." Jiang Yining exclaimed, "Wu Lao, please stop teasing me and elaborate. The Black Sea Thunder Marsh, have your master assist you in obtaining them. There are plenty." Jiang Yining's spirit soared. Once his master completes his cultivation, he would seek his aid. "Wu Lao, what is the Black Sea Thunder Marsh?" "Young man, do not rejoice too soon. The Black Sea Thunder Marsh is not the key. You need only ask Feng Yukin, and she will surely know." Wu Lao chuckled. "The crux lies in the fact that the success rate of cultivating xianming grass from the Black Sea Thunder Marsh is exceedingly low. All major sects have attempted it, employing various methods, yet none have successfully cultivated 1,000-year xianming grass. Even a 100-year-old one is considered a miracle. This implies that among 10,000 plants, only one may reach 10 years. Among 10,000 10-year plants, only one may cultivate into a 100-year plant. According to the probabilities established by all sects, you can imagine a myriad amounts to billions, with only 100-year plant emerging. And the effort expended far exceeds the value it brings." Jiang Yining remained unfazed. As long as cultivation is possible, he was determined to give it a try. "Wu Lao, does this mean 100 years is sufficient to concoct the illusory spirit golden pill? What a dream you have. It is 1,000 years. They are rare because they are found by cultivators who fortuitously discover them in the Black Sea Thunder Marsh." Jiang Yining frowned. "A naturally cultivated 1,000-year herb is a treasure. Herbs artificially cultivated and hastened lose the essence of time, being downgraded a level. They only reach the treasure level after 10,000 years. Achieving 10,000 years is no easy feat. Wouldn't that be a fleeting joy?" He chuckled bitterly. "Wu Lao, if what you say is true, then cultivating 1,000-year xianming grass would be of little use?" Wu Lao taunted. "Now you understand the difficulty, don't you? But it is not without merit. When refining pills with herbs of the same age, cultivated spirit plants can achieve 1/3 of the effect of those nurtured by nature." "Oh," Jiang Yining perked up. "So, if I cultivate 1,000-year xianming grass, I can still refine the illusory spirit golden pill, but its effect would only be 1/3. Wu Lao nodded. "Perhaps at that point, we would have to call it the little illusory spirit golden pill." Jiang Yining felt a surge of delight. One illusory spirit golden pill had elevated his cultivation from the first to the fourth layer of foundation establishment. That little illusory spirit golden pill, with a third of its effect, could also elevate his cultivation by one layer, right? One pill per breakthrough is quite significant. Even as his cultivation increased and the effects diminished, obtaining 20 or 30 would suffice to form a golden core. What if he managed to cultivate a few 10,000-year Xianming grass? The thought alone filled Jiang Yining with joy. Chapter 31. The Heroic Scholar, Brotherly. Qingzhou Peak. Jiang Yining occasionally glanced towards the mountain summit. How long must the master cultivate a single fire spirit mushroom, so difficult to digest? Is it truly aligned with the Tao? At present, his mind was preoccupied with the matter of the Xianming grass, requiring his master's assistance. Suddenly, a celestial crane descended into the courtyard. Jiang Yining immediately rose to his feet, receiving the bamboo tube from the crane's beak, which tilted its head to observe the bustling elder Xiong in the spirit field before taking flight. Unfolding the celestial sect star report, Jiang Yining smiled. This issue contains some noteworthy highlights. Shu Mountain Disciple, the current face of the sect, Pan Nanzhong, infatuated with the holy maiden of the Hehuan sect, Yu Shiyun. He even married into the Hehuan sect, losing himself in joy, leading his master to expel him from Shu Mountain in a fit of rage. The current senior brother of the Wuja Sword sect, Guan's Hiliang. He laid out 99 peonies on Taiji Peak to profess his love to his master, xianxiaaudiobooks. By mortal years, the two share a disparity of over 3,000 years. Guan's Hiliang's master, a sword practitioner, furiously rebuked him. Such personal matters cannot be displayed publicly. One must adhere to heavenly principles and proceed gradually. As a result, both master and disciple were forcibly expelled from Taiji Peak by Elder AI. Jiang Yining exclaimed in astonishment. There was a sense of the 10 great sects failing to cultivate proper conduct. In contrast, his master's actions seemed quite reasonable. Perhaps he did not fully understand his master's past. Fian sect announces that its treasure delivery service, aside from the 2 chaotic dynasties occupied by demonic cultivators, has covered the territories of 11 major celestial sects, promising same-day delivery within the same dynasty. Cross-dynasty deliveries will be made within 3 days. Oh, is this akin to express delivery in the cultivation world? It must be said, beneath the 10 great sects, some factions are seeking ascendance and have taken a rather unorthodox path. The celestial report from the Starry Pavilion is one such instance. However, it is rumored that the Myriad Beast sect initially rose to the ranks of the 10 great sects through their mastery of beast taming. Thus, specialization can indeed serve as a viable direction for development. Just as Jiang Yining was engrossed in reading, visitors arrived at the small courtyard. Brother Wang, Brother Lin, and Sister Li came together, surrounding a man as they entered the courtyard. Brother Jiang, my brother insisted on meeting you. Sister Li seemed a tad embarrassed. Brother Wang introduced. Brother Jiang, this is the senior brother of the Great Sword Peak, xianxia. The man was indeed handsome and imposing, carrying a sword that was as tall as he was, a rare sight among cultivators, resembling a chivalrous hero. Jiang Yining promptly bowed. Greetings, Brother Li. He then cast a glance at Lin Kong, conveying a questioning look. Brother Jiang, what is your dream? Xianxia, exuding a sense of righteousness, asked with his very first sentence, leaving Jiang Yining momentarily speechless. It felt akin to a variety show from Blue Star. Jiang Yining awkwardly chuckled, glancing at the others before replying. Brother Li, I am not quite sure what you mean. I heard my younger sister has been visiting Qingzhou Peak frequently, so I came to see what sort of person you are. Sister Li helplessly interjected. Brother, it's not what you think. Xianxia interrupted with a wave of his hand. As the elder brother, it is my duty to meet him. Jiang Yining soon grasped the reason. However, on my honor, I do not harbor such thoughts towards Sister Li, and she surely feels the same, as she clearly comes here each time for her master. Jiang Yining smiled wryly. Brother Li, I fear there is a genuine misunderstanding here. Xianxia, so what is your dream of cultivating immortality? Jiang Yining looked to Brother Wang for help, but the latter merely shrugged, indicating his inability to assist. Xianxia, with a serious demeanor, insisted, Jiang Junior brother, please provide me with a straightforward answer. Jiang Yining, feeling helpless, could only casually respond. Seeking immortality? Xianxia expressed his disappointment. Too vague, be more specific. Jiang Yining was utterly at a loss for words. Observing this, Xianxia continued on his own. A true man, born amidst the heavens and earth, ought to eradicate all injustices in the world. Brother Wang interjected with a smile. Before entering the realm of immortals, Brother Li was a noble scholar of the Qing dynasty. This was to clarify for Jiang Yining. Unexpectedly, Xianxia seemed to have struck a chord with his mentor. Turning to Wang Ji, Brother Wang, what about your dream of cultivating immortality? Brother Wang also wore a wry smile. Brother Li, My aspirations are not as grand as yours. When the demons annihilated my Wang family's village, I merely wished to cultivate diligently, to find the culprit, and offer solace to the souls of the 100 villagers. Li Xia refrained from commenting and turned to Lin Kong. Junior brother Lin? Lin Kong quickly replied with a smile. Brother Li, my sole ambition is to stand out. Since childhood, my parents have hoped for my success, and I have adhered to this notion ever since. Jiang Yining was momentarily taken aback. These responses were unexpected. Shouldn't the pursuit of immortality revolve around seeking longevity? Perhaps, having crossed over, he had yet to fully realize that cultivators are, after all, human. Can one truly transcend the mundane world? Li Xia, having inquired of all, turned back to Jiang Yining. Jiang junior brother, have you thought it through? To his surprise, the focus returned to him once more. Jiang Yining could only helplessly reply. More specifically, I wish to cultivate land. I have a fondness for nurturing spiritual fields. This time, Li Xia said nothing, only sighed as he looked towards Li Shishi. Jiang Yining hurriedly explained. Brotherly, you have misunderstood. Sister Li is merely very interested in my master. Humph. Both spoke the same words. Dreams are not about grandeur, yet a true man must act with courage and responsibility. Li Xia was evidently skeptical. Do not use your master as a shield. Furthermore, regarding Elder Feng, her conduct certainly lacks the demeanor befitting her status. Humph, which junior dares to gossip behind my back? At that moment, Feng Yukin descended from the mountaintop, landing swiftly in the courtyard. Do not accuse me of bullying juniors. Come forth. Let us handle this matter directly. Everyone opened their mouths, unsure of how to respond. Yet Li Xia stood unafraid, gripping his heavy sword. Elder Feng, please offer your guidance. With that, he swung his sword, summoning a towering sword shadow that descended from the heavens. More decisive than Feng Yukin, showcasing remarkable courage. In comparison, Li Shishi's boundless sword technique appeared trivial. Feng Yukin merely snorted, swatting at it as one would a fly. The outcome was, of course, predictable. The towering sword shadow dissipated, and Li Xia transformed into a streak of light, shooting from Qingzu Peak. Everything happened so suddenly that the words of comfort from the crowd had yet to form, and no one dared to advise. Those who might have dared to, Jiang Yining felt it unnecessary. Surely, his master would not cause a loss of life. It would be better to drive away this rigid senior brother to avoid further awkwardness. With Li Xia sent away, everyone bowed and took their leave, still intending to venture into the 3,000 mountains for a while. Once they departed, Jiang Yining promptly inquired, Master, have you completed your cultivation? Humph. What kind of people are you associating with that you dare to gossip about me? Feng Yukin expressed her dissatisfaction. Jiang Yining protested his innocence, quickly smiling. Master, it is a misunderstanding. My admiration for you is as boundless as the flowing river. Oh, how did I suddenly become so eloquent, influenced by bare old air? Regardless, I would never do anything to tarnish my master's reputation. Feng Yukin snorted coldly, preparing to return to her wooden house. Jiang Yining hastily followed, flattering. Master, are you familiar with the Black Sea Thunder Marsh? Feng Yukin paused, casting a glance at Jiang Yining. Speak directly if you have something to say. Alas, here's the situation. Chapter 32, The Great Power S Dojo, where common stones become treasures. The Black Sea Thunder Marsh. It is called a sea because of its vast expanse, larger than the Qing dynasty. It was once a misty swamp. 1,000,000 years ago, it served as one of the main battlefields for the celestial beings and the ghostly deities. The fall of the immortals and demons caused a transformation in the swamp. It is perpetually shrouded in black mist and is often struck by black thunder, known as the ghostly punishment thunder, attracting many thunder cultivators to seek enlightenment. However, few dare to delve deep within, for it is a realm filled with strange creatures, often said to be a paradise for ghostly cultivators. The danger is considerable. Yet for those at the seventh realm, as long as they do not venture too deep, they should be fine. Jiang Yining appealed to emotion and reason, justifying the need to enhance Qingzu Peak's finances, and pleaded in his master's ear. Unable to resist the entreaty, Feng Yukin set off that very evening. Before leaving, she left a parting remark. If you fail to cultivate successfully, you can expect a special training session from me. The Qingyan Mountain lies to the east of the Divine Continent, while the Black Sea Thunder Marsh is located in the northwest. The distance is quite considerable, and the journey will pass through Huashan, Wanshao sect, and many other immortal sections. It would likely take Master 10 days to half a month for a round trip. The next day, Jiang Yining was leisurely enjoying some candy beans. Suddenly, he noticed Bear Old Air bustling around the spiritual field with great excitement. Old Air, what has happened? Big brother, the fruit has changed color. This is the ability of Bear King to adapt to circumstances. In just 2 days, he had gone from addressing the immortal as senior to calling him Big Brother. Jiang Yining indulged him, recognizing it as merely a title, not a master-disciple relationship. Oh, Has it truly reached 100 years so soon? The fruit of the golden cloud pomegranate had turned golden, indicating it had matured for a century. When he initially brought it back from Ningtuo Valley, he had merely planted it casually, without much attention to this spiritual fruit used for body refinement. Gulp. Bare Old Air swallowed hard. Jiang Yining asked, "Do you want to eat?" "Big brother, I encountered this fruit once in the mountains. It has some benefits for us demon cultivators." Jiang Yining chuckled. "Even if you wish to eat, you can only watch. However, if you diligently complete the tasks I assign you, perhaps one day you'll get to taste it." Bare Old Air patted his chest. "Rest assured, big brother. I will take good care of the spiritual field." Jiang Yining glanced at the golden cloud pomegranate. It was a wild spiritual plant that, perhaps due to the passage of time, seemed to grow rapidly after being cultivated. "By the way, there are 3 more at the mountaintop. Old Air, keep an eye on the courtyard." Jiang Yining took some spiritual fertilizer and headed up the mountain. One was a red vine. One was a 4-leaf clover. One was a pine seedling. This time, Jiang Yining carefully identified the 3 spiritual plants. Like the previous wild bamboo, they did not belong to the recorded categories of cultivated spiritual items. They were akin to weeds, fortunate enough to gain spiritual essence, transforming into spiritual beings. Jiang Yining paid no mind, first watering each with half a ladle of spiritual fertilizer. After just a moment, the 3 spiritual plants visibly grew at an astonishing rate. This speed was astonishing. Jiang Yining quickly focused, observing the progress bars of the 3 plants fluctuating. 15, 16, 17. Especially the pine seedling, which broke through the rocky crevice, soon growing taller than a person. Is this due to the influence of Master S enlightenment, having elevated their essence? But is the spiritual energy insufficient? Jiang Yining disregarded it and continued to pour in the spiritual fertilizer. After more than an hour, Jiang Yining watched as the 3 spiritual plants entered their 100-year mark. Subsequently, the growth of the 4-leaf clover slowed, reaching 100 years at 6. The red vine and the pine seedling, no, it should be called a small pine tree now, continued to surge forward. Jiang Yining moved back and forth to the small courtyard, fetching 5 buckets of spiritual fertilizer. Ultimately, the red vine reached 100 years at 51 and rested, its vines sprawling down the mountainside for over 10 zhang in length. The pine tree, until it reached 100 years at 83, finally halted its growth. He was genuinely concerned it might exceed 2 zhang in height, its branches flourishing, casting a shadow over the mountaintop boulders, presenting a picturesque scene reminiscent of ancient pines on cliffs. It takes 10 years to nurture a person and 100 years to grow a tree, yet today, Jiang Yining could be said to have grown ancient trees in a single day. Observing the 3 treasures, he pondered that at least one of them might cultivate for 10,000 years. Jiang Yining mused. He couldn't help but think that among the many great powers of King Yun, surely in the closed-off enlightenment grounds of the 13 Peaks, some weeds must have transformed into spiritual beings. The situation of the 3 treasures made it difficult for him to dismiss such thoughts. It perfectly echoed the saying, "In the dojo of great powers, even common stones become treasures." The only regret is that my Master S connections seem rather unfriendly. Perhaps I could take the initiative with the esteemed Elder Lung or the ever-reliable Headmaster Chang. For 3 consecutive days, Jiang Yining remained atop the Kingzhou Peak, meticulously determining the optimal fertilization amounts for the 3 treasures. The 4-leaf clover, now at a century mark of 14 years, requires a half ladle of the finest fertilizer, with intervals of 1.5 hours between applications, yielding a growth of 2 each time. The crimson vine, having reached 66 years, demands 9 spoons of fertilizer, with a 3-hour interval for each application, resulting in a growth of 3. The pine tree, now 93 years old, thrives on 3 ladles of fertilizer, with intervals of 5 hours, producing a growth of 2 each time. Having grasped these details, Jiang Yining felt no need to linger any longer. He returned to his small courtyard, where he encountered a celestial crane delivering news. The crane tilted its head to observe the courtyard, noting no changes, before spreading its wings and taking flight. Jiang Yining unfolded the celestial star report. Lo and behold, his master graced the front page headline once again. The bully of King Yun. Foam, while traversing the territory of the 10,000 Beasts sect, inexplicably caused the collapse of over 10 mountain peaks. According to unnamed sources among the cultivators, Feng appeared to be pursuing a solitary windfire birch bug, and after the affair, he vanished, shrouded in mystery. The master of the 10,000 Beasts sect has expressed a desire to seek an explanation from Headmaster Chang of King Yun. Jiang Yining could only smile wryly, further convinced that his master must have enemies within the Celestial Star Pavilion. Such a blatant mockery of vanishing into the shadows indeed. However, he had gained insight into his master S whereabouts, which were rapidly approaching the Black Sea Thunder Marsh. As Jiang Yining perused the star report, A paper crane landed gracefully in the courtyard. Unfolding the message, he read, "Brother Jiang, I am preparing to take Lin Yuan back to the mundane world." Jiang Yining promptly replied, "Approved, strike through. Brother Lin's own biological brother, no need to consult with me." He released the paper crane and called out to the wooden cabin, "Lin Yuan. Hey, senior brother, what's up?" Lin Yuan emerged from the cabin, scratching his head. "You shouldn't push yourself too hard. Cultivation requires a balance of effort and relaxation. Your brother is returning to the mundane world for a while. Why not accompany him for a change of scenery?" "All right, senior brother." Suddenly, Xianxiaaudiobooks dashed out. Senior brother, I want to go too." "You, with your keen ears, are not allowed to go. Second senior brother has matters at home. You need to focus on your cultivation. Don't you want to help your mother with her illness?" "Oh," Jiang Yining sighed. "During second senior brother's absence, you've been cultivating for half a day, only to have old bear accompany you to play on various peaks." Just then, Lin Kong landed in the courtyard. "Brother Jiang, it's been a few days. You seem quite cheerful, which suggests good tidings." Jiang Yining rubbed his forehead. "Is that so?" "Indeed. The sudden appearance of 3 rare treasures on the mountaintop has lightened my mood." Jiang Yining then shifted the conversation. "Brother Lin, you're descending the mountain to find Miss Qing'er, aren't you?" Lin Kong replied earnestly. "Ah, my parents are aging. While I have the time, I should spend more time with them." "Indeed, a good girl deserves a chance for a rendezvous." Lin Kong chuckled awkwardly. "Well then, I shall not delay Brother Lin's precious time. Be sure not to neglect your cultivation." He then turned to Lin Yuan, presenting him with a vial of chi-refining pills. Once the two departed, Jiang Yining diligently attended to Old Wu's spiritual fields. 2 white moonbone flowers had surpassed the century mark of 90, and soon, once they achieved 1,000 years, Jiang Yining planned to leverage this achievement to raise the matter of the wasteland once more. In the alchemy hall, Jiang Yining smiled as he revealed a 1,000-year-old white moonbone flower. Old Wu perked up. "Ah, you've finally taken this seriously. While it's still far from covering my initial investment, it's a promising trend. At least my spiritual fields are showing signs of improvement." Jiang Yining hastily added, "Old Wu, I merely scattered some of the previous wasteland. Look, it has yielded results." Upon mentioning this, Old Wu huffed in annoyance. "Don't be coy, kid. The alchemy peak has tried this before. While it didn't lead to the depletion of the spiritual fields, it yielded nothing remarkable. What exactly are you plotting with this wasteland? Speak plainly. I'm not old enough to be muddled." Jiang Yining chuckled awkwardly. "Look at what you're saying. I genuinely scattered some in the 2 spiritual fields at Kingzhou Peak. You can verify if I'm lying." He then frowned. "Perhaps it's merely a coincidence? But I wish to experiment further. Why don't you take me to see other medicinal gardens and the wasteland? I could compare. Who knows? I might stumble upon something remarkable. You always say there are those with great fortune." Old Wu relented. All right. Just to dissuade you, follow me." Jiang Yining rejoiced inwardly. His objective achieved. Time to hunt for treasures. For 5 consecutive days, Jiang Yining toiled among the wasteland piles. This was the second of the 7 medicinal gardens of the alchemy peak. Last time, he had been fortunate enough to scrape just 1/10 of the soil pile and uncovered a treasure. This time, he had already excavated over half of the wasteland pile. For the previous 2 days, Old Wu frequently came to observe, scrutinizing Jiang Yining's criteria for selecting the wasteland. He was wary and suspected Jiang Yining might be hoarding knowledge. However, after 2 days of observation, Jiang Yining would occasionally grab a handful to store in his storage ring, making it impossible for Old Wu to discern any differences. The only discernible standard was that the wasteland had been finely scraped. Could the fineness of the wasteland significantly influence the growth of spiritual plants? Could it facilitate the circulation of spiritual energy and fertilizer? Yet, with prolonged fertilization, might they not reclump together? As a professional, Old Wu could not help but speculate. When he directly voiced his doubts, Jiang Yining simply responded with, "It's all about instinct," which left Old Wu fuming. Eventually, Old Wu observed that Jiang Yining indeed seemed to rely on instinct, and he grew disinclined to continue his observations, letting the matter slide. On the 6th day, Jiang Yining returned to Kingzhou Peak, thoroughly satisfied. Once more, he held a gray-brown soil chunk, a treasure of growth level 3. Immediately, he buried the 2 soil treasures behind his courtyard. Subsequently, he ascended to the mountaintop. For 6 days, Old Bear had adhered to his responsibilities with utmost diligence. The 4-leaf clover was fertilized every 1.5 hours, 8 times a day, achieving a growth of 16, now at the century mark of 99, perfectly timed. The crimson vine also reached the century mark of 99, while the pine tree had robustly pushed through to 1,000 years, now at the 8-year mark. Jiang Yining came here specifically to confirm the optimal fertilization amount and intervals post-breakthrough. By nightfall, Jiang Yining had confirmed the fertilization interval. 6 hours between applications yielded the best results. but further trials were needed for definitive outcomes. The next day, after a trip to the mountaintop, Jiang Yining hurriedly excavated the soil treasures. Lo and behold, the two soil mounds merged into a deep brown, achieving a growth level of 99. The fusion of the two treasures yielded such remarkable growth. Originally, he had planned to continue pestering Old Wu to delve into the medicinal garden for more wasteland, but now it seemed prudent to wait, at least until his master returned. Otherwise, should the soil treasures break through to become rare treasures, they would undoubtedly unleash an abundance of spiritual resonance, attracting the attention of King Yun's spirits and deities, something he could hardly withstand. Moreover, repeating this process time and time again seemed rather difficult to explain. Fortunately, this time it was merely a soil treasure, not a spiritual plant. Speaking of which, his master should be returning soon, right? Jiang Yining secured the soil treasures and returned to the front yard. Just as he dragged out a lounge chair, the celestial crane soared in. He promptly accepted the bamboo tube, engaging in jovial conversation. Celestial crane brother, how many spiritual stones did King Yun provide you this month? The crane tilted its head to regard him, gave a cry, and took flight. Jiang Yining chuckled as he unfolded the celestial star report. In the past month, the Kunlun Mountains have seemingly employed the Kunlun mirror multiple times, traveling to various locations, and have eradicated 17 hideouts of the devouring sky demon sect. Master Hong of Kunlun has cautioned all sects to exercise caution. There may be hidden layers of demon sects in every region, as the devouring sky demon sect and the Great Ascension Heavenly Palace may be clandestinely plotting calamities. King Yun's Feng had a quarrel with Ek Feng, once among the 10 great fairies, while passing through Huashan. Oh, how rare that my master is not on the front page this time. It seems he is already on the way back. If he travels with all haste, he should return to King Yun today. However, the outcome did not align with Jiang Yining's expectations. This wait extended to 3 days. The optimal fertilization amount for the 1,000-year pine had been clarified, 3 ladles, producing a growth of 1, now at 1,000 years and 14. The crimson vine also successfully surpassed the bottleneck, entering the 1,000-year mark. Jiang Yining was left to ponder whether her master was indulging in a drunken stupor at some tavern. Fortunately, just past noon, Feng Yukin, weary from her travels, made her way into the small courtyard, prompting Jiang Yining to greet her with enthusiasm. Master, you must be exhausted. Please, have a moment's rest, and allow me to fetch you a cup of water. Feng Yukin tossed a storage pouch, which Jiang Yining carefully caught. I have brought back some items for you. If they fail to grow, Jiang Yining forced a smile. Indeed, master, I trust this journey was not in vain? Feng Yukin responded with a hint of confusion. Jiang Yining chuckled nervously. I noticed in the celestial reports that you engaged in a confrontation in the Huashan region. I was quite concerned. Feng Yukin scoffed. Do I appear to be in any trouble? Jiang Yining gave a thumbs up. Absolutely. Master, you are formidable. If there's nothing pressing, do not disturb me. I need to catch up on my sleep. In the alchemy hall, Jiang Yining presented several ailing century-old bugu flowers to Elder Wu. Her objective was clear, to gather more information regarding the cultivation of the xianming herb. Regrettably, Elder Wu disclosed that there were no discernible patterns. Although experience could be shared, some individuals even went so far as to collect the phantom punishment thunder from the Black Sea Thunder Marsh, only to yield the same disappointing results. The rare opportunity for a breakthrough was merely a probability derived from extensive cultivation across various sections. Given this, she could only proceed with her trials at a measured pace. However, with her master back, she could continue with the matter of the earth treasures. This time, Elder Wu readily led her to the 3rd medicinal garden. Yet he cautioned her, I can grant you access to these 3 gardens for lower-grade herbs, but do not mention the others. The disciples of the alchemy peak are not permitted to freely enter or exit the other for major gardens, as there are strict controls over the environment. Jiang Yining nodded repeatedly. Who could predict what would happen in the future? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Knock, knock, knock. Early in the morning, Jiang Yining rapped on her master's door. Has it been quiet for only a few days? What is the commotion now? Feng Yukin opened the wooden door with irritation, stretching her limbs. Master, I have 2 earth treasures here. After devouring and merging, they may very well become treasures of a higher grade. Jiang Yining explained hastily. Upon hearing this, Feng Yukin scrutinized him for a moment. Where did you find these? Jiang Yining felt compelled to recount his several excursions into the alchemy peak's medicinal gardens in detail. Feng Yukin furrowed her brow. Are you suggesting that all of these were discovered among the garden's waste? Has the alchemy peak been oblivious all these years? Jiang Yining chuckled awkwardly. Master, when I first presented the gray soil before you, did you not sense anything unusual? It was I who had to remind you repeatedly. Feng Yukin could only nod in acknowledgement. So, you have stumbled upon something that the alchemy peak overlooked. Jiang Yining grinned. Master, let us not dwell on that. My concern is that if they merge into a treasure, it may attract the attention of the King Yun sect. Our King Zhu Peak has had a series of treasures. Perhaps you could take them to the 3,000 mountains for a few days? This is merely a suggestion. If heavenly melodies were to descend, you could claim they were found in the mountains. Feng Yukin snorted. What is there to fear? Who would dare to steal from King Zhu Peak? Master, there is another matter I wish to report. On the mountaintop, Feng Yukin regarded the four-leaf clover, the red vine, and the pine wood, yet she did not inquire further. Jiang Yining chuckled nervously, knowing that he needed to present a reasonable explanation. Master, there's no need for explanations. Act boldly. I shall support you. From now on, any fire-attributed treasures will belong to me. Chapter 34. The Earth of the Sunflower Water. The following day, Feng Yukin sat unabashedly in the courtyard. Atop the large wooden table, the two earth treasures had already merged. At a certain moment, the sky darkened. Jiang Yining looked up. It was here. The celestial melodies were descending. Time and again, Jiang Yining had grown accustomed to this phenomenon. This time, it was slightly less impressive than the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. With 10 strands of celestial melodies cascading down, the soil gradually shifted in hue, a blend of orange-yellow tinged with hints of somber blue. It was soft and viscous, reminiscent of a somewhat gelatinous orange-yellow delight. As the earth treasure transformed, Jiang Yining's gaze suddenly sharpened. This is the earth of the sunflower water. He recognized it as one of the two soil-type spiritual treasures he had read about in the records of celestial materials at the Hall of All Laws. The earth of the sunflower water, a treasure weighing millions of pounds, a spirit that suppresses the mountains. Above the small courtyard, figures began to gather. Feng Yukin, this time, did not hover in the air but directly grasped the earth of the sunflower water in her hand. Look, this is acceptable. Do not tread within 300 yards of the bamboo garden. In recent years, great fortune has fallen upon our King Zhu Peak, and such occurrences shall likely multiply. Therefore, let me establish a rule. Within 300 yards, I shall act without hesitation. Furthermore, do not disturb a single blade of grass or a single tree in King Zhu Peak. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Though her words were casual, her voice resonated through the heavens. Do not seek to trade with me. Refrain from speaking. Should I require anything, I shall directly approach the Qianling Hall. The Qianling Hall, a subsect of the King Yun sect, is a marketplace where disciples can deposit treasures for sale or purchase. If the stalls at the Bibeo Peak are considered low-end merchandise, the transactions at the Qianling Hall involve genuine magical artifacts and spiritual treasures. Jiang Yining could clearly see someone preparing to speak, only to be silenced by his master's declaration, leaving them with no choice but to shake their heads and depart. However, many others circled around King Zhu Peak before leaving, clearly observing and eager to discover what was so special about it. Previously, it could have been attributed to cultivation. Now, with the emergence of earth treasures, it could not possibly be mere cultivation, could it? This was likely the thought of many. If Jiang Yining had known, he would have confidently asserted that it indeed stemmed from cultivation. This time, the leaders of the 13 peaks did not make an appearance. However, in the next moment, the Master Chong and a red-haired elder descended into the courtyard, accompanied by Elder Wu. The earth of the sunflower water? The group gazed at the precious soil in Feng Yukin's hand. Feng Yukin, irritated, asked, "What brings you here?" Yet Jiang Yining discreetly glanced at Elder Wu, hoping he would not draw any connections upon his arrival. Master Chong chuckled. "I thought your disciple had cultivated something remarkable again, hence I brought Lord Wan along. Perhaps he would be more suited for cultivation." Lord Wan from the Alchemy Peak was someone Jiang Yining had encountered previously. However, Lord Wan was fixated on the earth treasure. It is said that a predecessor from our Alchemy Peak discovered the earth of the sunflower water amidst the waste soil of the spiritual fields. It was said to have been nurtured by prolonged exposure to spiritual fertilizers. Little Feng, how did you come across this earth treasure? Feng Yukin was not impressed. You dare call her Little Feng? Lord Wan snorted coldly. I have watched you grow. When the old master was alive, you often sought me for alchemical assistance. Now that you have grown wings, you think you can no longer call me Little Feng? Feng Yukin rolled her eyes and chose not to argue further. Master Chong hastily intervened to mediate. Little junior sister, Lord Wan is merely inquiring. If you know, please share. Feng Yukin replied. Well, it was in that spiritual field. My disciple cultivated for 20 years and unexpectedly produced a treasure. Beyond that, I know nothing. Lord Wan responded. The Alchemy Peak has cultivated for so many years without yielding treasures. The mysteries of nature are indeed difficult to fathom. Elder Wu interjected. So that is it. No wonder King Zhu Peak has been producing spiritual plants for millennia. It must be attributed to the earth of the sunflower water. Jiang Yining felt a wave of disbelief. This time, he had indeed stumbled upon an overlooked gem from the Alchemy Peak. Lord Wan frowned and turned to Jiang Yining. Jiang Yining quickly bowed respectfully. I have heard that you possess notable talent in cultivation. Would you be willing to study cultivation techniques at our alchemy peak? Feng Yukin immediately interrupted. My disciple has no need to go to the alchemy peak. With her master's command, Jiang Yining naturally stood quietly by, listening. Yet his mind was filled with doubts. He refrained from further discussing the earth of the sunflower water, and Elder Wu also kept silent about the waste soil. It seemed they were not entirely aware of the detailed circumstances surrounding the earth of the sunflower water. As Master had mentioned previously, for their level, treasures worth 108 were of little significance, so they were not overly concerned. Curiosity seemed to be their primary interest. Feng Yukin appeared to hesitate momentarily before continuing. Do you believe the alchemy peak can cultivate better than my disciple? She spoke, unexpectedly steering the conversation towards the 3 spiritual plants atop the mountain. Intending to resolve the matter in one fell swoop to avoid the hassle of discussing it later when the spiritual plants reached a millennium in age, Jiang Yining, feeling helpless, found the focus shifted back onto himself as they ascended to the peak. Currently, the pine trees had aged over 1,000 years, requiring fertilization twice daily to grow at a rate of 2. The red vines had also reached 600 years, needing fertilization every 4 hours, growing at a rate of 6. If all went well, they might surpass the pine trees in age before reaching a millennium. However, the 4-leaf clover stagnated at 99 years, seemingly destined to languish. Jiang Yining chuckled awkwardly, saying, Sect Master, Elder Wan, I merely discovered a location where my master comprehended the Tao, causing the wild plants to thrive. Elder Wan nodded. Your observations are quite astute. Indeed, the places where high-level cultivators comprehend the Tao often give rise to extraordinary treasures, which is a common occurrence. What I mean is, how did you discern the differences among them? There are so many weeds at the peak. How could you clearly identify these 3? I heard that previously, there were numerous mountain bamboo plants as well. How did you manage to find the extraordinary among them? Jiang Yining smiled. Acknowledging that the reasoning was hard to articulate, he couldn't just say he saw a progress bar. Feng Yukin, noticing this, remarked nonchalantly, just say it as it is. I am here, and who could possibly do anything to you? Yes, Master. Jiang Yining replied respectfully, Sect Master, Elder Wan. I merely feel that some spiritual plants and wild plants are growing well. It's purely instinct, and then I tried applying spiritual fertilizer. And it seems my luck has been rather good. After saying this, he awkwardly scratched his head, appearing uncertain himself. Aside from Feng Yukin, who seemed indifferent, the others furrowed their brows. Suddenly, Elder Wu exclaimed, treasure-seeking mouse. Everyone turned to him. Elder Wu quickly clasped his hands and said, Sect Master, Peak Master. I am merely speculating. Among spiritual beasts, there are treasure-seeking mice adept at discovering treasures. Could there be such a unique existence among cultivators as well? Peak Master 1 appeared contemplative, then nodded. That cannot be entirely dismissed. Sect Master Chang looked at Jiang Yining and remarked, the existence of life itself is a miracle within the universe. To this day, no immortal sect dares claim to have fully explored human potential. It is said that in the early days, when the Shaoqian temple had not yet separated from the Wanfo temple, all the immortal sects believed that human cultivators were not suited for pure body cultivation methods. Then, the true self golden body emerged, shocking the immortal sects and enabling Shaoqian temple to split from Wanfo temple, thereby entering the ranks of the 10 great immortal sects. As he spoke, he glanced at Feng Yukin. Little junior sister, you indeed have a keen eye. Perhaps this young man has activated something special, marking him as a person of great fortune. This talent truly seems to be a natural fit for cultivating spiritual plants. Jiang Yining couldn't help but internally marvel at this revelation. Casting a few more glances at Elder Wu, he hadn't realized that this was the reason behind it, and the reasoning was both reasonable and logical. Not only did Sect Master and Peak Master not doubt it, but he almost believed it himself. Elder Wu, you shall be my foremost benefactor in the future. Well, second. As my master holds the first place. I noticed when you first purchased my spiritual field, your demeanor radiated the essence of a benefactor. Now, it is undeniable. Not even Jesus could change that, I assure you. Peak Master 1 seemed intrigued as he reiterated, if you are interested, you may come to the alchemy peak to delve into the art of cultivating spiritual plants. Jiang Yining quickly bowed. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. I still prefer to serve by my master's side. Taking this opportunity, he cleverly added, Elder Wan. My master has recently helped me acquire some seeds of xianxiaaudiobooks grass. I wonder if you could offer me some advice. However, Peak Master 1 shook his head. This is a significant challenge that all immortal sects have yet to unravel. We at King Yun have long since abandoned our research. I will have Xiao Wu look for any useful records. Sect Master Chong, however, chuckled, young man. If you truly possess the ability to cultivate a large quantity of xianxiaaudiobooks grass, I could make an exception for you to open the 14th peak. Jiang Yining felt alarmed. Why would I want to open the 14th peak? It is far better to stick with my master. Yet, it was evident how much importance the sect master placed on this. Sect master, I am merely a novice and will try my best. He chuckled. Since you possess such fortune, do not underestimate yourself. Before the emergence of the true self golden body, who would have dared to imagine that one could enter the ranks of the 10 great immortal sects through pure body cultivation methods? I have faith in you. Jiang Yining smiled sincerely, feeling uplifted by the encouragement. Chapter 35. The initial cultivation of xianming grass. At Qingzhou Peak, in the small bamboo courtyard, Feng Yukan placed a hand on Jiang Yining's shoulder. She had already helped him refine Kuzhui Kongtu and was now protecting him as he absorbed its essence. When Jiang Yining opened his eyes, it was the second day. After all, it was a precious item, and his cultivation had also made a breakthrough, reaching the 5th level of foundation establishment. Moreover, he had gained 10 strands of spiritual rhyme, and with diligent effort, he could achieve the second layer of King Yun's 10,000 Sword Fury, the 100 Sword Fury. However, this was not an accomplishment of a single day, and Jiang Yining was not in a hurry. He first wanted to experiment with xianming grass. His master had been preoccupied with matters concerning Kuzhui Kong upon returning, and he was already eager to begin. This was a matter of great significance concerning the breakthrough of his cultivation. So Jiang Yining and Old Xiong once again cleared a piece of spiritual field within the limited space of the courtyard. The little girl was playing joyfully alongside. Jiang Yining had also reviewed the records from the alchemy peak, experimenting with various methods, such as altering the environment, temperature, gathering spirit arrays, hydroponics, and nurturing with true energy. But none seemed to aid in cultivating xianming grass. This left him disinclined to bother with environmental adjustments. He decided to plant them directly. Relying solely on his keen eye, Jiang Yining took out the seeds, which resembled wheat ears, golden in hue. Luck was on his side. Immediately, a plethora of values appeared. Jiang Yining sorted through the dead seeds, estimating about 40%. The viable seeds remained in a half-full bag, totaling at least 20 to 30,000 grains. His master likely found it troublesome and had brought back a considerable amount in one go. During the fertilization process, Jiang Yining was meticulous and careful, controlling every aspect. This time, he began with dripping. For 3 consecutive days, it seemed to proceed smoothly. The intervals for fertilization and maturation were not long, every 3 hours. The growth rate paralleled that of other spiritual plants, reaching 14 in one go. This puzzled Jiang Yining. It shouldn't be that easy. Why couldn't the immortal sects cultivate them to 10 or 100 years, with the probability being so low? Days filled with purpose are always fulfilling and joyous. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Recently, Jiang Yining often found himself staring blankly at the spiritual field. The small courtyard was bustling with people. The Lin brothers had already returned to the mountain. Lin Kong had once again taken up free labor, engraving sword arrays. Jiang Yining had condensed 40 sword energies and harvested the Bixia 3 flowers twice, spending 500 spirit stones to have Lin Kong purchase over 100 sword arrays at Lu Yun Peak. The 108 giant peak sword array, created by Elder Lu Yun, drew inspiration from the Wuliang sword technique of the giant sword peak, establishing a 100-sword formation that bore the weight of mountains. Once completed, the 108 swords would form the visage of a colossal mountain, possessing the might to level hills and open seas. Compared to the 9-sword swimming fish array, which resembled swimming fish, this was significantly more powerful. Once Jiang Yining fully condensed the sword energies to 110, this array would be perfectly suited. During this time, he had thoroughly mastered the thundercloud sword symbol, drawing symbols from thin air and integrating them into the sword energies. Now, the 9-sword swimming fish array embodied the thundercloud sword energies, merging sword arrays and symbols into one, elevating its power to a new level. Once the 108 giant peak sword array was complete, with the 3 elements unified, Jiang Yining could undoubtedly contend with a golden core cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. However, it consumed considerable resources, and he feared he would not be able to employ it many times. Yet, to Jiang Yining, this was merely a matter of proceeding step by step, all anticipated. The only issue lay with the 100 stalks of xianming grass in the spiritual field, which was hard to articulate. The xianming grass sprouted in a rather plain form, resembling a bamboo dragonfly, with 2 leaves growing opposite each other. However, the colors of the leaves varied. One was gold and the other silver. Not pure gold or silver, but rather a green base with faint golden and silver mists overlaying the 2 leaves. The current predicament was that all of them were languishing. No matter how the fertilizer was adjusted, it proved futile. The best among them grew only to a length of 76, failing to reach even 10 years. This predicament left Jiang Yining quite helpless, with no viable solutions in sight. It's no wonder that the various sects were at a loss. They could not see the growth values and thus had no understanding of the situation, merely assuming that breeding was exceedingly challenging. Although he too was unaware of the specific reasons, he at least had access to the growth values, enabling him to discern when each plant ceased its growth. Would he abandon them? Certainly not. Jiang Yining called out to the Great Bear King, who was playfully engaging with the little girl. Hey, senior brother, I'm coming. Jiang Yining continued. Let us clear the entire area in front of the courtyard, and also move the little girls and Lin Yuan's wooden houses over to your row. Let us expand the courtyard a bit. Great senior brother, I'm here to help too. Jiang Yining felt a sense of resignation, as even the little girl was swayed by the Bear King's playful language, instantly ready to assist. Lin Yuan, needing to relocate his house, also set aside his array work, and the two brothers collaborated, embodying the saying that many hands make light work. Within half a day, the wasteland was transformed. The area cleared was substantial, and Jiang Yining managed to sow 2,000 seeds of mystical spirit immortal nethergrass. He resolved that whenever he encountered a growth value stagnation, he would immediately uproot and continue sowing. In essence, he would rely on probability to accumulate results. His advantage lay in the ability to observe the growth status, thus avoiding the wastage of time and energy on the stagnating, mystical spirit immortal nethergrass. Even so, the workload remained manageable, and it appeared he would soon have plenty to occupy him. After the initial fertilization of the 2,000 seeds, Jiang Yining ascended to the mountain peak. The peak was adorned with pine trees, aged 58 years. The red vine had even reached the critical point of 99 years, 3 days prior. It was on the cusp of entering the 1,000-year mark. That day, he had even brought his master along, but the red vine had not smoothly broken through. Feng Yukin remarked, "No need to linger. If it truly breaks through, I will sense the celestial resonance. I have previously made it clear that no one dares to secretly take it." Nevertheless, Jiang Yining continued to visit daily, applying a bit of fertilizer. Just as he returned to the small courtyard after one such visit, the sky suddenly darkened, and 3 streams of celestial resonance descended. The red vine had indeed broken through. Feng Yukin promptly emerged from the wooden house, soaring towards the mountain peak, while Jiang Yining hastily set down his wooden bucket and followed her back up. Indeed, the red vine had succeeded in breaking through. It had climbed a full 50 zhang along the cliff face, its entire body of fiery red, resembling flowing magma. Shadows began to appear in the surrounding sky, drawn by the spectacle, though there were notably fewer than before. It was unclear whether the threat from his master had deterred some, or if others had become accustomed to the frequent treasures emerging from Qingzhou Peak. "Master, this seems related to the fire path. You should take it." Feng Yukin, however, shook her head. "The 3 streams of celestial resonance are, after all, influenced by my years of enlightenment, and hold minimal significance for me. Only treasures of 10 streams of celestial resonance or more are worthy of my attention." Jiang Yining chuckled. Since his master deemed it unworthy, he felt no obligation to decline. Unbeknownst to them, both master and disciple had grown accustomed to encountering rare treasures, finding themselves in a position to select. Yet, Jiang Yining still waited 3 days. Dreams, after all, should be cherished. What if there was a chance for further growth into a Dao treasure? However, the red vine proved to be lackluster. Having absorbed the enlightenment of countless powerful beings over the years, yet ultimately remaining at this level, stagnant at the 1,000-year mark. It was only then that Jiang Yining decided to collect it. Chapter 36, 100 Refinements Peak, Artifact Refinement. It was Jiang Yining's first visit to the Flying Sword Hall. Not for the purpose of purchasing flying swords, but to refine artifacts. He ultimately decided to refrain from absorbing the red vine for the time being. Primarily, with 3 streams of celestial resonance, he could condense an additional 30 sword energies, but it would not result in a qualitative change. The 108 Giant Peak sword formation still awaited Lin Kong's efforts, and changing the formation on short notice would likely elicit his resentful gaze. Having witnessed senior brother Wang's Golden Bell artifact, which boasted admirable defensive capabilities, he came to the Flying Sword Hall to see if he could refine the red vine into a defensive artifact. There would inevitably come a time to descend the mountain, and it was prudent to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Speaking of which, in just over a month, he would need to go retrieve Gui Niang. Furthermore, after 20 years of cultivation, not possessing even the most basic flying sword artifact of the Qingyan sword sect was undeniably disgraceful. Now, as the chief disciple of Qingzhou Peak, it was imperative to remedy this. While 100 Refinements Peak primarily focused on the refinement of flying swords, other artifacts could also be produced there. Naturally, in Qingyun, artifact refinement was solely conducted at 100 Refinements Peak, There were no alternatives. Inside the Flying Sword Hall, a red-eyed youth noticed Jiang Yining's entrance and listlessly remarked, "What flying sword do you need? Feel free to browse." His demeanor clearly indicated he was not a competent salesman, lacking any enthusiasm. Jiang Yining shook his head slightly and inquired with a smile, "Junior brother, does the Flying Sword Hall excel in the refinement of defensive artifacts?" "Oh." The red-eyed youth suddenly perked up. "Of course we do. What artifact does senior brother wish to refine?" "For disciples, the fee is 200 spirit stones. For elders, it's 500 spirit stones. And for long-established elders, it's 1,000 spirit stones. That's quite expensive." Jiang Yining lamented, currently feeling rather impoverished. After purchasing the 108 giant peak sword formation, he had completely emptied his pockets. And the output from the xianxiaaudiobooks seemed to be lagging behind his consumption of mystical spirit immortal nether grass, which still had no foreseeable yield. He needed to consider switching to a batch of more valuable herbs for breeding, perhaps the white moonbone flower. However, their growth rate was generally slower, and he feared it might take 2 months before any harvest. He had only managed to yield a few plants for Old Wu. "Senior brother? Senior brother?" The red-eyed youth waved his hand. Oh, that is a bit pricey," Jiang Yining remarked helplessly. If he were to harvest all the xianxiaaudiobooks, regardless of whether they were thriving or not, 200 spirit stones would suffice, but he feared he would run out of supplies for 2 months. With no qi refining pills for his junior brothers and sisters, the red-eyed youth, however, seemed unconcerned. "Senior brother, what artifact do you need refined?" This was beginning to sound like a sales pitch, focusing on customer needs rather than money. "Defensive type. What materials do you have prepared?" "Vines." Jiang Yining placed his storage bag on the counter. The vines were too lengthy to fit in his storage ring. He was not worried about anyone at 100 Refinement's peak attempting to rob him. The red-eyed youth accepted it and immediately opened it. "Oh, crimson vines? Could it be the 1,000-year red vine treasure that emerged from Qingzhou Peak a few days ago?" He widened his eyes in astonishment, staring at Jiang Yining. "Senior brother is a disciple of Qingzhou Peak?" Recently, Qingzhou Peak had become quite the hotspot in Qingyuan, with treasures continuously emerging. Jiang Yining nodded. The red-eyed youth appeared somewhat excited. "Senior brother, my name is Ingwenta. Just call me Xiaoying. How about I refine it for you, free of charge? Just leave me one zhang." Ingwenta gazed at Jiang Yining with eager anticipation. Jiang Yining was suspicious. "Junior brother, you can refine artifacts?" Ingwenta patted his chest. "Rest assured, senior brother, I am among the best in artifact refinement among peers." "Then why were you assigned to guard the entrance?" "I accidentally ruined a fine flying sword for master, but it's not as you might think. I was merely pursuing the utmost in materials, a careless mistake." Ingwenta chuckled awkwardly. "Moreover, I figured out where the problem lay. If given another chance, I assure you there will be no repeat." Jiang Yining thought to himself, "He seems untrustworthy." Seeing this, Ingwenta quickly explained, "If you entrust it to me for refinement, I already have a preliminary plan. It will be both defensive and capable of restraining enemies. The red vine will be refined into 5 strands, enhancing its resilience and strength during defense. It will coil around like a dragon, protecting you. During restraint, it will wrap around like a serpent, binding your opponent. Additionally, I will provide all auxiliary materials. You only need to leave 1 zhang for me." Similarly, for a dual-purpose artifact, other brothers would charge at least 300 spirit stones, and you would also need to cover the auxiliary material costs. As he spoke of artifact refinement, he became quite animated. Let us take a look. Jiang Yining, of course, would not agree outright. If it were ruined, he would suffer a great loss. However, he kept his guard up. He would first return to the small bamboo courtyard and gather as much information as possible. The paper crane could fly swiftly with messages. Ultimately, it was Sun Suitong, brother Sun, who provided the definitive news. His grandfather had previously sought the assistance of Ingwenta to forge over 200 sword formations, affirming that Ingwenta indeed ranks among the foremost disciples of the Balian Peak in the art of crafting. On that day, Jiang Yining refrained from ascending Balian Peak. Instead, he dedicated himself to the meticulous care of the spirit field, nurturing 2,000 seeds of the xianming grass. Despite 4 rounds of fertilization in a single day, the growth value remained unchanged, leading to their immediate elimination and the necessity to replant anew. The following day, he returned to the Flying Sword Hall. Ingwenta greeted him with utmost enthusiasm. Jiang Yining wasted no time. "Junior brother Ing, regarding our discussion from yesterday, I am amenable, but we must first establish terms. What if the red vine is ruined? After all, it is no small feat for our master to bestow such a treasure." Ingwenta's face brightened with joy. "Rest assured, brother Jiang, I guarantee it will not happen." He even inquired about Jiang Yining's name, which, although not particularly difficult to ascertain, demonstrated his earnestness. "If the red vine is ruined, I shall bear the cost for a lifetime. Ingwenta assured with great confidence. Jiang Yining, not one to linger unnecessarily, replied, very well. Then, I shall trouble you, junior brother. He once again handed over the storage bag. How long will it take? Ingwenta pondered. I need to conduct thorough research first to maximize the material advantages of the red vine. 7 days, at most. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yining felt a twinge of apprehension. Do not pursue perfection too obsessively, junior brother. Haha, fear not, brother. It must be done to the best of our abilities. We cannot waste a treasure. Ingwenta had already extracted a section of the red vine for careful examination, his eagerness palpable. You can rest easy, brother. I have pledged to compensate, and will not act recklessly. With a decision made, Jiang Yining chose not to dwell further on the matter, and they exchanged contact information before departing for Kingzhou Peak. Before he could even enter the bamboo residence, he heard the boisterous call of King Bear. Master brother, come quickly. The fruit has changed color again. It now bears a hint of purple. Is it going bad? His concern for the golden pomegranate surpassed even Jiang Yining's own. He checked on it several times a day. Jiang Yining approached and indeed observed a transformation. The golden fruit now bore a touch of purple hue. Luck was at play 0. Unbeknownst to him, it had broken through another layer. Having not paid much attention to it, it had achieved 1,000-year maturity. Chapter 37. The Blessing of Bear Air. After waiting half a day and fertilizing twice, the golden pomegranate still remained at 1,000 years 0. Jiang Yining addressed Bear Air, who stood by. If you wish to eat, do so. Consider it your blessing for tending the spirit field these past days. Of course, more importantly, it was a spirit material for body refinement. Of little value compared to the pursuits of immortal arts, who still focused on body refinement unless it involved something like the true self golden body. Jiang Yining still had an interest in that. Bear Air, however, immediately grew excited. Although he did not fully grasp Jiang Yining's meaning, his loyalty was unwavering. Thank you for the blessing, master brother. From now on, I will do whatever you ask. Bear Air exclaimed as he swallowed the purple-hued golden fruit in one bite. Then transformed into his true form, a massive black bear, seemingly digesting. Jiang Yining could distinctly hear the stirring of his vital essence, resonating like a great tide. The transformation of demon cultivators was not without its merits. Suddenly, Bear Air turned to Jiang Yining. Master brother, could you bestow upon me another vial of qi refinement pills as a blessing? Jiang Yining raised an eyebrow in suspicion. You, a demon cultivator focused on blood refining, marrow refining, and body refining, do you truly wish to pursue the path of spirit beasts? Previously, when he had extracted the 10-year-old xianxiaaudiobooks, did you not desire to consume it raw for its essence? He had earlier lamented that consuming spirit herbs raw was an advantage of demon cultivators, while human cultivators required alchemy for ingestion. Now, however, he felt a tinge of confusion, prompting his inquiry. Nevertheless, he readily produced a vial of qi refinement pills and tossed it to Bear Air. Bear Air caught it and promptly swallowed the entire vial of pills. His bare face broke into a grin. I can't quite explain it, but previously, my absorption of spiritual energy was slow, and we demon cultivators were often reluctant. But since following Master Brother, I've enjoyed blessings, consumed some spirit herbs, and found it easier to absorb spiritual energy. I simply want to see if it aids my body refinement. Jiang Yining chuckled. All right, I shall give you 2 more vials. From now on, feel free to consume any low-age spirit herbs that we remove from the spirit field. As long as you work diligently alongside me, blessings will abound. With that, he stood up, not dwelling on the matter any further, and continued to tend to the xianming grass. There was no choice. The workload was gradually increasing. The xianming grass that withered was promptly uprooted and replanted, as they tirelessly sought the optimal fertilizer. Each day, over 200 withered plants were processed. It seemed that from the moment xianming grass was sown, its potential growth was already predetermined. Jiang Yining could only hope to discover a specimen capable of maturing within 10 years or 100 years, essentially. It was no different from the probabilistic endeavors of the various immortal sections. Although his discerning eye granted him quicker efficiency than the sects, the prospect of producing a 100-year specimen at a 1 in 10,000 chance would keep him occupied for years, let alone a 1,000-year specimen, which was beyond imagination. For 3 consecutive days, Jiang Yining was engrossed in this monotonous routine. Suddenly, Bear Air rushed into the spirit field, brimming with excitement. Master Brother, I've broken through to become a great demon. Thank you for your blessings. Jiang Yining smiled. That is splendid. Remember to fertilize the spirit fields of the Xianxiaaudiobooks and Baiyu Qiaohua on time, and don't err in the quantities. Rest assured, Master Brother, I will attend to it immediately. Jiang Yining watched Bear Air's departing figure, feeling somewhat helpless. The cycle of uprooting and replanting the xianming grass kept the spirit field consistently at 2,000, leaving him little respite. After uprooting a seedling rated at 7, Jiang Yining continued to sow. Suddenly, a number appeared before his eyes, 2. This caused him to pause, halting his tasks to closely observe the seed. Normally, as long as a seed was alive, it would display a growth value of 1. He had never encountered a seed with a status of 2. Was this particular seed special? A thought struck Jiang Yining, and he promptly planted it, noting its position, then hurried back to the courtyard to scatter all the remaining seeds of xianming grass. Previously, while sorting through dead seeds, he had not meticulously identified them due to the sheer quantity. He merely removed those that showed no growth progress. Now, with careful scrutiny, he swiftly discovered 2 seeds with a growth value of 2 and 1 with a growth value of 3. Jiang Yining quickly selected these 3 seeds. Although he was uncertain of the reason behind their status, a flicker of hope ignited within him. What if these seeds could mature to 10 years? Had he stumbled upon a method to identify more robust xianming grass? If that were the case, he would be on the path to prosperity. Though still unsure, he felt a sense of fortuitous inspiration. Jiang Yining promptly planted these 3 seeds alongside the previously sown 1. Anticipation filled the air as the 9 days passed in a blink. He sat vigil over the spirit field. Suddenly, he leaped high with joy. It's done. It really worked. His voice was slightly hoarse, a testament to his excitement. It was during this period of anticipation and torment that Jiang Yining had awaited. For 9 days, he had not left the spirit field for even a moment. Just the day before, he received a flying message from Ingwenta, stating that the magical artifact was ready. Yet he had deferred, saying he would collect it when time permitted. Master Brother, what is it? Do you need my assistance? Bear Air was the first to rush forward. His focus on Master Brother's affairs had intensified. Even Lin Cooley, who was inscribing the sword formations in the wooden house, was startled by the commotion and appeared at the spirit field with bloodshot eyes. Elder Brother, what is happening? Share the news with me. Little Miss, purely seeking excitement, arrived alongside Lin Yuan. Jiang Yining, bubbling with enthusiasm, addressed everyone. Look, it's done. The xianming grass, cultivated by my brother, has matured. From now on, we shall all enjoy the blessings. He finished with a hearty laugh. Matured? 1,000 years? Feng Yukin suddenly appeared beside him. No, master, it's 10 years. Feng Yukin scoffed. Then why are you so elated? With that, she lazily turned and sauntered back to the wooden house. The master was not wrong. Yet that did not diminish Jiang Yining's excitement. In the realm of cultivation, the existence of seeds that can mature over a span of 10 years is accompanied by those that can endure for a century. Moreover, Jiang Yining has made an astonishing discovery. 3 seeds, each with an initial value of 2, when fertilized once every 3 hours, grow by 2 units, achieving a total growth of 8 in a single day. Now, they have reached the age of 72, yet have not yet entered the decade mark. Conversely, a singular seed with an initial value of 3, when similarly fertilized, grows by 3 units every 3 hours, and today it has triumphantly surpassed the 10-year threshold. The growth increment for the initial value 2 seeds is consistently 2, while that for the initial value 3 seeds remains at 3. Much like the moment the Xianling immortal soul herb transforms into a seed, its growth trajectory is inscribed within its very genes, a fate preordained. Of course, the current quantity of such seeds is insufficient to draw definitive conclusions. However, the crux lies in Jiang Yining's anticipation of a significant outcome. Will the seeds with an initial value of 3 languish after surpassing the 10-year mark? He harbors a bold hypothesis. If seeds with an initial value of 1 signify a growth duration of less than 10 years, and those with a value of 2 indicate the potential to reach the decade mark, then could seeds with a value of 3 imply the capability to transcend a century, or even reach an initial value of 4, or dare he dream of 5? The mere thought ignites a thrill within him. If this proves true, he would have unearthed the astonishing secret of cultivating the Xianling immortal soul herb. A few days of waiting will reveal whether the seeds with a value of 3 can indeed mature to a century. Chapter 38. The research findings on the immortal soul herb. Days filled with high expectations inevitably render one restless. Jiang Yining's hypothesis bore fruit. Within a mere 4 days, all 3 seeds with an initial value of 2 had surpassed the 10-year mark. Yet, they subsequently ceased to grow, collectively stagnating. This strongly suggests that the genetic growth potential of the initial value 2 seeds is indeed confined to the 10-year threshold. Now, all eyes are on the seed with an initial value of 3 to see if it can break through to a century. After each fertilization, its growth remains a steadfast 3 units every 3 hours, currently standing at 48 years, with 4 growth increments of 12 in a single day. If all goes smoothly in 5 more days, it will reach the century mark. 5 days drifted by quietly, and a momentous announcement emerged. Jiang Yining's hopes were not in vain. Just as he had surmised, the century mark was breached. He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. But the tremor in his hand as he knocked on his master's door betrayed his excitement. Bang bang. Feng Yukin opened the door, glaring disapprovingly at Jiang Yining. What is it? Are you intent on demolishing my wooden cabin? Master, it has succeeded. The Xianling immortal soul herb has reached a century. Jiang Yining spoke, instinctively lowering his voice as if he had uncovered a monumental secret. In truth, he had indeed stumbled upon a revelation. As previously stated, the moment the Xianling immortal soul herb becomes a seed, its growth potential is irrevocably determined. Oh, Feng Yukin regarded Jiang Yining, a rare smile gracing her features. Then continued to cultivate it. Reaching 1,000 years will truly signify success. Forge ahead. You are the financial hope for Qingzhou Peak. Master, please allow me to elaborate further. Jiang Yining urged. What? Feng Yukin's voice rose several octaves. Are you suggesting that I should frequently venture to the Black Sea Thunder Marsh to toil for you? But master, this is also for the financial benefit of Qingzhou Peak. Jiang Yining did not conceal the situation, detailing the particulars of the Xianling immortal soul herb, albeit omitting his ability to perceive growth values, as that was too incredulous to believe. Instead, he phrased it as being able to sense the vitality of the seeds. The higher the vitality, the greater the likelihood of cultivating the Xianling immortal soul herb to a higher tier. Feng Yukin furrowed her brow, pondering deeply for a moment. We must consult the alchemy peak. If you cannot partake, neither can I. According to your claims, we could potentially select seeds and cultivate batches of the 1,000-year Xianling immortal soul herb, which would be a significant accomplishment for the entire cultivation world. We must have the Qingyun sword sect intervene, and we can negotiate our share of the profits. Jiang Yining had not considered such far-reaching implications. After reflecting, he nodded in agreement. I will defer to Master's arrangements. In the small bamboo courtyard, the headmaster Chang and the master of the 10,000 peaks arrived together. Junior sister, what a rare occasion. Is there something urgent that necessitated both brother and Master Wan's presence? Chang Shengyan smiled lightly. Could it be that Qingzhou Peak has continuously produced treasures, and junior sister has uncovered something extraordinary? Feng Yukin promptly presented a single century-old herb and 3 10-year-old herbs of the Xianling immortal soul herb to Master Wan. Master Wan took the spirit herb, inspecting it meticulously. He then turned to Jiang Yining. This lad has truly cultivated a century-old herb. Chang Shengyan chuckled. Junior sister, surely this is not the reason you hastily summoned us? Feng Yukin then commenced her presentation, highlighting the significance of Jiang Sunbao Ling Shu Yining. Gradually, the expressions of Chang and Wan shifted from astonishment to seriousness, disbelief washing over them. Master Wan's countenance turned grave as he regarded Jiang Yining. Is this true? Jiang Yining hastily replied with respect. I would not dare deceive. Within a month, I am confident I can select seeds and cultivate dozens of 1,000-year Xianling immortal soul herbs. Chang and Wan exchanged a knowing glance. Master Chang urgently inquired. Can you provide specifics? Jiang Yining pondered. If the seeds are plentiful, I believe I could select 2 to 3 dozen 1,000-year herbs within a month. A sharp intake of breath escaped both men. Are you certain? Can you guarantee this? Master Chang pressed, urgency lacing his serious tone. Meeting his gaze, Jiang Yining nodded affirmatively. In truth, he had been somewhat conservative in his estimates. He envisioned a vacant plot where he could direct his companions, Old Bear and Lin Yuan, to assist in sowing the seeds. His task would be merely to swiftly scan for seeds with an initial value of 2 or higher, which would be easily visible, amounting to tens of thousands at a glance. As long as they sowed quickly, he could easily select from millions. If he could persuade his master to use her formidable powers to spread the seeds, the selection process would expedite even further. Yet, he was apprehensive about the supply of seeds, fearing it would be insufficient. However, Jiang Yining could not devote all his time to this endeavor. So he settled on a target of 30 herbs, which seemed reasonable. No wonder Master Chang was anxious. 30 herbs in a month means 360 herbs in a year, equating to 360 small illusory spirit golden pills. Looking ahead, in 10 or 100 years, Qingyun will emerge from this generation significantly stronger than other sections. This is not merely a matter of saving time and enhancing cultivation beneath the divine realm. In the long run, having more time to refine techniques will allow for greater strength in comparison to other sects at the same level. For instance, Lin Kong, if he did not have to spend time on cultivation, may have already succeeded with the 100-sword array and could contend with Golden Dan. Moreover, mastering formations, talismans, and techniques at a high level would also facilitate breakthroughs in future realms. Thus, this is a long-term strategy for Qingyun spanning millennia. After taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Master Chang addressed Jiang Yining. Speak freely about your demands. Of course, Jiang Yining had no intention of negotiating terms. Responding respectfully, I leave it to Master's discretion. This was the agreement made between master and disciple. Feng Yukin cleared her throat. As for the seeds, the alchemy peak will be responsible and will send someone to procure them from the Black Sea Thunder Marsh. As for everything else, we shall split the profits 50-50. Master 1 objected. It is not solely the 1,000-year, Xianling immortal soul herb that will yield the illusory spirit golden pill. Additional materials are required. And my alchemy peak will need considerable manpower for these tasks, not to mention the alchemy. Master Chang chuckled. Junior sister, that is excessive. Once the illusory spirit golden pill is produced, given the number of disciples in King Yun, it is impossible that no news would leak out. At that point, various sects will approach us, and King Yun will have to handle it. You are part of King Yun too. Feng Yukin huffed. Very well, I will concede somewhat. Considering it is my disciple's achievement. Since his talent is quite lacking, he shall retain half of the pills, and in addition, you will provide me with 150,000 spirit stones each month. Master 1 quickly countered, that will not do. If he takes 15 of the 30 herbs, when the other sects approach, no matter how we negotiate, we will still have to part with a few. Does the alchemy peak not incur costs for alchemy? Feng Yukin maintained a stoic silence. The esteemed sect leader Chang hastily implored, Junior sister, as long as this lad guarantees 30,000-year-old herbs each month, I shall personally see to it that he receives 10 precious stones monthly, in addition to providing you with 30,000 spirit stones for Kingzu Peak. How can that be? Feng Yukin immediately exclaimed. Moreover, an additional 2 jars of the Earth Heart Fiery Milk Wine from the alchemy peak each month. The master of Wanfen glared. 1 jar. Deal. Chang and Wan, taken aback by Feng Yukin's unexpected eagerness, exchanged a glance instinctively. Chang Shengnian sighed with a wry smile. Junior sister, you are deliberately asking for too much in your negotiations with your elder brother. Yet, they were all too familiar with Feng Yukin's temperament, fearing her to be capricious. Today, however, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Sect leader Chang then turned his gaze towards Jiang Yining, cleared his throat twice, and solemnly stated, Young man, we have settled everything. It all rests upon you now. Do not let your master be left with nothing but empty hopes. What does it mean that I would leave my master with empty hopes? It is rather suggestive, both overtly and covertly. Jiang Yining promptly bowed. Rest assured, sect leader. Chapter 39, Seed Selection. With everything finalized, Jiang Yining joyfully ascended to the mountain peak, having been preoccupied with the matter of the Xianling immortal nethergrass. Over 20 days had passed without tending to the pine tree, but fortunately, Bear Second had meticulously followed his instructions. The pine tree had now reached the 1,000-year mark, 99. Previously, when the Qi reached the 10,000-year mark, the pine tree was at 58, growing at 2 units daily. It had been a few days since it hit a plateau. Jiang Yining felt disheartened. Regardless of what it was, being stuck at 99 was quite vexing. Alas, there was nothing to be done but wait. Upon returning to the small courtyard, he also granted Lin Cooley a break. During these days, the 100-sword Qi had already taken form. However, Lin Kong had only inscribed 10 swords in his array, clearly feeling the strain of his limitations. The 108 giant peak sword array was somewhat beyond his grasp. Lin Kong had been tirelessly shuttling between Lu Yun Peak and Kingzu Peak, learning and inscribing. Overwhelmed, yet making little progress. Naturally, Jiang Yining was not in a hurry. The sword Qi allowed him to experiment freely, merely consuming a bit of true energy, which was far quicker than starting from scratch to learn the sword array. After the break, Lin Kong sought to clear his mind and seized the opportunity to descend the mountain to visit his beloved with fervent insistence. My parents do not have much time left. With Lin Yuanshu having left home, they are somewhat unaccustomed and need to see him more often. At Bailian Peak, Jiang Yining arrived at the Flying Sword Hall to retrieve treasures from Ingwenta. As soon as he entered, he let out a light "oh." Ingwenta, however, greeted him with great enthusiasm. Brother Jiang, you finally decided to grace us with your presence. You seem quite unconcerned about the treasures crafted by your own hand. You truly trust me. Saying this, he handed over a storage bag. Jiang Yining smiled as he accepted it, simultaneously inquiring with concern, Junior brothering, have your eyes recovered? The redness had returned to normal. This was the reason Jiang Yining had expressed surprise upon entering. Ingwenta was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. Brother, you have misunderstood. After ruining the finest flying sword of our master, I couldn't rest until I figured out the problem, hence the bloodshot appearance. Jiang Yining was astonished. Bloodshot? You dare to call that bloodshot? His eyes were entirely crimson, more so than a bloodstone. Lin Cooley had worked hard enough. You had not even achieved half of that. Jiang Yining regarded Ingwenta with newfound respect. Such dedication from junior brother Ing truly warranted his becoming a master craftsman. Indeed, Thank you for your kind words, brother. Allow me to showcase the treasures. Jiang Yining then opened the storage bag. He retrieved a treasure and laid it on the ground. It was soft and smooth like rubber, yet possessed a jade-like texture, entirely crimson, resembling a Tinjong long red python, as thick as an arm. Brother, please give it a name. Its form resembles that of a red python. Let us call it Red Dragon. Winter agreed. A splendid name. Brother, please infuse it with your blood to refine it and test its efficacy. Jiang Yining complied, beginning the refinement of the Red Dragon. Moments later, under his command, the Red Dragon transformed to the thickness of a bracelet, wrapping around his wrist 3 times. Winter hastily introduced. It has 2 forms, one for defense and the other for offense. Why not test it outside the hall to see if it meets your satisfaction? Jiang Yining was also somewhat eager. After all, this was his first experience. He dashed out of the flying sword hall, activating the Red Dragon's defensive state. The Red Dragon instantly thickened and enlarged, coiling around him like a true dragon, encasing him within. His vision, however, remained unobstructed. Winter confidently proclaimed, "Brother, the craftsmanship combined with my skills ensures that it can withstand the attacks of an ordinary golden core cultivator." Jiang Yining chuckled and waved his hand. The Red Dragon shot forth like a rope, instantly binding Winter tightly. Brother, do not practice on me. Perhaps find a sister to test it. Winter said, winking mischievously, his expression suggesting an understanding. Brother, are you satisfied? Is our craftsmanship not truly versatile? Jiang Yining scoffed, retracting the Red Dragon, and teased. Junior brother Ing, I did not expect you to appear dignified, yet your heart for crafting is not pure. This may hinder your path to becoming a master craftsman. Winter hurriedly asked, Brother, are you satisfied with my crafting skills? Jiang Yining nodded. As long as the defensive state of the Red Dragon can reach the level you described, I am exceedingly pleased. Rest assured, I shall find someone to test it later. If it does not meet expectations, I will compensate you with treasures. Wow, such confidence. Brother, they say Qingzu Peak is destined for great fortune. If there are any treasures in the future, no, even if there are rare treasures needing refinement, I assure you I will offer you substantial discounts. Jiang Yining smiled. Junior brother Ing, rest assured, given your dedication, whenever Qingzu Peak requires treasure refinement, I shall seek you out. Winter's eyes brightened. Brother Jiang, you are so generous. It seems your status at Qingzu Peak is quite high. Oh, it is merely the position of the chief disciple. Jiang Yining feigned modesty. Oh, Brother Jiang is actually the eldest disciple of Qingzu Peak. My apologies. Jiang Yining wore a peculiar expression. Initially, it was a joke, yet this fellow seemed to take it seriously. Could it be that he is so engrossed in crafting that he is unaware of the situation at other peaks? Due to Feng Yukin, most disciples of King Yun were aware that Qingzu Peak had few members, yet this fellow appeared completely oblivious. It seems, indeed, that he is a person of genuine purity. A rarity. Junior brother Ing, let us agree that in the future, you will grant me discounts. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. No problem. Brother Jiang, take care. Only 3 leisurely days passed before the first batch of seeds from the alchemy peak arrived. What efficiency! It surpassed even that of the master. More than a dozen storage bags were personally delivered by Old Wu. Each storage bag contained a space larger than the bamboo courtyard. Young man, it is now up to you. Alchemy Peak has expended a significant amount of manpower on this, with several elders leading the team. Stationed long-term at the Black Sea Thunder Marsh, Old Wu lamented. Do not let everyone's efforts go to waste. Old Wu, you know my character well. Would I casually promise something without assurance? Old Wu snorted. You are no good person when you sold me 3 lotus seeds. I could clearly sense the vitality of the seeds, yet you blatantly deceived me. Jiang Yining felt embarrassed, caught off guard by this old grievance resurfacing. Old Wu waved his hand. All right, it is all trivial. Quickly show me your method of seed selection. Sure. Would you lend a hand? Jiang Yining called out. Bear second. Hey, master brother here. Bear second emerged from who knows where, running over and rubbing his eyes, appearing as if just awakened. Quickly, help me spread the seeds from the storage bags on the ground, outside the small courtyard. All right, leave it to me. Jiang Yining happily handed a storage bag to Old Wu. Following this, the two swiftly spread the seeds according to the requirements. Jiang Yining focused his luck with his eyes, leisurely trailing behind the two, surveying and searching. Unbeknownst to them, half a day had already passed. Old Wu straightened his back, eyeing Jiang Yining suspiciously. Young man, you seem quite relaxed, as if strolling. Are you certain you are being thorough in your selection? Do not let the alchemists of the Dan Peak toil fruitlessly in the Black Sea Luais. Rest assured, Elder Wu. Both the sect master and Master Wan have given their consent. Elder Wu immediately furrowed his brow. What is this? Are they trying to intimidate me? No, Elder Wu. You misunderstand. I certainly wouldn't dare to jest about such matters with the sect master and the others. Elder Wu then huffed in satisfaction. Very well, tell me. How goes the selection process? Jiang Yining produced a handful of seeds from his storage ring. Elder Wu scrutinized the seeds in his hand, asking, and these? These possess commendable vitality. They should reach a decade of growth. Elder Wu inquired, all of them for a decade? Jiang Yining sifted through, withdrawing around 20 to 30 seeds. These have even greater vitality. They should reach a century. Should? Elder Wu raised an eyebrow. With an initial value of 3, they will undoubtedly reach a century. Elder Wu, skeptical, remarked, is that so? I haven't seen you meticulously observe to discern the differences in vitality. Don't try to fool me. I'm not senile yet. Jiang Yining chuckled wryly. Are you not aware of how the treasure-seeking spirit mice locate treasures? Elder Wu was momentarily taken aback. All right, as long as you can find them. But isn't there a single seed that can grow to a millennium? Elder Wu, the consensus among the various sects is that 1 in 10 million yields a century-old specimen. How many do you think we selected this morning? Surely around 2 billion. Thus, we have been quite fortunate, having exceeded the 1 in 10 million probability with nearly 30 seeds of a century's worth. Fine, you make valid points. The old man has no time to accompany you in seed selection. You shall handle it yourself. Elder Wu stretched his back and slowly departed. Young one, give it your all. All eyes in the Qingyun realm are upon you. Chapter 40. A call for help. Jiang Yining, realizing he had underestimated the task of seed selection, found the process to be painfully slow. At last, he managed to locate Feng Yukin. Master, I require your assistance. Jiang Yining recounted the details, and Feng Yukin readily agreed. Recognizing the significance of the matter concerning her finances and the earth core fiery milk wine, with a flourish, she opened a storage pouch, causing the seeds within to levitate above the courtyard, resembling an enormous shadowy canopy. Jiang Yining immediately summoned his sword qi, soaring into the air to inspect the seed canopy, occasionally reaching out to collect a seed. The efficiency was incomparable to before. In less than a quarter of an hour, Jiang Yining descended into the courtyard. Have you finished selecting? Feng Yukin asked. Yes, indeed. She then unleashed a burst of golden flame, incinerating the remaining shadowy canopy in an instant. Let us continue, she exclaimed, opening another storage pouch to form yet another vast canopy. Jiang Yining promptly took to the skies once more. After an hour of relentless effort, the first batch of seeds from the Dan Peak had been thoroughly selected. Regrettably, not a single seed with an initial value of 4 was found. There were nearly 200 seeds with an initial value of 3. Subsequently, Jiang Yining planted all approximately 200 seeds into the spirit field. 3 days swiftly passed, and Jiang Yining found the cultivation of the Xianling immortal nether grass to be surprisingly effortless. With 4 feedings daily, 3 seeds each time, totaling 12 a day. It was as if they were molded from the same cast, with little variation in fertilizer. 4 to 5 scoops, a bit more or less, seemingly had no impact. Presently, the growth value of the 200 Xianling immortal nether grasses was uniformly 36. All of them could be harvested simultaneously. This steady task could be entirely entrusted to Bearer Lao Air. Jiang Yining decided against planting the initial value 2 seeds, as they held little merit for a decade. He would save them for later, allowing Bearer Lao Air to cultivate and consume them, as it would surely be his fortune. Just then, Elder Wu returned, bringing the second batch of seeds from the Dan Peak. How goes the cultivation, young one? Well, as you can see, they've sprouted. Jiang Yining happily accepted the storage pouch, which contained double the amount compared to the first batch. Master has yet to return since yesterday. It would be quicker to wait for her to select. Jiang Yining smiled as he accompanied Elder Wu for a stroll around the spirit field. Shortly after bidding him farewell, a sudden gasp shattered the tranquility of the courtyard. Senior brother, senior brother. Lin Yuan rushed into the courtyard, his face ashen. Jiang Yining frowned. What has happened? Lin Yuan, panting and anxious, exclaimed, my brother, my brother. Senior brother, please save him. Jiang Yining stood abruptly. What on earth is going on? Speak slowly. Senior brother. My brother went missing after going out with Sister Qing'er on the first day he returned home. He hasn't come back. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yining let out a sigh of relief. You've only been down the mountain for 4 days. It's not unusual for Lin Gu to be caught up in fun and forget to return for a few nights. Perhaps he is off adventuring in the wilds with Sister Qing'er. Lin Yuan retorted, that is not possible. My brother has never stayed out overnight before. He has always returned home. It has been this way for years, so my family and I are worried something may have happened. Jiang Yining furrowed his brows, hesitating for a moment before deciding to investigate and seek help from the noble scholars of the Daiqing Loyal Righteous Court to trace his whereabouts. Do not fret. I will look into it. Stay here in the courtyard, and if Master returns, inform her to visit Shanzhou. Jiang Yining sighed. It was unfortunate that Master had left at such an inopportune time. and he did not even possess a jade bead for emergencies. He summoned his sword and set off towards Luyun Peak to find Brother Wang, as more hands would provide more strength. However, upon inquiring, he learned that Brother Wang was in seclusion. Should I seek out Lin Kong as master? Luyun Peak's situation differed from Qingzhou Peak. His master had fewer disciples, while the other peaks typically had hundreds of students. Regardless of their level of concern, 3 days of disappearance would likely not warrant significant attention. Jiang Yining, feeling helpless, resolved to assess the situation himself. Yet, just as he took flight, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar face. Jiang Yining hesitated briefly before chasing after him. Brotherly. It was none other than the dreamer, Li Shiyi. In the event of an actual emergency, seeking help is no disgrace. Li Shiyi halted and turned. Junior brother Jiang? What brings you to me? Jiang Yining smiled awkwardly. Brother, regarding the previous incident, my master may have been a tad too forceful. Li Shiyi interjected. Junior brother Jiang. A man of honor must take responsibility. It was I who spoke ill of Senior Feng in private. Although Senior Feng acts unconventionally, her response was entirely justified. He bore no resentment, leaving Jiang Yining uncertain of how to proceed. Is there anything else? If it's just this matter, I have little more to say. I must take my leave. Jiang Yining, realizing he had to convey his purpose, explained, Brother, there is indeed an issue. Lin Kong has gone missing. He quickly recounted the details, wondering if he could persuade Brother Li to accompany him. To Jiang Yining's surprise, Li Shiyi readily agreed. Let us first head to the Hall of Longevity to check his life plaque. The Hall of Longevity, situated on Qingyun Peak, was where the Qingyun sect stored the life plaques of its disciples. When a disciple entered the sect, they were issued an identity jade plaque and simultaneously had a life plaque crafted, placed in the Hall of Longevity. Every few days, a designated individual would verify the plaques, and if any were found broken, the Hall of Longevity would notify the respective peak. The two hastened their journey, and fortunately, Lin Kong's life plaque remained intact. Shanzhou. The two flew at full speed, arriving in about half an hour. Brother, can you use the abilities of the noble scholars to discern Lin Kong's whereabouts? Li Shiyi immediately shook his head. I have embarked on the path of immortality, while I retain some scholarly spirit. I have departed from the framework of the human emperor's way and can no longer employ its methods. Let us seek the demon-slaying officer of the Deqing Loyal Righteous Court. After making their decision, they promptly headed towards Qingyun Pavilion to enlist its help in contacting the Loyal Righteous Court. The Qingyun Pavilion, located in the city of Deqing, was known to nearly everyone. Upon arriving at the Qingyun Pavilion, they presented their identity jade plaques. The middle-aged person in charge greeted them with utmost respect. Welcome, esteemed brothers. I am He Jin, pleased to meet you. Li Shiyi interjected. Contact the Loyal Righteous Court. We require the assistance of a noble scholar. Seeing their urgency, He Jin did not engage in pleasantries and immediately got to work. Jiang Yining and the gallant scholar Li Mu arrived at the Lin residence. Lin Kong's parents, having previously met Jiang Yining, immediately knelt upon seeing him again. Master Jiang, you are my son's brother-in-arms. Please, I implore you to help us find our son. Konger, he has not returned since he left 3 days ago, nor have we received any word from him. Jiang Yining helped the elderly couple to their feet, saying, Do not worry, my dear elders. I am fully aware of the situation, and we have come precisely for that purpose. He did not take time to introduce the others, but instead turned directly to Li Mu. Li Mu nodded and said, Let us proceed to the front courtyard. The group hurriedly made their way there. Upon reaching the courtyard, Li Mu stepped forward, declaring, For the past 3 days, let the echoes remain here. Immediately, the space seemed to undergo a peculiar transformation. The onlookers stood silently, only to hear sounds emerging. Master Lin returned to the estate yesterday. The guards should be more alert. The sounds of footsteps or conversations resonated in their ears, reminiscent of the events that transpired 3 days prior in the courtyard, uninterrupted and continuous. Soon, Li Mu's complexion began to pale, but fortunately, just moments later, Jiang Yining heard the voices of Lin Kong and the young lady Qing'er. Lin Lang, it's so rare for you to return. You must accompany Qing'er for a thorough outing today. Very well, today I shall heed your wishes. Chapter 41. The Technique of Yin-Yang Transmutation. Li Mu's incantation ceased. The group could only glean those 2 sentences. Understanding that Lin Kong had last left to accompany the young lady Qing'er for a shopping excursion, Jiang Yining pondered for a moment before swiftly stating, Senior brother, Li brother, let us go visit Qing. The 3 bid farewell to the Lin family and quickly arrived before the flower house. Jiang Yining was astonished to discover that beside the flower house, a new establishment had appeared, named Fian Songbao. Was this not the famed delivery service of the cultivation realm he had seen in the Starry News? It had not been there during his last visit. Senior brother, that young lady Qing'er is one of the renowned courtesans within. No need for explanations. Let us proceed. for I too was once a gallant scholar. Li Shiyu interjected, striding directly into the flower house. Li Mu, however, was taken aback. Master, you were once a gallant scholar? Surely you must have left behind some elegant compositions. Might I have the honor of seeing them? Jiang Yining looked on, somewhat bewildered, casting a questioning glance at the two. Li Mu smiled, sensing that Li Shiyu's remark had fostered a closer rapport, and quickly elaborated. Each academy demands that one possess a refined poem to earn the admiration of the city's esteemed courtesans. Otherwise, one would feel unworthy to call oneself a gallant scholar. Jiang Yining remarked, is this what they refer to as the elegance of a scholar? Indeed, every circle has its own peculiarities. Without entering the circle, it is difficult to fathom the extent of their flamboyance. Jiang Yining gazed at the figures ahead, momentarily unable to reconcile his ambition of becoming a paragon of justice with his former self. Upon entering the flower house, the two gallant scholars seemed at ease among the vibrant courtesans, yet this time they were there for a serious matter. After a brief exchange with the madam, Li Mu, leveraging his status as a loyal official, quickly made his way to Qing'er's chamber. Ah, Master Li, our Qing'er has caught the eye of Master Lin from the Immortal's mansion. Every time Master Lin returns, she stays at the Lin residence for several days. How could this possibly relate to any demonic matters? Wei Ma, please step outside for a moment. We must perform our spell to investigate. Li Mu, evidently a frequent visitor, was well acquainted with the madam. Very well, but do show some restraint, Master Li. After all, Qing'er is favored by the Immortal. The madam chattered as she closed the door behind her. Senior, I humbly ask for your assistance. Li Mu had begun to employ the vernacular of their circle, growing more familiar. Li Shiyu, without further ado, placed his palm on Li Mu's back, channeling his vital energy into him. After a moment of anticipation, Li Mu stomped his foot, exclaiming, let the echoes remain here, and push back 10 days. Jiang Yining noted the subtle difference in his incantation this time and quickly grasped the distinction. Soon, the sounds in their ears took on a more melodious tone, graceful and enchanting. Wang Lang, do not rush. Allow me to play a tune for you first. Very well. I shall abide by Qing'er's wishes. Zhao Lang, let me pour you a drink. Almost every segment ended with a sentiment that was hard to articulate. The three listened in silence, none daring to speak. Jiang Yining felt an odd sensation, as if three grown men were eavesdropping on something inappropriate. Li Shiyu remained with his eyes closed, revealing no emotion, while Li Mu's face flushed crimson. Jiang Yining couldn't help but suspect that he might be reveling in the moment, wondering if listening for 10 days had become some peculiar indulgence. Simultaneously, he felt a pang of sympathy for Lin Kong, fearing he might become ensnared in something deeper. This was no mere courtesan. She was, without a doubt, something more. At last, the three gleaned a piece of useful information. Qi Lang, were you truly not deceiving Qing'er with your earlier words? Rest assured, I too am a practitioner. If you bring the disciples of the Lin family to me next time, I guarantee you will have a chance at the immortal path. Then, we can cultivate together and be by each other's side. Wouldn't that be splendid? Qing'er is aware of Qi Lang's intentions, but this will surely offend Master King Yun. Qi Lang, do not mislead me. Do you not understand my feelings for you? Moreover, have I ever deceived you? This exchange of echoes nearly confirmed Lin Kong's whereabouts. Noticing that the other two remained motionless, Jiang Yining could no longer contain himself. Senior brother, it must be this Qi Lang. Let us hasten to uncover his identity. Yet, Li Mu hastily gestured for silence. Senior brother, do not rush. Let us listen a moment longer. There may be more specific news. Jiang Yining glanced at Li Shiyu, who remained utterly still. In the northwestern corner of Shanzhou, at the Yongle courtyard, a manor engaged in the fabric trade, the three found themselves in a nearby pavilion. Jiang Yining began to harbor doubts about the gallant scholar's integrity. Clearly, they could have directly inquired with the madam, who would have readily divulged Qi Lang's identity. Yet they insisted on listening for 10 days. Might it be that eavesdropping is yet another indulgence within their circle? Surely not. Lest all those with the surname Li be unjustly blamed. Senior brother, shall we not proceed directly to search? No. Entering boldly may not guarantee we find Lin Shidi. The other party is also a cultivator. We risk alarming them. Let us wait until nightfall to conduct a discreet search. If we can locate Lin Shidi, it would be ideal. After saying this, Li Shiyu turned to Li Mu. Junior brother, you may return for now. Matters concerning cultivators are best handled by us. Should we require assistance later, we shall seek you out. He appeared to hold his former status in high regard, not exhibiting the demeanor of the Qingyun immortal. Li Mu bowed respectfully, stating, then I shall take my leave. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to contact me. If time permits, please do stay in Shanzhou for a few days. There is a renowned tower here, and I would be honored to extend my hospitality. Li Shiyu waved his hand dismissively. Let us speak of it later. As night fell, two figures stealthily scaled the walls and slipped inside. The expansive courtyard was surprisingly vast, encompassing a grand estate. The two easily evaded the servants and conducted a thorough search of the manor. Li Shiyu frowned. If even the cultivators did not detect Lin Shidi, could it be that he is not here? Suddenly, a faint scream echoed from a corner room. The two were startled. They had just searched the room, but the sound was weak and seemed to emanate from a hidden passage below. They quickly deduced the situation, a secret chamber beneath the ground. A woman sat on the floor, clutching her left hand, her fingers severed. She was in visible agony, pleading, Qi Lang, please spare me. It was none other than Qing. Before her stood a pale-faced man wielding a dagger. You wretched girl, I granted you the chance for cultivation, yet you failed to cherish it. Hurry. Go and have your final moments with your Lin Lang, or else I shall not be held responsible. He gestured towards the corner, where Lin Kong lay bound on a bed, coldly observing the two, particularly the kneeling young woman, which filled him with revulsion. Qi Lang, no? Please, send someone else. I promise I will serve you well. Qi Lang gazed at the pleading Qing'er and suddenly chuckled. My dear, be obedient. I have expended my magical energy to grant you a temporary mastery of the yin-yang transmutation technique. If you fail to seize this opportunity to absorb his cultivation, your chance at immortality will vanish. Fear not, for I shall reserve a portion of my cultivation to assist you on your path to becoming an immortal. Without a spiritual root, how could you embark on the immortal journey? Miss this moment, and you shall irrevocably lose your celestial destiny. The good girl could only hold back her tears and shake her head vigorously. Qi Lang, please spare Qing. Though she lacked knowledge of cultivation, she understood the human heart. She was merely a conduit, absorbing Lin Kong's cultivation through the affairs of men and women, only to pass it on for his use, which would ultimately lead to her own demise. Qi Lang, she exclaimed. No amount of persuasion will work. The man transformed his tone into a harsh reprimand. You have no choice. Either absorb his cultivation and gamble on my mercy, or face death, right now. Qi Lang advanced, toying with a dagger. No, please, spare me. The good girl cried out in terror, retreating hastily. Lin Kong observed this scene coldly, a flicker of delight flashing in his eyes. Chapter 42, Superior Speed in the Same Domain. Bang! The dark chamber was breached. Brother. Lin Kong had already shut his eyes in agony when the good girl climbed atop him, merely a step away from completion. He suddenly opened his eyes, first astonished to see two figures. Quickly leave. This place is fortified with a grand formation. Hell, leave? Qi Lang replied nonchalantly. Why would I go anywhere when the opportunity presents itself? Li Shuya let out a cold huff and swung his heavy sword, unleashing a crescent sword aura. Qi Lang flipped his hand, producing a formation flag, and with a series of hand gestures, instantly conjured a faint purple veil before him. Bang! The sword aura struck the purple veil, but caused no damage whatsoever. Qi Lang seemed somewhat thrilled. So you are still at the golden core stage. Splendid. Li Shuya scoffed. You are merely putting on a show. You are but golden core cultivators. Qi Lang dismissed his words and laughed. Hee. Then shall we see if you can withstand my blow. Finishing his words, he performed a hand gesture, grasping the purple veil as if it were in his hands. And then he struck out. The pale purple palm print expanded with the wind, slamming toward Jiang and Li. Crimson Dragon. Infinite Mysterious Shield. Both summoned their defensive measures. Boom. With just one strike, the two burst from the underground chamber, soaring into the sky. Bang. Another light sound resonated. Jiang Yining glanced back quickly, exclaiming, Li Shixing. The entire courtyard is fortified with a grand formation. Indeed, the faint purple light veil loomed above, resembling an inverted bowl, encompassing the entire courtyard. Li Shuya, with a cold sneer, swung his sword, aiming the skyward sword shadow at the light veil. Bang! The sword shadow disintegrated, and the purple light veil merely rippled slightly. Li Shuya's expression shifted, decisively declaring, We will break the grand formation. You take the chance to escape and seek rescue. He tightly gripped his great sword, seemingly gathering power. Only then did Qi Lang leisurely emerge from the dark chamber, speaking with a smile, as if conversing with an old friend. So, how does it feel? This formation is called the Heaven's Grasp Formation. It allows entry, but not exit. What do you think of its power? As he spoke, he made another hand gesture, causing the purple light veil to ripple in response above. Jiang Yining and the others' expressions grew serious, as it truly seemed like he was wielding the heavens. Come down. Qi Lang suddenly called out lightly, pressing his palm downwards. A colossal hand emerged from the purple veil, descending upon the two. Li Shuya raised his great sword defensively, a mysterious shield extending from it. Simultaneously, he transmitted, Prepare. Bang. The two were slammed to the ground by the purple giant hand. Li Shuya, bracing against the mysterious shield, turned red in the face, momentarily holding his ground. Qi Lang, witnessing this, chuckled mockingly. Hee hee. Let us see whether your meager power is stronger, or my dominion over the heavens is mightier. Hold on, or else it will be quite dull. Victory was in his grasp, a perfect display of his prowess. Jiang Yining swiftly traced symbols in the air with both hands, conjuring fleeting sigils. With a gentle breath, 9 sword chi manifested simultaneously, followed by the instantaneous merging of 9 thunderstorm sword talismans into the sword chi. He then waved his sword, directing the sword chi toward Qi Lang. Midway, the sword chi transformed into the image of swimming fish, forming the 9-sword fish array. The convergence of sword chi, sword talismans, and sword formations represented Jiang Yining's most potent technique at present. The fish, infused with thunder, swam swiftly towards Qi Lang. Qi Lang merely waved his hand, once again conjuring a purple veil to block in front of him. Bang! The fish disintegrated with a thunderous roar, the purple veil merely rippling slightly. Qi Lang regarded Jiang Yining with surprise. Heh, as expected of a disciple from one of the 10 great sects, even in the foundation establishment stage. You can unleash golden core combat prowess. Jiang Yining's expression was grave, yet he heard Li Shuya softly urge, continue. Jiang Yining hastily began inscribing symbols in the air once more. In an instant, the fish reappeared, charging toward Qi Lang. Whether out of confidence or due to being unable to utilize other means while commanding the purple sky, Qi Lang assumed a passive defensive stance. Bang! 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 The fish charged in succession, creating quite a ruckus, yet it was evident that Qi Lang, behind the purple veil, bore a smile on his face. Li Shuya observed the purple light veil closely. With the assault of the swimming fish, the veil flickered between brightness and dimness. Now, he suddenly unleashed his power, forcefully pushing away the massive purple hand above him and slashing his great sword diagonally behind him. A dark golden, almost tangible sword shadow was cleaved forth. Puff! It directly tore a sizable opening in the purple light veil. Go! Li Shuya struck Jiang Yining's waist with a palm, the latter borrowing the force to swiftly ride his sword through the breach. Jiang Yining glanced back, only to find the purple light veil entirely absent, save for the enormous purple hand pressing down on Li Shuya, signifying the formation's presence. Jiang Yining immediately took flight on his sword, realizing this was not the time for sentiment. Shanzhou, Qingyun Pavilion. Jiang Yining burst in. Contact Guanxia Peak, hurry. Contact Guanxia Peak. The middle-aged man, sensing Jiang Yining's urgency, did not hesitate, quickly explaining, Shixing, we cannot reach the peak. The communication jade talismans are one way. Every evening, the peak will actively open to gather information, and the soonest we can expect a response is tomorrow. Jiang Yining was taken aback by this situation, urgently inquiring, are there any golden core cultivators in Shanzhou? The middle-aged man shook his head rapidly. No, even if there were, they wouldn't reveal themselves. It would be difficult for us to detect. Jiang Yining, infuriated yet unwilling to delay, turned to leave but seemed to remember something and abruptly pivoted. Whoosh! Jiang Yining landed right beside the flower tower, in the Fian Songbao shop. Bursting into the store, before the young man at the counter could speak, he fervently asked, Fian sect, are there any golden core cultivators here? I am a disciple of King Yun and require the aid of Fian sect. He immediately produced his King Yun identity jade talisman. The young man initially frowned, but upon hearing of the King Yun identity, he inquired, brother, what is the specific matter? Our main business is delivering treasures. Even the Shanzhou branch lacks a golden core cultivator. Jiang Yining had no time for explanations and turned to leave, but just before exiting, he urgently asked, how long does it take for you to deliver treasures to King Yun? The young man smiled. Within Daking territory, it will reach in half a day. We also have expedited services. Seeing as you seem quite urgent, I recommend the superior speed within the same domain. King Yun is over 500 miles away. It will arrive within a quarter of an hour. Jiang Yining, preparing to depart, immediately turned back. Are you certain? The young man confidently replied. Our Fian sect is capable of this service thanks to our sect's signature technique, wind and thunder flash technique, much like your King Yun sword sect's King Yun 10,000 sword chi, albeit different. Jiang Yining hurriedly interrupted. Send a message to King Yun, Yunggong courtyard in the northwest of Shanzhou, urgent rescue. The situation was dire, leaving no room for hesitation. Every possible method must be attempted. The young man realized the urgency and quickly stated, all right, for superior speed within the same domain. It's 100 spirit stones per 100 miles. For over 500 miles, that would be 600 spirit stones. Jiang Yining froze, exclaiming, where am I to find 600 spirit stones now? He directly removed the Crimson Dragon. I'll leave this here for now. My sect will come, and I'll immediately exchange spirit stones for you. The young man, however, shook his head. Jiang Yining hastily placed a storage ring on the counter, saying, add this to the deal. Yet the young man still shook his head. Instead, He pulled out a sheet of yellow paper from beneath the counter. If you place a drop of blood on this and sign it, you can pay later. However, there will be an interest of 101% for every 12 hours. This service is exclusive to the 10 great sections. Without hesitation, Jiang Yining complied. Not even glancing at the terms inscribed on the paper, the young man then shouted into the inner room, "Brother Gu, come here, we have a delivery. Priority within the same domain." A youth immediately dashed out. The young man continued, "Brother Gu, send a message to King Yuan, Yongle Courtyard in the northwest of Shanzhou, urgent rescue." The youth asked, "Is that all?" Both turned their gazes toward Jiang Yining. He quickly handed his identity jade token to the youth. After a moment's hesitation, he added, "Look for cold condensation peak, Su Baiyu. It's certain that the master isn't present. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would be waiting in the courtyard, and she should have arrived by now. It's not only Su Baiyu who can be contacted. Master Chong is also an option. However, just in case, would a courier be able to deliver the message directly to the upper echelons of Qingyun? Even if they could, the message would still take time to relay. Not to mention the sect leader, even an ordinary elder would require multiple relays, and perhaps Brotherly could hold on until the last moment. But time is of the essence. Conversely, contemporary disciples could reach out more swiftly, and given the relationship between the Cold Peak Master and my master, she would likely rush here personally. This was the most thorough plan Jiang Yining could devise in such a short time. The youth took the jade token and exclaimed, "Oh, the Cold Moon Fairy of Qingyun, I see." With that, he soared into the sky on his sword, vanishing like a streak of light. Witnessing this speed, Jiang Yining felt a slight sense of relief. The young man chuckled, "Rest assured, brother, even if Brother Gu is exhausted and tongue-tied, he will surely reach Qingyun within the blink of an eye." Jiang Yining nodded, and then took to the skies on his own sword. Chapter 43, You Are Going to Die. Jiang Yining once again arrived above Yongle Courtyard. Below, a massive violet hand clutched Brotherly tightly. Brotherly, bracing against the limitless Xian shield, was holding on with all his might. Jiang Yining quickly sprang into action, launching a flurry of attacks like a swimming fish. This formation seemed to serve both offensive and confining purposes. By continuously attacking and consuming energy, he could alleviate Brotherly's pressure. Simultaneously, he shouted, "Hurry and retreat. I've notified our elders. When they arrive, you are undoubtedly doomed." Qilang scoffed, "Do you take me for a child? If you had a sect communication jade in hand, the Qingyun masters would have arrived long ago." He continued, speaking in a mocking tone, "Let me guess, you didn't return to send a message. At most, you sought out a foundation establishment cultivator to relay the news. If a core formation cultivator were involved, they would have come to kill me together, as that might have given you a slim chance to fight back." With that, he burst into raucous laughter. "Isn't that right? Of course, that is how it is. What a pity, by the time you seek help from King Yun, I will have already slain him and left with ease, ha ha." His tone was exceedingly loathsome. Jiang Yining snorted coldly, remaining silent as he concentrated on condensing the image of the swimming fish and attacked with even greater ferocity. "Ha ha, you're going to die. You're definitely going to die, and your fellow disciples in the chamber are also going to die." Qi Lang was utterly arrogant. "You've already stepped into the formation. You might as well flee now. Look at your powerlessness. They won't blame you. Shut your filthy mouth." Jiang Yining glared at him, wishing to tear his mouth apart. With a wave of his hand, he gathered 110 sword energies. Both hands swiftly formed seals in the air. One sword energy merged with one sword talisman. Although its power did not match the combined effect of the swimming fish, it was merely a matter of consumption. 110 sword energies combined with sword talismans would continuously drain more energy. Jiang Yining pointed his sword, and all the sword energies simultaneously shot toward the opponent. Qi Lang watched with a smile as the violet barrier in front of him erupted with explosions. Undeterred, Jiang Yining rapidly crafted more seals, unleashing wave after wave of sword energies that crashed against the violet barrier like a torrent. The violet hand gripping Li Shuya's indeed loosened slightly. Qi Lang finally expressed his displeasure, coldly huffing, "Kid, I am the master of formations. Let us see how much true energy you have left to expend." Jiang Yining remained silent, swallowing the remaining few bottles of qi refining pills from his storage ring in one go, hoping to regain at least a slight amount of energy. The sword energies continued to bombard ceaselessly. At some point, Jiang Yining's complexion had turned ashen as he reinstated the image of the swimming fish sword formation. Qi Lang mocked disdainfully, "What's wrong? Have you softened? Don't stop now." He manipulated the violet hand gripping Li Shuya's and suddenly exerted force again. PFF. The sudden surge of strength forced Li Shuya's to spit out a mouthful of blood. He could only grit his teeth and endure, his face even paler than Jiang Yining's. Jiang Yining grew anxious, silently calculating, it should be about time. Why haven't they arrived yet? Nearly an hour and a half had passed. If Sister Su received the message, with the cold peak master's strength, she should have arrived by now. His greatest fear was encountering any obstacles along the way, as time was of the essence. Suddenly, a bird's cry echoed from the horizon. Jiang Yining looked up to see a large bird approaching. He recognized it as the Qingyun falcon, a spirit beast unique to the range of the 3,000 mountains of Qingyun. Although an adult Qingyun falcon is slightly inferior to the core formation stage, it moves with the speed of lightning. Standing atop its back was a woman clad in white, her robes fluttering gracefully, none other than Su Baiyu. She descended gracefully, landing beside Jiang Yining, her expression cool. My master is meditating in the 3,000 mountains. After sending a paper crane message, I came ahead. Master should be arriving shortly. After saying this, she unleashed a sword strike that shot directly toward Li Shuya's. Jiang Yining quickly warned, Sister Su. However, Su Baiyu had already entered the formation. Jiang Yining hesitated for a moment, but then decided to follow suit. With their ally entering the fray, it felt inappropriate to merely spectate. At the very least, the Crimson Dragon could help Brother Li bear some of the pressure. Of course, the most crucial part was that Elder Cold would soon arrive. Qi Lang's expression darkened. He hadn't expected reinforcements to arrive so quickly. Li Shuya's clenched his jaw. Sister Su, don't worry about me. Just focus on attacking him. He controls the formation and cannot use other techniques. Although Su Baiyu was considered the face of Qingyun, her cultivation level was not higher than Li Shuya's due to her late start. She had 3 years of foundation establishment and 10 years of core formation training. She remained silent, her hand signs swiftly changing as she called out, hurry. The flying sword shot out, and the surrounding air condensed into icy shards that fell to the ground. Ding! The violet barrier before Qi Lang rippled, producing a metallic clang. A chill emanated from the sword tip, climbing up the violet barrier. Qi Lang scoffed coldly. This is your backup? He slapped his palm against the violet barrier, increasing its strength while shaking off the icy power. As a result, the violet giant hand gripping Li Shuya's loosened even further. Not only that, a piercing cry echoed from above as the Qingyun falcon swooped down. Qi Lang's expression soured. He stomped his foot, and the entire formation activated, preventing entry or exit. The Qingyun falcon collided against it, creating ripples. This caused the violet giant hand to loosen yet another notch. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yining maneuvered the Crimson Dragon to entwine itself around the violet hand, enveloping Li Shuya's as well. Li Shuya's chest heaved violently, finally allowing him to take a slight breath. However, the Crimson Dragon soon began to show signs of cracking. Jiang Yining finally realized the immense pressure Brother Li had been enduring, even under the relentless attacks from Sister Su and the Qingyun falcon. Just as the Crimson Dragon was on the verge of shattering, Li Shuya's gritted his teeth and raised the limitless Xian shield once more. Qi Lang, seeing this, decided to remove the violet hand entirely, swinging his palm towards Su Baiyu. One or two of you are coming to your deaths. He still held on to the hope that the reinforcements were not coming directly from Qingyun, but rather had encountered them midway. Otherwise, if a powerful being were to arrive, how could it possibly be just one core formation cultivator? Su Baiyu flipped her hand and unleashed a red ribbon, binding the violet hand while continuing to control her flying sword to attack. Together with the cooperation of the Qingyun falcon, the situation barely held its ground. Jiang Yining exerted every ounce of strength from his body, conjuring several sword energies, yet they appeared somewhat lackluster. To be frank, both he and senior brother Li were completely drained, nearly devoid of any fighting capability. As the stalemate persisted, Qi Lang admonished, human strength has its limits, but the power of heaven is boundless. In a contest of endurance, you shall all meet your demise. His anxiety began to manifest, despite harboring a sliver of hope. He feared the arrival of formidable beings, thus exerting psychological pressure on everyone, wishing to swiftly eliminate any remaining forces. As for fleeing, that was no longer an option. Once outside the Grand Formation, he too was in the Golden Core realm, and the outcome of such a confrontation was uncertain. The heavenly array was indeed formidable, single-handedly. Alongside the Qingyun falcon, he had withstood attacks from 3 Golden Core practitioners and still maintained the upper hand. Moreover, Jiang Yining's previous offensive could hardly be dismissed as lacking the might of a Golden Core. However, it must be said, his premonitions were quite accurate. A sudden cry of a phoenix echoed from the horizon, and Jiang Yining's expression brightened as he looked up to see his master and Elder Lung approaching in unison. He quickly turned to Qi Lang and exclaimed, Brother, your end is nigh. You are about to perish. Flee, you must escape quickly. Alas, it's over, there is no escape. Jiang Yining had not forgotten the earlier mockery. To kill with words was an art. Now, he returned the favor, for a twisted individual deserved a twisted response. Human emotions are often such. One can only empathize with situations that befall oneself. In that moment, Qi Lang charged madly towards Jiang Yining, hoping to take this loathsome tongue with him before his demise. Yet, Jiang Yining merely smiled and raised his fists in encouragement. Go for it. Keep it up. Chapter 44. Dare to slash celestial immortals with the eighth realm. In the courtyard, a wisp of ash lingered, marking Qi Lang's final contribution to nature. Lin Kong finally saw the light of day. In truth, he suffered no physical harm. He was simply deprived of his cultivation. He hastily recounted the events that transpired. The yin-yang transmutation technique. Feng Yukin cast a peculiar glance at Lin Kong. As far as I know, the yin-yang transmutation technique harmonizes male and female energies, drawing upon one side's cultivation. Yet, you are both men. Jiang Yining quickly clarified. Master, there was a woman present when he descended to rescue Lin Kong. The good lady had already become a corpse, and Jiang Yining did not pry further. Ah, third-party intermediary. Feng Yukin remarked casually, showing little concern. However, Elder Lung turned her gaze toward Lin Kong, inquiring, to what stage have you progressed? This question was rather unexpected. Lin Kong appeared somewhat embarrassed. Elder Lung scoffed. Did the demonic cultivators impart their cultivation to you? At this, everyone was left bewildered. Even Feng Yukin looked at her in confusion. Elder Lung succinctly explained. The yin-yang transmutation technique allows the party drawing upon another's cultivation to first meld a portion of their own energy with that of the other, ensuring a smoother acquisition process. After all, cultivators practicing such techniques often resort to shortcuts to gain power, leading to a chaotic and conflicting energy that can easily spiral out of control. She seemed to possess extensive knowledge of this technique. Lin Kong, though respectful, felt a bit awkward. Indeed, through the intermediary of 3 individuals, the disciple benefited from misfortune, elevating his cultivation from the 4th to the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Jiang Yining was astonished. This was even more effective than the illusory spirit golden core. Huh. Benefiting from misfortune, Elder Lung scoffed. Although you gained from another's cultivation, without losing control, your energy remains mixed and chaotic. If not handled properly, you shall reach a standstill, unless you continue to exploit and seize like a demonic cultivator. Lin Kong was taken aback and hastily bowed. I humbly request guidance from Elder Lung. Yet, Elder Lung turned her attention to Feng Yukin, who appeared puzzled. Why are you looking at me? Elder Lung replied, Solar Essence Phoenix Flame. Feng Yukin immediately understood, curling her fingers towards Lin Kong. Endure it. Lin Kong comprehended that this was a measure to resolve his lingering issues. Thank you, Feng. Before he could finish, a wisp of Solar Essence Phoenix Flame entered his body, causing him to roll on the ground in an instant. His complexion turned a deep crimson, akin to a boiled crab, as steam visibly evaporated from his sweat. This ordeal was his alone to bear. The onlookers could do nothing but watch the spectacle unfold without a shred of pressure. Elder Lung glanced at Feng Yukin several times, as if hesitating to speak. Feng Yukin directly stated, Sulan, if you have something to say, just say it. Your reticence makes me uneasy. Yet, Elder Lung remained silent. Feng Yukin pressed, do you need me to back you up? As she spoke, she prepared to dismiss a few younger disciples. Elder Lung shook her head. Do not be so agitated. Huh. Feng Yukin was perplexed, which only piqued the curiosity of the younger disciples, who perked up their ears. Elder Lung hesitated for a moment before declaring, the yin-yang transmutation technique is likely a secret method of the Great Ascension Heavenly Palace. The Great Ascension Heavenly Palace. Feng Yukin immediately erupted with rage. Such audacity, to dare venture into the Qingyun region. A wave of her aura caused the courtyard to tremble, and she swiftly scanned her surroundings before taking to the skies in silence. Master, Jiang Yining intended to suggest leaving a jade talisman for help, but seeing his master's furious demeanor, he felt it was not the right moment. In a brief hesitation, his master had already vanished into the horizon. Elder Lung cast a glance at the gathered crowd before departing as well. Su Baiyu called out to Xiaoqing, then tossed a jade token to Jiang Yining. Your identity token. The Qingyun falcon descended, and she leaped onto its back, departing with grace. Jiang Yining hurriedly called out, Thank you, Sister Su, for your rescue. I am forever grateful. Obviously, she could no longer hear him. The group had arrived quickly, and they left even faster. This left Jiang Yining and Li Shuya staring at one another, then glancing at Lin Kong, who continued to roll on the ground. Senior brotherly, do you know much about the Great Ascension Heavenly Palace? Why did my master fly into a rage upon merely hearing its name? Jiang Yining only knew that the 2 leading factions of demonic cultivators were the heaven-swallowing demon sect and the Great Ascension Heavenly Palace. The 10 major sects had attempted to besiege them multiple times, yet they remained undeterred. Li Shuya pondered for a moment. I heard my master mention that 3,000 years ago, during the collapse of the Daking dynasty, the shadow of the Great Ascension Heavenly Palace was present, resulting in the deaths and injuries of over 500 million commoners. leading to a decline in King Yun disciples and their eventual fall from the ranks of the 10 major sections. Jiang Yining nodded. I have heard senior brother Lin mention it. Li Shuya continued. That time, King Yun's predecessors suffered heavy casualties. Perhaps your master's elders were among them. He too had limited knowledge. As 3,000 years was far too long ago for contemporary disciples. Jiang Yining glanced at Lin Kong, still rolling on the ground. Are you heading straight back to King Yun, senior brother Li? Or shall we rest at the Lin residence first? Let us recuperate at the Lin residence before setting off. After a moment, Lin Kong calmed down. But he appeared utterly exhausted, like a limped shrimp, as if he had not emerged from a closed door with the good lady for 3 months. Jiang and Li had no choice but to assist him. Jiang Yining inquired, how are you feeling, Lin brother? Lin Kong smiled. 7th layer of foundation establishment. My energy has been refined. It seems this truly was a case of benefiting from misfortune. The trio, supporting one another, made their way toward the Lin residence. Junior brother Jiang, do you have a special way to contact Sister Sue? I still don't quite understand how you summoned aid. Jiang Yining slapped his forehead. I almost forgot about that. Lin brother, senior brother Li, could you lend me 600 spirit stones? The request for assistance was sent to the King Yun sect through the Fian sect. Fian delivers treasures, Shanzhou branch. The three entered together. Upon seeing Jiang Yining, a young man hurriedly approached. Senior brother, a formidable being appeared in Shanzhou just now. Is it the King Yun elder you summoned for help? Jiang Yining smiled. I must thank you, junior brother. Here are 600 spirit stones. Please count them. After receiving the spirit stones, the young man returned the blood-sealed yellow paper to Jiang Yining, then produced a token. Senior brother, this is the Fian token. In the future, whenever you visit any Fian branch, you can enjoy an 80% discount on treasure delivery services. Oh, such treatment. The young man chuckled. A single word from you summoned a powerful being in haste. It must be quite extraordinary. I am just shamelessly establishing a personal connection. In the future, whenever you place an order with this Fian token, I will receive a share of the profits. He was quite straightforward. Jiang Yining did not hesitate to accept the token. Well then, thank you for your kindness, junior brother. May I ask your surname? My humble surname is Huang. Jiang Yining exchanged pleasantries before continuing. Junior brother Huang, your sect's thunder and lightning flash technique is indeed remarkable. Would it be convenient for you to enlighten me on how to wield a sword with such swiftness? Essential for a narrow escape. How splendid it would be if one could master the art of imitation. Upon mentioning this matter, the youth brimmed with pride. It is hardly a secret. Most within the celestial sects are aware. He clasped his hands in reverence to the heavens, performing a slight bow. Our sect's esteemed leader, Master Xianxiafan, possesses unparalleled talent, having emulated the transcendent abilities of a 9th realm immortal. He has achieved modest success with the celestial technique, shifting dimensions, hence the name. The flashing inch technique. While he modestly referred to it as merely a slight achievement, his pride was palpable. The youth continued, to put it simply, our disciples are capable of not only soaring through the skies on their swords, but also executing rapid shifts in position, thereby achieving remarkable speed. The sect leader has proclaimed that if our junior disciples persistently hone this skill and integrate it with the art of sword combat, one day, our Fian sect shall rightfully ascend to the 11th position among the great celestial sects. Jiang Yining, taken aback, had merely posed a casual inquiry, yet found himself confronted with such declarations. Truly, it is an art that cannot be easily imitated. After exchanging pleasantries, the group took their leave. On the path back to the Lin residence, Jiang Yining could not suppress his admiration. One must never underestimate the cultivators of this world, even those beneath the 10 great celestial sects. Li Shi, however, spoke earnestly. Though the predecessors are formidable, we, as cultivators, ought to ride the tide of progress, harboring the heart of a new dawn. At present, it is but a technique. This is merely a method employed amidst the challenges faced by the celestial sects. A true man should strive to conquer the immortal mountains, to battle celestial beings and deities. Jiang Yining, somewhat helpless, pondered the unexpected fervor of his senior brother's proclamation. Lin Kong inquired, Senior brother, what do you mean by a method amidst a lack of methods? Li Shuyi explained, the seal of the immortal mountain prevents entry for immortals from above and connection with the 9 nether realms below. Are you all aware? Jiang Yining nodded. I have heard my master mention it. With unwavering resolve, Li Shuyi continued, 1,000,000 years ago, the sealing of the immortal mountain occurred within the celestial sections. Have you considered what would transpire if that seal were to be broken tomorrow, allowing celestial beings and deities to return? He answered his own question without pause. It would unleash a cataclysm. His words were resolute. Thus, many mighty beings of the 7th and 8th realms are laboring under great burdens, seeking new paths. Techniques are but one of the means. All in preparation for the day when the seal is shattered. daring to strike down celestial beings with their 8th realm prowess, daring to annihilate deities with the same. Jiang and Lin listened, both feeling a sense of shock. While this matter may seem unrelated to them, the consequences of the seal's true breach were unfathomable. Are the celestial sects prepared? At the same time, Jiang Yining resolved a long-standing curiosity. No wonder the Starry Lodge boldly concocts rumors regarding the numerous mighty beings of the 10 great celestial sects. It turns out that a sword hangs over the heads of the entire cultivation world. The 10 great celestial sects would not mobilize for trivial matters. Moreover, those beneath the 10 great sects are not necessarily weak, just as the leader of the Fian sect. Li Shuyi continued, our King Yun sect's King Yun 10,000 sword gale. The Shaoqian temple's true self-golden form. The Wujian sect's Yin Yang sword technique. And even the Fian sect's recently mentioned wind and thunder flashing inch technique are all the fruits of our predecessors' endeavors. Even our great sword peak is exploring new paths. Hence our combat style differs from your small swordplay. Jiang Yining and Lin Kong, initially contemplating, were abruptly interrupted by Li Shuyi's last remark. A flying sword is a flying sword. What does it mean to engage in small swordplay? Chapter 45, Gratitude. A true man should not be shackled by the affections of youth. Li Shuyi regarded Lin Kong with a serious expression. Now, on the second day at the Lin residence, everyone had regained their composure. Lin Kong smiled wryly, as the good maiden had left him with an air of melancholy. Come, senior brother, allow me to guide you. There happens to be a junior brother in Shanzhou who is rumored to possess an even better place than the one you seek, Li Shuyi said as he stepped outside. Jiang Yining, momentarily taken aback, observed his retreating figure, feeling an odd sense of dissonance. The scholarly culture of the righteous and the bravado of one willing to slay celestial beings with 8th realm might seem somewhat incongruous. Li Mu. He appeared once more before Jiang Yining, leading 3 individuals to a flower pavilion. The elegant plum and butterfly pavilion. This name, Jiang Yining perceived an air of sophistication. Senior, please. Li Mu greeted Li Shuyi with great warmth. The true man unhesitatingly took the lead. After some time, as the group emerged, their expressions were universally imbued with a sage-like demeanor. Junior brother Len, did you gain any insights? Thanks to senior brother Li's guidance, the plum, orchid, chrysanthemum, and bamboo, each has its strengths across the seasons, have illuminated my understanding, revealing my prior superficiality. I am truly grateful. Jiang Yining was astonished by Lin Kong's rapid transformation. He had not anticipated that from this point forth, Lin Kong would expand his horizons. It seemed as though he had found a wondrous key that unlocked a mysterious door. Of course, that is a tale for another time. The 3 bid farewell to Lin Mu and, soaring on their swords, returned to the mountain. Their conversations now tinged with greater camaraderie. It was unclear whether the bond forged through a life-and-death rescue had tightened their connection, or if their shared journey to the ethereal spring had deepened their friendship. Perhaps both were true. Upon returning to the bamboo courtyard, Jiang Yining, with the diligent assistance of old xianxia over the course of 4 days, finally completed the selection of the second batch of Xianling immortal nethergrass seeds delivered from the alchemy peak. This time, the quantity was even greater, with nearly 400 seeds of an initial value of 3. Just as Jiang Yining finished sowing and applied the initial fertilizer, Old Wu arrived with the 3rd batch. Jiang Yining, somewhat exasperated, noted that the seed selection was exceedingly time-consuming and would require his master's assistance for efficiency. Feng Yukin had seemingly vanished after hearing of the Great Ascension Heavenly Palace, and Jiang Yining had not seen her since. In the spiritual fields, the first batch of 200 Xianling immortal nethergrass had successfully reached the 10th year without any hiccups. All of them were uniformly at the 10th year, 8. Their growth remained stable, with fertilization occurring 4 times daily, each time stimulating 3 units of growth. If all goes well, after 8 days, they would all reach the 100-year mark, heralding the first harvest. No, there is no if. It is a certainty. Jiang Yining held this confidence. Although the value of the 100-year Xianling immortal nethergrass is not high, it can barely be compared to the 1,000-year white moonbone flower grass. More importantly, it instills hope in the alchemy peak, allowing them to realize that continuing the selection process for seeds is merely a matter of time until they reach the 1,000-year mark. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously. Jiang Yining looked up, feeling as though the heavens themselves were about to collapse. His heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly glanced towards the mountain peak. The pine tree had broken through to the 10,000-year mark. Jiang Yining hesitated briefly before hastily ascending the mountain. Upon arrival at the summit, he beheld the sky filled with spectral illusions. Celestial resonance descended. In a short span, Jiang Yining sensed no fewer than 30 manifestations. By the time he reached the mountain peak, the pine tree had grown to a staggering 50 zhang in height, lush and verdant, its branches enveloping the entire summit. This truly could be called a millennia-old, ancient pine. With trepidation, Jiang Yining bowed to the surrounding sky. Esteemed predecessors, this place is where my master attained enlightenment. She has a particular interest in this naturally born spiritual wood. Young one, there is no need to invoke your master. We merely wish to observe. Such spiritual wood may very well give rise to a deist principle. Jiang Yining forced a smile. Esteemed predecessors, please feel free. After bowing once more, he descended directly to the courtyard, confident that no one would dare to act, unless they were unafraid of his master's reprisal. Within the courtyard, Jiang Yining occasionally glanced towards the mountain peak. After a considerable half-day, he sensed that the summit had grown quiet, and he refrained from ascending further, lest there be some elders still lingering. He decided to send 2 paper cranes via flying messages, one to Lin Kong and the other to Li Shuyi. Meanwhile, he took to the skies on his sword, preparing to gather ingredients for a hot pot. Having returned for a few days, it was time to formally express his gratitude to Sister Su. Of course, a hot pot dinner could only convey a small token of his appreciation. The trio had previously discussed this matter on their return to the mountain. When all preparations were complete, Jiang Yining looked at Li Shi. Senior brother, you are both among the 10 outstanding disciples of King Yuan. Why not invite Sister Su? Li Shuyi replied. I am not well acquainted with her. We merely exchange nods. Jiang Yining then turned to Lin Kong, but the latter quickly interjected. You should go. As the host of Kingzu Peak, it is your duty to make the approach. Moreover, seeking assistance may still rely on the reputation of Kingzu Peak, considering how well acquainted you are with your master. No wonder the 3 were reluctant to take the initiative. One can only say that Su Baiyu truly embodies the essence of the cold moon fairy. Perhaps her aloofness renders her social connections scarcely better than that of her master. Li Shuyi, seeming unable to endure any longer, rose abruptly from his seat, brimming with righteous fervor. A true man stands tall and firm, distinguishing between gratitude and grievances. Expressing thanks with excessive sentimentality only reveals our pettiness. Jiang Yining was momentarily taken aback. All right. Given the tone of his previous remarks, she had assumed he intended to leave. His righteous demeanor seemed perpetually applicable. With no other option, Jiang Yining stood and summoned her sword, taking flight towards the cold condensation peak. The courtyard was artfully arranged, and upon landing, Jiang Yining beheld over a dozen ladies engaged in swordplay, their lively shouts intertwining in the air. It appears the Cold Peak Master exclusively accepts female disciples. Her reputation was undoubtedly accurate. Esteemed sisters, I am Jiang Yining from Kingzu Peak, and I seek to pay a visit. She chuckled inwardly, pondering whether to address them as sisters or younger sisters. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by a cacophony of voices. We have both older and younger sisters here. Which sister are you looking for? Jiang Yining endeavored to maintain her smile. I wish to visit Sister Su. May I request that you relay my message? Oh, so you're looking for Sister Su. Many come to visit her on a regular basis. Without a prior appointment, we fear we cannot convey your request. Jiang Yining sighed inwardly, utterly vexed. No wonder Lin Kong sought out well-mannered ladies, whose eloquence and obedience facilitated communication. Disregarding their chatter, she channeled her vital energy and called out in a clear voice. Sister Su, Jiang Yining from Kingzu Peak seeks an audience. I hope for a chance to meet. After speaking, she waited in silence. Oh dear, he seems anxious. Jiang Yining called out again. Sister Su, Jiang Yining from Kingzu Peak seeks an audience. I hope for a chance to meet. Humph, Sister Su is not someone you can meet at will. Shout all you like, and no one will heed your cries. Be careful lest our master arrives and drives you down the mountain. Jiang Yining could not help but smile wryly, realizing that for every sentence she uttered, they would respond with 10. Fortunately, before long, a serene figure appeared before them, clad in a gown as white as snow, her ethereal sleeves fluttering gracefully. Oh, Sister Su truly has come out. Su Baiyu regarded Jiang Yining with an icy gaze, exuding an air of detachment. What is it? Jiang Yining noted her preference for white attire and hastily responded. Sister Su, I am truly grateful for your life-saving assistance a few days ago. Su Baiyu shook her head nonchalantly. No need for thanks. All disciples of King Yun would lend a hand in such circumstances. Jiang Yining continued. My junior brother has prepared a light hot pot at Kingzu Peak. As a token of my appreciation, I hope Sister will grace us with your presence. Su Baiyu frowned, seemingly reluctant. Sister Su, fine. They both exclaimed in unison. Jiang Yining was about to continue her persuasion when she abruptly fell silent. To her astonishment, Sister Su had uttered her agreement with an unmistakably reluctant tone. For a moment, Jiang Yining found herself at a loss regarding Su Baiyu's disposition. Did you have another question? None at all. Sister Su, please. Chapter 46, 3 Millennia of Grudges. At Kingzu Peak, The hot pot table accommodated precisely 4 individuals, while Xiaoya and Lin Yuan were compelled to train. Initially, the atmosphere was somewhat frigid. Yet, given Su Baiu's significant kindness towards the trio, they endeavored to break the ice, echoing Li Shui's sentiments about being forthright and clear in matters of gratitude and grievances. As the 3 engaged in enthusiastic conversation, Su Baiu gradually opened up. Jiang Yining began to discern that Su Baiu's icy demeanor was not her true nature. Her urgent assistance during the earlier crisis had confirmed this. He silently apologized for previously referring to her as the White Moonlight. Jiang Yining surmised that her reticence stemmed from a lack of social interaction, which over time had cultivated an air of aloofness that further perpetuated her reserved communication style. Additionally, her exceptional cultivation talent likely contributed to her respectful distance from her peers, leaving little room for genuine camaraderie. He recalled a saying from the Blue Star: "The martial world is not solely about conflict. It also encompasses human emotions and relationships." With this newfound perspective, he decided to speak more candidly. "Sister, your fellow disciples at Cold Condensation Peak seem rather hard to approach." Su Baiu paused to enjoy a piece of beef tripe, instinctively preparing to cross her legs in a relaxed manner, but quickly adjusted her posture upon realization. Seeing this, Jiang Yining chuckled. "It can be quite challenging to find you, sister." Su Baiu did not seem annoyed, explaining, "My master only accepts female disciples, and occasionally, male disciples will stealthily ascend the mountain to seek out their younger sisters. Thus, whenever they see a male disciple approaching, they tend to make playful remarks." Jiang Yining replied, "Fortunately, when Fi Yamen sent word, sister received it in time." Su Baiu's expression softened considerably. "That would not be the case. My younger sisters can discern urgency and would not hinder someone in need." Then, she posed the day's first question. "Junior brother Jiang, are those Xianling immortal nethergrass you are cultivating ahead?" Her inquiry caught Li Shui's attention, prompting him to glance towards the spiritual field. Jiang Yining, astonished, asked, "Sister Su, you recognize them?" Su Baiu nodded. "Master entrusted you with the illusory spirit golden pill, so I took the liberty of familiarizing myself with it." Jiang Yining offered an awkward smile. "Sister, regarding the 3-year agreement mentioned by the Cold Senior, I hope you will keep your word. Rest assured, I will give it my utmost effort." Su Baiu's serious tone made Jiang Yining acutely aware of the gravity of her commitment. Li Shui could not contain himself, inquiring, "Junior brother Jiang, is this herb related to the illusory spirit golden pill?" Clearly, the noble man was not well versed in the intricacies of flora. Jiang Yining swiftly clarified, including the details about the minor illusory spirit golden pill, leaving everyone astonished. Even Lin Kong, who frequently labored in this area, had not grasped the specifics. Li Shui nodded repeatedly, appearing thoroughly convinced. "So, if junior brother Jiang can cultivate a batch of 1,000-year-old plants, it would represent a substantial contribution to the immortal sect, potentially impacting the future dynamics between the mortal realm and the celestial underworld? Indeed, a noble man ought to do so," Jiang Yining mused, realizing that a single misstatement could ignite Li Shui's fervent passion. With a deliberate grin, Jiang Yining remarked, "Li Shixing, weren't you quite disappointed in my agricultural aspirations previously? Well, circumstances have changed. One cannot compare the past to the present." Following a delightful hot pot meal, the atmosphere grew exceedingly harmonious. The next day, Jiang Yining arrived at the mountaintop early. To his astonishment, the ancient pine had not ceased its growth. The celestial essence that had descended the previous day had facilitated its growth by 3 years. What did this signify? It indicated that it had not merely stagnated, but perhaps possessed the potential of a treasure. For 3 consecutive days, Jiang Yining returned to observe it. And just as he anticipated a standstill, the pine grew another year. This revelation filled him with exuberance. He might be on the verge of cultivating his first treasure. The only issue was the interval for fertilization seemed excessively lengthy. Perhaps there were issues with the fertilizer. This towering ancient pine likely had roots extending deep beneath the courtyard. With this thought, Jiang Yining hurriedly enlisted the help of bare air and spread spiritual fertilizer across the entire mountaintop. While he could not apply it precisely, it was certainly better than doing nothing at all. On the following day, the growth increased by another year. Indeed, the effort had yielded some results. The ancient pine now stood at 5 years. However, with roots sprawling everywhere, it was impossible to ascertain the optimal fertilization point. So be it. If it could grow a year daily without stagnation, it would break through to a treasure in 95 days. That was a time frame he could endure. Now, it was a matter of awaiting the will of the heavens. As the sun rose and set, Jiang Yining entered a state of leisurely cultivation. Not entirely. He still had to select seeds. With his master absent, this responsibility had become significant. Lin Kong was back at it again, toiling on the 108 giant peak sword formation. As time passed, for more days slipped by. Today, the first batch of Xianling immortal nethergrass had all surpassed the century mark, only to then stagnate uniformly. Coincidentally, Old Wu arrived with a new batch of seeds. Jiang Yining decided to harvest everything, instructing Old Wu to take it all away. Old Wu expressed mild regret. Are you certain you don't want to wait a bit longer? What if they reach 1,000 years? Jiang Yining patted his chest. Old Wu, you can rest assured. The humanoid treasure-seeking spirit mouse is here. My judgment will not falter. Old Wu could only smile helplessly. Originally, it was merely a moment of excitement, a casual remark. Yet after nurturing 200 seedlings of the Xianling grass to the century mark, he found himself believing every word spoken by Jiang Yining. By the way, Old Wu, having selected over 300 seeds brimming with vitality, they should all surpass the century mark. You at the alchemy peak can directly plant them in the herb garden. My space is far too limited. Jiang Yining concluded that the task of cultivating to the century mark could be entrusted to the alchemy peak. Once the seeds with an initial value of 4 were selected, he would focus solely on cultivating those reaching the millennium mark. Old Wu took the seeds. Yet a hint of trepidation flickered across his features as he hesitantly inquired, is there any specific guidance on this? What if the cultivation at the alchemy peak encounters issues? Jiang Yining smiled reassuringly. Old Wu, you are the experts. Why the lack of confidence? I merely sense that the vitality of these seeds is quite robust for cultivation. Once every 3 hours, water them with 45 spoonfuls of spirit fertilizer. 4 times a day? Old Wu nodded fervently. His acknowledgement stemmed not from Jiang Yining's expertise, but rather from the instinct of the human-shaped, treasure-seeking mouse. All right, I shall return and test this immediately. Hardly had Old Wu departed when a figure descended from the sky. Jiang Yining's face lit up with joy. His master had finally returned. Master, where have you been these past days? Is it related to the Great Ascension Heavenly Palace? Feng Yukin nodded. I borrowed the supreme treasure from my senior brother, the Songwen ancient sword, and roamed around the Great Qing, vanquishing demons and monsters. Jiang Yining regarded her with a hint of hesitation. Master, do you hold a great enmity with the Great Ascension Heavenly Palace? You appeared quite furious last time. Humph. It's not just me. Are you aware of the chaos that engulfed the Great Qing dynasty 3,000 years ago? Jiang Yining nodded. Did Master partake in that tumultuous battle? Just as Feng Yukin was about to elaborate, her expression suddenly narrowed, emanating a dangerous glint. Are you implying that I resemble an old hag? Jiang Yining choked momentarily, quickly waving his hands. Master, you misunderstand. I merely thought you were so agitated. I assumed you had participated. Feng Yukin scrutinized him, gradually returning to her languid demeanor. Jiang Yining inwardly sighed. Even in the realm of cultivation, age remained a sensitive topic for women. This defied logic. Feng Yukin continued. Compared to the heavenly demon sect, the Great Ascension Heavenly Palace is steeped in the blood of numerous esteemed predecessors from the Qingyun sect. Remember this. Whenever Qingyun disciples encounter the Great Ascension Heavenly Palace, they are to show no mercy. Yes, disciples shall remember this. Enough. I have been on the move for several days and require a good rest. Feng Yukin gestured for Jiang Yining to withdraw. By the way, I have only been cultivating for a little over a dozen decades. Jiang Yining was speechless. In the world of cultivation, must one be so preoccupied with age? The 5th level of divine intent can already sustain life for 8,000 years, while the 7th level undoubtedly far exceeds 10,000 years of immortality. Even if one truly lived for 3,000 years, what difference would it make? It was incomprehensible. Moreover, if one is concerned about age, why not be more specific? What does a mere dozen decades or 19 decades signify? They are just ancient beings. Of course, Jiang Yining dared not voice this thought. Just as he took several steps away, he suddenly turned back. Oh, Master, the pine tree at the mountaintop has already surpassed a millennium. It possesses at least 30 strands of heavenly spiritual essence and is rumored to potentially yield Tao treasures. Would you like to take a look? It might be of assistance. Let us discuss it tomorrow. I do not wish to move now. Chapter 47. The Qingyun Immortal Bear descends the mountain. The next day, Jiang Yining rose early to rouse his master. Time to work. I've already stewed 3 batches of seeds without selecting any. Although Feng Yukin displayed slight displeasure, she nonetheless complied with great cooperation. The two of them worked diligently for a full 2 hours before finally completing their tasks. Yet, the results were quite delightful. Master, there are 2 seeds with remarkable vitality. They are surely millennium-worthy. Indeed, in Jiang Yining's eyes, the seeds possessed an initial value of 4. Oh. Feng Yukin immediately shed her fatigue. Very well. Keep up the good work. I shall fully support you. Without hesitation, Jiang Yining dashed off to the cultivation area. By the way, Master, the pine wood still shows signs of growth. If it proves useful to you, do not hastily refine and devour it. It might become a Tao treasure. Understood. Understood. Hurry and plant your grass. Feng Yukin stretched lazily, turning to retreat into the wooden cottage. Upon hearing Jiang Yining's words, she became disinterested in checking the mountaintop. Jiang Yining shook his head with a smile and commenced his own tasks. For days passed, and Jiang Yining returned to a leisurely state. Predictably, with the 2 seeds of initial value 4, growing 4 times per cycle, totaling 16 times a day, they had now reached 64. The cultivation of the Millennium Seeds was actually hastened. After his cultivation level surged, Lin Kuli's comprehension of the sword formation seemed to have improved significantly. Inscribing the 108 Giant Peak sword formation was noticeably swifter than before. Jiang Yining was comfortably perusing the latest edition of the Immortal Gate Star Report. Shu Mountain eliminated 6 strongholds of the Demon Sect. Hua Mountain eliminated 5 strongholds of the Demon Sect. Wuji Sword Sect eliminated 7 strongholds of the Demon Sect. Qingyun Sword Sect eliminated 13 strongholds of the Demon Sect. A continuous stream of 10 reports regarding the extermination of demons by the 10 major sections. Jiang Yining mused that the Qingyun sect's achievements were likely due to his master's influence. It seemed that the 10 major sects had coordinated their efforts, as the previous warning from Kunlun had evidently borne fruit. Suddenly, a silver paper crane descended into the courtyard. Jiang Yining frowned. The golden crane conveys orders from Qingyun, while the silver crane typically pertains to trivial matters. Upon opening it, he found it was a message from the mountain guarding disciples. A disciple from Qingzhou Peak, surnamed Jiang, has a visitor at Nanjiu Peak. Although Qingyun is surrounded by 3,000 mountains, the actual gathering place is limited to the 180 peaks near the 13 peaks. Thus, around these 180 peaks, several Qi refinement and outer disciples monitor the mountain. This is not for the purpose of combat, but rather for hospitality. After all, beneath the 10 major sects, there are numerous minor sects and factions, and many cultivators lack the foundational cultivation to traverse the skies. If they have business in Qingyun, they must traverse mountains and valleys. Hence, Qingyun established the mountain guarding disciples. Jiang Yining was puzzled, muttering to himself, there is only one Jiang surname at Qingzhou Peak. Who could be looking for me? After a moment's hesitation, he summoned his sword and headed towards Nanjiu Peak. After all, there was nothing to fear in Qingyun. Moments later, he arrived. The location of the mountain guarding disciples at Nanjiu Peak was merely a simple pavilion. Jiang Yining descended directly. Is it Brother Jiang? Several mountain guarding disciples greeted respectfully. It was natural that they did not recognize him, as Jiang Yining had long resided in the spirit field, but upon seeing him descend on a sword, they immediately referred to him as brother with great reverence. Jiang Yining nodded, offering no further words, instead directing his gaze towards a disheveled man. Chang uncle? What brings you here? Upon seeing Jiang Yining, the man could no longer contain himself. Jiang boy, sheep have been disappearing from the village daily for quite some time. If this continues, the villagers fear they will struggle to survive. The village chief sent me to seek you out with Deluo. He was indeed a villager from the sheep village on the outskirts of the 3,000 mountains. And what of Uncle Luo? The mountains are too vast. We had to search separately. It's been 7 or 8 days already. I fear the village has lost far too many sheep by now. He was exceedingly anxious. Jiang Yining quickly reassured him, Uncle Chang, do not fret. Wait a moment, and I shall accompany you to investigate. Turning to the mountain guarding disciples, he added, brothers, could you please keep an eye on things for a moment? The disciples promptly replied, it is Brother Jiang's family. Rest assured, brother. Jiang Yining offered no further explanation and took to the skies back to Qingzhou Peak. Upon landing in the small courtyard, he found his master just finishing some stretching exercises. Master, I need to descend the mountain for a bit. I still haven't received the emergency jade bead. Feng Yukin frowned, what now? Ever since your foundation establishment, every time you descend, I end up bearing the burden. Can you not be more useful? Jiang Yining laughed awkwardly. This time, it should not trouble master. Should it not? Although she spoke curtly, she still tossed him a sensing jade bead. Jiang Yining caught the bead, quickly smiling. Better safe than sorry, just in case. Master, if you could practice a few more at once, it would save me from always asking you. Humph. Feng Yukin merely huffed coldly, her attitude unmistakably clear. Jiang Yining chuckled lightly. Master, please continue your exercises. I shall not disturb you any longer. He then called out, Air, come with me. Hey, big brother. I'm coming, exclaimed Xiong, rushing over with a face full of flattery. Jiang Yining instinctively glanced at his master, a smirk gracing his lips. It seemed he had found someone who would curry favor with him, and his heart swelled with satisfaction. Lar had already reached the great demon realm, and he could no longer merely tend to the fields. In the future, he could serve as a capable aid in times of need. Jiang Yining urged him, hurry up and follow me. With that, he mounted his sword. Wait, big brother, I haven't gotten on yet. Xiong shouted in a flurry. Jiang Yining frowned as he hovered in the air. You're already a great demon, and you still can't fly? Big brother, I don't have wings. Do I not know you lack wings? Jiang Yining retorted with irritation. Even spirit beasts without wings can fly. I'm not a spirit beast. I'm a demon. Xianxiaaudiobooks protested. Feng Yukin, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, scram. Besides farming, can't you acquire some common knowledge? Jiang Yining muttered under his breath. Well, hasn't he been exposed to much? He then promptly enlarged the sword aura. They landed in Yang village. Village chief, I found Jiang Wazi. In no time, a throng of villagers surrounded them. Jiang Wazi, we've been waiting for you. One villager exclaimed. Recently, there have been ghostly happenings in the village. And sheep are going missing. My family has lost over 16. Calm down, everyone, shouted village chief Su, leaning on his cane. Let us speak to Jiang Wazi one at a time. Jiang Yining reassured them. Aunties, uncles, don't fret. I will investigate right away. He then turned to the village chief. Su Bo, has anyone been harmed? No, Su Bo replied. Every morning, when we count the sheep, we find 2 or 3 missing, which led us to suspect ghosts. This has been happening for half a month, and with over 300 sheep in the village, we are close to losing half. While his arithmetic might be flawed, it was clear that Su Bo was genuinely anxious. Jiang Yining replied, It's good that no one has been harmed. I will check around the village now. The adults were eager, while the children's focus lay elsewhere. They gazed at Xianxiaaudiobooks, who stood proudly. Big brother Jiang, is this black bear demon under your command? Big brother Jiang, may I touch his head? Xianxiaaudiobooks puffed out his chest, a bunch of little tykes. I am the Qianyun immortal bear, not a mere demon. Su Bo quickly scolded. Go play elsewhere and don't disturb your brother Jiang's important work. Thanks to Jiang Yining, the villagers were not intimidated by the peculiar bear-headed figure. Chapter 48. The fish transforms. Jiang Yining and Xianxiaaudiobooks meticulously searched within a 20-mile radius of the village, but found no sign of any avian beasts. This distance was sufficient. If sheep were disappearing daily, it should be the nearby creatures causing the trouble. If something were truly afoot, it would have to travel over 100 miles to steal a few sheep, and Jiang Yining would be at a loss. Eventually, they halted before a river, located about 5 miles from the village, which the villagers used for water. This small river flowed down from the Qianyun Mountains, merging into the renowned Qingliu River of the southern Qing dynasty. Jiang Yining turned to Xianxiaaudiobooks. This little river hasn't been thoroughly examined yet. Go down and check both upstream and downstream. Big brother, I don't have a fish tail. Without a tail, you can't swim? Well, Xianxiaaudiobooks protested. Isn't it true that bears love to eat fish? Yes, but I still can't swim. Jiang Yining felt burdened, exasperatedly stating, You can't fly. You can't swim, what else can you do? Big brother, I can farm. Jiang Yining opened his mouth, left speechless by that response. Ultimately, the man and the bear returned to the village. Big brother, you can't swim either? All right, you've asked that the whole way here. Let us guard the village tonight, and see what is stealing the sheep. As night fell, the two squatted beside a pile of hay outside the village. Thwack! Jiang Yining glared. You're snoring again. Xianxiaaudiobooks quickly widened his eyes. Big brother, no? I'm wide awake. I was just thinking how infuriating this sheep thief is. And my breathing got a bit loud. I truly wasn't sleeping. Enough, no more talking. As the night deepened, Jiang Yining occasionally glanced at Xianxiaaudiobooks, whose tired eyes instantly widened. Jiang Yining fought off yawns. Indeed, sleepiness was contagious. Suddenly, a dark shadow stealthily approached the village. It's here. Jiang Yining quickly stifled his breath. However, Xianxiaaudiobooks dashed forward. You little thief, tonight you will meet your match with Great Bear. He shouted angrily. The shadow was startled but did not hesitate, turning to flee. Jiang Yining gritted his teeth in frustration and hurried after it. Thief, stop! Xianxiaaudiobooks yelled. Naturally, things would not go as he wished. While one chased, the other fled. Just as they were about to catch up, coming within range of the sword aura, Jiang Yining directed his sword. Yet, the shadow leapt and plunged into the water. They had reached the riverbank. Jiang Yining swiftly unleashed his sword aura. Whoosh! Dozens of sword auras plunged into the water, creating ripples but failing to catch anything. Jiang Yining glared at Xianxiaaudiobooks. Why are you in such a hurry? Xianxiaaudiobooks hung his head, appearing as if he had been reprimanded. Big brother, I just want to catch him quickly. Jiang Yining glared at the water's surface, his gaze suddenly sharpening as if he sensed something drifting. Go quickly retrieve it. I can't swim well, big brother. Xianxiaaudiobooks transformed into his true form, towering over 4 meters high. He entered the river, cautiously advancing. Fortunately, the water was shallow, reaching only to his shoulders. Before long, Xianxiaaudiobooks retrieved something from the shore. Scales, deep green, the size of a basin, with a glossy sheen. Jiang Yining held it up, testing its lightness, yet remarkable resilience. Big brother, I think this is a scale. I can see that. Xianxiaaudiobooks chuckled. What I mean is that a big fish has become sentient. Become sentient? Isn't that still a demon? Xianxiaaudiobooks shook his head vigorously. No, no. Fish rarely transform into demons. They typically slowly absorb spiritual energy. If we must label it, we could say it has barely embarked on the path of a spirit beast. Regarding demon beasts and avian creatures, he certainly had a say. Jiang Yining frowned. This was troublesome. Neither he nor Xianxiaaudiobooks excelled in swimming, and it was possible that once they left, the creature would return to wreak havoc on the sheep. The following day, Jiang Yining took Xianxiaaudiobooks downstream. You go down, we'll head upstream. If you see any large fish darting past you, shout immediately. Got it. Big brother. Xianxiaaudiobooks transformed into his true form. Knowing the water wouldn't submerge him, he happily jumped in. Jiang Yining also soared into the air, hovering about 10 yards behind Xianxiaaudiobooks. This was his plan. If the fish spirit still lurked nearby, they had to give it a try. Xianxiaaudiobooks, spread your arms and swim upstream slowly. All right, big brother. Xianxiaaudiobooks stood in the middle of the river, arms outstretched, occupying most of the river's width. If the fish spirit swam past him, he would surely feel it. They progressed upstream slowly. Time passed quietly, and half a stick of incense burned away. The further they swam upstream, the narrower the river became. They were nearing the vicinity of the sheep village. Suddenly, Xianxiaaudiobooks let out a loud shout. Jiang Yining immediately understood and waved his sword. 109 sword auras erupted, descending from the sky. Puff! The sword auras densely pierced the river, completely sealing off the area behind Xianxiaaudiobooks. With a loud splash, a massive tail broke the surface of the river, halting before the barrage of sword auras and turning to flee upstream. Its speed was incredible, instantly creating a wave. Big brother, it's escaping. Without needing Xianxiaaudiobooks to remind him, Jiang Yining was already in pursuit. But the fish spirit was beneath the water, faster than his sword flight. Jiang Yining did not fly far before swiftly turning back, closely trailing behind Bear Second. Surprisingly, it remained hidden in the vicinity, having chosen not to escape last night. It now found itself with no opportunity to flee. Jiang Yining felt a sense of calm wash over him. Bear Second, there's no need to rush. Let us meander upstream slowly. It cannot escape. As soon as he finished speaking, Bear Second let out another bellow. Jiang Yining immediately unleashed a barrage of sword chi, sealing the river passage with precision. A smile graced his lips. Thankfully, his quick reflexes had prevented him from pursuing upstream. The fish spirit revealed its tail, employing the same trick once more, surging forth with another wave. Jiang Yining couldn't be bothered to chase it. You dare to challenge me? Bear Second. Let's continue our leisurely ascent. You'll feast on a grand catch today. Of course, but master brother, what if it manages to reach the shore upstream and escapes? Jiang Yining furrowed his brow, replying, Fear not. Its speed on land is not swift. Should it leave any trace, we shall undoubtedly catch up with it. In truth, Jiang Yining was uncertain. He could only gamble on the river's unyielding nature. If it truly attempted to flee, it would be a stroke of luck for it. As they ventured further upstream, the river grew increasingly narrow, and the water shallower, with Bear Second's shoulders breaking the surface. The fish spirit grew more frantic, launching increasingly frequent assaults. On several occasions, it charged directly into the oncoming sword chi, but ultimately hesitated to push through, leaving behind more than a dozen scales. This gave Jiang Yining some reassurance. It likely would not attempt to escape onto land. After several cycles of pursuit, Jiang Yining began to discern the truth. The azure fish spirit was a 3-zhang-long blue fish. As they pressed on, finally, a massive, dark blue head emerged from the water, some 30 to 40 zhang away from the pair. Master brother, it has surfaced. The azure fish spirit spoke. O immortal, this humble demon has committed no wrongdoing. I have merely stolen a few sheep. I beseech you to show mercy, considering the hardships I endure in my cultivation. The voice was clear and childlike. Jiang Yining retorted, Show you mercy? First, you must come ashore. After a brief standoff, the azure fish spirit appeared indecisive. Humph. Should you fail to come ashore now, once we force you, your demeanor will not be so agreeable, Jiang Yining declared, summoning the sword chi to manifest behind him. Bear Second, press on. O immortal, I shall come ashore immediately. The azure fish spirit exclaimed, forming a bubble of water before leaping into it, gliding toward the bank. To Jiang Yining's astonishment, its gills and fins transformed into a pair of two-toed forepaws. Jiang Yining did not ascend, but admonished the azure fish spirit, stay away from the riverbank. The azure fish spirit, reluctantly, used its two-toed forepaws to support its entire body, scrambling quickly while its fishtail continued to sway, as if swimming in water. Once it was driven away from the riverbank, only then did Jiang Yining and Bear Second ascend. In the water, even sword control could not keep pace. Once on land, Jiang Yining felt a surge of confidence. After all, having chased it last night, how far could it truly run? The azure fish spirit seemed to understand this. As it watched Jiang Yining and Bear Second approach, it did not attempt to flee. Chapter 49. The Malicious Flood Dragon. O immortal! This humble demon has genuinely harmed no one. In the past, I even rescued several from sunken ships in the Qingliang River. I implore you to show mercy and spare me. The azure fish spirit pleaded earnestly. Jiang Yining scoffed. You claim not to harm others. Yet how many sheep have you consumed? Had I not arrived, the sheep of the village would have been decimated. The azure fish spirit rolled its large eyes, appearing quite innocent. O immortal! I had no choice. The Qingliang River has been occupied by a malicious flood dragon for miles. I was forced to return here. My place of birth. Jiang Yining inquired. You were born here? In response, O immortal, I was born amidst the mountains and rivers. I cannot recall how long it has been since I gained sentience, yet this is indeed my birthplace. Jiang Yining pondered for a moment before fixing his gaze upon it, and asking, So, you were the one responsible for the missing sheep from the village? The azure fish spirit rolled its eyes again. When my intelligence first emerged, I was merely curious and had feasted upon a few sheep. Jiang Yining felt as if a long-standing mystery had suddenly unraveled. It was no wonder he had searched for so many years without discovering a single strand of wool. However, thereafter, the humble demon had ceased its transgressions and followed the river to the Qingliang River. The humble demon truly had not harmed anyone, and the immortal could verify this. For in the Qingliang River, there were instances of people discovering it, and some river sections even bore inscriptions commemorating its deeds. Jiang Yining frowned. While he was too lazy to investigate his own affairs, it was evident that the azure fish spirit had not lied regarding the village, having only stolen sheep without harming the villagers. Yet you still caused losses to the villagers. I will compensate. I will compensate. The azure fish spirit hurriedly exclaimed, opening its mouth to reveal over a dozen pearls, each the size of a sparrow's egg. Having listened to conversations under the boats, I know these pearls hold value and can be exchanged for food. Jiang Yining pondered for a long while, hesitating. Suddenly, he formed a hand seal, embedding a green sword mark into the azure fish spirit's body. The azure fish spirit's eyes darted rapidly. Whether from fear or something else, it appeared alarmed. O immortal! Spare my life. Spare this humble demon. The tone conveyed sheer terror. Jiang Yining declared, I grant you the Qingyun sword mark. From now on, you may continue to inhabit the river, but you must not steal sheep. Initially, he had contemplated using the sword mark for future emergencies, so as not to trouble Lin Kong unnecessarily. He had not anticipated employing it on the azure fish spirit first. The azure fish spirit continued to blink nervously. O immortal! What is the Qingyun sword mark? Jiang Yining, puzzled, replied, You were born here and do not know of the Qingyun sword sect? You are unaware of the 10 great immortal sects. O immortal! This humble demon truly does not know. Then why do you refer to me as O immortal? I often overhear tales from beneath the boats, and thus I know that there are immortals in this world. Jiang Yining sighed, quickly explaining, Thus, the Qingyun sword mark is a token of authorization from my Qingyun sword sect for demons and spirits wishing to cultivate peacefully within the Qingyun region. Should you encounter other immortal sects, displaying the Qingyun sword mark will signify your allegiance to Qingyun, and they generally will not harm you. Bear Second, show it to him. Of course, Master Brother. The azure fish spirit turned its gaze to Bear Second, noticing that the bear demon's forehead bore an identical green sword mark to the one now within itself. The azure fish spirit hurriedly expressed gratitude. Thank you, O immortal. Thank you, O immortal. It was not foolish. Jiang Yining's explanation had made it clear that there existed many immortal sects and beings, and its allegiance to Qingyun could serve as a protective talisman. Do not rejoice just yet. Should you harm others, I can trace you through the Qingyun sword mark. Jiang Yining warned sternly. The azure fish spirit repeatedly assured, I will not. I will not. This humble demon has never harmed anyone. As it spoke, it once again produced a pile of pearls, the largest of which was the size of a fist. O immortal, I am deeply grateful for your great kindness. I offer these pearls in hopes they may serve you. Jiang Yining smiled and shook his head. A pile of mundane objects held little value for him. However, he instinctively channeled his energy into his eyes. Upon looking closely, he was astonished to discover a growth value of 7 attributed to the largest pearl. A spiritual object? Is this a manifestation of the natural order, where good deeds are rewarded? Jiang Yining carefully examined it. Did you discover these at the bottom of the river? Over the years, this humble demon has consumed numerous river clams in the depths of the Qingliang River, and some contain these pearls. Very well. I shall accept this for now. Jiang Yining intended to return and investigate, seeking records of any related spiritual treasures. O immortal, my cultivation is insufficient. I cannot remain on land for long. The bubble will soon burst. All right, return to the water. Remember, do not steal the villagers' sheep. The azure fish spirit appeared quite innocent. O immortal, The mountains and rivers are too small, and there are not enough fish and shrimp for me to eat. Thus, I resorted to stealing sheep. The Qingliang River is occupied by a malicious flood dragon, and I dare not venture there. Then it seems you cannot continue living in these mountains and rivers. Jiang Yining paused momentarily before continuing. However, it is not impossible. Return to the river and wait for me. I will send the villagers to you, and in the future, you can exchange pearls with them for sheep. Just remember to swallow the pearls first. Do not give the villagers too many at once, lest it attracts ill-intentioned individuals and brings them harm. Understood, O immortal. Thank you, O immortal. The azure fish spirit promptly swallowed the pile of pearls and then made its way back to the river. On the riverbank, the villagers initially found it hard to believe, but with bare second present, they quickly came to terms with the situation. Instead, they incessantly surrounded the blue fish spirit. Perhaps it was the first time the blue fish spirit had engaged in a normal conversation with humans, and it felt a sense of equality and integration. Its fish eyes rolling excitedly, its voice tinged with enthusiasm. It appeared to be exceedingly willing to communicate. Unbeknownst to it, the villagers of Yang Village had long been in contact with Jiang Yining, thus their familiarity with spirits and demons was somewhat heightened. I need to consume 3 sheep a day. I can exchange them for pearls with you. Within my capabilities, I can also assist on land. Just sheep? How about pigs and cattle? The village can arrange for manpower to go to the market and exchange a batch of pigs and cattle for rearing. Pigs and cattle are acceptable. A group of children boldly reached out to touch the fish's head. Shall we call you Big Blue from now on? Can you take us to play by the river in the future? As everything settled, Jiang Yining prepared to depart, once again solemnly advising, do not harm others, for otherwise, the esteemed elder King Yun, relying on the sword seal, can easily capture you. Rest assured, esteemed one. Rest assured. The blue fish spirit expressed its gratitude profusely. It truly relished the feeling of normal interaction. Su Bo, if it misbehaves, have Uncle Chong come find me again. All right, Jiang boy. Everyone hurry back to roast a few whole sheep. We can't let Jiang boy return with an empty stomach. In no time, the villagers had hastily built a bonfire by the riverbank. The blue fish spirit quickly integrated into the scene, while Xiong La feasted with delight. Little Blue, from now on you shall be a fish of status, the King Yun immortal fish. Do not let us down, understand? Whatever the vile flood dragon, when my brother has time, I shall help you reclaim your honor, and in a moment's respite, I will assist you in skinning it and removing its tendons. Jiang Yining mocked. Why not go now? Xiong La chuckled softly. Let us first learn to swim. Upon returning to King Yun, Jiang Yining first reported to King Yun regarding the blue fish spirit seal. Then, he also informed about the existence of a vile flood dragon in the Qingliu River. Of course, whether it was indeed a vile flood dragon would be verified by the Guangkai Peak, but the subsequent matters would no longer concern him. He merely happened to learn of this news and reported it incidentally. Chapter 50. The century-old immortal grass comes to maturity. On Qingzhou Peak, Jiang Yining was examining the pearls gifted by the blue fish spirit. He had already visited the Wanfage to consult the records. The record of celestial treasures noted 2 types that might have a connection with pearls. 1. Vanhai Chi Lei, a rare treasure. A type of pearl discovered in the East Sea, classified as a water treasure. 2. Zilong Yulu pearl, a precious treasure. Its radiance is akin to jade. A pure yin treasure, one of the materials for forming yin-yang golden elixirs. Why did he say there might be a connection? Because pearls possess growth value. Had they not been acquired by the blue fish spirit, nurtured by the river mussels for a millennium or more, they might very well be one of the types recorded. It is also possible they could be an entirely new spiritual treasure. Of course, the greater likelihood is that river mussels do not live that long, and pearls remain at the level of spiritual entities. Jiang Yining set them aside in his storage ring, planning to inquire later with Old Wu and Wen Tai regarding their use in alchemy or treasure forging. Days drifted leisurely by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. After completing the selection of seeds with his master, Jiang Yining lounged in a chair reading the news. Ever since the first batch of 100-year-old Xianling immortal grass was successfully harvested, the alchemy peak had been even more invigorated, and within 2 days, a new batch of seeds was to be delivered. However, the results were promising. In the spiritual field, the initial value of 4 for the Xianling immortal grass had already reached 13 pearls. The 2 initial plants had already exceeded 100 years, and with 2 more fertilizations today, they would break the 1,000-year mark. This brought great relief to Jiang Yining, as they consistently achieved a growth of 16 daily, without any stagnation at the 10 or 100-year marks. He anticipated that the 1,000-year mark would also be similarly promising. As for the pine trees atop the mountain, they had now reached 11,000 years. Jiang felt somewhat at a loss. Perhaps he should consult Uncle Pan, as their growth was unpredictable. Sometimes they showed no response for days, while other times, they grew 2 in a single day. He could only go with the flow, hoping for the best. Suddenly, A celestial crane descended into the courtyard. Jiang Yining quickly retrieved the celestial star report. The crane tilted its head, observing the slumbering Xianxia in the yard, before spreading its wings and taking flight. Brother Crane, take care. Jiang Yining smiled as he unfolded the star report. The Lingbao sect will hold a grand treasure auction at the end of the month, during which a precious treasure will be auctioned. The Lingbao sect, renowned among the 10 great sects for its treasure forging, was not known for the prowess of its magical artifacts, but rather for the sheer volume. The disciples under its banner emphasized an equipment flow, ensuring that even those in the Qi refinement stage possessed 3 treasures for defense, offense, and escape. The capabilities of the magical artifacts aside, this approach had attracted many rogue cultivators to join the Lingbao sect, leading to its rapid development over the last century. Ranking alongside the Xingxiu Pavilion and Fiyin sect as the 3 sects most likely to challenge the 11th great sect. Jiang Yining chuckled. Using precious treasures to attract popularity is indeed a bold investment. It is worth noting that, as the current face of King Yuan, Sister Su had initially sought the Millennium Bamboo without success and had yet to consume any precious treasures. Of course, it wasn't that Master Lung could not provide them. It was simply that if it were merely to advance the cultivation of King Yun Wanjian gang, it would be somewhat extravagant and a waste of resources. Precious treasures are often the result of nature's nurturing over millions of years, and thus Jiang Yining's behavior could be considered wasteful. However, it was precisely because he possessed the discerning eye to identify cultivatable spiritual treasures that precious treasures appeared less valuable in his presence. As Jiang Yining continued to read the star report, Xiaoya suddenly dashed out from the wooden house. Big brother immortal, big brother immortal. I am now at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Oh, Jiang Yining beamed with joy, retrieving 3 bottles of Qi refinement pills from his storage ring and placing them into Xiaoya's hands. Keep it up, continue. Big brother immortal. I still have 2 bottles left in the house that I haven't finished. Be obedient. Do you not want to help your mother recover? This statement highlighted the effectiveness of his methods. Xiaoya reluctantly responded with an O, holding the Qi refinement pills, resembling a student who scored 100 on an exam, only to return home to receive 3 exercise books as a reward. Jiang Yining felt a twinge of sympathy. Xiaoya, you must strive hard. In a while, I will bring your mother up the mountain to be with you every day. Xiaoya looked up, her big eyes sparkling with hope. Big brother immortal, is that true? Jiang Yining ruffled her hair. When has big brother ever lied to you? Yay. Xiaoya jumped up. Big brother immortal, you are the best. Jiang Yining smiled. Knowing that big brother is good, you must double your efforts in cultivation. If one day I am bullied, you will come to my aid. Big brother immortal, I will practice hard and help you punish bad people. Xiaoya said seriously. Suddenly, she looked puzzled. Big brother immortal, if someone bullies you, can't we ask Master for help? Jiang Yining chuckled. What if Master isn't around? Xiaoya nodded earnestly. Big brother immortal, I understand now. I will go cultivate right away. Suddenly, the door swung open. Feng Yukin stood at the entrance, stretching languidly, her tall figure resembling a lazy cat stretching its limbs. Kid, were you just cursing your master? Jiang Yining quickly smiled obsequiously. Master, how could I dare? I was merely encouraging my little junior sister. With such talent, she must not be lax. It's only been about 2 months since coming to the mountain, and she has already reached the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. When I was her age, I couldn't even break through a layer in a year. Feng Yukin scoffed. One must be self-aware. Do not seek unnecessary troubles. Some things cannot be compared. Jiang Yining smiled wryly, realizing he was merely speaking casually, with no intention of comparison. By the way, Master, the seeds old Wu sent yesterday haven't been selected yet. Shall we get to work now? Feng Yukin glanced at Jiang Yining and strode out of the courtyard. I'm going for a stroll first. We can talk about it later. Also, you need to go down the mountain today and bring me something to eat. Jiang Yining reluctantly rose and took flight on his sword. By midday, the people of Qingzhou Peak, along with Lin Kuli, were enjoying hot pot. Recently, Lin Kong had made some progress in understanding sword formations and was recording the sword arrays a bit faster. The 108 giant peak sword formation had already completed 30 sword chi formations, since being scorched by the Sunfire Phoenix flame. There has been a hint of trepidation in his gaze whenever he looks at Feng Yukin, which has, of course, been accompanied by a profound respect. Feng Yukin wrapped the hot pot basin with her chopsticks, exclaiming, What are you staring at? Quickly, pour the meat slices in for your master. Jiang Yining turned around. Oh, right. As the meat rolls descended into the pot, he glanced back towards the spiritual field. The 2 initial specimens of Xianming grass were on the verge of a breakthrough. Even though he had discerned the patterns for seed production, he couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, it was his first time attempting to break through the millennium mark. Only upon achieving this breakthrough could he truly relax. Before long, the two herbs had risen slightly by an inch. Success. Naturally, Jiang Yining instinctively exhaled a sigh of relief. He hastily set down his chopsticks and ran towards the spiritual field. Feng Yukin, observing this, inquired with curiosity, "Has it been a millennium?" She was quite invested in this matter. "Indeed, master," he replied. "Well, it's no surprise that I've accompanied you for so long. Starting this month, I shall be collecting payments." Lin Kong also rose unconsciously, having previously heard Jiang Yining's words about the spiritual field, but now witnessing the Xianming grass reaching a millennium. He was still filled with disbelief. "Brother Jiang, does this mean that the minor illusion spirit pill will truly be mass-produced in Qingyun?" Jiang Yining nodded with a smile. Lin Kong's eyes sparkled with fervor, not just for himself, but for the current and even the previous generation of Qingyun, as this would accelerate their breakthroughs into the nascent soul stage. However, he was uncertain how the sect would distribute these pills. Chapter 51. The Enthusiasm of Qingyun Disciples. A new day dawned, and the atmosphere at the Qingyun Sword Sect was abuzz. Having traversed through time, today marked the commencement of the 21st year. For cultivators, the new year held little significance. Only those like Lin Kong, who had returned to the mundane world, felt any semblance of festivity. The liveliness at Qingyun was not due to the new year, but rather because on the first day of each year, the Qian Peak would distribute rewards from the previous year. Qian Peak, much like Guanjia Peak, had been established since the inception of Qingyun and served as the enforcement peak, governing rewards and punishments. Today's announcement detailed the previous year's instances of upholding justice. Jiang Yining would never partake in the revelry. The reason was simple. Every year, Qingzhou Peak would claim the crown, with an average of merely 0.5 instances of upholding justice per disciple. Why 0.5? Upholding justice was distributed through Guanjia Peak. However, Jiang Yining reported his good deeds himself. While this was not uncommon, it was widely known and even reported in the starry constellation news. Guanjia Peak recognized it, as it was all for the sake of enhancing Qingyun's prestige and uniting its members. At the very least, a visit to the nearest Qingyun pavilion could be arranged. Yet, after a couple of instances, Jiang Yining was given a coefficient of 0.5, making him a pioneer for Qingyun. As a result, Feng Yukin often remarked on this matter. This year, ideally, the 0.5 should have been removed, and at the very least, he would have participated in a proper instance of upholding justice, alongside Brother Wang and Sister Li. But considering the average of 1 instance per person, Qingzhou Peak would inevitably remain at the bottom. The first among the peaks would receive rewards to encourage the cultivation of the new generation. Similarly, the top 10 disciples with the most instances of upholding justice would receive rewards exceeding 3,000 spirit stones, with the top 100 also receiving more than 100 spirit stones. Clearly, neither of these points would have much bearing on Qingzhou Peak. Thus, Jiang Yining was disinterested in mingling with the crowd. He merely contributed to the bottom rank, perhaps earning a token of gratitude from the 13th place. However, unbeknownst to Jiang Yining, a significant announcement was made today. Li Shiyu arrived on his flying sword and immediately inquired, "Junior brother Jiang, has your millennium-grade Xianming grass cultivation succeeded?" "Oh, brother, how commendable of you to show interest in flora." Jiang Yining chuckled, inviting Li Shiyu to sit. But Li Shiyu responded gravely. Today, Qian Peak announced the Qingyun pill. The Qingyun pill? Jiang Yining was puzzled. "Brother, please don't keep me in suspense. Just clarify." Li Shiyu quickly explained, "The Qingyun pill, based on its effects, should be what you referred to previously as the minor illusion spirit pill. From now on, every year, the top 10 in upholding justice will receive at least 1 pill, with the first place receiving 3 or more. Additionally, the top 3 from each peak will each receive 1, and the contemporary 10 elites of Qingyun will receive 2 annually. There are also various contributions, such as rare alchemical materials and nascent soul materials, that can be exchanged for them." He continued speaking for quite a while. But Jiang Yining was pondering another issue. The naming of the Qingyun pill seemed a tad presumptuous. He wondered whether this was the intention of the esteemed sect leader or the master of 10 peaks. Li Shiyu concluded with a hearty laugh. From now on, upholding justice is likely to become fiercely competitive, perhaps to the point where Guanjia Peak will struggle to keep up with demand. Your actions, junior brother, can be regarded as a boon for the common folk of Deqing, truly a noble endeavor. Jiang Yining chuckled and shook his head. "Brother, please don't flatter me. I merely wish to cultivate my fields in peace and leisurely pursue my cultivation." Suddenly, a paper crane fluttered into the courtyard. Jiang Yining opened it to find a message from Sister Su, inquiring about the same matter. It was rare for the Cold Moon Fairy to initiate communication. Jiang Yining suspected it was due to their enthusiastic hot pot gathering last time. Nevertheless, he provided her with an affirmative reply. On this day, all the disciples of Qingyun were in a fervor. Time swiftly passed, and over half a month went by. Jiang Yining was meditating in quietude when Elder Wu arrived, saying, "Youngster, still sleeping? It's time to select the seeds." Jiang Yining opened his eyes and immediately smiled. "Elder Wu, what about my Qingyan pill? We can't have the horse run without feeding it grass." Since the two initial specimens of Millennium Grade, Xianling, Xianming grass matured, they had provided the Alchemy Peak with 14 such specimens. The breeding had also been entrusted to the Alchemy Peak, leaving Jiang Yining responsible for seed selection. This decision stemmed from several considerations. Jiang Yining did not wish to gain fame, and Qingyan needed to remain concealed for protection. After all, if people learned that Jiang Yining was responsible for cultivating Millennium, Xianling, Xianming grass, it would inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. For this reason, sect leader Chang had specifically spoken with Lin Kong, Li Xiu, and Su Baiyu, ensuring that only they were aware of the new generation secret. Elder Wu waved his hand, producing a jade vial. Here you go, here you go. I can't give you less, but this time there are only 7 pills. We're just getting started. The growth cycle for Millennium Grade plants is lengthy, and by next month, it will stabilize. Jiang Yining joyfully accepted the elixirs. Elder Wu understood. This was unavoidable. Selecting 30 seeds couldn't be done in a day, primarily due to the slow pace of the Alchemy Peak in acquiring seeds. Upon discovering a seed with an initial value of 4, he would plant one. Once the initial growth cycle passed, everything would return to normal. In fact, Jiang Yining had overestimated earlier. Only 28 seeds with an initial value of 4 had been selected last month. Of course, this was not his fault. The blame lay solely with the Alchemy Peak for failing to keep up with the supply. Elder Wu hurriedly handed over the seeds to Jiang Yining before departing. "Remember to select the seeds quickly. Rest assured, by the next time you bring seeds over, I will have finished selecting them." Jiang Yining smiled at the elixirs in his hand. Regarding the promised 30,000 spirit stones per month, the Alchemy Peak had not shortchanged him either. His master had already collected the dues a few days prior. Suddenly, a celestial crane descended into the courtyard. Jiang Yining accepted the starry constellation news, joyfully stroking the crane's back, as it tilted its head to glance at him before flapping its wings and departing. The report read, "The 10 great sects will gather at Qingyun in 10 days for a martial exchange among the contemporary disciples." However, it is speculated that this is in response to the recent fervor surrounding the Qingyun pill. According to reliable sources, Qingyun has likely discovered the method for cultivating Millennium Grade, Xianling, Xianming grass. In the past month, Qingyun has been active in the Black Sea Thunder Marsh. Sect leader Chang has explicitly stated that all immortal sects are welcome to observe the martial exchange. Wow. Jiang Yining never expected the news to spread so swiftly. Perhaps he had underestimated the impact of the Qingyun pill. The once tranquil realm of cultivation seems to have been disturbed, akin to a stone cast into still waters, creating ripples. The Qingyun pill serves as that very stone. During a conversation with sect leader Chang and a few others, when discussing the confidentiality of matters concerning Jiang Yining inquired of his master why they did not simply seal off the information and privately reward the disciples of Qingyun. They could allocate 30 pills monthly, keep 10 for themselves, and over the course of a year, Qingyun would accumulate 240 pills, totaling merely 2,400 over a decade, sufficient for internal consumption. Sect leader Chang's response was twofold. First, as a matter of righteousness and responsibility befitting one of the 10 great sects, considering that the entire cultivation world is overshadowed by a looming sword of fate, it was essential to distribute a portion of the rewards to allow various sects to nurture their own gifted disciples. Secondly, with 30,000 disciples in Qingyun, no matter how discreetly the rewards were given, it was impossible to guarantee that the information would remain entirely under wraps. Chapter 52. Is there a great power beyond the heavens? On Qingzu Peak, today the 4 of them were gathered in the small courtyard. Jiang Yining looked at Feng Yukin and asked, "Master, do you mean to say that if I consume the Qingyun pill, you will no longer need to protect me?" Feng Yukin scoffed. "You have already reached the 5th level of foundation establishment, a perfect foundation at that, and yet you still fear the consequences of swallowing a single pill. This is not the true Huanling golden pill. It is merely 1/3 of its efficacy." Jiang Yining chuckled awkwardly. "Indeed, then master, please protect my junior brother and junior sister instead." Having received 7 pills, he was quite conscientious, giving 1 each to Lin Yuan and the little girl. For he believed that feelings must be nurtured gradually. Otherwise, how could he lead them in the future? However, it must be said that the path of cultivation for the 2 youngsters was far smoother than the arduous journey Jiang Yining had once endured. Feng Yukin sat down on a wooden stool and instructed, "You two, come here and sit cross-legged before me to cultivate and consume the pills." The 2 juniors dared not question their master further and hastily complied. Upon swallowing the Qingyun pill, their faces instantly twisted in pain as they focused their minds and circulated their energy. Master gently placed her hands on their shoulders. Jiang Yining recalled the sensation of his body feeling as though it might burst. Even though the Qingyun pill had only a third of the potency of the Huanling golden pill, it was still beyond what the two youngsters could easily endure. Back when he himself consumed the Huanling golden pill, he had leapt from the first to the fourth level of foundation establishment. Logically, the potency of the Qingyun pill should suffice to elevate someone from the first to the second level, right? The foundation energy had already transformed into a liquid state, which could accommodate a significantly larger volume compared to the gaseous state of the qi condensation stage. As his junior brother and sister absorbed the Qingyun pill, one could only wonder how much they might advance, surely not directly to the 9th level of qi condensation. Feng Yukin suddenly chided, "Why are you not cultivating? What are you staring at?" Jiang Yining laughed. "Oh, I am indeed cultivating." He moved beside his master and settled down cross-legged. "Master, what if I cannot endure it? You will still lend me your protection, one to you?" Feng Yukin unceremoniously kicked him 2 or 3 zhang away. "Get lost, look at your demeanor." Jiang Yining was unfazed. He picked himself up, dusted off his clothes, and scampered back to sit beside his master. Without further ado, he swallowed the Qingyun pill. Instantly, he felt a slight pressure in his energy sea. Master, it still feels bloated." "Humph." Jiang Yining heard only a cold huff from his master, who offered him no assistance. He could only hastily focus his mind to refine the pill's energy. After 2 hours, Jiang Yining opened his eyes. Assessing his condition, he found his energy sea full yet still at the 5th level of foundation establishment. Not particularly impressive. He understood, of course, that the higher one's cultivation, the less effective the pills would be. He stood up to stretch, noticing his 2 juniors still absorbing the pill's energy while his master remained in meditation. Deciding to take another Qingyun pill, this time he did not sit next to his master. A man should not require protection for merely consuming a pill, after all. 2 more hours passed. Jiang Yining opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face. He had reached the 6th level of foundation establishment. Just as he was about to continue, he heard his master speak. "Once you achieve a breakthrough, do not consume pills continuously. Allow some time for consolidation, or your energy will become unstable. Is that so?" Jiang Yining rose. "Master, you didn't warn me when I was eating qi condensation pills daily." Feng Yukin dismissed him. Could the qi condensation pill facilitate continuous breakthroughs? Well, that is indeed a valid point. Jiang Yining glanced at the remaining 3 Qingyun pills, feeling somewhat aimless. "By the way, master, didn't you receive spirit stones from the pill refining peak? You mentioned that I would manage the finances." Feng Yukin coldly snorted. "You manage it, I oversee it. Is there a problem?" "Oh, none at all." 3 days passed before the 2 juniors awakened. The little girl finished absorbing her energy in the morning, while Lin Yuan completed his at night. This alone highlighted the disparity in their talents, as the little girl directly reached the 8th level of qi condensation, while Lin Yuan only broke through to the 6th level. Despite both achieving breakthroughs at the 5th level, the difference was substantial. The higher one progressed, the greater the consumption of energy required. Much like Jiang Yining, who needed only 1 Qingyun pill to ascend from the 1st to the 2nd level, yet required 2 to move from the 5th to the 6th level, and even more to reach the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels. Today, the elder brother was delivering a motivational speech. "Lin Yuan, little girl, you've both been on the path of immortality for quite some time now. It's time you contributed to Qingyun, enhancing our prestige and unifying the hearts of our disciples." "Yes, yes." The little girl nodded enthusiastically. Lin Yuan scratched his head. Jiang Yining, exuding authority, cleared his throat twice. "Now that both of you have elevated your cultivation, you cannot merely focus on arduous training. Venture down the mountain and seek out opportunities for heroism. A few days ago, Kexing Peak held a gathering. You should have witnessed the commotion. From now on, the reputation of Qingzhou Peak rests on your shoulders. Bring honor to us and to Master. Speak up and let me hear your confidence." "Yes." "Louder." "Yes." "Good. Come here. Your elder brother has prepared some items for you." Jiang Yining first produced 2 standard flying swords from Balian Peak. The 2, holding the swords, were elated. "Your elder brother will teach you how to refine them with your blood." After a quarter of an hour, once they had completed the refinement, Jiang Yining produced 2 storage bags, 1 for each of them. He then retrieved a stack of sword talismans, handing them 2 each. "Do you know what a flame sword talisman is?" The 2 shook their heads. Jiang Yining smiled. "It can unleash a strike equivalent to the 5th level of foundation establishment, 1 for each of you." Next, he selected 2 more talismans. "Do you know what a bagua sword talisman is?" Lin Yuan excitedly exclaimed, "Elder brother, I know this one. My brother showed it to me before." Jiang Yining responded, "Good. Since you know, I want to explain it again." He continued, "The bagua sword talisman, can withstand a strike from the 5th level of foundation establishment. Take it. Finally, he handed over the last stack of sword talismans. Do you know what a super swift talisman is? Before they could answer, he waved his hand. No need to respond. I shall explain. It grants double the speed of a regular, swift talisman. 10 for each of you. The little girl pouted. Elder brother, I already knew that. Feigning profundity, Jiang Yining looked up at the sky and then elaborated. Did you think I was explaining it to you? Lin Yuan scratched his head. Elder brother. Then who were you talking to? To the great powers beyond the heavens. Jiang Yining could not help but laugh. Perhaps many great powers beyond the heavens are watching us. Great powers beyond the heavens. The two youngsters suddenly became intrigued. Jiang Yining merely smiled without further explanation. His remark had been a whimsical thought, reminiscent of his days spent at home engrossed in novels, where he mused if this realm of cultivation could be a narrative within a fictional universe. Thus, he had whimsically uttered, great powers beyond the heavens, as if addressing the esteemed readers of a novel, who could indeed be those very powers. Jiang Yining chuckled. The notion was rather amusing. His keen insight aligned perfectly with the trope of the golden finger often found in novels from his homeland, yet regrettably, life was not as simple as that of a protagonist. It should be 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth for their poverty. Moreover, there should be a high-caliber, unwavering heroine, while oneself is utterly useless. Jiang Yining chuckled to himself, dismissing these inexplicable thoughts. Perhaps a reflection of his occasional longing for the blue star. Well, everything that needs preparation has been arranged by the senior brother for you. Go to Guanjia Peak to receive your tasks. Additionally, senior brother has another assignment for you. Escort the little girl's mother to Qingzhou Peak. Speak loudly to senior brother. Do you have confidence in completing it? There are two. Bang. The door opened. Feng Yukin wore an expression of impatience. This early in the morning, is it never ending? You've shouted again and again. The two children shrank their heads, and Jiang Yining quickly smiled apologetically. Master, I was just teaching my junior brothers and sisters, reminding them to never forget the original intention of King Yun. After saying that, he waved to the two children. Go on, you may proceed. Lin Yuan seemed a bit anxious. Senior brother, aren't you coming with us? Jiang Yining replied. The master leads you to the door, but the cultivation relies on oneself. A strong person must learn to be independent and not constantly rely on others. One cannot deny that double standards are quite enjoyable. Rest assured, great senior brother. Second senior brother, we are off. The little girl appeared exceedingly excited. Watching the two depart from Qingzhou Peak, Feng Yukin frowned. Aren't you going with them? Jiang Yining chuckled awkwardly. Master, I must tend to the fields. He then turned around. Senior brother Wang, come out. Senior brother Wang Xiao, unexpectedly emerged from Jiang Yining's wooden house. Jiang Yining performed a respectful gesture. Senior brother Wang, I entrust the junior brother and sister to you for discreetly following them. Wang Xiao hastily replied. Junior brother, please don't say that. Rather, I am the one who benefits greatly. It turns out that Jiang Yining had long arranged with senior brother Wang, spending a King Yun Dan, to ensure his protection in secret. Initially, they hesitated. But ultimately Jiang Yining used his master as an excuse. My master is also involved. He can obtain several each month. I don't mind this one. Senior brother Wang took the opportunity to express his emotional intelligence. I originally owed junior brother a favor, so in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. It is no wonder he couldn't resist the allure of the elixir, having already reached the 9th level of foundation establishment. And having failed to break through to the golden core during his recent seclusion, the King Yun Dan arrived just in time. After senior brother Wang departed, Feng Yukin disdainfully remarked, I see you are simply too lazy to escort the ghostly mother and have the junior brother and sister do it instead. Jiang Yining chuckled awkwardly. I am also training them, so that they can bring glory to you in the future. As he spoke, he noticed his master stretching her long limbs, lazily yawning, and suddenly paused. This lazy demeanor is quite similar to mine. I assent it. If this were a fictional world, could there be a creator god for me to court? Ugh, what am I thinking? Feng Yukin's gaze suddenly turned dangerous. Your previous expression was filled with malice towards me. Jiang Yining quickly smiled apologetically. Master, how could you say that? My admiration for you flows like an endless river. That was close. The 6th realm powerhouse's spiritual awareness is indeed formidable. Fortunately, the master is unaware of my inexplicable thoughts. Time flowed gently, before one realized. The day of the celestial sect gathering at King Yun had arrived. Today, King Yun was exceptionally lively. The 3,000 mountains shimmered with flying swords, and one figure after another soared through the skies. Jiang Yining heard that the 10 outstanding figures of King Yun's current generation had all been summoned to King Yun Peak. He planned to witness the excitement. At least he could observe the 10 great fairies. Just then, his junior brother and sister returned. The little girl burst into tears upon entering. Great senior brother, father is gone, and now mother is also missing. They had not managed to escort the ghostly mother. Jiang Yining quickly reassured her. Little girl, don't worry, I promise you, senior brother will help you find your mother. There's no need to panic. After all, there's still senior brother, second senior brother, and master. His words only made the little girl sob harder. Jiang Yining frowned, having not received any news from Guanjia Peak. Naturally, King Yun Pavilion would check every day. Senior brother Wang pretended to have just arrived, entering the courtyard. He shook his head at Jiang Yining. I have used the sword imprint technique. Jiang Yining understood, meaning that within 100 miles. He felt no presence of the ghostly mother. The world is vast. Where could one possibly search? It truly feels like searching for a needle in a haystack. The only consolation is that the ghostly mother should not cause harm or lead to civilian casualties. After a long time, he finally managed to comfort the little girl. The two children went to rest, and Jiang Yining made a round trip to Guanjia Peak to report about the ghostly mother. Perhaps the disciples of King Yun could pay attention while out. For now, that was the only option. Upon returning, senior brother Wang was still there, seemingly waiting for him. Junior brother Jiang, aren't you going to King Yun Peak to take a look? The celestial sects have gathered. Jiang Yining glanced toward the direction of the little girl's wooden house, and after a moment, spoke. Let us go. I'll call Lin brother to join us. Lin Kulei soon emerged from Lin Yuan's small wooden house. The three of them were just about to exit the small courtyard when suddenly, two individuals appeared in the bamboo garden. Excuse me, is this Xianxian brother's residence? A man and a woman stood there. The man, dressed in fine attire, had a fair complexion and eyes like stars, exuding an air of nobility. The woman, in a red dress, hands on her hips, had phoenix-like eyes that brimmed with charm. They appeared to be in the prime of their youth. Jiang Yining and his companions couldn't help but marvel at this golden boy and jade girl. May I ask what brings you here? Jiang Yining inquired, puzzled. At first glance, they did not seem to be disciples of King Yun. Such a demeanor should be familiar to him. The man smiled. Upon my arrival at King Yun, I happened to encounter a ghostly woman being pursued. Seeing her embark on the true path of ghostly cultivation, I inquired and discovered she belonged to King Yun, so I brought her along. As he spoke, he produced a jade vial. A wisp of red smoke escaped, revealing the ghostly mother. Upon her emergence, she saw Jiang Yining and quickly knelt. Xianxian master. The ghostly mother awaited your arrival in vain. She hurriedly recounted her tale. It turned out that the ghostly mother, having guarded her father's spirit for less than a month, encountered villagers driving her away. Initially indifferent, she found herself pursued by cultivators a month later. And though she managed to escape, she had to let go of her past completely. Thus, she sought news of King Yun and made her way there alone, only to encounter this man who preserved her life. After finishing her account, the ghostly mother bowed to Jiang Yining again. Chu Hui has become a thing of the past. From now on, I am but the ghostly mother, willing to serve Xianxian master. Jiang Yining quickly helped her up. No. You only need to take care of the little girl. He certainly understood the ghostly mother's intentions. Afterward, he called out to the little girl. She opened the door, first stunned at the sight of everyone, but upon seeing the ghostly mother, she burst into tears. Go, you will live with the little girl from now on. Thank you, Xian master. Thank you, Xian master. Great senior brother, you are truly amazing. You are too kind. The little girl, already feeling low due to her mother's disappearance, did not expect that in the blink of an eye, senior brother had found her mother. Jiang Yining waved his hand, and the mother and daughter entered the little girl's wooden house, with joyous laughter ringing out. Many thanks to this esteemed brother. The ghostly mother is indeed my little junior sister's mother. May I ask how to address you? Jiang Yining clasped his hands in greeting to the two. The man smiled and shook his head. You're too polite. I am Pan Nanzhong, and this is my partner Yu Shiyun. Jiang Yining's eyes widened. Oh, it is these two. Previously, the Celestial Sect Star Report had featured them prominently in sensational news. Shu Mountain's contemporary face, Pan Nanzhong, enamored with the sacred maiden Yu Shiyun of the Hehuan sect, married into the Hehuan sect, lost in his delight, and was expelled from Shu Mountain by his master. Jiang Yining hastily replied. So it is senior brother Pan and senior sister Yu. It is truly an honor to have you visit. No need for such courtesy. Pan Nanzhong continued. Aren't you all going to watch the duel? We were just about to go. Let us go together. As they prepared to leave, Jiang Yining noticed another visitor approaching. It's another acquaintance. Brother Jiang, I just arrived at King Yun and immediately inquired about your whereabouts to pay my respects. Jiang Yining couldn't help but glance at Lin Kong, who was none other than the Taoist and monk he had met at Xiong Mountain. Unexpectedly, they also arrived. However, with the 10 great celestial sects gathered, their presence was not surprising. Behind them, surprisingly, was the previous tiger demon. Ba, Jiang benefactor, we meet again. As the guests arrived, Jiang Yining had to extend his customary greetings. Tian Yin Dao brother, Master Hong Hai, it's truly a pleasure to see you. He endeavored to stretch the corners of his mouth to exude warmth and enthusiasm. The Taoist swiftly grasped Jiang Yining's hand. Haha, I too have been quite nostalgic. Fear not, for I am fated to meet Brother Jiang often in the future. Jiang Yining discreetly withdrew his hand, muttering inwardly, as if I wish to see you frequently. His impression of this charlatan was far from favorable, especially after he had attempted to dupe him with fortune-telling upon their first encounter. The Taoist continued with fervor. By the way, is Elder Feng present? Since we are in Qingyun, it is only fitting that I pay my respects. My master is currently away, came the reply. The Taoist feigned regret. What a pity indeed. Pan Nansung interjected with a smile. Brother Jiang, may I inquire about these two individuals? Jiang Yining promptly introduced the two parties to each other. Just as the introductions concluded, the monk fixed his gaze upon Pan Nansung. Hands clasped in reverence. Amit Ba, it is indeed an honor to meet the valiant disciples of the Shushan sect. I am humbled. Pan Nanshan's eyelids twitched slightly. The high monk of Shaoqian Temple truly possesses profound insight. The monk replied serenely, Amit Ba, my teachings remind me to always reflect upon my heart and actions, ensuring they align with my true nature. Jiang Yining sensed an escalating tension and contemplated interjecting to mediate. But the Taoist hastily interrupted. Brother Pan, do not take offense. Their sect is renowned for this behavior. You, however, are fortunate, for your wife is one of the famed 10 celestial maidens. He felt compelled to utter a compliment. Pan Nansung scoffed, but chose not to engage with the monk. While Yu Shuyun graciously responded, we are all brothers of the celestial order. The Taoist chuckled, suddenly his eyes gleaming. Brother Pan, I perceive a lingering fog upon your brow, which may signify dire misfortune. Since we are destined to meet, allow me to divine your fate. As he spoke, he began to perform a series of gestures. Jiang Yining exchanged a glance with Lin Kong, aware that this man was relentless in his antics. Realizing they must clarify their intentions before any misunderstandings arose. Especially considering Pan Nansung had just assisted the ghost lady to the mountain, Jiang Yining prepared to speak. Suddenly, Xiong Lar rushed in, shouting, Tiger brother, is that truly you? It is such a delight to see you again. The tiger demon snorted coldly. I do not dare to presume. I am but a monster. Clearly, he harbored resentment for Xiong Lar's previous betrayals. The spectacle of the two demons drew the attention of the crowd, prompting the Taoist to reluctantly pause his performance. Tiger brother, let me say, had it not been for my loose tongue back then, we would not have had this opportunity. Did you not also follow the master? Xiong Lar said, bowing to the monk with his hands clasped together. He then turned to the tiger demon, exclaiming, now we both have our identities, the celestial bear and the celestial tiger. I have also transcended to a great demon. Our future tales will be legendary. He reached out to put an arm around the tiger demon's shoulders. Slap. The tiger demon forcefully shook him off. Xiong Lar's eyes widened in surprise. Tiger brother. No, tiger elder brother. You have also transcended? Jiang Yining shook his head in exasperation, bemused by the rapid shift in titles. The Taoist jest. Your tiger elder brother, despite being shattered and reformed, still counts as rebirth. Brother Jiang, this bear demon truly shares a bond with you, having swiftly ascended to the great demon realm in such a short time. My predictions from the Tianji Temple have proven accurate. He emphasized the last part, Tianji Temple, predictions. Jiang Yining found his intent glaringly obvious. The Taoist then turned to Pan Nansung. Brother Pan, as I mentioned earlier, let me continue your fortune. Before Pan Nansung could respond, Jiang Yining quickly interjected. Brother Tianyan, we were just about to attend a duel. We must not miss it. The Taoist regarded Jiang Yining with a knowing smile. Very well, let us go together. It seems our fates are not yet intertwined. I shall read your fortune another day. Pan Nansung, intrigued, asked, Brother Tianyan, are you the current envoy of Tianji Temple? I have merely opened my heavenly eye, hardly worthy of such a title, replied the Taoist, his eyes glinting with intent once more. Jiang Yining rolled his eyes, thinking, Pan the hero, you are willingly stepping into the line of fire. Do not blame me for the consequences. Chapter 54, The Esteemed Disciples of the 10 Great Sects. On Qingyun Peak, at the Qingyun platform. It is referred to as a platform, but in Jiang Yining's understanding, it resembles a grand square. Typically, the disciples from the 13 peaks engage in competitions here. On one side of the Qingyun platform, the formidable figures from the 10 great sects have gathered, engaged in casual conversation, with their respective talented disciples standing behind them, numbering anywhere from 5 to over 10. Su Baiyu and Li Shia are among them. During the duel, each of the 10 great sects sends forth 5 disciples to compete. The other sects and the remaining disciples of Qingyun observe from the periphery of the platform. Jiang Yining's group, consisting of 7 individuals and 2 demons, watches from a corridor surrounding the Qingyun platform. In the arena, the duel has commenced. A monk faces off against a purple-robed cultivator. The monk, with a body resembling bronze, stands resolutely against the attacks of the purple-robed cultivator. The cultivator's finger incantation manifests as a hexagram, with 2 wooden swords positioned at the heart of the yin-yang formation, channeling the black and white energies to assault the monk. After enduring several blows, a sound akin to shattering glass resonates, causing the monk's bronze hue to fade. The purple-robed cultivator swiftly retracts his wooden swords. My apprentice, I concede. The duel is a display of skill rather than a deadly fight. No magical artifacts are permitted, and even their flying swords are mere wooden ones. Focusing on cultivation levels and techniques. In Jiang Yining's view, the lack of fervor rendered it somewhat dull. Yet, they had not come merely for the duel, but to witness the prowess of the sect's prodigies. Brother Wang, do you recognize anyone in the arena? Jiang Yining asked Wang Ji, who quickly replied. The purple-robed cultivator is a disciple of the Woodjusword sect. The monk, with his bronze exterior, appears to be a high monk from Shaoqin Temple. I am unclear about their identities, Wang Ji concluded, glancing at Master Heng Hai, who nodded in affirmation. Ba. Indeed, they are my temple's brethren. The Taoist laughed heartily. The purple-robed man is well known. He is the current eldest disciple of the Woodjusword sect. He subtly gestured towards Pan Nanzheng. Jiang Yining immediately realized, recalling that both he and Pan Nanzheng had recently graced the pages of the same issue of the Starry News, where the eldest disciple of the Woodjusword sect had professed his admiration for the ancient ancestors from 3,000 years past, Guan Zhiliang. The name resonated in his memory. Jiang Yining scrutinized the scene closely. Guan Zhiliang possessed sharp features, sword-like brows, and crimson lips, presenting himself as a striking young man. Yet, Jiang Yining pondered why such a youthful and talented figure bore an unfavorable reputation. He then turned to the monk in the arena and queried, Master Heng Hai, will you not participate? Ba, I must hold back. I find it uninteresting. Jiang Yining retorted, well then, do you only wish to either vanquish others or be vanquished? As the next 2 contestants entered the arena, they were from the Beastmaster sect, Che Chengsong, and from the 10,000 Buddhist temple, Yu Zongqing. The 2 exchanged identities. The Beastmaster disciple had mastered the art of commanding spirit beasts. Che Chengsong was accompanied by a towering spirit ape, leaping onto its shoulder, pressing his hands upon it. The spirit ape let out a roar, delivering a punch imbued with golden energy. Yu Zongqing remained unperturbed, forming a Guanyin hand seal. Summoning a Tinjiang tall Guanyin apparition behind him, the Guanyin then struck forth with an open palm. Puff! The spirit ape's golden punch was effortlessly dispelled, while Guanyin's palm advanced without hindrance, pushing forward. Che Chengsong hastily formed seals. With a roar, the spirit ape swelled larger, seemingly clad in silver armor. As its fists met the oncoming palm, bang! The air rippled with waves of force. Yet, the Guanyin palm merely faltered for a moment before continuing its relentless advance, forcing the spirit ape back towards the edge of the Qingyun platform. I concede. In the corridor, the Taoist turned to the monk. What say you? The method of the 10,000 Buddhist temple is to cultivate oneself. Can you withstand it? The monk, hands clasped, replied, one must try to know. She has yet to utilize her full strength. Brother Wang suddenly interjected. Is she not the celestial Guanyin from the 10,000 Buddhist temple? Pan Nanzheng swiftly took over the conversation. Not just her. Observe the viewing platform. Including your own Qingyun's cold moon fairy, there are precisely 5 celestial maidens present. As he spoke, he was suddenly pinched at the waist by 2 delicate, pale fingers. Ah, of course, none can compare to my Yuner, the celestial fairy of soft clouds. Pan Nanzheng promptly took hold of Yu Shuyun's hand. The others, including Jiang Yining, expressed their disdain for such unabashed displays of affection. Brother Wang continued, indeed. It's rare to see 6 great fairies gathered at Qingyun. It's a pity that Fairy Ling Xin from Mount Huashan could not attend. I had only heard of the unique elegance of Fairy Qingbu from the Wanfo Temple, but seeing her today, it's indeed true. Pan Nanzheng raised his eyebrows immediately. A female bodhisattva, you say, elegant indeed. At that moment, a little star appeared at his waist, accompanied by Yu Shun's discontented hum. He promptly asserted, brothers, let us not dwell on these matters. I have Yuner. To me, other women are but fleeting clouds. The others couldn't be bothered to glance at him, turning their backs to chat merrily among themselves. The discussion turned to the Qingyun Sword Sect, the Cold Moon Fairy, the Wanfo Temple's Qingyu Fairy, the Wuga Sect's Bell Fairy, the Kunlun Mountain's Lotus Fairy, and the Shushan's Fire Cloud Fairy. Once this topic was broached, the atmosphere naturally grew more animated. Among the 10 great fairies, none were weak, as evaluations were not solely based on strength, but also encompassed grace, beauty, and overall prowess. As the conversation continued, suddenly, a powerful figure descended from the observation platform. Hovering beside them, Pan Nanzheng immediately showed respect. Master. Yu Shuyan also bowed, calling out, Senior Feng. The formidable being let out a cold snort. Wretched disciple. How dare you show your face at King Yun? Master, I didn't come here following Xu Shan. I came at the invitation of my dear friend, Jiang Shidi. To attend this gathering, Pan Nanzheng explained, casting a meaningful glance at Jiang Yining. Brother Jiang, this is my master. Ah, esteemed senior. It was indeed Junior who invited Brother Pan to this gathering at King Yun. Jiang Yining understood now. It made sense why he had sent the ghostly lady ahead. His previous thoughts that Pan Nanzheng had made a special trip out of noble intent were naive. Experience had taught him that some affections were not without ulterior motives. Pan Nanzheng continued to converse with the powerful figure. Master, these days, I have missed you dearly. Humph, do not call me master. You have been expelled from Shushan. I shall give you one last chance. Sever all ties with her, and I will not hold you accountable for the past. Pan Nanzheng forced a smile and grasped Yu Shuyun's hand tighter. Master, my feelings for Shuyun are sincere. Humph. The powerful figure did not wait to hear more, and swept away with a flick of his sleeve. Left to face the others, Pan Nanzheng awkwardly smiled. But Yu Shuyun looked at him with even deeper affection, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Perhaps this encounter was not in vain for him. Jiang Yining felt a tinge of regret, and couldn't he help but ask, Brother Pan, do you truly not intend to return to Shushan? The 10 great sects were formidable allies. Like himself, he would never expel his master. However, Pan Nanzheng whispered, Brother Jiang, that is a misconception. Once we become the previous generation, the various sects will pay less attention to us, and it will be only natural to return to Shushan. If my master truly wished to cast me out, he would have long since stripped me of my cultivation. The Taoist chuckled leisurely. Brother Pan sees clearly, a win-win scenario. Gaining both fish and bear's paw. Pan Nanzheng smiled, just about to continue speaking when, whoosh, whoosh, 2 more powerful figures arrived, soaring through the air toward the observation platform. Uncle Master. Master Uncle. The monk and the Taoist bowed simultaneously, both figures exuding an air of wisdom. Hong Hai, have you gained any new insights lately? Asked a bare-chested monk. A wine gourd hanging from his waist, not intending for Hong Hai to enter the arena of battle. Hong Hai clasped his hands together. Uncle Master, not yet. The white-haired Taoist chimed in. Tianyin, you must often return to the temple. Don't wander around with this little monk. Your master has been nagging about you. The old monk huffed in displeasure. Old charlatan, speak clearly. Is it this little brat leading my nephew astray, or the other way around? Old fool. If you don't learn properly, you'll raise little charlatans. The old Taoist rolled up his sleeves, ready for a confrontation. You bald crow, who are you calling unlearned? Jiang Yining and a few younger disciples stood awkwardly to the side, while Tianyin and Hong Hai appeared unfazed by the banter, taking it in stride. Tianyin chuckled. Uncle Master, Uncle, if the duel starts below, don't block our view if you're not going to watch. The old monk snorted. Look at you little rascals. You show no respect for your elders. The old Taoist retorted, what kind of elder are you? Stealing and seducing, you have no semblance of an elder. The old monk flared up, we don't hit the face, and we don't air dirty laundry. In front of the younger generation, let us settle this. Come on. Who's afraid of whom? As they argued, they seamlessly returned to the observation platform. Jiang Yining glanced at the people beside him, instinctively stepping aside a couple of paces. It seemed these characters were far from virtuous. They were all of the current generation's worst kind. He could only identify Guan's Hiliang among them. Instinctively, he looked over. To his surprise, Guan was indeed flying through the air. Pan Shidi, long time no see, I hope all is well. Guan Shixing, it has indeed been a while. After the duel, let us gather for a small get-together. Excellent. Jiang Yining mused. These two seemed to share a common language. With 3 powerful figures arriving consecutively, they drew nearly all attention at King Yun Terrace. Jiang Yining noticed even his own master uncle glanced in his direction. It was clearly not a place to linger. Chapter 55, The Current Generation's Worst. A day of dueling passed swiftly. In the end, Jiang Yining was unsure how it transpired. Following Pan Nanzheng's suggestion, Brother Jiang, let us gather for a chat. The Taoist echoed enthusiastically. Before they knew it, they found themselves gathering around a small bamboo courtyard. Jiang Yining, feeling helpless, knew he had to play the gracious host. He summoned his sword and descended the mountain, preparing a hot pot. The journey was quick, and upon his return, he overheard Pan and Guan sharing their hearts. Guan's Hiliang, wearing a look of melancholy, remarked, Brother Pan, you are truly carefree, sharing a deep bond with your sister-in-law. It's quite enviable. Pan Nanzheng quickly encouraged him. Brother Guan, don't be disheartened. As long as you carry the sun in your heart and maintain your eternal passion, I believe even the coldest ice of 3,000 years will melt for you. Ah, I appreciate your kind words, brother. Jiang Yining rolled his eyes. Indeed, this fellow had not given up on his ancestral theft. He busied himself, and now and then, Pan Nanzheng would introduce Guan's Hiliang to the Taoist. Brother Guan, let me introduce you to Brother Tianyan. He has opened his heavenly eye, and is perhaps the walking oracle of the Tiangong Temple. Really? Guan's Hiliang looked at the Taoist in surprise. What an honor to meet you here at Qingyun. The Taoist quickly returned the courtesy. I dare not claim such honor. I'm merely a reckless fool. To meet you and Brother Pan today is the true privilege. Since our gathering today is fated, I shall cast a fortune for both brothers. He was preparing to serve them a full course. Guan's Hiliang immediately replied, very well. If you can divine my romantic fate and offer guidance, I would be immensely grateful. He then turned to the monk. It is said in the sects that a Taoist and a monk are inseparable in the martial world. To partner with Brother Tianyan, you must be a high monk from the Shaoqian Temple. Have you perhaps achieved the true Buddhahood? Ba, that is indeed the case. The monk was not shy at all. But based on Jiang Yining's understanding, this was simply his personality. As they prepared the ingredients, Jiang Yining noticed the current generation, filled with mischief, chatting, and laughing. While Lin Kong and Brother Wang stood awkwardly on the side, he decided to send 2 paper cranes to Li Shuya and Su Baiyu. He couldn't let Qingyun lose face, nor could he let himself be left out of the conversation. Su and Li arrived promptly, but Su Shija brought along another guest. The bell fairy from Wuga sect. From afar, the sound of bells could be heard. This little one, bouncing along like a sprite, her wrists and ankles jingling with bells. No wonder she was called the Bell Fairy. Ah, what a delight. Cold Moon Fairy and Bell Fairy have both come. Please, do come in. Pan Nanzheng clearly considered himself the host of this small courtyard. Yun'er and Jiejia are also here. Although Su Baiyu remained silent, the little loli enthusiastically ran to Yu Shuyun's side, chattering away with peals of laughter. Guan's Hiliang, however, turned his gaze towards Li Shu. Brotherly, I hold your character in high esteem. I never expected you to join us on this momentous occasion. It is astonishing that amidst the gathering of Qingyun, I can meet so many remarkable individuals to engage in hearty conversation and revelry. As he spoke, he unexpectedly produced 2 large jars of sealed wine from his storage ring. Indeed, a true gentleman ought to do so. Let us drink to our friendship, he proclaimed. Brother Guan, if I may interject, what is your dream? Everyone turned to look at him, and even more perplexing for Jiang Yining was Guan's Hiliang's response, bearing the look of one who has suffered for love. Ah, my dream is my master. Jiang Yining felt his teeth ache. This was utterly absurd. His senior brother's sudden burst of poetic sentiment was bewildering. One could simply inquire within their own circle of Qingyun, why must he present this to everyone? The more troubling part was that Guan's Hiliang answered with utmost seriousness. This might just be the kinship shared among the outstanding talents of this era. Even the usually aloof senior sister Su, under the guidance of the lowly fairy, now engaged in joyous laughter with Yu Shuyun. The atmosphere had become exceedingly harmonious. The hot pot was served. Pan Nanzheng promptly bowed. Thank you, Brother Jiang. I never anticipated that I would end up troubling you at the last. Guan's Hiliang also stood to pay his respects. I see that anyone who associates with Brother Jiang is extraordinary. I must admit, I was previously unaware of your stature. Jiang Yining managed a wry smile, as the gathering of such esteemed individuals made him reassess his own worth. Indeed, in the eyes of geniuses, are there only geniuses? Birds of a feather flock together? He chuckled. Brother Guan, you flatter me. I am merely a humble cultivator tending to my spiritual field. As long as my esteemed seniors enjoy the meal, that is all that matters. Li Shiyu, however, was not pleased and slammed the table. What need is there for a true man to be modest? My junior brother here is more than deserving of the title of a true gentleman than any present. Oh, brotherly, what do you mean by that? Everyone turned to him in curiosity. Li Shu leisurely sipped from his cup. No need to explain. This only piqued the curiosity of Pan Nanzheng and Guan's Hiliang further. Jiang Yining understood Li Shu's intent and feared he might speak too freely. He quickly interjected. Seniors, let us eat. The daoist chuckled softly, unhurriedly stating, I will not keep you in suspense. From my perspective, merely the fact that Brother Jiang has caught the eye of Senior Feng is proof enough of his extraordinary nature. The monk joined in, hands clasped together, Ba. If a charlatan claims one is extraordinary, then surely they are? This elicited a wave of laughter from the crowd. Suddenly, Pan Nanzheng exclaimed in surprise. Li Xiao, you have placed a curse upon me again. He had plucked a golden rice worm from his bowl. Everyone turned to the bell fairy. It's just a joke. Everyone always looks at my bowl. Pan Nanzheng chuckled wryly. Everyone, be careful and check your own bowls. Indeed, upon his reminder, everyone began to find a golden rice worm in their bowls, save for Yu Shiyun and Su Baiyu, who seemed to have been spared. Oh dear, oh dear. No need to panic, just a little cleanse for our stomachs. Yu Shiyun and Su Baiyu appeared to have known all along, laughing like blooming flowers. Jiang Yining was thoroughly convinced. He had not erred in his judgment. Birds of a feather truly flocked together. Each one of these individuals was indeed a character of contemporary notoriety. Pan Nansheng, the carefree glutton. Guan Zhiliang, the rogue who betrays his master. Li Xiaoxiao, the lowly enchantress. The wandering deist. The greedy monk. Even Li Xiu, with his propensity for grand declarations of manhood, was not one for normal encounters, questioning dreams upon first meeting. He was undoubtedly the dream mentor Li Xiu. As for senior sister Su's aloof social demeanor, whether or not it could be deemed notorious was yet to be determined. But Jiang Yining had already categorized her as eccentric. The cold moonlight Su Baiyu. In contrast, the holy maiden Yu Shiyun now appeared rather normal. Though one could question the nature of such normality. For several days, these individuals sparred in their magical arts during the day, and afterward, they would courteously, yet uninvitedly, gather at Qingzu Peak. Jiang Yining felt quite helpless. His master seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no one to maintain order. Fortunately, after merely 7 days, the celestial gathering came to an end. Jiang Yining learned that ultimately, a group of venerable powers had begun to quarrel. The reason for the discord among the various sects, the assembly at Hihai Luai's to seize the seed experiments would inevitably delay the production of King Yundan. The master of Wanfen retorted, I can go a year without food or drink and still only produce 150 pills. I can part with 50. And King Yun has already acted in the public interest. After all, it is my King Yun that has pioneered this. If necessary, we can all head to Hihai Luai's. A slight decrease in King Yun's output will suffice for our own needs. The various sects argued incessantly. Ultimately, it was the sect leader who stepped in to propose a solution. He promised to allocate 100 King Yun Dan each year at the price of 10,000 spirit stones per pill to the 9 major sects. However, the 9 sects must also send individuals to Hihai Luai's to gather Xianming grass seeds, exchanging the quantity of seeds for King Yun Dan, in addition to spirit stones. This was King Yun's sword sect's greatest commitment and righteousness. The 9 major sects praised the sect leader for his benevolence. Jiang Yining smiled upon hearing this. The sect leader had a keen strategic mind. Perhaps this was a blatant maneuver, yet did the 9 sects truly believe in the figure of 150? Perhaps they had already conspired to reach this expectation. All a bunch of crafty old foxes. Chapter 56, Treasure Hunt. As they parted ways, Jiang Yining felt a weight lift from his shoulders, though Bear Old Two appeared reluctant to leave, almost in tears, calling out Brother Tiger as if the 2 demons were brothers. Even more astonishingly, the tiger demon affectionately referred to Bear Old Two as Brother Bear. Jiang Yining could only shake his head. Bear Old Two was playing with abandon, showing no regard for his bear-like appearance. What of the tiger demon? He had a knack for forgetting past betrayals. Days turned into weeks. Jiang Yining lay languidly in a recliner, wondering where his master had gone. There were still 2, King Yun Dan, left unconsumed, and he pondered whether the sedimentation time she mentioned was sufficient. Additionally, seed selection was a pressing matter. Fortunately, Master Wanfen personally took action to assist. The pine trees atop the mountain grew at an excruciatingly slow pace, now just reaching the height of 15. Lin Kuli's progress in carving the formations had accelerated significantly, having completed over 50 sword chi engravings. Jiang Yining turned to the spiritual field, contemplating life. The field had been fully sown with Baiyu Kuahua grass, and daily expenses were derived from it, not to mention the 30,000 spirit stones collected monthly by his master. Best not to dwell on that. Even Bear Old Two had begun to cultivate Xianming grass, albeit a 100-year variety, purely for raw consumption. Since the 1,000-year Xianming grass had been entrusted to the alchemy peak for cultivation, he spent his days supervising the little girl's training, occasionally questioning if he was being too demanding. After the ghostly daughter ascended the mountain, the little girl did not require his attention for other matters. Alas, Lin Yuan would not create trouble for himself. Jiang Yining sighed, observing that everyone on Qingzu Peak seemed to be preoccupied with their own affairs, leaving him with an excess of free time. This idleness made him nostalgic for the days spent drinking and boasting with the group of notorious individuals. Suddenly, Jiang Yining awoke with a start. Something felt amiss. Why was he reminiscing about that motley crew? Clearly, too much leisure could lead to a malaise. The former version of himself would not have acted this way. Was this the emptiness after a revelry? No, he needed to find something to occupy himself. Right. Last time, when rescuing Lin Kong, Qi Long had developed some cracks, and he had yet to seek Ishidi for repairs. Given that Qi Long was a treasure crafted from rare materials, the repair materials must also be precious. Finding and cultivating such treasures was imperative. Jiang Yining promptly regained his focus, reflecting that he had nearly fallen into complacency. He sought longevity amid these notorious individuals. Indeed, a daunting task. As necessary, he would keep his distance. Gradually, Jiang Yining's mind became active once more, and he began to plot. The 4 great medicinal gardens remain unexplored. And given my current identity as the celestial treasure mouse, I should be able to venture forth at any moment. The place where the great beings comprehend the Tao, where stubborn stones transform into treasures, deserves some consideration. However, my master is still unaccounted for, wandering who knows where. I hope he returns safely. Just then, a tall and graceful figure descended into the courtyard with remarkable speed. Ah, master, you have finally returned. What arduous endeavors have you been engaged in these past few days? Feng Yuqing appeared somewhat pleased. I went out with your Uncle Long. Oh, truly? Jiang Yining nodded eagerly, master. I must discuss something of importance with you that pertains to Uncle Long as well. Oh, pray, share your thoughts. Jiang Yining quickly elaborated, master. At the Daeris sanctuary of the great beings, where stones become treasures, perhaps you could consult with Uncle Long and Master Zong on allowing me to investigate? If there are any spiritual treasures suitable for cultivation, I could attempt to nurture them. If they flourish into rare treasures, we at Kingzhou Peak could share the spoils equally. Feng Yuqing chuckled. You have such ambition. The Alchemy Peak has attempted this before. While their results were slightly better, they were still limited. Jiang Yining patted his chest confidently. Can I be compared to them? As the celestial treasure mouse, when it comes to assessing the growth of spiritual plants, I dare say I am second to none. Indeed, there is merit in your claim. Come, I shall take you there at once. In a dim chamber, Jiang Yining could not suppress his disappointment. Master Zong, do you often meditate here in seclusion? Master Chang teased. So, our celestial treasure mouse, have you discovered any spiritual treasures? Jiang Yining smiled. I have indeed found a few. He pointed to a cushion that appeared quite extraordinary, but showed no growth value, evidently a crafted item. Next, he indicated an ancient lamp with a red oil wick, revealing a value of 13. This growth value indicated potential for development. Regrettably, Jiang Yining was uncertain how to cultivate such ethereal items. After all, he still possessed the precious pearls gifted by the azure fish spirit in his storage ring, unless he could uncover some cultivation methods akin to those of the earth treasures. Master Chang noticed Jiang Yining gazing at the ancient lamp and said, Ah, you have quite the eye. You fancy this ancient lamp, do you? The wick is made from the silk of the celestial spider from the realm of alchemy, capable of burning for 1,000 years without turning to ash. I have found it to be a spiritual item and was contemplating how best to refine it. Since you have taken a liking to it, I shall gift it to you. Jiang Yining shook his head repeatedly. Master Zong, I merely admired it. Taking it would be a waste. Perhaps if it stays with you, it could truly become a treasure, which would be its rightful destiny. Feng Yuqing shot him a stern look. What do you mean by waste? If Master Zong wishes to gift it, then accept it. Jiang Yining was at a loss for words. However, Master Chang, unfazed, removed the ancient lamp and handed it to Jiang Yining. Very well, take it. Anything of value I had has long been squandered by your master, and I have little left to offer you. Come now, little junior sister, there is no need to look around. My resources are quite meager. In the vast expanse of the 3,000 great mountains, Jiang Yining deftly controlled a larger sword aura, carrying his master with him. Where are we heading, master? Your Uncle Lung usually prefers to meditate in the tranquility of the 3,000 great mountains. Oh, they approached a mountain peak, far removed from the scope of the 13 peaks of Qingyun. It was neither at the summit nor the base, but rather at a hollowed-out area on the mountainside, where a solitary cultivator was meditating. Sulan, I bring good news. The master of Lung opened his eyes, quietly observing the two without speaking. Feng Yuqing, undeterred, quickly conveyed Jiang Yining's request. The master of Lung frowned. This bone-corroding flame flower has been here for a century since I began my meditation. It has long since mutated. Perhaps it may break the 1,000-year barrier, but otherwise, it holds little merit. Jiang Yining had already focused his energy on the flower, noting its growth value, 29. It required the nurturing of heaven and earth and was still far from 1,000 years. He glanced around and soon discovered a slender black vine, resembling iron wire, with a growth value of 3. Indeed, there was more to uncover. He did not conceal his findings, but honestly reported, Uncle Long, the slender black vine behind you has begun to form as a spiritual item. Master Lung turned and reached out. With a swift motion, he broke off a segment. Indeed, it is slightly sturdier than ordinary weeds. Jiang Yining thought to himself, what a blunt method of assessment. I feared she might uproot it entirely. Master Lung furrowed her brow in contemplation for a moment before rising nonchalantly. All right, this place is yours to nurture. Regardless of the outcome, I will take the bone-corroding flame flower, The black vine is yours to decide its fate. With that, she took flight on her sword and departed, leaving Jiang Yining with a lasting impression of her directness and minimal words. Feng Yuqing cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yining. Enough. I have done all I can to assist you. From here on, you must tread carefully. Make no noise that disturbs others. There are many reclusive cultivators in the 3,000 great mountains. Even if I were to come to your aid later, it would be futile if you provoke them. Jiang Yining's eyes brightened. Then perhaps you could seek out a few more, master. There may yet be spiritual plants to discover. Feng Yuqing waved her hand dismissively. I am not acquainted with them. Jiang Yining inwardly scoffed. His master's claim of unfamiliarity likely masked more than mere ignorance. Perhaps there were past grievances. Otherwise, why the warning of consequences? It seemed best to remain prudent and avoid stirring trouble. He gazed at the bone-corroding flame flower with curiosity. Master, why does Senior Lung guard this flower? Is it for you? Just as the 10,000-year fire spirit herb was? Bah! Feng Yuqing scoffed. What do you know? The bone-corroding flame flower possesses a trace of fire attribute, but as your Uncle Lung mentioned, it has already mutated. She walks the path of ice. If a fusion of ice and fire occurs, she may use this to enter the realm of ice and fire. Such is the wonder of nature. Nowadays, with immortals beyond reach, every cultivator seeks their own path. These spiritual herbs and plants serve as a direction to emulate the profoundness of heaven and earth. Nature is astonishing, and humanity is but a speck in comparison. We must learn to perceive the essence of nature. As Feng Yuqing spoke, she waved her hand dismissively. Enough of this. Discussing such matters with you is futile. You will never encounter them in your lifetime. Hey, why speak so condescendingly? Jiang Yining interjected. Chapter 57. Do not mistake the bear for its owner. Days with purpose always seem to pass with fulfillment. Jiang Yining lingered in the 3,000 great mountains, and before he knew it, half a month had slipped by. Yet, he felt for Lin Cooley, who toiled alongside him, immersed in the intricate formations. Jiang Yining intended to grant him a few days of respite, but Lin Cooley insisted he was increasingly enlightened about the sword formations. This was not without merit. The 108 giant peak sword formation had seen over 90 sword auras completed. Once achieved, Lin Cooley would be able to inscribe his own set of the 108 giant peak sword formation. Provided he gathered enough spiritual stones for 108 flying swords, he would be capable of contending with golden core cultivators. Crucially, Jiang Yining still needed to return twice daily to tend the plants, while Lin Cooley remained to guard their work. Initially, Jiang Yining had planned for the bear, Ernyo, to come daily, but on the third day, it rampaged through the mountains and clashed with a reclusive cultivator, who promptly gave it a sound thrashing. Ernyo returned in tears, inconsolable. Jiang Yining instructed it to remember the mountain's peak and began using his sword to traverse back and forth. Once matters here were settled, he would call upon his master, and perhaps even Master Lung, to reclaim justice. After all, Ernyo belonged to Qingzhou Peak. One must recognize the bear's owner. While he was carefree outside, it was different within Qingyun. Should disputes arise, he could still rely on Master Zong or the myriad peak masters. Fortunately, the two spiritual plants were thriving splendidly, influenced by the great being's comprehension of the Tao, just like the three spiritual plants atop the mountain initially. That day, the black vine broke through the 100-year mark. The bone-corroding flame flower advanced 2 more levels, yet due to the artificial cultivation process, it remained at the level of a 1,000-year rare treasure. Now, the black vine had grown to the thickness of a finger, with its growth value at 99. It was on the cusp of reaching the 1,000-year mark, just a day away. As for the bone-corroding flame flower, it was at 39 for 1,000 years. With one application of fertilizer yielding a growth of 3, and being applied 3 times a day over 4 hours, it could potentially reach the level of rare treasure in just 7 days, thus providing a satisfactory outcome for Uncle Lung. As he contemplated, the black vine finally broke through the 1,000-year mark. Jiang Yining was ecstatic. Another 7 days had flown by, in the year of the bone-eroding demon flame flower. At the fateful moment of its 99th year, Jiang Yining summoned his master, who in turn called upon Elder Lung. As soon as Master Lung descended, Feng Yuqing hurriedly recounted the situation. You must heed my disciple's words. He declared that a breakthrough is imminent, and even the sect master acknowledges him as the treasure-seeking mouse of Qingyun. Master Lung was straightforward, promptly settling into a meditative posture to commence his silent cultivation. After immersing himself for a while, he ceased his practice and declared, "You may leave. I shall remain vigilant." Feng Yuqing, with a smile, settled beside him, saying, "I shall keep you company." She then gestured to Jiang Yining and Lin Kong, urging them, "You two should depart." However, Jiang Yining's concern extended to Hetang. If the bone-eroding demon flame flower were to stagnate at 99, what would become of Hetang? He still needed to continue his breeding efforts. Yet, glancing at Elder Lung's face, as frigid as ancient ice, he chose to depart obediently. Some matters were likely beyond his control, while his master could still manage a few words. However, the two had not traveled far on their swords when the sky suddenly darkened. Jiang Yining, too familiar with this sign, hastily turned back, witnessing a remarkable 19 strands of celestial resonance descending. Master, Feng Yukin smiled. What a coincidence. Just as we began our cultivation, it has indeed broken through. With that, she floated into the air, while Master Lung had already unleashed his formidable aura, one cold, one warm. His gaze surveyed the surroundings evenly, while he exuded a relaxed, carefree demeanor. Under their proclamation that the spiritual treasure had an owner, figures loomed in the distance, yet none dared to approach. Jiang Yining regarded the bone-eroding demon flame flower, its petals adorned with intertwining red and blue patterns, and couldn't he help but ponder, was this breakthrough merely serendipitous? Or had it been catalyzed by the cultivation of these two formidable beings? After a brief moment, Master Lung conveyed telepathically to those around him, "This is my sanctum for silent cultivation. Disturbances are unwelcome." With that, he gracefully descended and fixed his expressionless gaze upon Jiang Yining, offering a simple, "Not bad," as a token of approval. Subsequently, he collected the bone-eroding demon flame flower, preparing to depart with an air of decisiveness. Jiang Yining hastily called out, "Elder Lung, I have something to report." The already mounted Master Lung turned back, regarding him with indifference. Feng Yukin, displeased, remarked, "What is it now? You don't intend to seek favors from your master, do you?" Jiang Yining quickly defended himself. "Master, that is not the case. The situation is as follows. I had to devote my full attention to the bone-eroding demon flame flower, sending old Xiong back and forth to deliver herbs, which inadvertently disturbed the hermit and nearly jeopardized the growth cycle of the flower." Feng Yukin interjected, "Enough, enough. If you wish to recruit help, just say so. Do you take your Elder Lung for a fool? Don't let her sparse words deceive you. She is no simpleton." Jiang Yining, feeling somewhat embarrassed, thought to himself, "Is it a matter of undermining a disciple? It's merely concern for your safety in handling the situation alone." Fortunately, Master Lung simply responded with two curt words. Jiang Yining hurriedly said, "Master, Elder Lung, please wait. I will fetch old Xiong." With that, he disregarded the toll on his energy and accelerated his sword flight, exceeding the speed limit by at least 12 points. Celestial Master, it was here that I was struck. Over there is the imprint I left embedded in the mountainside." Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Yukin unleashed a punch. Boom. Half the mountainside crumbled. Whoosh. A figure emerged in disarray, an old man clad in gray. No, his garments had originally been a different hue but had faded. He was indeed a true hermit of great prowess. "Feng Yukin, have you lost your mind? You should consider your surroundings before causing a ruckus." Feng Yukin, unfazed, pointed at old Xiong and retorted, "You struck my bear." "Humph, just a bear demon. What's the big deal?" Feng Yukin declared with utmost arrogance. "Then I shall strike you." The old man, seething with rage, chuckled bitterly. "Very well. It's said you are the foremost practitioner beneath the 8 realms. I have recently grasped insights into sword symbols and would like to test your abilities." Feng Yukin stretched her limbs, the bones cracking audibly. It had been too long since she had exerted herself to the fullest, so she offered him the first strike, lest he merely boast without substance. The old man snorted disdainfully, abandoning verbal sparring to inscribe symbols in the void. Jiang Yining instinctively attempted to replicate the intricate designs, but found them too complex. Unexpectedly, he recognized the old man as a senior from Mount Deluo. In an instant, a sword symbol materialized before the old man, resembling a bagua, yet with the mountains represented at each corner. "This sword symbol shall be named 8 extremes suppressing heaven," he proclaimed, pointing at the ethereal sword symbol. Instantly, 8 colossal peaks emerged in the void, arranged in a bagua formation, each one claiming a domain. The 8 peaks surged toward Feng Yukin, who met them with her fists. Bang! The sensation of the heavens collapsing reverberated through the air, sending ripples that tore apart the nearby mountains. Master Lung stepped forth, positioning herself before Jiang Yining and the others, as the 8 mountains enveloped Feng Yukin, seemingly forming an invisible prison that forced her down to the ground. The earth beneath her fracturing relentlessly. Jiang Yining sensed a growing unease. Why hadn't Elder Lung intervened yet? The old man, unable to suppress his mockery, scoffed, "Is that all? I am merely crafting symbols in the void. With this capacity, I could claim the title of the foremost practitioner beneath the 8 realms." "Oh really?" Feng Yukin replied, baring her teeth in a derisive grin. "Golden Crow 9-flower Phoenix, arise." In an instant, a cry reminiscent of a phoenix echoed through the air. For the first time, Jiang Yining witnessed the divine might of his master. Feng Yukin's form was enveloped in radiant, sun-essence phoenix flames, but surprisingly, it was intermingled with black flames. The sight emanated an eerie chill, as if drawing one's very consciousness toward it. The moment the black flames appeared, a sizzling sound erupted in the air, akin to cold water meeting hot oil. Within moments, the 8 mountains crumbled. "It is my turn." Feng Yukin laughed lightly, channeling her strength through her legs. Thud! The surrounding mountains collapsed as she shot forth like a cannonball, sprouting 2 pairs of fiery wings, descending like a blazing angel. With a burst of speed, she left a trail of fire in her wake, reaching the old man in an instant. His expression shifted dramatically as he failed to react in time, receiving a powerful kick squarely to the face. Crack! The space was rippled, and the old man became the projectile, instantly embedding himself within the mountainside. Jiang Yining distinctly observed 2 of his teeth flying out. Coughing, the old man eventually crawled out, holding his mouth and glaring angrily at Feng Yukin, who had resumed her languid demeanor. "Is this your strength? You dare challenge me?" The old man huffed. "It's merely due to your divine body advantage." Feng Yukin scoffed. "That is still my strength. If you possess the capability, awaken one yourself and give it a try." The old man, filled with resentment, fell silent. As Feng Yukin turned her attention back to Jiang Yining, he quickly raised his thumb in a silent gesture of admiration. "Master, you are magnificent." Feng Yukin snorted. "Are you still seeking assistance? Do you look down upon your master?" Jiang Yining chuckled awkwardly. Feng Yukin communicated telepathically. "Do you covet the spiritual treasure birthed from the sanctum of quiet cultivation? If so, I shall seize this mountain while your elder Lung is still providing support." Master Lung huffed softly, indicating her awareness of the conversation. The old man glared at the trio, his expression one of frustration as he realized they were conspiring. Jiang Yining smiled, recognizing that his master understood him well, nodding in agreement. As fellow disciples of King Yuan, he could never instigate his master to fight without cause. He was not that kind of person. However, to allow someone to bully the bear he had raised was utterly intolerable. Would it not be a disservice to the king bear to emerge from this without any benefits? And the realm of comprehension for the great powers was just the right place for it. He held modest hopes, wishing for just 2 more treasures. Chapter 58. What need have I for a sword array? Come at me, old man. I will not hold this against you for much longer. Feng Yukin was particularly graceful. "I shall relinquish the sanctum. In the future, I will cultivate here." "You." The old man gasped in indignation. "Feng Yukin, do not push your luck. I struck your bear demon, and you retaliated." Suddenly, he realized that this analogy was flawed. "Is that not enough?" Feng Yukin, unfazed, said, "Enough? You either yield the mountain or continue. I will ensure you experience firsthand what it means to be the foremost beneath the 8 realms." "You." The old man flicked his hand, revealing 2 missing front teeth. "Walk and see." "It's breezy." He huffed, letting out a whistle in his irritation. Turning to leave, Feng Yukin quickly intervened. "If you're going, just go. Don't disturb a single blade of grass or tree." The old man suddenly halted, sneering. "Heh, clever indeed. So you've set your sights on the spiritual treasure birth from the enlightenment ground." Boldly, Feng Yukin admitted, "What else could it be? Did you just figure that out? Did you think I wanted this worthless hill for nothing? Am I the foolish one, or are you?" Jiang Yining regarded his master, realizing for the first time her sharp tongue and domineering demeanor, which was truly infuriating. If he were the old man, he would be driven mad. Since it had come to this, he decided to play the villain to the end and add fuel to the fire. Jiang Yining cheerfully called out, "Master." Everyone turned to him. Jiang Yining continued, "Master, we don't need it anymore." Feng Yukin was momentarily taken aback, her expression quickly turning displeased. Having already struck, to now say they didn't want it was both provocation and a contradiction. Did she still hold any respect for her master? She too grew angry. "You think you can dictate my actions? Today, it must be given, whether you want it or not." Jiang Yining appeared troubled, seemingly conflicted as he said, "Master, the sword talisman truly holds no value. What do we need it for? I'm not even learning sword talismans." The old man glared at Feng Yukin. "Heh, Feng Yukin, you dream beautifully. If you want the 8 extremes of heaven, you'd better be prepared to part with my head today." Now he understood what the others had conspired about. Feng Yukin opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word. She comprehended her disciple's intentions. A glance at Jiang Yining conveyed everything unspoken. "I'll settle the score with you later." Jiang Yining deciphered her meaning. Turning back to the old man, she declared, "Unless you're willing to bury it, don't leave it for King Yuan. Otherwise, I can learn at any time. I can wait." The old man extended a finger. "You are shameless." Feng Yukin replied nonchalantly, "If you give it to me now, perhaps I'll offer you a bit of fortune. My disciple's cultivation ability is recognized even by the sect master and the Lord of 10 Peaks. The spiritual treasure born from the enlightenment ground should be split 50-50. The old man was about to curse, but Feng Yukin swiftly interrupted, "Don't be hasty in your refusal. You felt the spiritual resonance from the 3,000 great mountains just now, right? Sulan, show the old man. The cold master Feng waved his hand, tossing the bone-eating demon flame flower towards Feng Yukin. She wasn't he afraid of the old man's sudden action. Feng Yukin held the bone-eating demon flame flower before the old man. Look, this is what my disciple just cultivated. The old man fell silent, looking suspiciously at Jiang Yining, who smiled in return. Feng Yukin added, no need to doubt. You can directly inquire about how many treasures have recently emerged from my kings of Feng. You guard the spiritual treasure, but it might be buried before you even reach the desired age. The old man snorted. Even if I give you the 8 extremes of heaven, without my teaching, don't think you can master it. Jiang Yining smiled knowingly. There was a chance. Feng Yukin scoffed. I have no time to learn. You can teach my disciple. The old man looked back at Jiang Yining. Jiang Yining bowed respectfully. Senior, let me have a try. Whether I can learn it or not is my own fate. The old man snorted again. Don't speak so sweetly. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child, offering a slap for a candy? After hesitating for a moment, he continued, I've been in quiet cultivation for 500 years. Don't talk about splitting treasures 50-50. If 6 spiritual plants are born, half by quantity. Make sure 3 reach the treasure level before we discuss anything else. Feng Yukin snorted coldly. You think too highly of yourself. If only 3 become treasures from 6, wouldn't that be working for you for nothing? The old man shot back. Then it's up to you. Otherwise, there's nothing to discuss. Feng Yukin frowned. But Jiang Yining quickly interjected. Let it be as the senior says. It wasn't he confidence. He believed that treasures born from a powerful enlightenment ground would inherently possess a higher level, making the chances of becoming treasures significantly greater. They couldn't be compared to the batch of spiritual plants in the medicinal garden. Upon hearing this, the old man raised an eyebrow at Jiang Yining, impressed by the confidence in mentioning 3 treasures. Jiang Yining smiled. Senior, shall we begin now? The old man snorted, feeling that the outcome still resembled a slap for a candy. Quite delightful. He seemed to find it hard to maintain his composure. Today, I'm not in the mood to discuss. We shall talk about it tomorrow. Jiang Yining glanced at his master, secretly giving a thumbs up. Mission accomplished. Splendid. Upon returning to Kings of Feng, Jiang Yining felt a lump rise on his backside. How audacious. Now he dares to use his master as a scapegoat. Let my master take the blame. Jiang Yining quickly plastered on a smile. Master, please hear your disciple's explanation. You are a super expert, unafraid of retaliation. What if the old man finds out it was my idea to strike at his sword talisman? What if he seeks revenge when you're not around? I would inevitably face a severe beating, with no escape. In comparison, I'd rather let my master give me a good thrashing. If you do so, it's a sign of your concern for me. Jiang Yining adopted a righteous expression. Come on, master, if you're still angry. Feel free to give me another good beating. I know you're too kind-hearted. Feng Yukin sneered, playing the emotional card. Let us see if I fall for that. Furthermore, this is not about letting you vent. Jiang Yining's eyes twitched. His master wasn't he playing by the rules? Had he overacted? The little girl's wooden house opened a crack, and the mother and daughter peered outside. Don't worry, dear, it's nothing. Your senior brother will be fine after getting a beating from the master. Let us not watch anymore. The ghostly mother said, little girl, didn't you say your senior brother treats you the best? Yes, but that didn't stop her from quickly closing the door. She may be small, but she understood who held authority on Kings of Feng. Seeing his master's gaze still dangerous, Jiang Yining quickly expressed his sincerity. Master, I was wrong. I deeply recognize my mistake. I will never let you take the blame again. Master, with your great heart, please spare me this time. Knock, knock, knock. His own master, knocking a few times, was not cold-hearted. Old Barrier hid in the spiritual field, scratching his head. Ha ha ha. He suddenly burst into a fit of schadenfreude. His smile ran deep, impossible to erase. Bang. The door closed. Do not disturb the master unless necessary. Prepare this afternoon for a feast. All right. Jiang Yining let out a sigh of relief, flipping the page. He quickly got up, dusting off his knees, then suddenly turned around, his eyes filled with menace. Old Bear Air was still chuckling heartily. Jiang Yining gritted his teeth. Old Air, you laughed quite loudly just now. Hey, senior brother. No, listen to my explanation. Old Bear Air waved his hands repeatedly. I just thought of something happy, and couldn't he help it? Suddenly, he struck a righteous pose. Senior brother, go ahead and hit me. Compared to making you angry, I'd rather take a beating from you, as it shows your concern for me. Come on. If you're still angry, hit me again. No, I know you want to be cruel. Jiang Yining was furious. You're mimicking me. You haven't seen that this act didn't work just now. Why are you trying to copy me? You can't even learn it properly. Old Bear Air turned around and started begging for mercy. Senior brother, I was wrong. I deeply recognize my mistake. I will never dare to mock you again. You're magnanimous, so please spare me this time. Jiang Yining felt like his hair was about to catch fire. You're copying me. You're copying me. This trick doesn't work on me. Oh no. Oh no, senior brother, please stop. Old Bear Air scrambled away. He was being chased. He was fleeing. There was no escape. The entire Kings of Feng was filled with laughter and joy. Chapter 59. Words of Renowned Families. Pulling up seedlings to help them grow. The next day, Jiang Yining and Lin Kong first went to the place of the black vine. The black vine had already reached the age of 1028. It grows once in 3 hours, only 4 times a day. Uncertain whether it can transcend the myriad years, the two proceeded to the elder's abode. Senior. The junior Jiang Yining has come as promised to pay a visit. Come down. They descended on their swords, only to find the elder's secluded dwelling nestled at the foot of the mountain, accompanied by a small spring, a pool of azure water. To Jiang Yining's astonishment, he beheld 8 progress bars. He recalled the elder's earlier mention of 6 plants, and upon closer inspection, discovered that 2 of them were merely at the initial stage of spiritual essence. Perhaps the elder had overlooked them? Humph, and he brought along another. The elder's demeanor was far from welcoming. Senior, I require assistance in inscribing the sword formation. My senior brother will aid me. Jiang Yining observed the elder, noting his front teeth had been replaced. The elder's expression was icy. Humph, one cannot chew more than one can swallow. Simply hand over the flying sword to him. There is no need to bring it to me. Ah, it's the sword aura. Jiang Yining clarified. The elder momentarily froze, and after a brief pause, retorted. Feng Yukin actually allowed you to devour a treasure, a prodigal. Jiang Yining felt awkward. Senior, how should I address you? Reluctantly, the elder uttered a single word. Luo. Oh, does Senior Luo know Luo Jiang Yining? He paused, uncertain of the name of the plump senior brother. Lin Kong, discerning his intention, quickly interjected. Luo Chengchan. Jiang Yining hastily added. Does Senior know brother Luo Chengchan? Elder Luo let out a cold snort, furrowing his brow. From the Luo Peak? Jiang Yining nodded vigorously. I have learned the sword talisman from brother Luo. Regardless of the connection, he sought to establish rapport. Elder Luo's demeanor softened somewhat. It should be the junior. I have been in seclusion for too long. My memory is faint. You learned the sword talisman. What kind? Let me see. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Regardless of the outcome, he was eager to forge a closer bond. Jiang Yining immediately conjured a talisman from thin air, and in an instant, the thunderstorm sword talisman was formed. Elder Luo nodded slightly. A sword talisman of the peak foundation establishment level. You are merely at the 6th layer of foundation establishment, yet you possess a modicum of talent. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us commence the cultivation of spiritual plants. I shall be in quietude nearby. Do not disturb me unless necessary. He said this, and astonishingly, settled into a tranquil meditative state, closing his eyes to cultivate. He made no indication of which were the spiritual plants, evidently testing Jiang Yining's discernment. If one could not even identify them, how could they speak of cultivation? However, Jiang Yining was preoccupied with other thoughts, pondering the utility of such reclusive meditation. His master had once devoured a millennium-old fire spirit herb, at least showcasing some prowess. Nevertheless, it was beneficial. He could focus on his cultivation. Lin Kong also sat cross-legged on the opposite side, observing Jiang Yining as he waved a sword aura that flew before him. This elicited yet another disdainful snort from Elder Luo. Jiang Yining smiled, all the while secretly monitoring his every action. What a facade of meditation. He paid no mind and scrutinized the 8 spiritual plants. His mind raced through his knowledge, for were documented spiritual plants, while the other 4 seemed to be mere weeds. Born of desperate circumstances. Xian Gui Immortal Stem, 61. Arhut Buddha Leaf, 48. Golden Phoenix Grass, 21. Hell Demon Mushroom, 9. These 4 were familiar to Jiang Yining, belonging to the catalogued spiritual plants. Blue-red 3-petal flower, 16. 8-leaf sapling, 46. Green vine, 2. Purple vein grass, 2. The latter 4 were unknown to him. Perhaps they were wildflowers or weeds that had taken on a life of their own. Green vine and purple vein grass were likely the ones Elder Luo had overlooked. Jiang Yining took out some spiritual fertilizer and, after a series of preparations, began his work. First, he laid the groundwork, pouring in copious amounts of water. This was experience. In the presence of great beings, initial irrigation would often lead to rapid growth. Yet, Elder Luo suddenly leapt up, unable to contain himself. Was this what Feng Yukin referred to as a talent for cultivation? Ah! His voice rose several decibels, almost a shout. Senior Luo, please do not be anxious. There is no need for haste. I have been guarding for 5 centuries. 5 full centuries. Do you know what I have endured in these 500 years? Elder Luo was somewhat breathless. Do you think no one has cultivated the spiritual plants in the great being's understanding? Is it only you who can do so? You know nothing. Excessive irrigation in the early stages can lead to rapid growth, but will be detrimental in the later stages. Do you understand? Do you comprehend? Jiang Yining smiled confidently. Senior Luo, please remain calm. Calm. I am perfectly calm. However, Jiang Yining perceived that he was clearly more agitated, his complexion turning red with anger. Overwatering may yield immediate results, but it will subsequently halt growth. One must gradually increase the quantity to avoid detrimental effects. Elder Luo took a deep breath. This is the theory derived by many elders from the alchemy peak, the wisdom of renowned cultivators. Do you understand? Do you grasp it? Yet, Jiang Yining harbored disdain within. With his discerning eyes, could he truly engage in theoretical discussions? He merely presented the facts. Senior Luo, just wait a few days. You will see the results. Elder Luo, however, dismissed him with a cold snort, his gaze pained as he looked at the thriving xianxiaaudiobooks immortal stem. This was a 100-year-old plant. If it were to be ruined, you would be the cause. Senior Luo, you may leave. Go as far as you can. I have made myself clear regarding the wisdom of the esteemed. If you ruin one of my spiritual plants, we shall be even. Feng Yukin will have no words to say. Jiang Yining, in a state of helplessness, quickly spoke. Senior Luo, please allow me to finish. Did you not mention 6 spiritual plants? I have also discovered 2 weeds. I will cultivate the weeds first to show you the results, and then you can decide. Upon hearing this, Elder Luo furrowed his brow, quickly scanning the surrounding flora. After a moment, he hesitantly nodded. Fine, I shall watch you play your tricks. But do not touch my 6 spiritual plants. Jiang Yining ceased further discussion and, with the spiritual fertilizer in hand, poured it generously. Elder Luo's veins stood out again. However, it was soon evident that the purple-veined grass he fertilized began to grow rapidly. Elder Luo glanced at Jiang Yining, recognizing the growth of the other spiritual plants. Yet he let out another cold snort at Jiang's fertilization method. But then, the green vine also surged in growth. The more Elder Luo discovered 2 additional spiritual plants, the more he felt pangs of regret. He reiterated, do not touch my other spiritual plants. Otherwise, even if Feng Yukin came, I would have. Jiang Yining smiled, ignoring the warnings. Just wait and see. In due course, 7 days passed. Jiang Yining found himself running between 2 locations daily. At the secluded retreat of his master. The black vine had grown to 1,000 years and 56. Meanwhile, at Elder Luo's place of enlightenment, the green vine had entered its 100th year that very day. Now at 63, it had grown by 3 in a single session of 4 hours, 3 times a day, totaling 9. The purple-veined grass was even more ferocious, reaching 100 years and now at its limit. Jiang Yining awaited its breakthrough, hoping it would not become stagnated. Elder Luo approached. Humph, you disregarded my counsel. Indulging in overwatering. Now, this little grass is ruined. But coincidentally, just as Elder Luo finished speaking, Jiang Yining noticed the purple-veined grass breaking through, instantaneously reaching 1,000 years and 3. Chapter 60. Practical action thrives a nation, empty talk misleads the religion. Haha, the junior has had a stroke of luck. It inadvertently reached 1,000 years. Jiang Yining smiled at Elder Luo. Elder Luo pondered for a moment, then let out a cold snort. A blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. With that, he returned to his meditative position. Jiang Yining chuckled, thinking, still stubborn. However, this time, Jiang Yining began to use a small spoon for precise fertilization. He calculated the optimal amount of fertilizer based on each growth value, avoiding the pitfalls of excessive supplementation, while also calibrating the intervals to ensure that the plants would not suffer from malnutrition during the growth stimulation. This was his advantage. Within just a day, he had nearly perfected the process. The purple-veined grass had a hearty appetite, requiring only an hour's interval for growth values to fluctuate. Thus, he could fertilize 12 times a day, determining the ideal amount, 3½ spoonfuls, yielding a growth of 2. This allowed for 24 rapid maturations in a day. Yet, Elder Luo's ridicule returned. Kid, allow me to share another piece of wisdom from the masters. When cultivating spiritual plants, do not exceed 3 fertilizations in a day. Once in the morning, once in the afternoon, and once in the evening. Too frequent, and it will hinder the plant's growth, just as a person can overeat and perish. A valid point, but it matters not to me. Jiang Yining remained utterly unconcerned, having cultivated the plants with meticulous care, yet you dare to discuss morning, noon, and night with me. An outsider dares to question my expertise. Old Master Luo, witnessing that he had not absorbed a word, could not help but let out a cold snort. Despite my good intentions in offering a few words of advice, it seems they fell upon deaf ears. Indeed, a disciple taught by Feng Yukin lacks all decorum. Jiang Yining would not indulge him. Old Luo, I intend to inform my master of your words. Old Luo was instantly flabbergasted. You. But after a lengthy pause, All he could muster was a repetition of, utterly incomprehensible. It seemed this old man was still wary of his master. Jiang Yining shrugged it off, eyeing the purple-veined grass before him. After a day of careful observation, it had already reached 1,000 years in age. If all went smoothly, in another 4 days it would produce spiritual resonance. It must grant me a breakthrough, and then I shall revel in the pleasure of delivering a resounding slap to the face of my detractors. Jiang Yining proceeded to fertilize the green vine once more, then turned to Lin Cooley, who was resting nearby. Brother Lin, we already have 107 swords completed yesterday. Why have you yet to take action today? We must finish so you can rest. Lin Kong, who had been meditating, revealed a gratified smile upon hearing this. Brother Jiang, the final sword demands utmost caution. Any carelessness could squander our previous efforts. I must restore my energy to ensure I am in peak condition. Ah, then rest well. I shan't disturb you. Jiang Yining smiled in return. The 108 giant peak sword formation was nearing completion, and once infused with the Thundercloud sword talisman, I might just engage in a friendly contest of strength with Sister Sue. A 3-year pact? At that time, I shall relish the sight of a pristine white gown sullied, her face adorned with tears like a weeping willow. Wait, Sister Sue has greatly benefited me. How could I think such thoughts? Jiang Yining shook his head, glancing at the two seated in meditation, only to be met with another cold snort from old Luo. Humph, you, boy, that smile of yours was quite unnerving. Jiang Yining's expression froze. That old man had been spying on him all along. For days slipped by in the blink of an eye, and Jiang Yining's gaze was fixed intently on the purple-veined grass. 1,000 years, 99. Today, old Luo refrained from his usual barbs, perhaps in light of the green vine, also reaching 1,000 years, or perhaps to avoid unnecessary discomfort. Suddenly, Jiang Yining sensed a cloud forming in the northwest, and the sky darkened. He revealed a victorious smile. How familiar this felt. Spiritual resonance was descending. In an instant, 3 streams of divine resonance merged with the purple-veined grass. The grass shot up half an inch, its growth value breaking through and resetting to 0. Fresh and vibrant. The 3 purple veins wound delicately around the blades. Old Luo gazed at the purple-veined grass, momentarily at a loss for words. But Jiang Yining could tell he was excited, his breath slightly heavy. In the blink of an eye, shadows flickered in the sky, and Jiang Yining had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Old Luo, however, floated into the air, smiling and greeting those around him. Today is a joyous occasion. I have fortuitously acquired a rare treasure of spiritual resonance. Old Luo, you must treat us. Today, you can no longer keep that hidden Kunlun Mountain's immortal peach wine. Instantly, a dozen figures joined old Luo, engaged in lively conversation. Jiang Yining chuckled wryly. It seemed this was the camaraderie that should exist among the disciples of King Yun. His master's connections were indeed somewhat lacking. As the figures dissipated, old Luo descended, clearing his throat. For the first time, he displayed a gentle demeanor. You, young one, are truly remarkable. It appears you possess your own breeding theory. Care to share it with this old man? Jiang Yining also cleared his throat, preparing to don an air of superiority. Theory? I prefer to speak of facts. What is deemed theory is merely empty words in my eyes. Ideals I possess. Indeed, practicality fosters prosperity, while idle talk leads to delusion. Old Luo instinctively retorted, Haha, such bold words, young man. Well said. The younger generation of King Yun ought to possess such spirit. Should you truly succeed in cultivating 8 spirit plants into treasures, such ability would be a great fortune for King Yun. Even a 50% success rate would see King Yun flourish for another 10,000 years. Jiang Yining merely smiled, choosing not to engage further. His expression seemed to convey, you've articulated that splendidly. Do continue. Old Luo cleared his throat again, gazing skyward with an expression of contemplation. It seems I was previously hasty, believing that everything ought to have an innovative spirit, while harboring ambitions of progress. Perhaps I am merely growing old. Instead of being unable to match your youthful aspirations, I ought to learn from you. He cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yining, noting the latter's silence, and continued. In this regard, we who are nearing the end of our days must indeed learn from your generation. Truly, the youth are formidable. Tisk, tisk, tisk. No wonder this old senior had lowered himself. He had previously exhibited disdain, yet now he was lavishing compliments. It was no surprise that old Luo had lowered his status. Though he may not grasp the intricacies of cultivation, he could discern the differences in fertilization intervals between the purple-veined grass and the green vine. This lad was not entirely reckless. Perhaps he possessed his own theory? The frequent emergence of treasures from Kingzhou Peak, and Cold Sulin's recent acquisition of a rare treasure. Might it truly be connected to him? Old Luo's eyes grew increasingly fervent as he realized he had the chance to acquire 4 treasures in one fell swoop. Since that was the case, for the sake of treasures, he should utter a few kind words. No harm in that. You, lad, wish to learn 8 extremes to suppress heaven? I happen to have plenty of time right now. You must understand, you are only at the foundation establishment stage. It is impossible to learn 8 extremes to suppress heaven just yet. I promise to teach you until you master it. Finally, Jiang Yining saw the opportunity and smiled. Old Luo, why not take this little grass first? Old Luo breathed a sigh of relief. The lad had finally come around. No hurry, no hurry. I shall remain here in quiet cultivation. However, I initially mentioned 6 plants due to those 2 little grasses, as I deemed them still immature and did not raise the matter. Since you insist on breeding them together, that makes 8 plants. I shall take 4 treasures. After saying this, he glanced at Jiang Yining somewhat awkwardly. Jiang Yining hesitated, not rushing to dispute, as these were indeed spirit objects born from the old man's path of enlightenment. Now, he considered that this incident might help him expand his connections. Where his master was lacking, he could compensate. This old man seemed to have a decent network. If he established a good reputation, perhaps many seniors would come seeking him for spirit plant cultivation. Of course, he could not agree carelessly. It needed to be approved by his master and the sect's elders. If he got too carried away, it could easily lead to associations with the Xianling immortal demonic herb. Yet regardless of the final outcome, he could lay some groundwork in advance. With this thought, Jiang Yining decisively agreed. All right, should they become treasures, for plants are yours, old Luo. Excellent. I did not misjudge you, a young man of ambition. Old Luo was now entirely serious. Any hint of reluctance had vanished. He stroked his beard and continued. However, regarding these 2 plants, there's no need to mention it to your master just yet. Jiang Yining responded with a smile. Old Luo cleared his throat. It's no matter if Feng Yukin knows, but if the treasures do not exceed 3, then mentioning it would be meaningless. As I previously stated, they shall count as mine, so there's no need to inform her just yet. Until then, you needn't disturb your master. Great beings require their contemplation, and unnecessary interruptions would be ill-advised. Jiang Yining chuckled. Very well, I can take charge of this. I shall speak to her. Good, good, good. Old Luo exclaimed thrice. Then let us continue. I will elaborate on the ages of these spirit plants. Xiangxiaaudiobooks, immortal stem, I just acquired upon settling here for quiet cultivation, exceeds 500 years. Arhut Buddha leaf has over 300 years. Golden phoenix grass is nearing 300 years. Hell demon mushroom has only just reached 100. Chapter 61, Refining True Qi. Without exception, all 6 spirit plants had been nurtured by the natural world for over 100 years, according to old Luo's estimates. The Xiangxiaaudiobooks immortal stem was even close to 1,000 years. Jiang Yining was preparing to commence unified breeding when suddenly, Lin Kong excitedly called out from the side. Brother Jiang, it's done. Jiang Yining understood immediately what he meant. The 108 giant peak sword formation was complete. The final sword chi had taken him a full 4 days to finish. Without hesitation, Jiang Yining formed the sword gesture. The emergence of 108 sword auras instantly manifested as a towering peak reaching 10 zhang in height. With a mere flick of his sword, the colossal sword formation collided with the adjacent hill. Bang! The mountaintop was utterly obliterated, demonstrating the might of the earth-shattering power. You rascal! How on earth did you condense more than 100 sword auras? Old Luo couldn't help but exclaim. What treasures has Feng Yukin devoured to enable you to achieve this? Jiang Yining, however, merely smiled in silence, his hands ceaselessly crafting incantations in the air. In no time, 108 thundercloud sword talismans were formed, seamlessly blending into the sword auras. Old Luo, lend me a hand, he called out, and with a wave of his hand, the sword auras transformed once more into the image of a massive peak, its summit entwined with arcs of lightning, charging directly at Old Luo. Old Luo chuckled. You lad, your ambitions are not small. To merge sword auras, sword formations, and sword talismans into one. As he spoke, he pushed his palm forward. An invisible barrier materialized before him, distorting the surrounding space. Bang! The image of the giant peak collided, resonating with the sound of thunder. Jiang Yining eagerly inquired, Old Luo, how does it fare? Old Luo smiled. At the initial stage of the golden core, it is indeed capable of engaging in battle. Is this merely the extent of its power? Jiang Yining felt a tinge of disappointment, realizing it fell short of the mid-stage of the golden core. While it may appear as a harmonious fusion of 3, in truth, the sword auras are merely functioning as a flying sword artifact. Currently, it is simply a fusion of sword formations and sword talismans. The true might of the sword auras has yet to be unleashed. Only when you reach the divine intent realm, allowing the sword auras to possess sentience and awaken their spiritual resonance, will you achieve the genuine unity of the 3. Jiang Yining nodded. recalling that his master had mentioned this before. Just how powerful would he be at that time? Old Luo stroked his beard and chuckled. If you can awaken the spiritual resonance of the sword auras now, you would be capable of contending with late-stage golden core practitioners. If you further enhance the sword talismans, you could even hold your own against early-stage nascent soul cultivators. Jiang Yining nodded. With such advancements, he could potentially wield the power to subdue the three realms with a single sword. Old Luo continued. No wonder they have their eyes on my 8 extremes heaven suppression. Your giant peak sword formation complements it perfectly, enhancing its power significantly. He did not believe that Jiang Yining would soon change his sword formation, as many cultivators at the divine intent realm within the Xianxiaaudiobooks sect had been battling for years with this very sword formation of 100 sword auras. Suddenly, Old Luo realized something, and a cold snort escaped him. You wanted my sword talisman method back then. It must have been your idea. You even claimed you wouldn't learn sword talismans, leaving your master to take the blame. Truly, you are not a good person. Humph. And now you still can't learn it in a short time. You deserve it. Jiang Yining chuckled, unfazed. I'll take it one step at a time. My goal is to master 10,000 sword auras, 10,000 sword talismans, and 10,000 sword formations. Yet, speaking of which, the peak master of Leon Peak had only created 1,000 sword formation. How had he managed that? He casually asked, Brother Lin. How many swords does your peak master's 1,000 sword formation have? I'm not sure. Lin Kong felt a bit embarrassed. Old Luo, however, let out a cold snort. You brat, aiming too high without a foundation. How can you think of a 10,000 sword formation and 10,000 sword talismans now? Wait until you surpass your master and step into the 8th realm before considering that. Jiang Yining dismissed the warning, eagerly inquiring, Old Luo, do you know the situation at Leon Peak? Old Luo replied irately. 1,000 years ago, there were 4,000 swords, and after that, I haven't seen Peak Master Zhuang make a move. Jiang Yining responded with an O, encouraging Peak Master Zhuang. That is a bit disappointing. You rascal. I can tell by your demeanor that you haven't pondered deeply enough. Truly, you have no sense of the great beyond. At Kingzhou Peak, Jiang Yining decided to take a day of rest and continue his cultivation tomorrow, feeling a bit nostalgic for his master. Master, the disciple has returned. Master. Upon entering the courtyard, Jiang Yining shouted incessantly. Feng Yukin opened the door, glaring at him with fury. What are you making such a racket for? It was rare to have a few days of peace while you were away in the 3,000 mountains. Jiang Yining rubbed his hands. Master, the day before yesterday, I selected the seeds. Didn't Old Wu say that King Yun pill would be sent over this month? Have you received it? Feng Yukin tossed him a jade vial. Take it. Great. Jiang Yining caught it, his face blooming with joy. Master, can I continue taking it? It's been settled for over a month. Feng Yukin scoffed. Wait 6 months. Jiang Yining's expression fell. Did this mean he could only gaze at the pill? Brother Jiang, I'll head back now. Lin Kong felt a pang of sympathy, preferring not to witness it. Jiang Yining turned. Wait, Brother Lin, don't rush. He then pulled out a jade vial containing the remaining 2 King Yun pills, contemplating for a moment before adding another one. Brother Lin, take these 3 pills. Lin Kong hesitated, finding it hard to refuse outright. Jiang Yining reassured him. Brother Lin, we're brothers. There's no need for formality. Take them. You've worked hard recording the sword formations these past days. As he spoke, he shook another vial. I still have 9 left. It was not an act of false generosity. He couldn't let someone work for free. There were still 300 sword formations, 500 sword formations, and 1,000 sword formations awaiting him. Such diligent laborers were hard to come by, and if he could help, he would. The key was that he would soon have no shortage of King Yun pills, earning 10 a month. Lin Kong hesitated, stealing a glance at Feng Yukin. Jiang Yining thrust the pills into his hands. What are you looking at my master for? Can't I make this decision over such a trivial matter? Feng Yukin snorted coldly, but remained silent. Lin Kong was taken aback for a moment before hastily retreating 2 steps, performing a 90-degree salute to Jiang Yining. Ah, Brother Lin. We're brothers. This is a bit too formal. In the end, Lin Kong left with profound gratitude. After he departed, Feng Yukin finally spoke. If you wish to take it now, it's not impossible. Huh. Jiang Yining stared blankly at Feng Yukin. Master, why didn't you say so earlier? The pills have already been given away. How hasty. Feng Yukin wore a smile. As my disciple, can I not make decisions regarding such trifles? Just as I was demonstrating brotherly affection, how could I disregard your face? Jiang Yining glanced at his master, who was lazily leaning against the doorframe. Something was off. Master, you've changed. Have you begun to be petty, recalling grievances against your disciple? You never used to be like this. Jiang Yining forced a smile. Master, what is the method then? I want to take it now? Feng Yukin extended a finger. Simple. Next. A wisp of flame erupted from her fingertip, the golden sun essence phoenix flame. Didn't your brother Lin try this last time? Would you like to give it a go? It will allow you to refine your true energy. The temperature around them began to rise. Jiang Yining instinctively took 2 steps back, vividly recalling how Lin Kong had rolled on the ground last time. But he still asked, Master, if I try this, will I also lose levels like brother Lin did last time? Feng Yukin replied, No, his was a result of taking shortcuts. Yours will be derived from refining the pill's power. It's different, just a bit unstable. Jiang Yining nodded. Then can my junior brothers and sisters continue taking it? Not possible. They are still too weak and cannot withstand my tempering. Feng Yukin grew impatient. Enough of this back and forth. Do you want my help or not? The term tempering sounded rather daunting. Jiang Yining gritted his teeth, steeling himself, clenched his fists, turned his head away, and tightly shut his eyes. Master, please proceed. Humph. What a demeanor. Feng Yukin mocked, as if I were bullying you. Jiang Yining waited for a while, then suddenly opened his eyes, glancing at his master. Master. A surprise attack. Caught off guard. Jiang Yining was certain his master did this on purpose. This thought lingered in his mind as he found himself rolling around the courtyard. Chapter 62. The Method of Forming the Golden Core. As Jiang Yining sat up in the courtyard, he found himself a mess, soaked through with water. Feng Yukin scoffed. Is this all you can manage? Hurry and cultivate. Now is the time to consume the King Yun pill. Jiang Yining, struggling to compose himself, sat cross-legged. He had already taken a beating. He could not leave without some gain. For 6 consecutive hours, Jiang Yining consumed and absorbed 3 pills. Breaking through to the 7th layer of foundation establishment, Feng Yukin appeared just in time. Shall we continue? I can help you refine your true energy. Jiang Yining quickly waved his hands. No, master, let me catch my breath. I'll come back tomorrow. He was genuinely afraid that his master would shoot another wisp of sun essence phoenix flame at him. Master, the effect of this King Yun pill seems less impressive than I had anticipated. 3 pills have only brought me to the 7th layer of foundation. Feng Yukin scoffed, her expression one of utter disdain. Do you think achieving a perfect foundation is merely a matter of words? Or that the perfect foundation derived from 10,000-year mountain bamboo is trivial? Even if it possesses but a single thread of heavenly spiritual resonance, it is still a treasure. And the energy reservoir is thrice that of an ordinary person. How many times must I reiterate this? For most, a single pill would suffice for a breakthrough. She derided him with a hint of annoyance. Then, after a moment's hesitation, continued, You possess a rare opportunity, so allow me to offer you some guidance. In the Golden Core realm, there exists the ordinary Golden Core, the attribute Golden Core, and the special Golden Core. Let me delineate the distinctions among them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yining's eyes brightened, as he was willing to endure the trials of refinement, for the sake of forming a Golden Core and living for 800 years. Drawing nearer to immortality, Feng Yukin continued, The ordinary Golden Core requires no elaboration. The attribute Golden Core, however, is one where the true essence inherently possesses attributes. In simpler terms, it involves the fusion of various materials with attributes during the core formation process. Treasures, rare items, and spiritual artifacts all count. Jiang Yining nodded, realizing why it was said he had a rare opportunity. Treasures are not easily acquired. Feng Yukin remarked, The advantage of the attribute Golden Core lies in its compatibility with corresponding techniques, allowing for enhanced combat prowess. Take, for instance, your current engraving of the 108 giant peak sword array, which leans towards the earth attribute. Jiang Yining was astonished. So techniques also have attribute alignments. He hastily inquired, Master, what then constitutes a special Golden Core? Feng Yukin snorted coldly. Do not interrupt me. Listen closely. While the attribute Golden Core has its merits, it equally harbors disadvantages. Certain techniques may counteract each other, while the ordinary Golden Core does not carry such concerns. Once the attribute Golden Core is established, should you have the fortune to reach the 7th realm, your path will largely align with the attributes of the Golden Core. This is neither wholly good nor bad. Jiang Yining furrowed his brow. The formation of the Golden Core could influence his future 7th realm? Feng Yukin disregarded his thoughts and continued, The special Golden Core is, in essence, an attribute Golden Core, yet its power varies and is not easily classified. For example, the 5 elements Golden Core method of Kunlun Mountain encompasses all 5 elements, while the Yin-Yang Golden Core method of the Wuji Sword sect forms cores through opposing attributes. These Golden Cores are indeed stronger, yet they are also more challenging to cultivate. Jiang Yining could not help but raise his hand. Master, may I interject? What about the King Yin? If given the choice, how he longed to form a special Golden Core. Just the name itself sounded impressive. One must have dreams. This time, Feng Yukin did not scold him, merely expressing disdain. Do not indulge in wishful thinking. King Yun possesses a method for special golden cores known as the Spirit Treasure Golden Core Method. But it falls under the category of special golden cores that are lesser in power, even inferior to the ordinary golden core. It was created by the Elder of the 100 Forging Peak. To put it simply, it treats the golden core as a magical artifact, which goes against the heavenly principles. Jiang Yining quickly pressed on. Master, is there nothing of merit in King Yun? Feng Yukin snorted. Do you think the methods for forming special golden cores are akin to the King Yun 10,000 Sword Fury or the True Self Golden Body? They represent merely one of the pathways explored by various sects. For a sect to innovate, even one is already remarkable, as it signifies a successful avenue. Jiang Yining understood. The implication being there was none to be had. Then, Master, can you procure the Yin-Yang Golden Core Method or the 5 Elements Golden Core Method from other sects? Feng Yukin scoffed. Would they be willing to trade their King Yun 10,000 Sword Fury for it? Huh. Jiang Yining grasped the meaning. It seemed he was fated to form only an attribute golden core at best. He then inquired, Master, which type of golden core do you deem most suitable for me? Feng Yukin contemplated briefly. An attribute golden core, as you possess the fortune to cultivate treasures of specific attributes. In the future, you could rely on devouring treasures of the same attribute to further your path, just as I now consume fire attribute treasures. Yet, she added ultimately, the decision lies with you. Jiang Yining mused. Did you not mention before that Elder Long is exploring the path of ice and fire? Feng Yukin let out a cold snort. To converse with you is to elevate you. Do you truly believe you can reach the 7th realm? She displayed her disdain once more. Jiang Yining muttered, there will come a day when you shall look up at me, and your neck shall ache. What did you say? Jiang Yining hastily chuckled. Oh, nothing, Master. I was merely thinking, what of an earth attribute golden core? After all, the alchemy peak still holds my earth treasures. And I have none of my own. Should the pine wood become a treasure, I must first fulfill my promise to Elder Luo. Feng Yukin scoffed. Humph, your earth treasures? Jiang Yining, unfazed, pressed on. Master, how precisely is one to form a golden core? Go to the Hall of 10,000 Methods for that. I am only here to clarify the distinctions. She replied, turning to enter her wooden abode. Jiang Yining has been exceedingly busy of late. For 3 consecutive days, he began each morning by rolling in the bamboo courtyard with the others. The results were gratifying. He had reached the 8th layer of foundation. He believed that with yet another King Yun pill, he would undoubtedly reach the 9th layer. The timing of the pill's arrival was fortuitous, as it merely required another month of waiting. He then entered the Alchemy Peak's medicinal garden to commence his excavation work. Indeed, with Jiang Sunbeo's status, he easily obtained permission to come and go as he pleased. As for Jiang Sunbeo, was it reasonable to select some waste soil? In Elder Wu's opinion, it was entirely justifiable. After all, this lad had genuinely been conducting experiments, and he certainly could perceive the subtle differences in the soil. Yet, what left Jiang Yining feeling regretful was that of the 4 medicinal gardens remaining, 3 were merely heaps of waste soil. There was one garden dedicated to cultivating advanced spiritual herbs, but its size was modest, and it lacked accumulations of waste soil. Jiang Yining found it perplexing. What advanced goods could possibly be cultivated in bulk? Well, excluding the Xianling immortal nether herb for now. For over half a month, Jiang Yining busied himself, shuttling between the Alchemy Peak and Elder Luo's secluded area. At last, he had scraped through the 3 heaps of waste soil. The rewards were as expected. 3 clumps of earth, brown in color, all of which were of the treasure tier. As for Elder Luo, aside from a golden phoenix grass, stuck at 99 years and teetering on a decline, the others had all surpassed 1,000 years. The only disappointment for Jiang Yining was that at the secluded area of Master Long, the black vine was also stuck at 99 years. Helpless, he could only inform his master, suggesting that Master Long continue his seclusion. Perhaps he might accompany some powerful beings to comprehend the Tao, and one day the black vine would surprise him. Upon exiting the Alchemy Peak, Jiang Yining made his way directly back to Kingzu Peak. Master, I require your assistance. Not here. Feng Yukin yawned and stretched. What is it you seek from your master today? Jiang Yining noted a slight improvement in her demeanor today. He quickly produced the 3 clumps of earth treasures. Master, could you assist me in merging these? Feng Yukin frowned. Why go through such trouble? Just bury them in the yard. But master, I have been laboring in the Alchemy Peak's medicinal garden for half a month. It's only natural to feel suspicious. Moreover, after 1 or 2 instances, it feels inappropriate, as if I were pilfering others' treasures. Feng Yukin snorted. What are you afraid of? Do you have any evidence? Master, some matters don't require evidence. One is simply aware, you see. After all, it makes one uncomfortable to witness others suffer losses. What if someone were to accuse you of using your earth milk fiery liquor or 3,000 spirit stones? He wouldn't dare. Feng Yukin glared at him furiously. Jiang Yining laughed awkwardly. Well, I said what if. Feng Yukin let out a cold huff, but nonetheless accepted the 3 clumps of earth treasures and soared into the air. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Yining smiled, pleased. Indeed, his master was beginning to reason a bit more, and with continued effort. He hoped to guide her to the point where she would follow his lead in the future. Not long after his master departed, Elder Wu arrived. He tossed out several bags of seeds, and then produced a jade vial. Young man, this month's selection of seeds yielded excellent results. Here are 10 Qingyun pills, for you. Keep up the good work. And with that, he hurriedly left. As since the inception of cultivating Xinling immortal nether herb at the alchemy peak, Elder Wu seemed to have been busier than ever. Jiang Yining chuckled. This was merely a matter of probability. While the first half of the month had been fruitful, the latter half remained uncertain. Every month, I can select 30 seeds with an initial value of 4, which nearly fulfills the promise I made to myself. Jiang Yining glanced at the jade vial. These 10 Qingyun pills arrived just in time, and the formation of the golden core is within reach. Chapter 63, The Law Pill. 1 Law Pill. Foundation Establishment, 9th Layer. Yet, Jiang Yining continued to consume 3 more, allowing his qi to swell with vigor, and the day passed swiftly. The next day, Jiang Yining visited Elder Luo for precise fertilization before hastily returning to Qingzhou Peak, just in time for his master to return, reeking of alcohol. Jiang Yining hesitated, wondering if his master had integrated the earth treasures. Feng Yukin soon approached. Jiang Yining promptly received the Kuzhui Kongu. As he anticipated, the growth value was 16. If possible, he still wished to cultivate further, but digging around the mountains would consume too much time, and it might not guarantee the growth to a Dao treasure. Unfortunately, the pill refining peak only had a few medicinal gardens. If there were a few more, there might be a genuine opportunity for attaining a Dao treasure. Nevertheless, the formation of the golden core is imminent. Jiang Yining called out, Master, here we go? Feng Yukin, seeing him turn away with closed eyes and clenched jaws, looked on disdainfully and lifted her hand to unleash a wisp of sun essence phoenix flame. Perhaps due to previous experiences of being tempered, Jiang Yining gritted his teeth this time, managing to refrain from a loud scream, though rolling on the ground was unavoidable. When he weakly rose, his eyes brimmed with anticipation. Dragging his weary body, he knocked on the wooden door. Master, can I form my golden core now? You should check the Wanfa Pavilion yourself. Came Feng Yukin's impatient voice from within. Jiang Yining paid no mind, quickly dusting himself off and tidying his appearance before taking to the skies on his sword. Upon returning from Wanfa Pavilion, he had gained a clear understanding of the method to form a golden core. In simple terms, he must first refine a law pill, consume the law pill into his qi, guiding and nurturing the formation of the golden core. Ordinary law pills can be reserved at the pill hall, with an array of materials such as Dayun star sand, Shangqing jade dew, and Tianyang gang paste, available at the pill refining peak, and furthermore, ordinary law pills are reasonably priced at 1,000 spirit stones. After all, they are the disciples of the sect. Outside, they wouldn't fetch such a price. And each disciple could only reserve 1 law pill at the pill hall. However, for attribute law pills, one must provide rare materials themselves. Jiang Yining met the criteria for those, except for the lack of spirit stones. Coincidentally, Elder Wu had brought seeds, and as he tossed the storage bag aside, Jiang Yining quickly stopped him. Hey, Elder Wu, don't be in such a hurry. It's been several days since we last spoke. Let us talk business. What scheme are you concocting now? Elder Wu interrupted with irritation. Oh, look at you. I just want to reserve a law pill. Elder Wu scrutinized Jiang Yining for a moment. Is that all? Simple. Give me 1,000 spirit stones. He extended his hand directly. Jiang Yining coughed lightly, chuckling awkwardly. Elder Wu, can't we work something out? This month, I can select a few more 1,000-year-old seeds. Elder Wu immediately puffed up. I knew you were up to no good. The pill refining peak gives you 30,000 spirit stones a month. You can't spare 1,000 spirit stones? Jiang Yining chuckled awkwardly. Aren't they all for my master? They don't even end up in my hands. As he spoke, he glanced at the wooden house and whispered, You know my master drinks away everything. Zhuoxin wine, from the Wugyuki sect, Xiantao brew, from Kunlun Mountain, Yunsang from Shushan. She has moved those several times already. Elder Wu snorted coldly. That's not my concern. Jiang Yining, feeling helpless, thought, Today, this esteemed elder isn't feeling so esteemed. Elder Wu impatiently remarked, If there's nothing else, I must be on my way. Jiang Yining quickly added, Elder Wu, how about this? Next month, you give me 1 less Qingyun pill and find me 9,000 spirit stones. Will that work? Impossible. Elder Wu decisively rejected 1 Qingyun pill in exchange for 1 law pill. Jiang Yining interjected, Elder Wu, that is not fair. I've heard that selling to the 9 great sects is 1,000 spirit stones each. Elder Wu scoffed. That's for selling. Can you get it at that price when buying? Jiang Yining's lips twitched. Back and forth. You're being too harsh. I might as well sell to the 9 great sects. Elder Wu huffed. Then go seek out a law pill outside and see if you can buy it for 1,000 spirit stones. He seemed incredulous. As a disciple of King Yun, you're only thinking of profiting from King Yun. What is wrong with making a contribution to King Yun? Jiang Yining quickly interrupted. Enough with the lofty ideals. Fine, Elder Wu. How about 5,000 spirit stones? Elder Wu replied, at most 2,000. All right, just 2,000 it is. Jiang Yining was too weary to argue further, knowing he could never truly seek a law pill from outside. Elder Wu, there's one more thing. I need an attribute golden pill. Elder Wu responded with a curious before stating, you'll need to gather the rare materials yourself. He suddenly realized this young man had likely prepared everything already. Jiang Yining smiled as he produced the Kuzhui Kongdu. Perfect. The earth treasure from last time was of no use to my master. Oh, not used up? Wasn't Lin from Lion Peak supposed to inscribe the formation for you again? I believe there were quite a few sword gales. Elder Wu looked at Jiang Yining with suspicion. Jiang Yining chuckled awkwardly. Our Kingzu Peak has birthed treasures multiple times. You're not unaware of that. Moreover, with my treasure-seeking rat abilities, I recently heard that the Cold Peak Master and the Elder from Deluo Peak obtained treasures. You must have heard about it, right? Just a little secret. It's all thanks to me. He intentionally diverted the topic. Elder Wu pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right, let us proceed this way. I'll take the Kuzhui Kongdu back, and in half a month, I'll provide you with the attribute law pill. In truth, had he taken the time to scrutinize Jiang Yining and everything related to Kingzu Peak, he would undoubtedly discover discrepancies in the number of treasures. However, he clearly had no such inclination. His focus was solely on nurturing the Xianming grass, especially since the quantity of 100-year-old plants was immense and too precious to discard. This was still after Jiang Yining had left a portion for Xiong to cultivate and consume. As Elder Wu departed, Jiang Yining revealed a smile. Everything was in place, and the Golden Core realm was beckoning him. Living for 800 years, there will come a day when he steps into immortality. Jiang Yining held great expectations for the future. 20 years of foundation establishment may have been slightly slow, but completing the Golden Core in just 5 months. Let's see if his master still dares to look down on him. Let her understand what it means to accumulate strength over time. Although he had relied somewhat on treasures and pills, his innate talent was undeniably exceptional. Chapter 64. The chief senior brother is quite busy. Time drifted by, and 10 days had passed. Jiang Yining visited the summit of Kingzu Peak to check on the pine trees. After a millennium, their growth had significantly slowed. Xiong scattered spirit fertilizer across the mountains daily, yet they barely reached a growth level of 19. But as long as they did not decline, there remained hope. Thereafter, Jiang Yining spent his days in Elder Luo's quiet retreat, nurturing spirit plants while studying 8 Extremes Town Heaven. Unfortunately, he hadn't even brushed against the threshold. Nonetheless, Elder Luo had treated him like a benevolent grandfather during this time. Why? Because the 8 spirit plants were generally thriving. Following the golden phoenix grass, the 8-leaf sapling had just crossed into its 1,000 years and started to stagnate. Among the remaining 6 spirit plants, the purple pattern grass had already reached the treasure level 1, seemingly at its limit. Jiang Yining ceased to concern himself with it. The Qing Tong had previously broken through a millennium and was now stuck at 99. The Xian Turtle Immortal Stem was at 41, growing by 2 every 6 hours. Twice a day, totaling 4. The Rohan Buddha leaf was at 28, growing by 2 every 4 hours, 3 times a day, totaling 6. The Hell Demon Mushroom was at 19, once in a cycle of growth, occurring 4 times in a span of time, thrice a day. Blue-red 3-petal flower has a lifespan of 69,000 years. Each growth cycle consists of 3 periods, occurring 4 times daily. Jiang Yining has discerned a certain pattern. All weeds and wildflowers, which enhance vitality, grow significantly faster than documented spiritual treasures. Green vine exemplifies this, as does purple pattern grass, and likewise blue-red 3-petal flower. Perhaps this mirrors the experience of those born in humble beginnings, who, having endured life's tribulations, thrive more robustly when given the chance. Jiang Yining now harbors a singular hope for green vine to break through, as it should aptly serve to mend red dragon, awaiting the arrival of good fortune. For strands of heavenly spiritual resonance descend. Jiang Yining smiles, a delightful surprise that aligns with his expectations, including his master, Uncle Long, and Luo Lao. The 3 sages have birthed a total of 13 spiritual plants in their places of enlightenment. 5 have reached the treasure level, while 4 languish in mediocrity. Leaving the results of the remaining 4 aside, the success rate exceeds 50. In the realm of the enlightened, such a success rate is commendable. Luo Lao has commenced welcoming guests atop the mountain, brimming with vitality. After a prolonged wait, the crowd gradually disperses. Luo Lao muses, Feng Yukin has indeed acquired a commendable disciple. The more he observes Jiang Yining, the more he is impressed. Handsome, respectful of his elders, with remarkable talent, vision, and integrity. Jiang Yining chuckles. Lao Luo, might I propose a matter? Speak. May I take green vine first? Luo Lao hastily raises a hand to halt him. We must clarify this first. We agreed on 4 treasures, and thus far only 2 have emerged. What if the remaining ones fail to break through? You must learn the importance of integrity. Jiang Yining remains unperturbed. Lao Luo, observe purple pattern grass and green vine, which have already reached the treasure level. The remaining 6 spiritual plants are thriving well. You need not worry. Breeding 3 more should pose no challenge for me. He certainly wouldn't mention that golden phoenix grass and 8-leaf sapling have already stagnated. Luo Lao furrows his brow, hesitating, yet can't help but acknowledge. This young man possesses some skill. After a moment of contemplation, he states, what do you intend to do with green vine? I have a plan. Jiang Yining promptly activates the red dragon on his wrist. Lao Luo, take a look. My artifact has developed cracks, and green vine is perfectly suited for repairs. Huh, you're rather generous, using a treasure as a repair material. He scrutinizes red dragon closely and is taken aback. This too is crafted from treasure? Jiang Yining nods. You're quite extravagant, are you not? Is Feng Yukin not keeping a watchful eye on you? Jiang Yining avoids pursuing that topic and instead smiles. Rest assured, Lao Luo. Even if this time I cannot provide 4 treasures, I am confident I will secure more in the future to repay you. Well then, let us make an exception for this young man. Luo Lao, feeling reassured, generously declares, very well, I am not one to be overly calculative. I shall assist you this time. Jiang Yining gives a thumbs up. Lao Luo, you are magnanimous. As the ancient sage Lu once said, the wealthier you are, the more willing others are to lend you money. Jiang Yining now fully agrees with the sage's words, especially when applied to treasures. The following day, Jiang Yining retrieves green vine. He has come to realize that in order for spiritual plants to continue their growth towards the realm of Tao treasures, it may require more than mere effort. It might necessitate a reverence for ancestral graves. Presently, the only glimmer of hope lies with the 10,000-year-old pine wood on 100 Forging Peak. At the Flying Sword Hall, after receiving Jiang Yining's message via paper crane, Ingwenta awaits eagerly. Upon seeing Jiang Yining approaching on his sword, he enthusiastically exclaims, Brother Jiang, your message indicated a need to repair Red Dragon, and the primary material is also a treasure? The urgency stems from his desire to confirm this matter. Jiang Yining nods, observing Ingwenta's eyes redden with excitement, and cannot help but express concern for his health. Ingwenta dismisses it nonchalantly. Brother, allow me to witness this treasure first. Jiang Yining hands him a storage bag. Ingwenta hastily opens it. The green vine is not as robust as the previous red vine, measuring only 2 fingers in width and over 10 zhang in length. Jiang Yining inquires, Brother Ing, this should be suitable for repairing Red Dragon, correct? Absolutely. Ingwenta nods vigorously. I've conducted a preliminary assessment, and it is even more resilient than the previous red vine. Jiang Yining agrees. Indeed, at the very least, the heavenly spiritual resonance surpasses that of the red vine. Ingwenta carefully stows away green vine, his face alight with a broad smile. Brother, shall I keep a segment for myself? But first, let us examine the damage to your red dragon. Finally remembering the task at hand. Jiang Yining chuckles. No rush, let us discuss compensation first. As long as it doesn't hinder the repair of Red Dragon, you may keep a zhang. Ingwenta chuckles awkwardly. Brother, you are generous. Jiang Yining, however, harbors some doubts and asks, do you always conduct your treasure crafting this way? Ingwenta shakes his head. Not quite, but for materials I lack. I make a point to retain some for future use in crafting treasures. The world is rich with spiritual materials. Different auxiliary materials may enhance a treasure's potency. He speaks of crafting with such fervor that he could go on indefinitely, articulately explaining every detail. Jiang Yining smiles, grasping the general idea. But when he notices Ingwenta has yet to pause, he interjects. Brother, let us first focus on Red Dragon. Ingwenta snaps back to attention. Right. Please wait a moment. He confidently examines the damage. It's quite straightforward. Yet, after he speaks, his brow furrows again. Jiang Yining, noticing this, hesitantly asks, do you have any concerns? Please share. Ingwenta shakes his head. Not at all. Repairing Red Dragon doesn't necessitate treasures. However, since you possess a matching green vine, I cannot allow the treasures to be underutilized. They must fulfill their true value. Jiang Yining quickly reassures him, "Brother, it's of no concern. Do not feel bound by limitations." He remains apprehensive that Ingwenta might become overly absorbed in his pursuit of perfection, potentially damaging Greenvine in the process. A pure heart for crafting is commendable, but there is a precedent. Ingwenta laughs. "Brother, it won't come to that. I'm primarily considering how to harmonize the two treasures. I already have a rough solution in mind, but I still lack one auxiliary material. Brother Jiang, do you have time to accompany me on a small expedition?" Jiang Yining is taken aback by the request. "Brother Ing, could you elaborate on what this entails?" Ingwenta swiftly explains. Greenvine and Red Dragon differ in their primary material attributes. Red Vine leans towards fire, while Greenvine is more aligned with wood. To achieve compatibility, we need an auxiliary material with either water or yin properties for balance. As far as I know, soul-binding true water is the perfect fit. It is a spiritual material of the earthly treasure level, not overly precious, and I happen to know where it can be found. Jiang Yining furrows his brow, pondering for a moment before asking, "Brother, why do you want me to accompany you?" Ingwenta replies, "We may encounter mountain spirits and wild creatures, so I wish for your company." Jiang Yining asks, "Mountain spirits and wild creatures? What is their strength like?" Ingwenta explains, "These spirits are generally not particularly powerful. But as you know, I am wholly devoted to crafting and not adept in combat." Jiang Yining refrains from declining immediately and continues to inquire, "Where exactly are you heading? How far from Qingyun?" "Near the Great Qinglong Mountain, approximately 1,000 li away." Jiang Yining calculates, "That's quite far. If the master were to arrive, it would take at least a quarter of an hour, posing too great a risk. I cannot go, brother. I have little time lately, and with the master away, I must look after my fellow disciples." Ingwenta promptly insists, "Brother, we can travel quickly on our swords. We can go and return the same day without taking up too much of your time. Moreover, I guarantee that once we obtain soul-binding true water, I can perfectly fuse the Red Dragon and Greenvine, ensuring that Red Dragon can withstand even the might of a late golden core or even a Yuaning strike." Despite the grandiloquent words of Rowan, Jiang Yining merely shook his head. "Why not, junior brother? Make some simple repairs, or perhaps help me forge a new magical artifact using Qingting." Ingwenta exclaimed in frustration, "Elder brother, how could I squander such precious treasures in such a manner?" Jiang Yining offered a wry smile. "Junior brother, with our master absent, and as the head of Qingshu Peak, I bear a considerable responsibility and cannot afford to leave. Perhaps you might seek assistance from another senior brother." As he spoke, he suddenly noticed Ingwenta staring intently behind him, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. "Elder brother, I haven't been resting well lately. Can you take a look?" Jiang Yining turned in confusion, his heart skipping a beat as he recognized his master. She strolled leisurely with her hands clasped behind her back, moving in an unsteady gait. That unmistakable aura of hers was reminiscent of a rogue. Feng Yukin cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yining. "Oh, you are here too." Then she turned her attention to Ingwenta. "Junior, is Elder Lu from the Flying Sword Hall around? I've come to procure some apricot fruit wine." Without waiting for a reply, she ambled into the Flying Sword Hall, her fingers teasing an empty wine gourd as she walked. Jiang Yining and Ingwenta exchanged glances, enveloped in a moment of silence. Chapter 65. Yet to pay respects to the Evil One. Ultimately, Jiang Yining acquiesced to accompany Ingwenta under the pretext of being exposed on the spot, as further evasion might lead Ingwenta to misconstrue his intentions, thinking him a fool. Fortunately, with Lin Kong's support, the 108 giant peak sword formation was complete, and he too possessed the strength of the golden core. "Junior brother, please wait a moment. I must inform our master. After all, I am typically responsible for all matters concerning Qingshu Peak, and in her absence, should anything arise, she may find herself overwhelmed." Ingwenta nodded in understanding. "Of course, it is only right." Before long, Feng Yukin emerged from the Flying Sword Hall. She took a swig from her wine gourd, muttering, "That old coot only offered this little, so stingy. He claims he'll treat me to good wine next time. Yet I doubt it." Jiang Yining hurried forward. Master, I must descend the mountain for a while." Feng Yukin frowned. "If you must descend, then so be it. Did you not still have the sensing jade pearl from last time?" Jiang Yining chuckled awkwardly. "Master, while I am away from Qingshu Peak, I hope you will bear with it and avoid a hangover, just in case." With Ingwenta present, he expressed himself somewhat indirectly, striving to make it sound like he was merely detailing the affairs of Qingshu Peak, wishing to alleviate the previous awkwardness. Jiang Yining trusted that his master would comprehend the underlying plea for assistance. Feng Yukin snorted dismissively, too lazy to respond, took another swig of wine, and sauntered away with a nonchalant demeanor. Watching his master depart, Jiang Yining sighed and turned to Ingwenta. My master has a penchant for wine and often finds herself inebriated, leaving King Shu-Peek in disarray. Alas, as the chief disciple, I must bear the burden. I shall accompany you for a swift trip. He appeared somewhat resigned. Ingwenta quickly concurred. As the chief disciple, elder brother must indeed endure some hardship. Let us make haste. With that, he produced a magical treasure, revealing a flying carpet. The two sat cross-legged upon it. Jiang Yining couldn't help but recall a saying, flying carpet, come swiftly. How marvelous this carpet was. He laughed. Junior brother, this carpet is quite comfortable. It travels faster than my sword. Truly the work of a master craftsman. Ingwenta smiled. Elder brother, while I may not excel in combat, as a disciple of Beidouin Peak, I certainly possess my share of magical artifacts. They engaged in light conversation for over an hour before finally reaching their destination, Changhuang Mountain. Located a bit north of Deqing, it was not remote. With 6 cities within a 50-mile radius, Ingwenta guided the carpet to descend. Jiang Yining surveyed the surroundings. There are quite a few mountains nearby. Do you know where Sanghun Jinshui is located, junior brother? Elder brother, the periphery is littered with mounds of graves, which may give rise to Sanghun Jinshui. Thus, the graveyard at the outskirts is our target. Jiang Yining nodded. So, the mountain spirits and wild creatures you mentioned are born from these graveyards? Then they must be spirits. Ingwenta seemed to ponder for a moment before shaking his head. Are they spirits or not? It's a bit complicated. They are more like sentient plants. Sentient plants? Jiang Yining queried, puzzled. Ingwenta affirmed, when I first visited here, I heard our masters say these graveyards often harbor lingering souls, which, by chance, may lead to the awakening of plant spirits. Jiang Yining was astonished. So that means human souls manifesting in plant forms? Ingwenta clarified, just a remnant soul. It wouldn't possess any human memories. It's possible that multiple remnants have fused together, resulting in peculiar temperaments. Hence they are called spirits. As they conversed, they began to search slowly. Before long, a series of grave mounds came into view. As they ventured deeper, the graves became more numerous, some hastily buried, with white bones protruding from the earth. Occasionally, they even encountered fully exposed skeletons. This could not possibly be a site for burial. It resembled a mass grave. Jiang Yining furrowed his brow as the atmosphere grew chillier, a cold wind sweeping through. He instinctively circulated his vital energy to shield his body, feeling somewhat better. In his previous life, he would have never dared to enter such a place. Suddenly, a piercing wail echoed. A black crow descended, alighting upon a grave, and began to peck at it. In no time, it had unearthed something and swallowed it whole. Upon noticing their approach, its dark eyes glanced at them before it took flight. In a split second, Jiang Yining unleashed a sword aura, cleaving the creature in two. What a nuisance. It was he who had acted. The ghostly cries in such an environment were simply irksome. Junior brother, have you previously collected Sanghun Jinshui here? Ingwenta nodded, twice. But the quality of the spiritual item varies. If luck is on our side, it shouldn't be too difficult to find. Jiang Yining inquired further. What sort of spirits have you encountered? I haven't met any. I brought you along just in case. Ingwenta appeared relatively at ease. I've heard our master mention. Generally, spirits are not very powerful. There's a tea tree spirit hiding in Changhuang Mountain. Some tea-loving seniors from Qingyun often come to pluck its leaves. He chuckled at the thought. Jiang Yining was intrigued. Is a spirit considered a treasure? Ingwenta contemplated, not entirely. Spiritual plants are born of heaven and earth or cultivated artificially. Most spirits are just ordinary vegetation that, through fortunate circumstances, gain sentience and cultivate themselves, thus considered treasures. Yet not entirely so. There is no consensus. Some spirits may even be formed from entangled remnants of malevolent souls, further diminishing their status as treasures. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yining felt his previous apprehensions about the place dissipate, replaced with a burgeoning curiosity. If spirits were also regarded as spiritual plants, could they possess growth potential? As they searched, they occasionally exchanged thoughts, and after 6 hours of wandering, Ingwenta's expression turned jubilant. Elder brother, look there, Sanghun Jinshui. Jiang Yining followed his gaze to a small depression between 3 grave mounds, where a handful of water glimmered with a faint greenish hue. The two hurried over. Sanghun Jinshui appeared as a delicate shade of ghostly green. Ingwenta retrieved a jade vial, preparing to collect it when suddenly, a raucous voice broke the silence. Old humans, what are you doing here? This is the domain of this demon. Startled, both turned towards the sound. Perched atop one of the graves was a peculiar red-headed creature with a slender body and a disproportionately large head, resembling a giant character. This creature stood no taller than a human's waist, one hand on its hip and the other pointing at them. You dare to come here without paying respects to this evil? Hee hee. As it laughed, its mouth and eyes emitted a faint glow. Jiang Yining's expression turned peculiar upon witnessing this sight. The jagged teeth and triangular eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to the pumpkin monsters from animated shows on Blue Star. Instinctively, he stepped forward to take a closer look. Upon clearer inspection, he realized it was indeed a pumpkin. Junior brother, this. Ingwen hesitated. It shouldn't be strong. Quickly, he produced a magical artifact, enveloping himself in a protective sphere akin to a golden egg. Elder brother, it's your turn. Jiang Yining opened his mouth. Are you certain you're not strong? He cast another glance at the pumpkin monster, which grinned maliciously, baring its teeth. Little human, cannot you hear the words of true evil? Come forth and submit. It refrained from attacking the two, merely bellowing incessantly. Jiang Yining focused his gaze, pondering him. No progress bar? Then I shall strike first. Chapter 66, The Pumpkin Monster. Jiang Yining disregarded the pumpkin monster's incessant rambling, regardless of the circumstances. He needed time to deliver a decisive blow. The sword aura manifested, inscribing symbols into the void, and soon. 108 thundercloud sword symbols fused with the sword aura. With a swift motion of his sword finger, the visage of a colossal peak emerged, thunder crackling ominously, hurtling straight toward the pumpkin monster. Submit to true evil. The pumpkin monster was directly slammed away, wisps of green smoke emanating from its head. Yet, to Jiang Yining's astonishment, this most formidable strike did not obliterate the pumpkin head. Truly, it was as hard as iron. Jiang Yining fixed his gaze intently upon it. Before long, the pumpkin monster righted itself, filled with fury. Dare you strike at true evil? You shall regret this. You are finished. With that, it scurried toward Jiang Yining on its spindly legs. Although Jiang Yining remained wary, he found the sight rather peculiar. How to describe it? Its two slender legs resembled the roots of a pumpkin vine, not particularly long, giving it a comical, shuffling gait with its oversized head casting a shadow that prevented its legs from extending properly. Consequently, its speed was evidently slow. Jiang Yining once again waved his sword finger, conjuring the image of the colossal peak, but this time without merging the sword symbols. Bang! The pumpkin monster was flung once more. Aya! How infuriating! Dare you strike at true evil again, and with such disrespect? It roared as it charged once more, but to no avail. Bang! 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 After a series of impacts, Jiang Yining exhaled in relief. Although this creature possessed a hard head, it seemed devoid of other skills. He hesitated for a moment, gesturing once more with his sword finger, this time forming the image of swimming fish. The school of fish materialized, their tails striking at the pumpkin monster before them. Bang! The outcome was the same. This time, Jiang Yining felt completely at ease. This creature was truly nothing but a hard head, utterly ineffectual. Thus, he was unafraid of any protracted battle. Bang 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 bang. How infuriating! How infuriating! The pumpkin monster, despite its relentless cries, could not approach within 3 yards of Jiang Yining. Jiang Yining found himself at a loss. The pumpkin monster was not only hard-headed but hard-headed in a double sense. Time and again it was sent flying, yet it tirelessly charged again, prompting him to threaten. If you do not retreat, I shall take serious action. However, this clearly had little effect on the pumpkin monster, a quintessentially single-minded being, no, a mere remnant of a soul, devoid of any intelligence. While unleashing the 9-sword school of fish formation, Jiang Yining urged, Ingwen, quickly gather the soul-draining true water. This creature is too tough. I cannot kill it. Ingwen stowed away his defensive talisman and promptly complied. Soon, he had secured the soul-draining true water. He held the jade vial aloft. Senior brother, it is ready. Jiang Yining hastily declared. Then let us depart quickly. This creature is exceedingly stubborn. Having said this, he prepared to soar into the skies on his sword. Ingwen interjected, Senior brother, wait. We need to search further. This amount may not suffice. Jiang Yining glanced at the pumpkin monster, feeling quite helpless. How could they possibly search without bringing this creature along? Suddenly, Ingwen suggested, Senior brother, what if we try the crimson dragon? This pumpkin monster seems merely tough. It might not be able to break free. Look at its thin arms and legs. It likely lacks the strength to snap the crimson dragon in two, and we could use green vine to repair it. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yining nodded in agreement, activating the somewhat cracked crimson dragon. The crimson dragon transformed to the thickness of a rope, shooting forth toward the pumpkin monster, instantly binding its spindly limbs into a twisted shape. Ingwen remarked, Senior brother, it resembles a butterfly knot. Jiang Yining looked at Ingwen. Do you think this is appropriate in this situation? Ingwen chuckled, just a casual remark. Aya, how infuriating. Bold servant, release true evil at once. The pumpkin monster's oversized head rolled about, struggling fiercely. Jiang Yining smiled. This creature was indeed utterly useless. He stepped forward, grasping the pumpkin's root and lifting it upside down. You refuse to leave. Yet now you cannot escape. I shall take you back to the mountain and dissect you for research. With no threat posed, Jiang Yining resolved to bring it back for further examination. Bold servant, how dare you lift true evil in such a manner? I shall crush you. The pumpkin monster incessantly complained, banging its large head against Jiang Yining's shins. Jiang Yining scoffed. Oh, come now, hurry up. You're about to crush me. How infuriating. How infuriating. You are finished. You shall meet your doom. I will surely crush you. All the while, the two were accompanied by the pumpkin monster's quacking voice, creating a surprisingly lively atmosphere, even softening the cemetery's chill somewhat. Fortunately, after more than an hour, they discovered another source of soul-draining true water. After tidying up, the pair prepared to leave and return to King Yun. On the flying carpet, the pumpkin monster never ceased its chatter. After enduring its quacking for so long, Jiang Yining could hardly tolerate it any longer. Ingwenna, do you have any cloth? Stuff this creature's mouth. Ingwenna shook his head. I do not. Yet he appeared equally vexed by the noise, glancing at the pumpkin monster, hesitating before saying nothing. Seeing this, Jiang Yining quickly remarked, if you have something, take it out. This creature shouldn't be able to cause any damage. It's hard but lacks strength. Ingwenna hesitated once more, reaching into his storage bag. These are merely discarded talismans from my junior sisters. Do not misunderstand, senior brother. Jiang Yining chuckled. Ah, so these are tokens of affection. No wonder you are reluctant to part with them. I understand. Instantly, he beheld a stack of pouches, in hues of red, white, and yellow. Jiang Yining observed Ingwenna. You call these talismans? Ingwenna seemed to detect Jiang Yining's skepticism. Senior brother, do you not believe these are talismans? Jiang Yining shook his head. I do. Ingwenna refrained from further explanation, moving his sword finger and softly commanding, grow. Before their eyes, the pouches began to enlarge. Ingwenna commanded again, shrink. The pouches then began to diminish in size. Now, do you believe me, senior brother? Jiang Yining hastily nodded, I do. He had not anticipated that talismans could be utilized in such a manner, indeed unaffected by the constraints of A, B, C, or D. Jiang Yining realized again the importance of circles. Without entering the circle, one could never fathom the myriad of treasures they possess. In any case, the pumpkin monster's mouth was finally sealed. After more than an hour, the flying carpet reached the skies above Kingzu Peak. Before landing, Ingwenna stowed away the talismans. As soon as the pumpkin monster's mouth was unsealed, it promptly spat. Bold servant, how dare you use such a foul-smelling thing to block true evil's mouth? Spit, spit. How infuriating. How infuriating. If you do not release true evil, you are all doomed. I will surely crush you. Accompanied by its incessant curses, the two alighted. Upon entering the bamboo grove, the pumpkin monster's dry quacking voice attracted the attention of many. Senior brother, has this pumpkin come to life? It can even speak. The second bear rushed over first, slapping the pumpkin's head. Dog bear servant, how dare you show such disrespect to true evil? How infuriating. Senior brother, this pumpkin spirit is quite fascinating. Shall we plant it in the spirit field? I can help you plant it right now. Jiang Yining chuckled. No, it will run away. Oh, not necessarily run, but it will certainly charge at people with its head. Master, where did you get this adorable creature? Lin Yuan and the little girl also gathered around, the latter excitedly attempting to lift the pumpkin monster's head. Jiang Yining quickly intervened. Be careful, it might bite. The ghostly mother watched quietly from the side, respectfully addressing Jiang Yining as a mortal master. Jiang Yining sighed. I have already said, you are the little girl's mother. There is no need for such formalities, just call me by my name. The ghostly mother dared not comply. Jiang Yining, weary of the exchange, chose to remain silent. Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled obsequiously, my dear wife, or rather, our little girl's mother. We have exchanged vows, so to call you that would only diminish my standing. Gui Niang appeared to have truly let go of the past, ignoring Xianxiaaudiobooks' words entirely. Jiang Yining cast a disdainful glance at Xianxiaaudiobooks. You talk too much. But I'm merely stating the facts, retorted Xianxiaaudiobooks. Oh dear, a group of servants, how audacious, to disregard the great evil, treating it as mere plaything? This great evil shall crush you, mark my words. The pumpkin monster continued its incessant shrieking. Jiang Yining couldn't help but admire its tenacity. Regardless of whether anyone acknowledged it, its hoarse voice would not cease, nor did it fear raising a ruckus. However, such incessant noise was indeed quite bothersome. He glanced at Ingwenna, then turned back to Xianxiaaudiobooks, find a cloth strap and gag it. Oh, how bold! How dare you provoke this great evil? Suddenly, the door swung open. Feng Yukan wore an expression of impatience. What on earth is making such a racket? Jiang Yining quickly replied, Master, I was just about to ask for your assistance. Feng Yukan squatted down to take a look. Oh, how audacious! A mere servant dares to stand before this great evil without kneeling. A slap echoed. The pumpkin monster's head cracked. It seemed stunned. its triangular eyes pivoting towards Feng Yukin in unison. The sudden silence brought a tranquility over everyone. Yet soon after, it resumed its clamorous outburst. "You big-breasted servant. How dare you touch me?" The crack widened. The pumpkin monster fell silent for a moment, then opened its mouth again. "This great evil dares to retaliate." This time, after waiting a moment, it opened its mouth, only to finally close it quietly. "How rare." Jiang Yining scoffed. It wasn't he about being stubborn. It simply hadn't he encountered something more formidable. "Master, are all spirits this obstinate?" Feng Yukin shook her head. "Perhaps there is some hidden opportunity." As she spoke, she thrust her hand into the pumpkin monster's mouth, rummaging around inside its head. Gag. The pumpkin monster gagged violently, its triangular eyes nearly transforming into circles. Moments later, Feng Yukin withdrew her hand and casually wiped it on Jiang Yining's clothes. Nothing of consequence. Jiang Yining looked at his master. "Disciple can fetch you a basin of water if needed." He then turned to the pumpkin monster. "I'll release you, but do not move, or my master will take drastic measures." Feng Yukin snorted disdainfully. Jiang Yining forced a laugh towards his master and removed the red dragon spell. The pumpkin monster gazed at Feng Yukin, and indeed remained utterly still. After watching for a while, Feng Yukin seemed to lose interest and turned to leave. "I'm going for a stroll." Once she departed, the pumpkin monster instantly sprang to life, and Jiang Yining waved the others away, keeping a wary eye on it. "If you make a move, I'll bind you again." The pumpkin monster continued to watch Feng Yukin until her figure disappeared, then began to vocalize. "How can it be that someone is even more wicked than this great evil? From this day forth, I shall rank as the second greatest evil. And I pledge my allegiance to the big-breasted servant, the greatest evil." It did not flee, but instead addressed the crowd. "Servants, today marks my acquaintance with the greatest of evils, so I shall spare you this time. Do not disrespect me again. Quickly submit and depart." "Big brother, has its mind been damaged?" "No, it has no mind." "Impudent. I have just spared you." Jiang Yining interrupted. "The greatest evil it just referred to is our master. I could have her smash your head at any moment." "Humph. I shall let it slide this time, due to the greatness of the evil." Jiang Yining quipped. "Your head is cracked. Does it not hurt?" "Oh right, you probably have no sense of pain." The pumpkin monster responded with an incessant quacking sound. Chapter 67. Forming the Golden Core. The pumpkin monster continued to indulge itself, declaring itself king. A few times, when Feng Yukin took a stroll, it even attempted to follow, seemingly having recognized her as the greatest evil. Jiang Yining suspected that this creature was merely a fragment of a malevolent spirit brought to life. Nevertheless, he instructed Xiong Lao Air to keep an eye on it. Currently, the spiritual plants from Old Man Luo had matured over 1,000 years, and he hoped to avoid delays. After this period, he would attend to the pumpkin monster. Half a month swiftly passed. Old Wu's attribute law pill had been delivered a week prior and was ready for use in forming the core. Yet, Jiang Yining chose to wait a bit longer, remaining with Old Luo, as he had first acquired the Qing tongue, but had promised that without 4 treasures, he would owe compensation. Today, the slowest growing Xiangan had finally reached the critical point of 99 years. Luhan Buddha leaf had also reached 99 3 days ago. The good news was that 10 days prior, the blue-red 3-petal flower had surpassed 10,000 years, although it produced only 5 strands of celestial resonance. Seemingly akin to weeds, wildflowers had little aura enhancement, the only exception being the ancient pine of Qingzhou Peak, which had garnered over 30 strands. The others, including the initially sprouted mountain bamboo and red vine, did not exceed 5 strands. However, as long as they surpassed the threshold to become treasures, it would be satisfactory. Of course, there was bad news as well. The hell demon mushroom had stagnated at 39 years, appearing as if it were on the brink of death. Yet for Jiang Yining, 99-year stagnation was not particularly distressing. Next, it all hinged on whether the Xiangan and Luhan Buddha leaf could break through 10,000 years to become treasures. If both succeeded, he would fulfill his promise to Old Luo. If not, he would owe a treasure. Jiang Yining rose helplessly, now leaving it to fate. "Old Luo, I will return to Qingzhou Peak for now. Both the Xiangan Luhan Buddha leaf show signs of breakthrough, so please wait." Old Luo appeared surprised, understanding his meaning, and ceased further cultivation. He quickly inquired, "What about the others?" Jiang Yining smiled. "As for the others, let us wait and see." He did not close the door completely. After all, the old man had been in quiet cultivation for a long time. Who knew if there might be changes? He held a similar sentiment regarding Uncle Lung's black vine, which had stagnated at 99 years. Old Luo felt reassured, knowing Jiang Yining would occasionally check in, as he still had not learned Old Luo's 8 extremes suppressing heaven. Old Luo considered, "Very well, go on, but remember, if both the Xiangan Luhan Buddha leaf do not break through, you owe me treasures." with a wave of his hand. Their time together had been quite harmonious. Jiang Yining replied, "Rest assured, I am a man of my word." Old Luo shot him a glare. "A man of your word, indeed?" King Zhu peeked. As Jiang Yining landed in the courtyard, the pumpkin monster emerged. "Servant, you have returned. It has been 2 days since I last saw you." It stood with its 2 thin leaves on its hips, its slender legs splayed wide, exuding an air of superiority. Jiang Yining gritted his teeth, growing weary of its incessant servant remarks. "Just wait, I'm about to form my core, and when I'm done, I shall slice you up to see who the servant really is." Over these days, Jiang Yining had occasionally returned to select seeds. Gaining a deeper understanding of this creature, it was purely obstinate, nothing but hard-headedness, with its spindly limbs unable to break free from even a single rope. After speaking, he ignored it and knocked on his master's door. "Master, I have matters to discuss." "You damn servant. How dare you disregard this great evil? You are finished. I shall crush you." Suddenly, the door opened. The pumpkin monster quickly hit the brakes, instantly silencing itself, its triangular eyes gazing at the greatest evil. Seemingly with a hint of respect, Feng Yukin stretched lazily, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Yining. "Speak." Jiang Yining smiled ingratiatingly. "Disciple is prepared to ingest the law pill to form the golden core. May master protect me?" "Humph." Feng Yukin scoffed. "Forming the core is not dangerous. Only failure is." Jiang Yining raised an eyebrow. "Failure? Am I to assume I overlooked some crucial information while researching at the 10,000 Laws Pavilion? If I were to fail, what then?" Feng Yukin coldly huffed. "What else can you do? Continue your cultivation, and once your true qi is abundant, take the law pill to attempt forming the core again. Is that so?" Jiang Yining sighed in relief. That was not a problem. The only concern was that old Wu mentioned the pill hall only provided one inexpensive law pill, and subsequent ones would cost several times more spirit stones. Seeing his reaction, Feng Yukin scoffed with derision. "I truly wonder what's in your head. Do you think perfect foundation building is a mere decoration?" Once again, it was thrice the energy of the Qi Si. How could one expect to form a Dan in a single attempt, while others had to try 10 times? "Oh." Jiang Yining's face immediately blossomed with a radiant smile. "Disciple understands. I shall proceed to form the Dan at once." As he spoke, he cast a glance at the pumpkin monster. Old two. Hey, senior brother, I'm coming." Jiang Yining frowned. This fool had actually dashed out from the little girl's wooden hut. What business do you have at the little girl's hut while plotting against the ghost mistress? Bear Old Two rubbed his hands together. Hee, I was merely keeping my little junior sister company. She needs to cultivate. Do not disturb her. I understand. Jiang Yining, indifferent to everything else, only cared that his little junior sister's cultivation remained undisturbed. After all, she would be his future trusted aide. By the way, make sure to tether the pumpkin monster for these few days. Do not let it interrupt me. Rest assured, I will take care of it. Bear Old Two said as he approached the pumpkin monster. Bold bear servant, what do you intend to do to this evil? Release me at once, or I shall be enraged. It squawked in a voice akin to that of a duck, already being hoisted by Bear Old Two towards the spiritual field. Jiang Yining chose to ignore them and entered his little wooden hut. Inside, he retrieved the attribute Law Dan, smooth and lustrous as jade, about the size of an egg. Perhaps due to the refinement of Kuolong heavy earth, it shimmered with a dark orange and dark gold hue. Jiang Yining settled into a meditative posture, calming his mind. He then tilted his head back and swallowed the Law Dan in one gulp. Immediately, he activated the Dan formation method, guiding the Law Dan into his Dan Tian Qi Si. The Law Dan hovered above the Qi Si, slowly rotating, while the true Qi within the Qi Si swirled like wisps of fog, being continuously absorbed by the Law Dan. The Law Dan began to pulse like a heartbeat, radiating a dark orange and dark gold light, flickering as if nurturing something. This was a waiting process, and Jiang Yining had no idea how long it had been until the true Qi in the Qi Si was completely drained, and the Law Dan began to spin faster and faster. Suddenly, a soundless explosion reverberated through his soul. In meditation, Jiang Yining was astonished to discover that the Law Dan had instantaneously burst open, revealing a resplendent, golden Dan within. A colossal wave of Qi surged through the Qi Si at a speed that was impossible to track with the naked eye, expanding instantaneously. This Qi Si truly possessed the grandeur of an ocean, with a singular golden Dan slowly rotating above it, akin to the sun hanging over the sea. Jiang Yining realized he had reached the Golden Dan realm. Chapter 68, The Gift of Dan. On Kingzhou Peak, a figure descended, Lin Kong. The pumpkin monster leaped out at once. Servant, how dare you come here without first paying your respects to this evil? It stood with hands on its hips and legs wide apart. However, a thin rope was tied around its large head, the other end held in the little girl's hand. Oh, is this a spirit creature? Lin Kong marveled. Bold servant. Are you deaf to my words? Suddenly, the little girl tugged on the thin rope. Pumpkin, come quick and look. This ant has 8 pairs of legs. The pumpkin monster was dragged across the ground. I am furious. I am furious. Little servant, do you take me for a dog? Let go at once, or I shall crush you. It screeched in a voice that was almost smoking with rage. Lin Kong watched, astonished, exclaiming, How bold, servant. Do not dare to gaze upon my grandeur without permission. Lin Kong chuckled casually in response. I was merely looking down. The pumpkin monster's struggling limbs momentarily faltered. Then it erupted in fury. Preposterous. Infuriating. Little servant, release me at once, or I will charge at you. Lin Kong shook his head and turned to the little girl. Child, where is your senior brother? The little girl pointed towards the wooden hut. Senior brother has been inside for 3 days. I do not know what he is up to. Just then, the door creaked open. Oh, Lin brother, how fortunate of you to visit today. Jiang Yining's face was beaming with pride. Lin Kong abruptly bowed deeply. Jiang brother. What is this grand gesture for? Jiang Yining hurriedly stepped forward to assist him. Lin brother, such reverence is unnecessary. Lin Kong replied earnestly. I must thank brother Jiang for the dan. I have formed my dan. Jiang Yining instinctively smiled. That was quite fast. Excellent, excellent. Have you gained new insights into the sword formation? Lin Kong seemed to reflect. I previously benefited from a misfortune, having ascended to the 9th layer of foundation building. Thanks to Senior Feng resolving my hidden dangers, coupled with the 3 King Yun Dan you gifted me, I easily reached the pinnacle of foundation building and have now formed my dan, entering the Golden Dan realm. I cannot repay your kindness, brother Jiang. Should you require anything in the future, I shall go through fire and water for you. Jiang Yining hurriedly waved his hand. Lin brother, you exaggerate. Yet Lin Kong was utterly sincere. No, not at all. Previously, you saved me from peril. When you mentioned the sword formation, it was your sword aura that allowed me to learn through trial and error. My understanding of the 18 sword formations, even the 36 sword formations, has ascended rapidly. I have sold quite a few sets of wooden sword formations, enough to purchase the Law Dan. Moreover, I have gathered enough spirit stones to acquire 108 standard flying swords. All thanks to you, brother Jiang. I am at a loss for words. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to command me. Jiang Yining quickly interrupted. All right. We are brothers. No need for such formality. Lin brother's breakthrough is worthy of celebration, and I have good news to share with you as well. I have also formed my dan. Now we are both in the Golden Dan realm. Lin Kong exclaimed. Congratulations, Jiang brother. He was not surprised, knowing that Jiang Yining possessed many King Yun Dan. However, he slightly furrowed his brow and hesitated before speaking. But brother Lin, did the pills not absorb too quickly? Are you not concerned about a weak foundation? Jiang Yining waved his hand dismissively. Oh, do not mention it. My master's Sun Essence Phoenix Flame. I have attempted it far more times than you, Lin brother. Lin Kong suddenly understood. I see. By the way, you mentioning my rescue reminds me of brother Li and sister Su. Since both of us have broken through to the Golden Dan realm, we ought to feast on hot pot together and invite them. Lin Kong replied. Good. I shall follow brother Zhang's lead. Jiang Yining smiled and quickly returned to the wooden hut, sending out 2 messages via paper cranes. He then flew down the mountain, swiftly returning to find everyone gathered in the courtyard, playfully teasing the pumpkin monster, which was getting increasingly agitated. I am furious. I am furious. Li Shuyang chuckled. Junior brother Jiang, I heard from junior brother Lin that both of you have formed your dawn. Congratulations. Meanwhile, sister Su's focus was quite different. This pumpkin monster is rather cute. Can we slice a bit for hot pot? Bold white servant, you dare to desecrate this evil? You shall bow before me, or you shall meet your end. I will surely crush you. Jiang Yining shook his head and laughed. Then suddenly realized sister Su was earnestly looking at him. Is that possible? Did this fair moonlight truly wish to have hot pot? Jiang Yining quickly shrugged. Sister Su, this creature is quite tough. I cannot cut it nor could I consume it. Oh, Su Baiyu promptly summoned her flying sword artifact. With a swift strike, she aimed for the pumpkin monster's head. Clang. Bold white servant, how dare you attack me? The pumpkin monster exclaimed, charging at Su Baiyu. She frowned and, with a light shout, struck again with all her might. Clang. The pumpkin monster was sent flying out of the courtyard. Su Baiyu observed it rise again, charging back, and calmly remarked, it is indeed quite tough. Oh dear, you are doomed. Today, I shall surely crush you. Li Shuyang grew curious. It truly is that tough. Let me have a go. He grasped the enormous sword behind him, swinging it down with a mighty sword shadow aimed at the pumpkin monster. Boom. Yet the pumpkin monster flipped over and got back on its feet. Li Shuyang was unperturbed, sheathing his giant sword and sitting down. Indeed, it is quite tough. I fear the Golden Dan realm cannot harm it. Jiang Yining, exasperated, watched as the pumpkin monster charged at him once more and could only shout to Bear Old Two. Old Two, Old Two, stop sleeping and quickly tie up the pumpkin monster. Bear Old Two sprang up from the spiritual field, rubbing his eyes as he shouted. Oh. Senior brother, I understand. Oh dear. Old Bear servant, release me at once. You lot of servants are driving me to madness. Second brother, tie it up further away. It's unbearable. Just as the tranquility settled, an unexpected crane descended into the courtyard. Jiang Yining remarked, take a look at this issue of the Starry Constellation Report. I'll prepare the hot pot first. He busied himself with his tasks. Lin Kong took down the Starry Constellation Report, and the crane tilted its head to observe the bizarrely croaking pumpkin monster in the spirit field before taking flight. The Dragon and Phoenix dynasty has once again reported the city-slaying demonic cult. 3 cities this time. The 10,000 Beasts sect warns the various sects that the demonic cult seems to be plotting city slaughters across multiple locations. Lin Kong read aloud the headline of the latest edition. Xianxia instantly sprang up, exclaiming, you scoundrel! Tomorrow, I shall descend the mountain to slay demons and eradicate evil. In no time, the hot pot was served. Jiang Yining smiled, let us eat. Li Shixing, I just heard you're heading down the mountain to eliminate evil. Allow me to gift you a few Qingyun pills, hoping they will aid your cultivation. Li Shixia glanced at the 3 pills offered, but did not extend his hand. Jiang Yining continued, Li Shixing, there's no need to be polite. Sister Su also knows about the 1,000-year-old immortal Ming grass I cultivated. I'm not lacking in pills. Last time, when I invited you to descend the mountain, you didn't hesitate, and we ended up trapped in that wretched Sishan formation. Truly a shared hardship. Jiang Yining rambled on before suddenly shifting gears. A true man distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. Take what you must. Li Shixia replied, fine, I shall accept them. After all the talk, that last statement about being a true man was indeed the most compelling. Jiang Yining then handed 3 more pills to Su Baiyu. Sister Su, as a token of my gratitude for your life-saving assistance. Oh, the jade vial had already reached Su Baiyu's hands, causing Jiang Yining to halt his prepared persuasion. He smiled. I look forward to our duel 3 years hence. Rest assured, I shall give you the respect you deserve. Su Baiyu promptly affirmed. Jiang Yining added with a teasing tone. Are you not going to listen? Or is it deliberate? It mattered little. In 3 years, who would owe whom was still uncertain. He had gathered the 2 not for any other reason than to present them with pills, recognizing their kindness towards him. Jiang Yining believed Li Shixing was right. A true man distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. Brat, you feast alone without calling for your master. Feng Yukin returned, swaying an empty wine flask, clearly having failed to procure any wine this time. Jiang Yining quickly replied, Master, please sit. You were the first to come to my mind. But you were not here. Is the golden core stage progressing smoothly? Feng Yukin asked casually, a slice of meat already in her mouth, her speed astonishing. Master, what more needs to be said? Jiang Yining puffed out his chest, pride evident in his demeanor. Feng Yukin, noticing this, scoffed. Oh, have you become quite proud? 2 precious herbs, 1 soul spirit golden pill, and 1 Qingyun pill, not to mention who consumes such resources during the foundation establishment stage. Give it a try for little you. And she would have already reached the nascent soul stage. Jiang Yining muttered under his breath. That's merely my fortune, others have none. Feng Yukin huffed, not disputing his claim, and continued to eat. Feeling a bit defeated, Jiang Yining observed Li Shixing sitting upright and Lin Xiong remaining indifferent. Yet Su Baiyu seemed to harbor a hint of amusement. He pondered and suddenly spoke. Sister Su, would you like to consume the pills now? Perfect timing for Master to help you refine your true energy. In her dirty white dress, Su Baiyu cried out in mock pain, reminiscent of a weeping pear blossom. The image brought Jiang Yining great amusement, but Su Baiyu interrupted his reverie. No need to trouble Master. I'll practice more and settle down. Oh. Jiang Yining snapped back to reality and grabbed a slice of meat. He suddenly turned to Li Shixia. What about you, Li Shixing? Such suffering should be shared among everyone. Li Shixia maintained his composed demeanor, choosing not to respond. Chapter 69, The Second Great Evil. At last, Jiang Yining felt a sense of leisure return. As Feng Yukin prepared to take a stroll, she suddenly turned to him. Jiang Yining rubbed his cheek. Master? What is it? Feng Yukin seemed to ponder for a moment. Given your nature, I'll remind you twice. Jiang Yining felt a sense of uncertainty. Although Master was reluctant to teach, her reminders always seemed significant. Feng Yukin approached the table, seated herself, and began. In the realm of cultivation, the first 4 realms seek inward and self-examination, while the latter 4 seek outward and cosmic understanding. The 5th realm serves as a transition, nurturing one's own spiritual resonance. Seek inward, seek outward. Jiang Yining listened intently, recognizing the importance of her words as he quietly awaited further explanation. Feng Yukin continued, for now, let us set aside the latter. The first 4 realms emphasize introspection and self-cultivation, which encompass not only true essence and cultivation, but also spirit. You are now in the 3rd realm, the golden core stage, and must begin meditative practices for your spirit. You cannot remain here in idle leisure. Her words were straightforward, and Jiang Yining comprehended them well. Without waiting for his questions, she continued, as for meditation, the methods are available in the Wanfa Pavilion. You must seek them out. It's not a task to be accomplished in a day. It requires sustained effort. Master S' implication was clear. It was time to adopt diligence. Had the days of leisurely cultivation come to an end? He suddenly had a thought. Master, are there herbs or pills that can nurture the spirit? Like the illusory spirit golden pill, given by Uncle Long. Didn't you say it could nurture the spirit? Feng Yukin nodded. Indeed, that is correct. I was contemplating just now. Your temperament and talent are of low quality. Whether you can find relevant spiritual items depends on your own fortune. She rose. I've said what I needed. I'm off for a stroll. Jiang Yining's face lit up with a smile. As long as it was something related to cultivation, he truly wasn't worried. Where to start? Of course. He would first consult Old Wu to see if there were any special pills for nurturing the spirit. A trip to the Wanfa Pavilion was also necessary. He needed to copy the records of spiritual treasures and keep them handy for reference, paying special attention to anything that could nurture the spirit. Upon returning to Kingzhou Peak, he successfully copied the records from the Wanfa Pavilion. However, Old Wu seemed to be preoccupied, and Jiang Yining couldn't find him. Lost in thought, he was suddenly startled as a ball landed right in front of him. Hey. Caught off guard, he jumped in surprise. Short servant, quickly bow before this evil. It turned out to be the pumpkin monster, abruptly leaping out from behind the bamboo fence of the courtyard. Jiang Yining's anger surged. You insolent creature. I hadn't even thought of dealing with you yet, and you're eager to remind me. His neck flushed red. Whether from fright or the insult of being called short, he couldn't tell. Just wait. You better wait. Jiang Yining shouted. Second brother, hurry and tie this creature up. Hey, big brother, I'm coming. Jiang Yining glanced around. Master hadn't returned from her stroll yet. He could only glare fiercely at the pumpkin monster. The pumpkin monster stood defiantly, hands on its hips. Short servant, how dare you look at me? Quickly kneel before me. To hell with you. Jiang Yining erupted, kicking the pumpkin monster out of the courtyard. Suddenly, a paper crane descended into the courtyard, which Jiang Yining caught and swiftly unfolded. It was a message from Ingwenta. Brother Jiang, the Crimson Dragon has been repaired. You may come collect it at your convenience. Jiang Yining quickly replied and released the paper crane. Meanwhile, Xianxiaer had already dragged the pumpkin monster back into the courtyard, accompanied by its furious quacking. Big brother, where should I tie it up? Bind it and place it on the table. Today, I'm going to slice it up. Impudent bear servant. Let me go at once. Before long, a figure landed on a flying carpet in the courtyard. Brother, here is your Crimson Dragon. Jiang Yining hastily interrupted. Ingshi, I was just about to send a message to borrow a sharp sword to slice the pumpkin. Do you have one? Ingwenta produced a 3-foot-long sword and handed it over. This is the main sword from the 999 Bee Sting sword array, crafted by my master for Elder Lu Yunfen. It's the sharpest magical flying sword I could acquire. Jiang Yining accepted the sword. Thank you very much, Shidi. He then channeled his true energy and swung the sword at the pumpkin monster. Clang. Short servant, do you dare to disrespect me? You'll drive me to madness. Jiang Yining was furious. Despite his relentless sword strikes, he found his efforts futile, though at least he managed to leave a scratch on the pumpkin monster. He was poised to continue when Ingwenta hurriedly intervened, exclaiming, Senior brother, such reckless hacking won't do. Be careful not to damage the treasured sword. I would be in dire straits. Its teeth are somewhat smaller. Let's try sawing instead. Jiang Yining, upon hearing this, glanced at the serrated teeth of the pumpkin monster. Air. Help me pry its mouth open. Got it, senior brother. Bear Air, speaking with determination, pried the pumpkin monster's mouth wide. Ah, evil being, evil being. Jiang Yining began to saw at the jagged teeth. Bear Air's eyes widened in amazement. It's effective. Senior brother, you're making an impression. The pumpkin monster struggled incessantly, its thin arms and legs flailing about, kicking and hitting, but to Jiang Yining, it felt like a soft little whip, completely misplaced in this context. Its head, however, remained motionless. Evil being, evil being. Jiang Yining put in even more effort, the two of them, alongside Bear, encircling the table like a twisted bully tormenting a doll, occasionally breaking into bizarre laughter and shrieks, unsure if they were emitted by the standing or the lying down. After more than half an hour, Jiang Yining shook his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Sawing the pumpkin monster's tooth had made him perspire. Yet, in his hand lay a triangular tooth, composed of an exceedingly strange material, neither wood nor iron. Ingwenta, curious, remarked, Senior brother, let me take a look. This might be exceptional material for refining. Jiang Yining replied. Then, junior brother, you may take it and study it. After saying this, he turned his gaze back to the pumpkin monster, which, unbeknownst to him, had ceased its clamoring. Now it looked at Jiang Yining with eyes that seemed to stretch wide, reminiscent of its initial gaze at Feng Yukin. Jiang Yining rolled up his sleeves. Why aren't you shouting now? Without your cries, how dull is my sawing? I've told you before, you'll come to realize who the servant is and who the master is. As he spoke, he gradually revealed a sinister smile, exposing his gaps in teeth. Symmetry was essential for aesthetics. After all, the sawing resumed, the sound of zzz filling the air once more. After another half hour, Jiang Yining returned the treasured sword to Ingwenta. Thank you, junior brother. Senior brother, should we still bind the pumpkin monster? Jiang Yining turned back to assess the pumpkin monster. Are you still shouting? Now you know who the servant is. Look at how splendidly asymmetrical you've become without your two front teeth. Bear air, release it. Freed from its restraints, the pumpkin monster sprang up, its slender leaves curling into fingers pointing accusingly at Jiang Yining. Evil, evil. I reluctantly acknowledge you today as the second greatest evil here. Jiang Yining was taken aback. This creature had a wild side. Its method of acknowledgement seemed to hinge on whether he could inflict harm upon it. His master had once shattered it, and it had ceased its obstinacy. But he wondered when the cracks had healed, would this tooth grow back? Jiang Yining regarded the pumpkin monster with a peculiar expression, attempting to inquire in a normal tone. Does it hurt that you lost a tooth? Will it grow back? This evil being is enraged. How dare you insult me? Speak properly, for I am now the second greatest evil. It doesn't hurt, and it won't grow back. The pumpkin monster's transformation took Jiang Yining by surprise. As the ancient sage had said, evil must be tempered by evil. This is the ultimate truth. Chapter 70. The Old Men. The next day, Jiang Yining first visited the alchemy hall, yet he still did not encounter Elder Wu. He then proceeded to Elder Luo's secluded retreat, which surprisingly appeared to be bustling. Besides Elder Luo, there was an elderly European gentleman and 3 other elderly figures, all gathered around a stone table, engaged in lively conversation. Jiang Yining took a moment to survey the scene, quickly realizing that both Xianxiaaudiobooks Immortal Dry and Luhan Buddha Leaf had achieved breakthroughs. It was no wonder he hadn't been aware. The 3,000 great mountains encompassed a vast area, and as a mere mortal, it was natural he didn't sense the divine aura descending. As the elderly figures turned their attention to him upon his arrival, Jiang Yining politely addressed them, esteemed seniors. I came to visit Elder Luo. I did not expect to find you all gathered here. My apologies for the intrusion. Elder Luo waved him over. Come, come. You've arrived at just the right moment. He then proceeded to introduce Jiang Yining. This young man is indeed the disciple picked up by that rascal Feng Yukin. Young man, allow me to introduce you to Senior Sun, Senior O, Senior Zhao, and Senior Li. Jiang Yining hurriedly greeted each of them, noting that Elder Luo had not mentioned his full name. So he added, I am Jiang Yining, honored to meet all esteemed seniors. Haha, a promising young talent. Clearly a rising star. Elder Li, seated opposite Elder Luo, beckoned him. Come, sit over here with me. As he spoke, a square stone was magically moved to his side. Thank you, Senior Li. I shall gladly comply. Jiang Yining replied respectfully. No need for such formality. Just call me Elder Li, like you do with Elder Luo. Jiang Yining smiled as he approached, but when he sat down, he instinctively pulled the stone back a bit. Elder Luo teased, Oh, it's rare to see you show such courtesy today. Jiang Yining, slightly bashful, responded, Elder Luo, I felt more familiar with you previously, which is why I seemed a bit casual. Elder Luo scoffed, Enough of that. I must warn the rest of you old codgers not to be deceived by this boy's exterior. It's his heart that matters. Elder Luo, I have expended considerable effort to assist you in cultivating rare treasures, which has delayed my own alchemy. I never expected that in your eyes. I might be a burden in the future. Enough, enough. Don't waste time with me. I've long since recognized your potential. Hearing Jiang Yining's final words, Elder Luo quickly changed his tone. Elder Li interjected with a smile. Young man, let me be direct. I've heard that you possess a unique theory on cultivation. I've been in seclusion for over 400 years and have managed to nurture 3 spiritual plants, the Qing Shuang Imolan, the Qi Yao Mei Hua Pa, and the Lian Hua Shen Shi. What are your terms for helping me cultivate? Jiang Yining had been waiting for this moment. Indeed, connections must be built through one's own efforts. The critical point was what he had just heard. Qi Yao Mei Hua Pa, a rare spiritual plant with effects on the mind. Noticing the attention of the others upon him, he hesitated. Elderly, that might be a bit difficult. I have just expended a great deal of energy assisting Elder Luo, and I fear I may not be able to help you in the short term. It's quite taxing. Jiang Yining did not immediately agree. He first needed to consult his master and the sect leader to understand the general disposition and backgrounds of these elders. At the very least, they should be from the Qing generation or above. Such individuals were less likely to stray from their path and more inclined towards the King Yun, thus minimizing the chance of bringing trouble or danger upon himself. Of course, saying this much was somewhat unnecessary. The key point was the second: rarity increases value, allowing one to set a favorable price. Elderly, skeptical, remarked, though I may not understand cultivation, I doubt it could be that taxing. Jiang Yining smiled sheepishly. As Elder Luo has mentioned, I possess my own cultivation theory, which requires long-term observation of the spiritual plants. As he spoke, he noticed Elder Luo's expression of disdain. He continued, perhaps Elder Luo hadn't realized before, but with each spiritual plant I cultivate, I must observe its growth and continuously adjust my cultivation methods. For instance, after an hour of sunlight today, I have already assessed what changes occurred in the leaf patterns. I keep a mental tally of it all. As for the specifics of my calculations, they are difficult to articulate. Thus, cultivation is not merely a matter of sprinkling some spiritual fertilizer and calling it a day. Elder Luo listened intently, his brow furrowing in thought. Was it really as he said? Indeed, there were times Jiang Yining applied droplets, other times a spoonful, or even a ladle, constantly adjusting the amount and timing for each spiritual plant's fertilization. So that was how it was. This young man had some merit. Observing the silence from everyone, Jiang Yining maintained his bashful demeanor, thinking if it wasn't sufficient, he could concoct another example. Thus, I mentioned it as taxing, as I must meticulously calculate every subtle change in each spiritual plant, and throughout the cultivation process, this requires repeated recalculations, which is quite exhausting. Elder Luo nodded unconsciously, his gaze softening as he looked at Jiang Yining. Perhaps he had gained an advantage. Should he not share another rare treasure with him? The conversation continued. Gradually, the conversation began to revolve around the topic of the talented youths of King Yun. As he took his leave, Jiang Yining bid farewell, esteemed seniors. Once I have regained my strength, I shall certainly pay you a visit. For today, I shall not intrude upon your elegant gathering. On his way back to Kingzhou Peak, Jiang Yining hummed a tune. I have a little donkey that I never ride. One day, in a fit of whimsy, I rode it to the market, holding a little whip in my hand, feeling quite pleased, when, without warning, I tumbled into a heap of old men. Originally, he had intended to continue seeking guidance from old Luo on Bejij and Tian, but unexpectedly, he stumbled upon unforeseen gains, an outcome that was both surprising and yet somehow expected. In the bamboo courtyard, his master was engaged in vigorous martial practice, stretching her limbs. Master, are you busy? He inquired. Feng Yuken huffed, pausing her movements. If you have something to say, then speak. Oh, look here, why not use your flames to burn this? Jiang Yining replied, producing an item to offer to his master. Feng Yuken frowned as she regarded the thumb-sized, red triangular object and asked, what is this? Just then, the pumpkin monster leapt forth, and Jiang Yining pointed at it. This is its tooth. Isn't it quite hard? Let us see if you can refine something from it. Feng Yuken glanced at the pumpkin monster's gap-toothed grin, and the creature, after a moment of hesitation, boldly approached her. The great evil and the lesser evil are present. The original evil proposes a discussion regarding the management of local servants. With a swift motion, Feng Yuken sent it flying out of the bamboo courtyard with a single slap. You infuriate the original evil. You dare to disregard me while I am present. The pumpkin monster shouted as it rushed back, only to hit the brakes when confronted by Feng Yuken's fierce gaze. The original evil will not hold this against you, it declared, turning to head towards the spirit fields. Delivering a kick to the slumbering bear's servant, rise. After our deliberation, from now on, you servants will be under my management. With a snort of indignation, it continued to jump on Bear Air, who, annoyed, rolled over and swatted it away. Oh dear, you infuriate the original evil. I shall crush you. Meanwhile, Jiang Yining watched as a flicker of flame danced in his master's palm, refining the triangular tooth. It gradually softened and shrank until it was reduced to a golden bead the size of a rice grain. Feng Yuken crushed it with her fingers, quite resilient. Hold on to it. She then turned and walked towards the wooden house. Chapter 71, Urgent Situation. Jiang Yining examined the golden bead for a while, but could not discern its properties. After some time, he decided to store it in his spatial ring for later examination by his junior brother Ing. I must find my master for a matter of importance. He hurriedly knocked on the door of the wooden house, but before he could speak, he heard Feng Yuken's cold snort. Are you done yet? Your antics have disrupted my peace. The door remained closed, but through the crack, Jiang Yining noticed his master reclining on the bed, engrossed in a book. He had no choice but to speak up. Master, may I inquire about the reclusive hermits in the 3,000 mountains? Are you acquainted with a few elders, the old man surnamed Li, the old man surnamed Sun, the old man surnamed Zhao, and an elderly woman surnamed O? Not familiar at all. Feng Yukin replied impatiently, but added, the surname O is rare. I have a vague impression. Perhaps we crossed paths in battle. Do not disturb me further. Master, I was hoping you could inquire with the sect leader about their knowledge of these individuals and their secluded abode. As treasures have been appearing there, he quickly explained, but received no response. Unable to contain his curiosity, Jiang Yining peered through the door again, only to see his master thoroughly engrossed in her reading. Sensing his gaze, she shot him a glance. What are you staring at? I am currently preoccupied with something riveting. I shall inquire when I have the time, or you can go yourself. Jiang Yining chuckled and shook his head. Perhaps I shall wait until you are free. I am not in a rush. Days drifted by leisurely. Elder Wu had been mysteriously busy, as several times, the seeds were personally delivered by Elder Wan. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yining asked, Elder Wan, which elixirs are suitable for nurturing one's spirit? Details, you can ask Xiao Wu later. Elder Wan simply left him with this remark before drifting away. Jiang Yining mused, if I could find them, I wouldn't need to ask you. It seems the alchemy peak has been bustling with activity lately. Everyone appears to be in a hurry. Suddenly, Brother Crane descended into the courtyard. Jiang Yining received the newspaper, preparing to stroke Brother Crane, but it had already taken flight. Brother Crane, are you also caught in the 996 grind? You haven't even checked on our courtyard today? Amused, Jiang Yining unfurled the Xianmin Star Herald. Someone has secretly left a message at the Star Pavilion, suspected to be the work of the celestial devouring demon sect, claiming responsibility for the recent spate of city massacres. Good heavens! This is a blatant provocation to all the celestial sects. Can't we eradicate them? Can't we kill them all? Not long after, the Qingyun Pavilion of Guxian Peak issued an urgent message recalling all disciples. Even the worldly celestial masters and cultivators above the foundation establishment stage received the notice. That evening, the messenger golden cranes from Guxian Peak scattered, landing at various peaks. Jiang Yining tore open the golden crane's message in his courtyard. All peak leaders, the demon sect is causing chaos among mortals. Qingyun remembers the turmoil of 3,000 years ago. All disciples above the 5th level of qi refinement must descend the mountain and guard the Daqing 9876 city to prevent a massacre by the demon sect. Each peak must make arrangements promptly. Thus begins the task of sending disciples to Guxian Peak for guard duty. All must descend the mountain by tomorrow. Every half a moment, Guxian Peak will activate a communication jade. If any traces of the demon sect are discovered, disciples must report immediately to Qingyun Pavilion. Jiang Yining furrowed his brow. Was this not an overreaction, as if a dark cloud loomed overhead? Nevertheless, he quickly knocked on his master's wooden door. Master. The golden crane has delivered a message. Feng Yukin frowned as she opened the door, quickly scanning the message. She then waved her hand. Go. Hurry to your task and guard the city. Master, shouldn't junior brother and junior sister go too? It was evident that such matters could not be avoided. And Jiang Yining ceased to resist, though he felt a twinge of concern for the two juniors. Feng Yukin dismissed. This is your duty. You cannot merely bask in the protection that Qingyun provides. Besides, the situation is not as dire as you think, otherwise. The great powers of Qingyun would have convened for a discussion long ago, not wait until now to send out paper cranes. Jiang Yining nodded. However, with 30,000 inner disciples, excluding those below the 5th level of qi refinement, it seems unlikely that we three will be assigned to the same city, as there will be fewer than 3 for each. After a moment of thought, Feng Yukin replied, you should first check at Guxian Peak. Then arrange for your junior brother and sister. Understood, Master. I shall go at once. At Guxian Peak, the place was already teeming with people. Many senior brothers and sisters were discussing team formations. Jiang Yining inquired and learned that the cities of Daqing varied in size, with differing numbers of assigned tasks. Most teams consisted of 3 members, with strict requirements regarding cultivation levels. Certain cities required cultivators at the 5th level of foundation establishment or higher, while others even demanded peak foundation establishment cultivators to lead, and some insisted on golden core disciples for defense. Moreover, the cultivation level could neither exceed nor fall short of the requirements. This meant that Jiang Yining's assigned guard duty had to be at a major city. While his junior siblings could not participate, it seemed he would not be able to accompany them. Having understood the situation, Jiang Yining promptly made his way back to Qingzu Peak. In the small bamboo courtyard, he was surprised to find Lin Kong already there, explaining several sword formations to Lin Yuan. It appeared he was also aware of the specifics and was worried for his younger brother. Brother Lin, don't worry. Lin Yuan and Xiaoya are on the same guard duty. I'll have old heir accompany them. On the way back, Jiang Yining had already devised a plan. He quickly detailed everything to his master. Feng Yukin, upon hearing this, casually remarked, since you've arranged everything, there's no need for me to worry. With that, she turned to return to the wooden house. Jiang Yining hastily called out, Master, Do you truly have no protective talismans for the disciples? Or perhaps a charm imbued with a fraction of your power? None. Feng Yukin replied dismissively. After taking a few steps, she turned back and flicked a rescue jade bead towards him. Take this for your junior brother and sister. Continuing on, she entered the small wooden cabin without a backward glance, and Jiang Yining could only smile helplessly. He then called over Xiaoya and Bear Air, quickly briefing them. Air, remember, hold on to this bead. If anything seems amiss, shatter it immediately. Master will arrive shortly. Bear Air took the jade bead and remarked, what if I can't break it? Given that it's crafted by the Grand Master? Jiang Yining swiftly slapped him, saying, Air, if anything befalls our junior siblings, I shall hold you accountable. I understand. I understand. Jiang Yining turned to his junior siblings. The sword talismans I provided last time were ineffective, so I want to prepare any for you this time. Lin Kong hesitated for a moment before producing a set of sword formations to hand to Xiaoya, swiftly instructing her on how to utilize them. Senior brother, are you truly not coming with us? Bear Air lamented. It makes me very reluctant to part ways. Haha, I can't bear to be separated from you, senior brother. Haha, I truly feel a deep sense of loss. Jiang Yining observed Bear Air's body tremble slightly as he stifled a laugh. You seem quite cheerful about descending the mountain. It's mainly because there's no senior brother to supervise. Without you, I feel this reluctance. Jiang Yining looked at Bear Air, feeling that having him protect the junior siblings seemed rather inappropriate. He hurriedly addressed Gui Niang, stay close to Xiaoya and keep an eye on them. Don't let Bear Air lead them astray. If he disobeys, inform me upon our return to the mountain. After ensuring everything was in order, Jiang Yining turned to Lin Kong. Lin, have you assembled your team at Lian Peak? If not, we might as well go together. It's best to check in with brother Li and sister Su to see how they are arranging things. Lin Kong nodded. We are on the same wavelength. Let us act swiftly. Before long, 2 flying messages were dispatched, and soon after, Su Baiyu replied, Master has already arranged the teams for the disciples. This indicated that Uncle Lung was evidently more responsible than Jiang Yining's own master. After a brief wait, Li Shiyu arrived at the bamboo courtyard, accompanied by his sister Li Shishi. I originally intended to guard the city with my sister, but I couldn't find a suitable task. Jiang Yining pondered. Li Shimei has only reached the foundation establishment stage, while my junior brother is at the 6th level of qi refinement, and my sister is at the 8th level. Perhaps if we collaborate, we might find an appropriate task for guarding. Li Shishi chuckled. Jiang Shixing. Oh no, I may now be your senior sister, as I have already reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment. Oh, Li Shimei, your progress is indeed rapid. Jiang Yining smiled. You are unaware of my own breakthrough speed. Li Shishi dismissed his title with a smile. My brother has gained the sect's recognition and was rewarded with a Kinyan pill, which I consumed. She concluded, beaming with pride. Li Shiyu cleared his throat twice. I told you not to boast excessively. Brother, what does it matter? We are all familiar here. It won't be spread around, right? Brother Jiang, Brother Lin? Jiang Yining affirmed. Indeed, indeed. Li Shishi added. This was a secret gift from the elder to my brother, so please don't mention it. Yes. Yes. Li Shiyu said, slightly awkward. That's enough. Jiang Yining paid no mind, knowing it was Li Shiyu's way of keeping his sister's achievements discreet. Chapter 72. Treading the river the next day, Jiang Yining, Li Shiyu, and Lin Kong set off early. They soared through the skies on their swords. Last night, their steadfast companion had eagerly sought a suitable task for Li Shishi, Lin Yuan, and Xiaoya, but it took quite a while to find one. Their current destination, Yunjiang City, a major city in the southern region of the Daking dynasty. It served as a central hub, situated thousands of miles from Qingyun. Jiang Yining observed the rushing figure of their companion ahead and felt a modicum of reassurance. Should they encounter demonic sects, having a warrior at the front would be advantageous, allowing him to wield his sword talismans and formations from a safer distance. Brotherly, do not rush so. We must maintain our true essence. I have an idea. Li Shiyu slightly reduced his speed. What idea? I have marked a river spirit along the periphery of Qingyun. Its speed in the water may rival our flight on swords. We can follow the river into Qingliu River, which leads directly to Yunjiang City. Moreover, we can remain at our peak condition, just in case. Li Shiyu nodded. All right. Let us hurry while we can. In Yang Village, by the riverside, the trio landed directly. To Jiang Yining's surprise, villagers had gathered to roast sheep and the river spirit. Ah, Jiang boy, you've arrived. Come quickly, join us for some roasted lamb. Don't worry, Jiang boy. This river spirit gets along well with us. You need not be concerned. Brother Jiang, Daqing is really wonderful. He often takes us to play in the water. Jiang Yining smiled as he exchanged simple greetings with the villagers before beckoning the river spirit to leave. On the fish's back, he waved his hand. Uncle Chong, Uncle Wu, and Little Monkey, rest assured, Daqing will return in a few days. Deqing, full speed ahead to Qingliu River, proceeding south until we reach Yunjiang City. The river spirit rolled its eyes. Master, there are evil flood dragons in Qingliu River. Jiang Yining replied, rest assured, with us here. You only need to proceed at full speed. The so-called evil flood dragons had previously been reported to Guangkai Peak, yet no news had emerged, suggesting they were not as menacing as rumored. Only then did Li Shiyu speak up. Are you from Yang Village? Jiang Yining shook his head. No. I merely pass by frequently due to its proximity to Qingyun. Li Shiyu seemed puzzled, but did not inquire further. The river spirit indeed moved swiftly through the water, easily outpacing the trio on their swords, even surpassing them by a fraction. Before long, they crossed from the mountains to a wide river. Qingliu River was bustling with boats visible on its surface. Deqing entered the river, seeming even more exhilarated, its tail fin flicking with increased speed. Lin Kong, who had been resting with his eyes closed, nearly toppled into the river. Jiang Yining quickly inquired, Brother Lin, have you been lacking rest lately? There are bloodshot veins in your eyes. Lin Kong nodded. Yes, I've been quite busy recently. Busy? Busy with what? Given their camaraderie, Jiang Yining felt no hesitation in probing. Lin Kong smiled and pondered for a moment. My experience in the Jianghu is somewhat lacking, so I've been trying to make up for it. Jiang Yining countered. Your statement only leaves me more bewildered. What does that have to do with not resting well? Li Shiyu, standing ahead, turned to listen. Lin Kong offered a dry smile. Previously, I had not ventured deeply into the worldly affairs, nearly falling into an irretrievable situation. Thankfully, Brother Jiang, Brother Li, and Sister Su came to my aid in time. I nearly caused my parents to lose their son, which would be truly unfilial. Thus, I resolved to gain more experience to prevent similar incidents from occurring in the future, ensuring my parents do not worry. That's why I've been spending more nights down the mountain. Jiang Yining scoffed. To sum it all up, you're saying you've been frequenting brothels at night? Lin Kong replied, my parents are aging. Speak plainly. Yes. Li Shiyu snorted. Big man, why beat around the bush? If you've been to a brothel, just say so. There's nothing shameful about it. Lin Kong quickly bowed. Brother Li is right. I owe much to Brother Li's previous guidance. Jiang Yining eyed Lin Kong with a smirk. Tisk tisk tisk. I thought, after completing the sword formations together, I hadn't seen you for a while. And you seem to have lost weight. It must have been quite taxing. The river spirit surged ahead, overtaking several boats. Master, there's a celestial master. A Qingyun celestial master. Mother, look quickly, there's a fish riding immortal with such a large fish. The river was bustling with boats, and the occasional gasp of surprise could be heard. Jiang Yining glanced around and asked, Brother, do you think our approach to Yunjiang City is too ostentatious? We might need to disembark the fish early and enter the city discreetly. Li Shiyu shook his head. With 30,000 disciples from Qingyun heading to various cities in Daking, such a grand movement cannot possibly go unnoticed by the demonic sects. Jiang Yining conceded, that is true. Li Shiyu looked back. Do you think Qingyun is making such a bold display for no reason? Jiang Yining frowned. Brother, just say it directly. Do you know something we're unaware of? Li Shiyu shook his head. What could I know? It merely conveys a message. Qingyun takes the slaughter of cities very seriously. You should not cause a stir in Daking, but rather create chaos in other dynasties. Perhaps the chaos of 3 millennia ago has left an indelible mark on Qingyun's memory. Jiang Yining uttered a thoughtful acknowledgement. Indeed, a friend's demise is of little concern to a Taoist. Li Shiyu furrowed his brow. Though this remark from my junior brother lacks the gravitas of a true gentleman, it is nonetheless quite astute. Jiang Yining nodded affirmatively. Of course, it was spoken by a sage from my hometown. Oh, where is your hometown, junior brother? Before embarking on my celestial journey, I don't recall hearing of this sage at the academy. I would love to pay a visit. Jiang Yining quickly shook his head. I fear, brother, that you may never have that opportunity. Li Shiyu nodded in understanding, opting not to pursue the matter further. As the Qingyu continued its journey, the banks began to unveil the graceful silhouettes of willows, their catkins swaying gently in the breeze. The climate was delightful. Some were fishing by the river, others indulging in leisurely naps beneath the willows, while young couples hid beneath the soft embrace of the floating fluff. Passers-by gazed in awe at the celestial masters, their astonishment palpable. A sense of Jiangnin's picturesque waterways enveloped Jiang Yining's heart. The broad river surface, traversed by fish, stirred a poetic yearning within him. He instinctively composed half a verse. Indeed, the scenery of Jiangnin is delightful. When flowers fall, I encounter you once more. Li Shiyu abruptly turned his head. Junior brother Jiang, I had no inkling of your literary talent. Before embarking on the celestial path, did you perhaps attend a literary academy? With such an exquisite view, how about gracing us with another verse? Certainly, Jiang Yining declared with exuberance. Li Shiyu regarded him earnestly, awaiting the continuation. Jiang Yining cleared his throat twice and recited, "Goose, goose, goose." With arched necks, they sing to the heavens. Their white feathers float on the verdant waters. In spring, the water warms, and the ducks know first. Xia's nod momentarily halted, hesitatingly remarking, "Junior brother, the final line seems somewhat out of place." He then turned to survey the surroundings, puzzled. "Moreover, I have yet to spot any geese or ducks on this river." He glanced back at Jiang Yining, and after a moment of realization, exclaimed, "Oh, I see now. Could it be that you are employing a metaphor?" "Yes. And transitioning from geese to ducks is a form of analogy, is it not? However, shifting from geese to chickens would present too great a contradiction." Xia wore an expression of enlightenment. Jiang Yining, astonished, queried, "Brother, what exactly have you comprehended?" Had he not retained a memory of the poem Ode to the Goose, he might have genuinely thought your reasoning quite sound. Chapter 73, Yunjing City. In the southern regions of the Daking dynasty, where rivers abound, Yunjing City lies at the confluence of 3 rivers, with the Qingliu River being one of them. The other 2 rivers, slightly smaller, are named Shaoqing River and Duma River. Together, they converge downstream, forming the Nantai-Jiang, which stretches thousands of miles, leading directly to the boundless southern sea. Yunjing City can be described as a city encompassing 4 rivers, serving as a vital hub for water transport in the southern part of the Daking dynasty. It is precisely for this reason that the air is rich with moisture, and 1/3 of the year, thick fog envelopes the entire city, reminiscent of clouds and mist. Hence the name Yunjing. A large Qingyu fish surfaced, its back glistening above the water, bearing 3 celestial masters. Countless boats of various sizes traverse the waters, creating a scene of bustling prosperity. "Look, the 3 celestial masters have arrived in Yunjing City." What is so curious about celestial masters? Our Yunjing City boasts 28 celestial residences. Yes. I've heard rumors that even the Wang Xianxi of the celestial residence cannot compare to the martial prowess of the loyal and righteous Tingshan's demon-slaying warriors. Oh, where did you hear that? Pray share. What do you know? Celestial masters exhibit a range of strengths. Be cautious not to speak recklessly, lest these 3 celestial masters overhear. Did they hear us? Surely, but they do not seem to mind. It appears the common folk of Yunjing City do not idolize celestial masters to the frenzied extent observed in smaller towns. Yet Jiang Yining found this preferable, avoiding the sensation of being a spectacle wherever they went. He lamented, "Brotherly, Yunjing City is indeed a splendid place, teeming with talented individuals and a rich spiritual heritage. I just heard that there are 28 celestial residences. There must be many with celestial roots." Xia replied coolly, "Not necessarily. It could be that disciples of King Yun have relocated here after descending into the mortal realm." Jiang Yining inquired, "And why is that?" Xia pondered, "Perhaps the environment of Jiangnan is exquisite and comfortable for living. Just look at the women of Jiangnan, as gentle as water, their skin fair and tender." Which suffices to prove this point. Jiang Yining nodded, "Perhaps you are right." The King Yu's pace slowed, its eyes darting restlessly, likely fatigued from the journey. Lin Kong yawned. "Ah, we have finally reached the domain of Yunjing City. Truly, the southern waterway hub is bustling. The populace here must exceed millions." Jiang Yining smiled. "Otherwise, how could Guxiangfeng have set such high task requirements for those in the Golden Core stage? Consider this. Daking boasts 100 billion citizens and 9,876 cities. On average, each city has but a fraction of one." Lin Kong interjected, 101. 25 million. "Oh, Brother Lin, your calculations are impressive." Jiang Yining chuckled. "Quick. But are they accurate?" Lin Kong retorted. "The sword formation is 1,000 times more complex than this." Xia interjected. "Thus, if the demon sect were to ravage a large city, it would be akin to a hellish nightmare." He added, "This applies to both large and small cities." The trio fell into a contemplative silence. Jiang Yining deftly shifted the weighty topic, turning to Lin Kong. "Brother Lin, are you well rested? Will we not need to rest again tonight?" "Not at all. We have a formal mission. Since we are stationed in the city, we must first conduct a reconnaissance to ascertain any traces of the demon sect." Xia suddenly interjected, "That may not be necessary. After a hurried journey, it would be prudent to relax this evening." The Qingyu rolled its eyes, perhaps wishing to voice its concerns. Xia continued, "When I was still a passionate scholar, there was a saying, entering Yunjing City without riding a flower boat is akin to coming in vain. The flower boats of Yunjing City are a marvel of Daking." Jiang Yining discerned Lin Kong's eyes brightening. He chuckled, "Where shall we go now? We must first find a place to rest, and then cast our lines." Xia replied, "Certainly." Jiang Yining lightly stomped his foot. "Qingyu." The Qingyu rose slightly, revealing its head. "Is there an issue with returning? I have yet to encounter the evil flood dragon you mentioned." Jiang Yining mused, for there had been many boats along the way. Were there truly an evil flood dragon causing such a scene? The King Yu rolled its eyes. Esteemed Celestial, the little demon has ventured too far into Qingliu River. Should we encounter it on our return, I might escape, but the little demon would likely find it impossible to flee. Your communication skills have markedly improved after spending time with the villagers. Jiang Yining could not help but jest. The King Yu continued. Moreover, since entering the vicinity of Yunjing City, I have faintly sensed the excrement of the evil flood dragon. It may be lurking nearby, and I am now quaking in fear. Upon finishing, the King Yu trembled its tail in a manner that was truly comical. Li Shuya scoffed. Within the bounds of King Yun, since you have been bestowed with the King Yun sword seal, what demon or ghost would dare lay a hand on you? Be cautious, Jiang Yining admonished, interrupting as a massive python tail suddenly broke the surface of the river. Rapidly striking towards the fish's head, Li Shuya hurriedly conjured the Wolyang Shin shield. With a loud smack, Li Shuya was propelled back 100 zhang along the river. Jiang Yining and Lin Kong swiftly summoned their sword energies and flying swords, launching them into the depths below. The sound of swords entering the water was a cacophony, a stark contrast to the earlier splashes. This time, the King Yu was genuinely trembling. Esteemed Celestial, the evil flood dragon has already fled. Li Shuya rushed back. Pursue it. It has vanished without a trace. It is much faster than I. Li Shuya frowned. Much faster than you? The King Yu confirmed. Indeed. Jiang Yining furrowed his brow. In the water, we likely won't be able to catch up. The King Yu's eyes rolled rapidly. Not only does it dare to threaten me, but it also targets the esteemed Celestial. The little demon fears it cannot return alone. Trembling. The little demon's voice conveyed genuine trepidation. The commotion on the river had swiftly drawn the attention of the three celestial masters, but it also sent waves of panic through the vessels around them. Many had witnessed the python's tail, yet fortunately, no boats dared to approach too closely to the three celestial masters, preventing any catastrophic incidents. Come ashore, everyone, quickly. Unbeknownst to them, a voice suddenly called out, prompting vessels of all sizes to draw near the shore. Immortal Master, we must drive away the monsters lurking in the river, otherwise, the common folk will be left without a means of livelihood. A small fishing boat approached the trio, and an elderly man on board urged his son to bow repeatedly in front of them. At a loss for words, the three were momentarily silent until Li Shuyi raised his spiritual energy to lift them gently. Good sir, please hurry ashore. Rest assured, we will not abandon you. Among the onlookers, someone exclaimed, quickly, notify the loyal and righteous court, as well as the various immortal masters' residences. Li Shuyi replied, I shall first seek out the Qingyun Pavilion to inquire about the vile flood dragon. I surmise it to be merely a low-grade demon. If it dares to approach the shore, we shall not fear it. Just as he prepared to depart, he paused abruptly. You all go on. I will remain behind in case the vile dragon returns. Then I shall go. Lin Kong leaped ashore, hastily questioning those in the vicinity before swiftly departing. Li Shuyi turned to Jiang Yining, saying, let us also drift along the river in Yunqing and see if we can find a suitable place to settle the fish spirit. All right. Jiang Yining stamped her foot. Do not fear, Deqing, onward we go. Chapter 74, Disciples of the Starry Lodge. Half an hour passed, and the two glided down the river as news of the vile dragon spread. The once bustling waterways fell eerily silent, with all vessels anchored along the banks. Suddenly, Lin Kong appeared, soaring through the air. Brother Jiang. He landed atop a fish's back. Strange indeed. The Qingyun Pavilion claims they have never heard of a vile dragon in the river before. It must have either emerged recently or never harmed anyone. Jiang Yining frowned. But Deqing has said that it was precisely because of the vile dragon that we ventured to Yang Village. The dragon must have always existed. It simply never attacked anyone before. Why would it suddenly assault us now? That does not add up. In the realm of Qingyun, for cultivators, spirits, and demons alike, Qingyun was akin to heaven. Li Shuyi furrowed his brow. Perhaps it has come upstream from the sea, unaware of the rules. The trio pondered for a while. Finding no clarity, Lin Kong suddenly chimed in. The Qingyun Pavilion is just ahead, next to a school, the South River Academy. The head of the Qingyun Pavilion mentioned that there is a small lake there, connected to the great river. It may be suitable for settling Deqing. Li Shuyi nodded. Let us go and inspect the South River Academy. It is a 1,000-year-old institution, renowned even before I embarked on my path to immortality, being one of the top 10 academies of the Great Qing. Jiang Yining could not help but inquire, Brother, how old are you? The reply came. Before I embarked on my path to immortality, I was merely a scholar of noble aspirations. I was born with a trace of righteous energy at 17, entered the immortal gate at 23, and have walked the path of immortality for a full 49 years. Then you are no mere elder, brother. You are indeed a venerable sage. I cannot claim to be a sage. My learning has long since waned. As they conversed, a loud call suddenly echoed from the shore. "Hey, esteemed immortal masters, may I trouble you to gather for a moment?" The call came from a robust man, cupping his hands around his mouth like a trumpet, accompanied by a scholarly figure, a martial man of valor, a scholarly spirit. The three approached the shore, where the burly man stood, broad-shouldered and muscular, while the scholar appeared pale and frail, creating a striking contrast. The scholar bowed and said, "I am Lu Feng. It is an honor to meet the three immortal masters." He displayed neither subservience nor arrogance. The muscular man mimicked him, "Esteemed immortal masters, this fellow has a point." The immortal masters regarded the burly man, who in turn looked at them. He waved his hand and turned to the scholar. "I cannot imitate your style." Then he clasped his fists towards the trio. "I am Lu Yu from the demon-slaying division of Yunjiang City. It is a pleasure to meet you." Lu Feng, Lu Yu, could they be brothers? Jiang Yining marveled as he scanned the two. Li Shi, however, remarked, "No need for formalities." The young scholar then asked, "I just heard the head of the Qingyun Pavilion mention that 3 true immortal masters have arrived. Are you indeed those 3? Li Shi clasped his fists with a smile. "Young brother, no need for courtesy. If you have matters to discuss with us, please speak plainly." Before I embarked on my path to immortality, I too was a scholar of noble aspirations in the Great Qing. He looked at Lu Feng, dropping any pretense, even using colloquial terms. Jiang Yining eyed his brother with suspicion, wondering if there was a deeper meaning behind his actions. The scholar's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, so you are indeed a senior. I do have something I wish to inquire about." The loyal and righteous court received word that a vile dragon has appeared in the river, engaging in combat with the immortal masters. Li Shi replied, "Indeed, it has fled." The scholar frowned. The burly man interjected, "May I ask, esteemed immortal masters, what realm does this vile dragon belong to? Do you have confidence in eliminating it?" Li Shi pondered for a moment. "At the very least, it is a great demon. If it were on land, the 3 of us would not fear it. However, in the water, we cannot pursue it." Lu Feng's face clouded with worry. "If so, it will likely have a significant impact on the waterways. Who knows where this vile dragon has come from?" Jiang Yining and the others grew even more perplexed. The scholar's words reaffirmed that the existence of the vile dragon had been unknown until now, and it had never harmed anyone before. Why then? Did it greet them upon their arrival? Li Shi hesitated briefly before reassuring them. "Do not worry. The 3 of us will stay in Yunjiang City for some time. If the opportunity arises, we will surely eliminate the vile dragon." He then continued, "Young brother, I have heard that there is a lake within the South River Academy that connects to the Great River. Might you be able to recommend it? Allowing this fish spirit to take refuge in the lake?" Lu Feng hastily replied, "A trivial matter. I am a graduate of the South River Academy. Please, follow me." The group walked along the river and soon arrived at the academy. The matter was straightforward, as their identities as immortal masters were already established. Once the qing was settled, the group bid farewell at the academy's entrance. Lu Feng bowed once more, saying, "I must trouble you, senior, with the vile dragon. It concerns the livelihood of the people of Yunjiang City." Li Shi responded, "Of course, though I am no longer the scholar of noble aspirations from the Great Qing, I still possess a sliver of scholarly spirit." Lu Feng bowed again. "Senior, I must take my leave. I need to report back to the loyal and righteous court." Li Shi quickly called out, "Wait, young brother. Do you know a Li Mu? I have heard he is also a student of the South River Academy." Lu Feng was taken aback, laughing. "You are acquainted with Li Mu? He and I are classmates." His demeanor became noticeably more cordial. "It seems we are indeed fated to meet." Li Shi sighed. "Indeed, when I first encountered him in Shanzhou, he insisted on extending me hospitality. His enthusiasm was such that I could hardly refuse. I have been meaning to visit the South River Academy to see how it nurtures such outstanding students." Lu Feng slapped his forehead. "Oh, how foolish of me. Senior, please forgive my ignorance. Allow me to treat you. Since you are here, I must provide proper hospitality." Jiang Yining and Lin Kong exchanged glances, realizing the implications. Upon mentioning Li Mu, they understood that the elder brother was not merely seeking a place for De Qing, but was also forming a connection with an impressive scholar. However, the outcome was not to Li Mu's liking. The meal served in the name of hospitality turned out to be quite bland. After the meal, the 3 watched Lu Feng and Lu Yu depart. Jiang Yining remarked, "Brother, your junior seems to be a decent person." Li Shi replied nonchalantly, "No, he is not a qualified scholar of noble aspirations." Jiang Yining chuckled, "Why must you be so hard on this junior? As men of honor, if we wish to go, we shall go ourselves." Lin Kong interjected, "Brother Jiang does not understand. As newcomers to this place, we are unfamiliar with the terrain. Who knows what is good and what is bad?" As night fell, the 3 settled down in Qingyun Pavilion after a leisurely afternoon, having even changed their attire. The river's surface was tranquil that night, perhaps due to the earlier disturbances caused by the vile dragon. They arrived at the confluence of the three rivers. Yet not a single boat was in sight. Brother Lin, brotherly, perhaps we should return. It seems the flower boats are reluctant to welcome guests tonight. A young man leaning against the railing suggested suddenly. Are you fellows also here to board a flower boat? Just as Jiang Yining was about to speak, Li Shiyi pulled him back. Not at all. We are merely strolling, enjoying the evening river scenery. He then turned to the others, saying, let us go. There is nothing worth seeing. It is time to rest. With that, he turned away. Jiang Yining, puzzled, followed Li Shiyi for quite a distance before asking, brotherly, was there something off about that person? A demonic cultivator? Li Shiyi shook his head. Look at his shoes and accessories. He is likely a disciple of the Starry Lodge. Jiang Yining responded with an oh, deep in thought. A spy? There is no need for us to beat around the bush, is there? Are we to merely enjoy the river scenery while awaiting the summons of the Celestial Gate? Lin Kong remarked, Brother Jiang, we may remain unconcerned, but for Senior Brotherly. As one of the 10 prodigies of King Yuan, his situation merits careful consideration. Chapter 75, The Summoning of the Serpent. For 3 consecutive days, there were audacious individuals who dared to navigate the river, whether for livelihood or commerce. Upon discovering that the malevolent serpent had not resurfaced, some vessels regained their boldness. Yet the overall atmosphere remained far from its former vibrancy. Jiang Yining and his companions had not been idle during these days, discreetly surveying Yunjiang City. Frankly speaking, it was no simple task to identify the demonic cultivators. If it were, the 10 great sects would not be in such distress. Moreover, it was uncertain whether any demonic cultivators even resided within Yunjiang City. Nonetheless, they completed their assigned duties, treating it as a matter of chance. Today, the trio leaned against the railing by the riverbank. Who knows how long we must remain here? Jiang Yining stretched lazily, finding himself somewhat nostalgic for the little bamboo courtyard, his own territory, where he felt at peace. Lin Kong replied, we await the sect's notification. Li Shiyi added, before we set out, I heard Master mention that the 10 great sects would convene at Kunlun to deliberate on a grand plan to eradicate the demons. Jiang Yining peered over the railing. Deqing, can you sense the malevolent serpent? The trio had been regularly observing the aquatic life. Deqing tilted his head, revealing its white fish eyes. I can vaguely perceive its residual aura. It should be lurking nearby, trembling with trepidation, concealed beneath the water. Deqing spoke with its mouth partially visible, drawing no undue attention. However, there were undoubtedly those who observed them. For instance, at that moment, a certain gossip-monger was attentively watching, though their gaze merely skimmed over the trio, seemingly wary of detection. Celestial being, the little demon has something to say. But should it be spoken? Deqing's white fish eyes did not seem to focus on anyone in particular. The little demon senses that the malevolent serpent may be targeting the celestial being. Jiang Yining furrowed his brow. Why is that? Deqing elaborated. The little demon has cautiously ventured from the Academy's lake into the great river several times in search of sustenance. At the lake's entrance, there is scarcely any trace of the serpent. Yet, every time I accompany the celestial being, I sense its presence. The 3 exchanged glances, falling into silence. They collectively focused their energy into their eyes, scanning the river's surface for fish visible to a depth of 3 to 4 zhang. But anything deeper remained obscured. Jiang Yining hastily conveyed to the others, Brother Lin, brotherly, if it is indeed coming for us, although we do not yet know the reason. The possibility is quite high. After all, the serpent has never attacked humans before, nor has there been any incident of sunken vessels since its appearance. Lin Kong was perplexed. Why would that be? It makes no sense. Even the demon cultivators of Yaozing Mountain would not easily strike against the celestial sects. Li Shiyi suggested. I lean toward the idea that it is a sea demon, unfamiliar with the rules. Jiang Yining pondered. Let us return for now. He then addressed Deqing directly. Let us go, back to the academy. Simultaneously, he communicated, Deqing, pay close attention. When you feel the malevolent serpent is no longer following us, notify me at once. Soon, they arrived at the junction where the Academy's lake met the great river. Deqing suddenly spoke. Celestial being, the scent here has been washed away by the currents, but just now in the great river, regardless of the flow's speed. The scent lingered faintly. The little demon trembles. Enough with the trembling. Let us return to the academy. The trio departed from the riverbank. After a moment of silence, Li Shiyi remarked, this time, Master has bestowed upon me a defensive treasure. I might be able to dive into the water and contend with the serpent. As it concerns the livelihood of the people of Yunjiang, it must be dealt with. However, if it chooses to flee, I certainly cannot hinder it. After he spoke, he glanced at his companions. Jiang Yining understood his intent. The 3 would engage the serpent in the water. What a jest! You wield the treasure bestowed by your master. But I do not possess such a gift. Furthermore, I am not adept at water, though that is not the main point. The crux lies in the serpent's swiftness. Once submerged, there would be no means of escape. Lin Kong and I are merely wielders of minor swords. Such matters are not meant for us to lead the charge. Brother, if you can lure it ashore, that would be ideal. In the end, Li Shuyi did not press further, nodding. Very well, let us first attempt this course of action. The following day, the trio again spent the day fishing. And Qing confirmed that the malevolent serpent had been monitoring them all along. As night fell, they deliberately created some commotion while departing the city along the river. They took a narrower route along the Shaoqing River, far less expansive than the Qinglu River. At a particularly constricted section of the river, the three exchanged glances. Li Shuyi flicked his wrist, releasing a leaf that enveloped him partially. Immediately, he surrounded himself with protective energy and leapt into the water, entering without making a splash. Jiang Yining and Lin Kong readied themselves, channeling energy into their eyes, fixating on the river surface. 1 breath, 5 breaths, 10 breaths. No wonder the serpent has not followed. The two exchanged puzzled looks. Senior brother Li has already entered the water. If it harbored any ill intentions, there would be no reason for it to refrain from attacking. After another 30 breaths, suddenly, the water surface erupted with tumultuous waves. The two quickly focused their attention. Li Shuyi was engaged in combat with the serpent. The waves churned violently as Jiang Yining began inscribing symbols in the air, continuously infusing them with sword energy, which occasionally coalesced into towering peaks. Lin Kong had a simpler task. His flying sword artifact hovered, already manifesting as a colossal peak. The duo conjured the 108 giant peaks sword formation. 2 towering peaks floating above, one peak's summit crackling with a thunderous presence. They remained poised, observing the lake's surface, yet the waves rolled on without revealing the serpent's form. Suddenly, Li Shuyi's figure emerged from beneath the water, riding his sword as he burst forth, a massive bloody maw following close behind. The 2 colossal peaks surged forward without hesitation, colliding with the creature. Simultaneously, Li Shuyi swung down his great sword, a celestial shadow materializing, striking down with ferocity. With a resounding impact, the serpent was immediately sent crashing into the river. Its cry echoed, a sound reminiscent of a low, hoarse bellow. The trio's assault left it injured. But as it plunged into the water, it vanished from sight. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Shuyi dove back in. Moments later, the river surface erupted in waves once more. When Li Shuyi emerged again, Jiang Yining and Lin Kong were ready to strike, yet they could only catch a glimpse of the serpent's shadow before it disappeared again. Li Shuyi persisted, repeatedly drawing it out. He entered the water, then emerged, yet the serpent's form remained elusive. Brother, perhaps we should concede. It likely won't show itself again. Li Shuyi remained suspended at the river's surface, expressing his frustration. Just as the three began to relax, a tail over 10 zhang in length broke the surface. The tail lashed out like lightning, leaving behind an illusory trail. In an instant, it struck Li Shuyi. With a crack, the space rippled outward. The powerful shockwave pressed the river's surface into a massive concave shape. Jiang Yining and Lin Kong sprang into action, yet the serpent's tail vanished beneath the water. As for Li Shuyi, he was propelled far away. Jiang Yining estimated that he accelerated, completing distances without needing to measure. Fortunate for him, his protective treasure shielded him. When Li Shuyi returned on his sword, looking somewhat disheveled, he charged back into the fray. However, this time, the serpent truly fled. The three exchanged glances. Their expressions tinged with helplessness. As long as it remained submerged, it was indeed difficult to contend with. Yet, when Li Shuyi emerged on shore, he wore a smile, opening his palm to reveal a blue-green scale, perfectly fitting in his hand. Is this from the malevolent serpent? Jiang Yining inquired. Li Shuyi nodded. Let us seek out the Hoki scholar. Now we shall see where it attempts to flee. Lin Kong was perplexed. It need not escape. We cannot reach it underwater. Li Shuyi, however, responded with a confident smile. As long as we locate its underwater position, I shall find a way. Chapter 76. The Trace of Evil appears. The next day, the trio arrived at Jiang Yining to seek out Lu Feng. Lu Feng readily agreed. He took the blue-green scale, meditated for a moment, and then exclaimed, "This object must be returned to its rightful owner." The scales soared into the air, prompting the others to follow closely. Before long, they reached the confluence of the 3 rivers, which marked the very heart of Yunjiang City, where the river surface was vast and open. Just as the blue-green scale was about to plunge into the water, Li Shuyi grasped it, and the scale clashed against his hand. "Senior, assist me." Lu Feng was already panting heavily, his complexion as pale as a ghost, beads of sweat the size of soybeans glistening on his forehead. Li Shuyi addressed Jiang Yining and the others with urgency. "One of you assist him, while the other channels your true essence into him. We shall ascertain the location of the malevolent serpent on the river." Having concluded his instructions, he ascended into the sky on his sword. Brother Lin, you shall channel your true essence, Jiang Yining declared, as he concentrated, causing the sword aura to swell in size. Lin placed his palm on Lu Feng's back, and together, they stepped onto the sword aura. The four ascended into the air, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd below. Many on the boats gazed upward, especially astonished by the magnificent sword aura, which surpassed that of the celestial masters from the celestial master's manor. As the onlookers murmured in awe, the four in the sky slowly adjusted their positions. The green scales shimmered, like pointers, continuously realigning to face the angle of the river surface. Soon, Xianxia halted, as the green scales pointed directly beneath them, marking the convergence point of the three rivers. The group fell silent. Xianxia gripped the massive sword on his back, seemingly gathering his strength. After a moment, he suddenly called out, "Slash!" The great sword cleaved through the air, leaving a 3-zhang-long sword shadow, its pure gold radiance almost tangible, with the silhouette of a silver dragon coiling above it. Jiang Yining felt a sense of familiarity. The previous time, he had saved Lin Kong. A similar pure gold sword shadow had shattered the violet canopy, but this time it was adorned with the silver dragon motif. In an instant, the sword shadow vanished into the river with a resounding thud. The riverbed trembled, sending ripples racing across the surface. The four watched in silence as a massive wave surged forth, tinged with crimson. "It's fleeing," Xianxia exclaimed, as the scales in his hand ceased to indicate directly below them. After it, with that, he took flight on his sword, and Jiang Yining hastened to follow on the sword aura. The malevolent serpent's speed in the water was indeed remarkable, in the blink of an eye. The direction of the green scales had nearly become parallel to the river surface, indicating that it had distanced itself significantly from them. However, with the scales guiding them, they had no fear of losing track. Xianxia glanced back. "Can you hold on, junior brother?" Lu Feng gritted his teeth. "To vanquish evil, we scholars must endure," he stated resolutely, not uttering another word. It must be said that valiant scholars and martial men alike harbor great love for humanity. Their pursuit led them beyond Yunjiang City. As they followed the southern tributary downstream, soaring through the skies, ignoring the winding river path, their speed commendable. Several times, the serpent, perhaps thinking it had shaken them off, lingered at the riverbed. Yet, guided by the green scales, they discerned its position overhead, but it seemed aware and immediately retreated. After a relentless chase, having traveled over 200 miles past Yunjiang City, the serpent audaciously turned back, prompting the group to pursue once more. It was unclear when the green scales shifted direction. Xianxia quickly peered into the distance. "Hurry, it's veering away from the river towards the shore. Speeding here could incur a deduction of 6 points." Jiang Yining mused, perplexed by the serpent's newfound swiftness on land. Xianxia clarified, "Serpents and dragons possess a hint of draconic lineage, often dabbling in demon and spirit cultivation. They are not only adept at strengthening their bloodlines, but also possess rudimentary magical abilities." He explained swiftly, "However, their magical prowess is rudimentary compared to human cultivators, who have literary traditions, yet basic flight is still within their capability." Jiang Yining nodded, then inquired, "What about the beast sect? From what I observed in the previous battle, the spirit ape's magical capabilities seemed quite sophisticated, although it was ultimately subdued by the female bodhisattva with ease." Xianxia responded, "The beast sect cultivates a bond between humans and beasts, unlocking the latent potential of spirit beasts. Their own cultivation is rather weak, without a true dragon or phoenix. It would be challenging to enter the ranks of the 10 major sects." As he spoke, he glanced at the scales in his hand. "Down we go." It has entered the forest below. Outside the forest, Xianxia turned to Lu Feng. "Wait outside, junior brother. If a battle ensues, we may not have time to assist you." The latter nodded and promptly sat down on the ground. The three entered the woods and soon discovered the traces left by the malevolent serpent. Jiang Yining frowned. "Senior brother, should we not deliberate further? It has returned intentionally. If it has allies here, we should notify the sect first." Xianxia did not turn back. "Time does not wait for us. A true man acts when action is required and refrains when it is not." Jiang Yining glanced at Lin Kong, resigned. The two could only follow. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the trees grew taller, casting shadows that darkened the surroundings. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of decaying leaves, and a faint scent of dampness and rot lingered in the air. The three proceeded cautiously. At last, after climbing a small hill, they caught sight of the malevolent serpent. They quickly retreated a few steps and crouched at the hilltop. Below, two figures donned in blood-red robes and black masks were conversing. Jiang Yining recognized them as the standard uniforms of the Swallowing Heavens demon sect. The serpent, exceeding 30 zhang in length and with a severed tail, was presumably the result of Xianxia's earlier strike in the river. The two figures and the serpent were engaged in dialogue. "Why have you come near us?" The serpent inquired. I have no choice. They won't stop pursuing me. Humph. So they have followed you here. No matter. You both have entered the nascent soul realm. It will be easy to extinguish them. Foolish. Do you not realize that exposing our presence could summon powerful beings? The serpent retorted impatiently. Humph. We are collaborators. Had it not been for you, I would not have needed to test the strength of the King Yun disciples, nor would I have kept watch over them. If you continue to dawdle, let's part ways. You can negotiate with them on your own. I can't be bothered. Very well, matters have already unfolded. The three eavesdropping atop the hill exchanged silent glances. Jiang Yining carefully transmitted a message. Senior brother, they are in the nascent soul realm. Xianxia commanded, retreat. He decisively began to crawl backward. Jiang Yining let out a sigh of relief, fearing that the true man might continue to act when it was unwise. Xianxia sensed Jiang Yining's apprehension. A true man must assess the situation, knowing when to yield and when to stand firm. Yes, you speak the truth. Xianxia continued to transmit. A true man is not a reckless fool. To preserve oneself for the greater good, one must not make unnecessary sacrifices. Jiang Yining hesitated. But I recall how you acted without hesitation against my master. That was quite reckless. Xianxia countered. Could Elder Feng have killed me? Jiang Yining was momentarily taken aback. It seemed Xianxia truly understood the dynamics of the situation. He realized he had long harbored misconceptions about his senior brother. Just as they were retreating, a light laugh suddenly startled the three. Since you have arrived, why hide any longer? Chapter 77, The Aid of Buddhism. Run. Xianxia activated his protective talisman, brandishing the infinite mysterious shield as he charged forward. He was genuinely committed to the idea of acting when necessary, seeking to create a glimmer of hope for his two junior brothers. A figure in black robes struck with a palm. Bang! Xianxia swiftly caught up to Jiang Yining and Lin Kong. You think you can escape? Two figures in black robes pursued them simultaneously, swiftly blocking the three from both front and back. The serpent caught up as well. Humph. I knew you would come. I shall avenge the severed tail. The advantage is ours now. Let one escape if we can. Xianxia braced himself for another confrontation. Jiang Yining and Lin Kong wasted no time, separating to flee. Old ghost, pursue them. Let us see how many times this kid's talisman can withstand. The figure in black declared, slamming a palm onto Xianxia. Bang! On Jiang Yining's side, the old ghost closed in rapidly, almost upon him. 108 giant peaks, sword formation. The old ghost snorted coldly, unleashing a blood-red sword that shattered the formation in an instant. The blood sword hurtled towards Jiang Yining. He attempted to gather another giant peak sword, but it was too late. Death loomed, and he instinctively shut his eyes. Suddenly, a beam of golden light appeared before him. Clang! The blood sword was halted. Jiang Yining opened his eyes wide, and what met his gaze was the gleaming bald head of a monk. Monk Hong Hai. In the next moment, the monk, without uttering a word, charged toward the old ghost. Brother Jiang, how have you been? My timely arrival should suffice, right? I observed an ominous sign, and sensed you were in peril, so I hastened to your side. The Taoist's smile enveloped Jiang Yining in warmth like the spring breeze. Suddenly, he realized, quick, Brother Lin, save Brother Lin. The Taoist chuckled, no need for concern. The tiger demon has already rescued him. As he spoke, Lin Kong arrived on his sword. Brother Jiang, as long as you are unharmed. A resounding crash captured the attention of the onlookers as the monk was caught off guard, creating a vast crater upon impact. The old specter snorted coldly. Is this the contemporary Buddha of the Little Qian Temple? Let us see how much you can endure. With that, 7 blood-red swords spun like wheels, launching towards the monk on the ground. Observing this, the Taoist swiftly stepped forward, proclaiming, Heaven and earth, manifest your chessboard. Beneath his feet, a chess pattern subtly emerged, radiating across the cosmos. The Taoist wielded a peachwood sword and, with another stride, found himself directly before the old specter. He thrust the wooden sword, which seemed to move at an excruciatingly slow pace, yet the old specter met it head-on with his gaze. Just as the wooden sword was about to pierce his eye, he narrowly managed to block it with his palm. The sword lightly tapped his palm and retreated with a single strike. The old specter felt the feeble force of the attack and snorted disdainfully, retaliating with a punch aimed at the Taoist. The Taoist did not retreat, standing firm upon the chessboard. In the face of the old specter's tempestuous onslaught, he resembled a fragile boat, ever on the brink of capsizing. Yet, he consistently evaded disaster with uncanny foresight. He even found the energy to counterattack, directing the wooden sword with precision to target vulnerable spots: mouth, eyes, groin, and anus. This left Jiang Yining in a state of alarm, as the Taoist danced on the edge of danger, where a moment's lapse could spell calamity. With the Taoist's involvement, the monk was no longer a passive victim. Together, The monk and the Taoist managed to stymie a nascent soul. Let us go, brotherly. Jiang Yining suddenly realized, summoning his sword, with Lin Kong hastily following suit. Li Shiyun was in a dire predicament. The figure in the black robe wielded a three-clawed artifact, seizing Li Shiyun, rendering his struggles futile. Fortunately, the King Yi artifact provided protection. Humph, let us see how long you can hold out. The figure in the black robe sneered, tightening his grip on the three claws. To withstand my years of refined heavenly demon claws is a waste. This artifact rightfully belongs to me. When the two arrived, Li Shiyun immediately shouted, help. I have already called for assistance. In truth, Jiang Yining was merely trying to intimidate the figure in black, being thousands of miles from King Yun. Even if their master rushed without regard for resources, it would take a moment or two. By then, it would be too late. He needed to save himself. Without further ado, they initiated the 108 Giant Peaks sword formation, two colossal peak figures barreling towards the figure in black. The figure in black snorted, unleashing two punches, shattering the giant peaks. Jiang and Lin did not dare to pause, as the giant peaks collapsed. A flicker of reassurance washed over them. The figure in black seemed to possess only that one three-clawed artifact. Lin, brother, Jiang Yining called out, already conjuring symbols from thin air. Lin Kong understood, urgency fueling their attacks, as he drew out 108 wooden swords, controlling two peaks each. However, after the figure in black's two punches, the wooden swords crumbled to dust, and the figure advanced menacingly. Yet, Lin Kong once more produced a wooden sword, sending two peaks crashing into the foe. Boom, boom. The figure in black scoffed, kid, let's see how many sword formations you can muster. But in the next instant, Jiang Yining's sword chi coalesced. The giant peak crackling with thunder, striking fiercely. The figure in black's expression turned grave. This time, he dared not withstand the blow with his flesh and summoned back the three-clawed artifact to intercept the giant peak. Boom. With a single grasp, the giant peak disintegrated. The silver lining was that Li Shiyun had escaped his bonds. He did not engage directly, but instead gripped his great sword, preparing to unleash its might, bellowing. Hold your ground. The figure in black coldly snorted, sending the heavenly demon claws toward Li Shiyun. Jiang and Lin hurried to intercept. But the two giant peaks crumbled under a single claw. Jiang Yining immediately activated Crimson Dragon. Without hesitation, he shot forward towards the figure in black, ensnaring him. A strategic diversion. Simultaneously, the giant peaks reappeared, colliding with the figure in black. Lin Kong deftly coordinated with him. The figure in black had no choice but to summon back the heavenly demon claws to block, but with a single grasp, the two peaks shattered. He scoffed. You're courting death. Boom. The Crimson Dragon was abruptly severed. He then directed the heavenly demon claws towards the two. Jiang Yining and Lin Kong retreated while attempting to fend off the claws with their sword formations, but the effect was negligible. Suddenly, Lin Kong shouted, explode. The moment his command fell, a tremendous roar echoed. Boom. As the giant peak he controlled intercepted the heavenly demon claws, it detonated. Not only obliterating the peak, but also 108 flying swords. Though they were all standard flying swords from King Yun, they were artifacts nonetheless. With 8 being of superior quality, the main swords of the formation, using the flying swords as expendable assets, this strike wielded considerable power, sending the heavenly demon claws flying. Yet, the figure in black merely snorted, calling the claws back. Humph, with your flying swords obliterated, what else do you have up your sleeve? With that, the heavenly demon claws lunged once more at the two. As they retreated, Lin Kong's flying swords detonated, leaving only Jiang Yining to fend off the black claws. A task beyond his capabilities. However, in that moment, Li Shiyun finally made his move. He bellowed, die. He swung his great sword, which shattered inch by inch. 2 dragon shadows, one gold and one silver, intertwined and formed a sword silhouette, bursting forth from the shattered blade. Whoosh. Instantly, it shot towards the figure in black. The figure's expression changed drastically as the heavenly demon claws returned, but the golden and silver dragon sword shadows pierced through, shooting skyward. Silence. The battle fell into stillness. The figure in black gazed at Li Shiyun in disbelief. Yu Li Shiyun, however, bellowed once more, don't let his nascent soul escape. Jiang Yining, catching on, summoned the giant peak, colliding with the figure in black just as a small golden figure shot from within the black-robed figure, fleeing at breakneck speed. Jiang Yining immediately gave chase. Lin Kong shouted, the nascent soul is weak when separated. Used in 9 swords swimming fish sword formation. Jiang Yining waved his hand, dissolving the giant peak and conjuring a swimming fish form, its tail propelling it forward to pursue the golden figure. Boom. Ah! The small golden figure cried out in despair. Spare me, spare me. Jiang Yining had no time for hesitation, as the swimming fish reemerged, its tail striking. Boom, boom, with 3 consecutive strikes. The golden figure was utterly obliterated from existence. Chapter 78. Concealing the sword, nurturing the sword. Upon the trio's return to the Taoist side, they found the monk and the old specter engaged in a fervent battle. The old specter summoned a lotus-shaped artifact for protection. Despite the Taoists' weak attacks, they were incessant and irritating, akin to flies buzzing around. Presently, the Taoist refrained from offensive maneuvers, clutching his peachwood sword, guiding the monk with precision. 3 inches to the right, 3 inches down to the left. The monk harbored immense trust in him, responding to every command flawlessly. Each strike landed in empty space. Yet the old specter seemed to inexplicably meet them head-on. Of course, the old specter was not frightened. He simply found himself at a temporary impasse against the two. Manipulating the 7 blood swords, he relentlessly targeted the Taoist, intent on eliminating him first, believing the monk to be easier to handle, a mere resilient punching bag. While the Taoist was cunning, with his feet firmly planted on the chessboard, the Taoist glided like willow fluff in the wind. Though perilous in appearance, he remained unscathed. Upon realizing that Jiang Yining and the others wielded the heavenly demon claws, the old specter's expression shifted to one of alarm, and he hastily retreated. Casting a wary glance at the group, he turned and fled with unceremonious haste. The monk, witnessing this, sprang into action to pursue him. "Monk!" the Taoist urgently called out. The monk hesitated momentarily. The Taoist shook his head with a smile, gently urging, "Awaken." Thus, the monk finally turned, his golden aura dissipating as he straightened his attire. Joining his palms together, "Ba, esteemed benefactors, it has been many days since our last meeting." The crowd returned their greetings. It was only at this moment that Li Shiyun plopped onto the ground, gasping for breath. Jiang Yining observed the monk. "Master, why do you appear somewhat unhinged each time in your golden form?" The monk replied, Ba, my path teaches me sincerity and authenticity, leading to enlightenment." The Taoist elucidated. "This is the prerequisite for cultivating the true self, golden body." Jiang Yining glanced between the two, interpreting this as the monk harboring a violent spirit within. The true self, golden body, unleashed the demon lurking in his heart. The master ought to find ways to relax more often. The monk again joined his palms together. "Thank you for your concern, Jiang benefactor. I merely prefer to engage in physical reasoning, expressing my innermost thoughts directly." A splendid directness. The Taoist glanced at the heavenly demon claws in Jiang Yining's grasp, his expression filled with uncertainty. "Brother Jiang, have the 3 of you slain a nascent soul?" Jiang Yining, hesitant to take credit, exclaimed, "It's brotherly." The Taoist was taken aback, quickly responding with a smile. "Ah, indeed, the individuals I have encountered are truly remarkable. The 3 golden pills slaying the nascent soul. What an exquisite tale." Jiang Yining was prepared to exchange pleasantries, when suddenly he cried out, "Wait, the evil flood dragon." The monk chuckled, "Rest assured, Jiang benefactor, the tiger demon has taken refuge in Buddhism. The wicked flood dragon cannot escape." Yet, despite such reassurances, the group hurried forth, only to witness the flood dragon attempting to flee into the sky. The tiger demon, however, leaped up and seized the flood dragon's tail. No, it had no tail. With a thud, the tiger demon slammed the flood dragon to the ground. Jiang Yining then noticed that the tiger demon's eyes gleamed with a bronze hue. The monk joined his palms in reverence, saying, "The physique of demon cultivators is quite suitable for the physical Buddhist teachings of our little thousand temple." The tiger demon clearly held the upper hand, rendering assistance unnecessary. Before long, the flood dragon's spine lay shattered. Jiang Yining quickly urged, "Brother tiger, spare its life for interrogation." The tiger demon, upon hearing this, did not look to the master but instead to the Taoist, who nodded in agreement, prompting it to firmly restrain the flood dragon's head. The flood dragon struggled, exclaiming, "Demon cultivator, how could you submit to human cultivators?" Bah! It was met with the tiger demon's copper-toned fist. Thud, 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 until the flood dragon succumbed to unconsciousness. Jiang Yining remarked with a grin, "Brother tiger, you were once the envoy of the demon's sacred mountain. Might you unravel a mystery? This flood dragon has dealings with the swallowing heaven demon sect. Is there a connection to the demon's sacred mountain?" Li Shui, upon hearing this, began to scrutinize the tiger demon with newfound curiosity, unaware of this layer of connection. The Taoist interjected, "It is indeed the demon's sacred mountain that roams far and wide, gathering demon cultivators from across the realm. Even if the flood dragon is associated with the demon's sacred mountain, it likely remains oblivious." The tiger demon pondered for a moment before adding, "I have never encountered the flood dragon clan in the demon's sacred mountain. Perhaps my level is insufficient. However, I suspect it may be a sea demon, as I have heard that the demon's sacred mountain has connections with sea demons." This was indeed a valuable piece of information. Li Shui furrowed his brow, The deep sea is boundless. Let us return to Yunjiang City and relay this news back to Guanjia Peak. Jiang Yining conjured a massive sword aura, declaring, "Then let us depart. The subsequent matters shall be left to the mighty." The series of battles had undoubtedly drawn attention, yet no one dared to approach. Midway, they were joined by Lu Feng, who gazed in astonishment at the flood dragon. His curiosity was piqued by the additional figures present, particularly the tiger demon with a tiger's head and a human body. Upon learning that the tiger demon was named Lu Hu, his expression became even more animated. Was this a member of his own clan? On the sword aura, Li Shuyi settled into a meditative posture. Jiang Yining inquired with curiosity, "Brother, regarding your great sword." Li Shuyi chuckled, "It is of no consequence. I shall simply forge another. The materials for the three-claw magical treasure may just suffice." Jiang Yining promptly handed him the demon claw and then asked, "Brother, does your grand technique have any limitations?" Everyone listened with keen interest, especially the monk and the Taoist, who considered themselves exceptional but did not dare to claim the slaying of the nascent soul. Li Shuyi sighed with a wry smile. "Of course, there are limitations. This is no secret. The azure cloud giant sword peak conceals swords and nurtures them. One sword is concealed throughout a lifetime. One sword is nurtured throughout a lifetime. When a sword is unleashed, it dares to slay celestial beings and cut down gods." Jiang Yining was astonished. What a fascinating concept. No wonder his brother often spoke of slaying celestial beings and ghosts. If he were to conceal a sword for a millennium and nurture it for 10 millennia, would he not be invincible? Li Shuyi continued, "Everyone from the giant sword peak operates in this manner. My great sword has been concealed for 49 years. Alas, with this sword shattered, I must start anew." Thus, what you usually witness, the sword shadows and profound shields of the disciples from the giant sword peak, emanate from the grand sword. Jiang Yining quickly queried, "Then, after the sword shatters, does it not greatly affect your strength, brother?" Li Shuyi chuckled, "It does not have much effect under ordinary circumstances. As you mentioned, it merely means I lack one grand technique, a crucial trump card." Jiang Yining pressed on, "What about last time in Shanzhou?" Li Shuyi replied, "Last time I managed to endure, it was not a situation of desperation. No disciple of the giant sword peak would willingly shatter their sword." Everyone nodded in agreement. This made sense. The Taoist complimented, "Elder King Yun, indeed, talent abounds." Li Shuyi glanced at him. "Tianyan brother, the universe is a chessboard, and only the elders of the Tianji temple dare to contemplate such matters." "Oh, no, brotherly, you flatter me." Jiang Yining observed the mutual flattery among the monk, the Taoist, and brotherly, along with Lin's explosive sword formation. He realized that he had initially thought his sword aura, sword formation, and sword talisman combined were impressive, only to find himself rather mediocre in comparison. He turned to Lin Kong, "Brother Lin, if the sword formation can explode, what about me?" Lin Kong nodded. "You can also do it. Once you reach the divine intention realm and activate the sword aura's spiritual resonance, you too can unleash an explosion." Jiang Yining nodded, "I see. The master only informed me that activating the spiritual resonance would vastly enhance the sword aura's power, but did not mention it could explode." Yet Lin Kong continued, teasingly, "However, if you explode the sword aura, you will entirely lose one sword aura. If you explode 100 sword auras at once, are you willing to pay that price?" Jiang Yining frowned. "That would truly be wasteful." Li Shuyi added, "It can only serve as a life-saving trump card. When you reach the divine intention realm and condense your own spiritual resonance, consuming treasures to obtain spiritual resonance will also enhance your own spiritual resonance. At that time, the power of the sword aura will not even be comparable to what it is now. No one would willingly explode their sword aura unless absolutely necessary." He seemed well-versed in the azure cloud 10,000 sword aura. "Tianyan brother, Master Hung Hai, we owe you a debt of gratitude for your rescue." Jiang Yining bowed deeply to the two. Words of thanks were unnecessary. Should the need arise, feel free to speak. My brotherly is clear-cut in matters of gratitude and enmity. Do not hesitate to ask for assistance." Li Shuyi replied, "Indeed, a true man must repay kindness. Do not hesitate to ask." The others chimed in, "No need for such formalities." The Taoist smiled, "However, Jiang brother, I do have a request. Could you spare a drop of blood for me?" Jiang Yining frowned, contemplating the situation. While others might not mind giving a drop of blood, the Taoist's intentions felt somewhat inscrutable. Yet, having saved their lives, he felt reluctant to refuse outright. He pondered for a moment, then asked, "Tianyan brother, how did you know our location?" The Taoist smiled. "At Tianji Temple, we observe causality, measure destinies, and calculate the heavenly mechanisms. This is but a trivial matter." Jiang Yining fixed his gaze upon the Taoist's eyes. "Calculated? Then could your Tianji Temple not predict the whereabouts of all the demons?" The Taoist was momentarily speechless, chuckling awkwardly. Did I not bestow you a peace talisman last time? I presume you still carry it with you. Jiang Yining flipped his hand, retrieving a triangular yellow talisman from his storage ring. Does this thing even have a tracking function? The Taoist chuckled. Fear not, Jiang brother. I harbor no ill intentions. Were it not for this talisman, our arrival would not have been so swift. He patted his chest again. Rest assured, brothers. I would never act to the detriment of my comrades. Jiang Yining responded, others may be fine, but I cannot vouch for you. Chapter 79, same as the upper floor. The group halted outside the city, refraining from entering. They maintained their distance from the riverbank, ensuring the flood dragon had no chance of escape. Jiang Yining set down the others and flew back and forth on his sword, reporting the news to the Azure Cloud Pavilion. Next, they awaited developments. Gradually, more citizens began to notice the flood dragon's demise, and the news spread rapidly, revitalizing the riverside of Yunjiang City. The group had not waited half an hour when a powerful figure descended among them, a burly middle-aged man. The Azure Cloud uniform he wore appeared a size too small, resembling a tight-fitting garment. Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Shui immediately rose respectfully. Master, you have come. Lin Kong, seemingly familiar with the powerful figure, quickly bowed as well. Senior Wu. The others hurriedly followed suit, paying their respects to the elder. I heard you were leading here, so I came to see what was happening. A shattered sword. You say? The middle-aged man frowned. Li Shui offered a wry smile, and quickly recounted the events. Senior Wu nodded in response. It is fortunate you were here. Could it be a collaboration with the sea demons? The Azure Cloud may need to send someone out to see. Li Shui inquired. Master, how are the other cities faring? The whereabouts of the demonic sect remain elusive for now. However, given that you have uncovered intelligence regarding the demonic religion, it is certain that some cities harbor lurking practitioners of dark arts. Thankfully, your information has come in a timely manner. The sect has dispatched formidable beings to patrol several major cities, potentially averting some disasters. The middle-aged man frowned again as he spoke. Have you searched the vicinity of Yunjiang City? Are there any remnants of the demonic sect? Li Shui shook his head. We were preoccupied with monitoring the vile beast, and haven't had the chance yet. The middle-aged man replied hastily. Then I must conduct a thorough search around Yunjiang City. We must ascertain if there are any remnants of the demonic sect. With that, he produced a large sword and left it behind. Use this for now. I shall refine it once I return to the mountain. Thank you, master. Wu the elder effortlessly grasped the vile beast and soared into the sky. Jiang Yining, watching his departing figure, asked, Senior brother, what level is Elder Wu at? Li Shui replied, 7th realm. Jiang Yining queried further. Then, with the sword of concealment, can Elder Wu slay an 8th realm practitioner? Li Shui affirmed confidently, certainly. However, while some may succeed, others will undoubtedly fail. It depends on the individual. Jiang Yining pondered, wondering if the title of the foremost among those beneath the 8th realm attributed to his master might warrant reconsideration. But perhaps it was because his master's divine physique could sustain a constant state, whereas Elder Wu could only maintain his true form for 3 seconds. This thought rendered it reasonable. Let us return to the city and rest, Li Shui suggested. The following evening, the scenery along the river was picturesque, with lights reflecting brightly upon the water, creating a harmonious interplay of reflections. The vile beast had been vanquished, and the flower boats were now in operation. A figure leaned against the railing, pointing at several grand flower boats, issuing commands to soldiers and officers alike, directing them which vessel to board. Nearby, a few individuals gathered to join the revelry. It appeared to be a group of roguish youths, cleverly disguised as 5, including the 3rd senior brother of King Yun and the duo from the Buddhist sect. The Taoist gestured to the soldiers and inscribed characters, then shifted his finger slightly, exclaiming, How fortuitous! I have just marked the largest boat. Li Shui glanced at the monk and remarked, Master, your bald head is rather conspicuous. It easily draws attention. The monk was about to join his hands in prayer but paused, saying, Do not worry, benefactor. He flipped his hand and produced a headscarf, donning it with ease. This fellow was well prepared. Jiang Yining could not help but tease, Master, do ascetics not have any taboos? The monk replied, Ba. Ascetics abstain from alcohol and meat, as well as from sensual pleasures. Therefore, I shall only select one this evening. Jiang Yining turned to Lin Kong, asking, Brother Lin, why are you staring intently at the river's surface? Lin Kong pointed, There are reflections. Of course, the river had reflections. Jiang Yining hurriedly turned his head to look. The group followed suit, focusing their gazes, scrutinizing the scene. Li Shui whispered, I cannot see clearly. Jiang Yining, Lin Shidi, did you bring any soft gold? The monk interjected swiftly, I have only enough for myself. Lin Kong scoffed slightly, Do we really need to spend money? The others glanced at him, thinking it rather inappropriate to indulge for free. Word of this could tarnish the reputation of the celestial sect. Jiang Yining felt a flicker of doubt, Brother Lin, who previously seemed rather inexperienced while courting the young lady, now spoke with a certain confidence. Brother Lin, you seem to have changed quite a bit. Lin Kong smiled confidently. Just wait and see. I can demonstrate something for my senior brothers. I believe I have recently acquired some worldly experience that may suffice. The Taoist interrupted. All right. Choose your boat and prepare to board, boatman. Onward to the flower boat. Very well, gentlemen, here we go. They boarded the vessel, which was adorned with exquisite artistry. Steeped in antiquity, the sound of the zither was melodious and serene, while the dancers moved with unparalleled grace. Gentlemen, please, come inside. The young ladies chimed. The 5 noble gentlemen have arrived. Jiang Yining sighed inwardly, acknowledging the truth of what his senior brother had said. The flower boats of Yunjiang were indeed a unique marvel. The young ladies swayed gracefully, akin to willows bending at the waist, their elegance beyond perfect description. The 5 were guided to the edge of the boat, where a semi-enclosed space awaited. Inside was a delicate courtesan, ready to perform, while outside, the scenic night view of the river unfolded. The matron chuckled. Gentlemen, you seem unfamiliar. It appears to be your first time aboard the Yuling boat? Lin Kong stood naturally, saying, there is no need for inquiries. We are not short on funds. The matron's smile widened with warmth. Very well, gentlemen, please wait a moment. Your first visit shall surely be to your satisfaction. Before long, dishes and drinks were served. A vibrant array of colorful figures entered, seating themselves beside the gentlemen and began pouring drinks for them. The matron even introduced one of the young women in a green garment. This lady is one of our renowned courtesans, exceptionally skilled in the zither. She then excused herself, saying, I shall not interrupt your enjoyment. Please, converse at your leisure. Young lady, allow me to toast you, said one of the courtesans. And you too. Let us drink together. The young ladies had already initiated a fervent engagement, while the green-clad lady sat modestly to the side, still holding her pipa and beginning to play a tune. Lin Kong transmitted a message to his companions, senior brothers. Allow me to make a fool of myself for a moment. He then picked up 2 wine cups and approached the green-clad lady. Miss, would you care to share a drink? The others watched with curiosity. Though the green-clad lady accepted the cup, she did not drink, but rather demurely replied, Young master, I am not good with wine. I fear that after drinking, my music may become melancholic and disrupt your enjoyment. Oh, does the lady feel a sense of melancholy? It is no wonder I perceive a hint of sorrow between your brows, invoking a sense of pity. Lin Kong swiftly communicated to the group. I observe that her demeanor is distinct. She may very well be a daughter of a wealthy family. And coupled with the matron's words about her exceptional talent, it is highly likely she has fallen from grace. He then continued, no matter. I would indeed like to hear the lady's melancholic music. The green-clad lady ceased her refusals, for she was brought here to earn silver. With a sip, she covered her face and drank. Yet soon after, she resumed playing the pipa. What a splendid rendition of the distant goose on the plain. Lin Kong brought the wine jug and continued to persuade her to drink, transmitting thoughts rapidly. This type of lady must first be appreciated. We need to open her heart. If she is indeed of noble descent fallen on hard times, the disparity must weigh heavily on her soul, leaving her restless. Deep down, she likely feels she is not merely a courtesan. Come, your talent deserves a toast. With such talent, how did you come to be here? Under Lin Kong's gentle coaxing, the green-clad lady's music indeed began to resonate with a sense of melancholy. The group raised their cups in reciprocal toasts, and Jiang Yining noticed that even the monk had begun to partake. After 3 rounds of persuasion from Lin Kong and the green-clad lady, he quickly relayed to everyone. We must first understand her psychology and empathize with her. Her life appears to be one of indulgence, yet filled with helplessness. She likely often has to refuse wealthy suitors with the words, a girl sells her art, not her body, as one of the renowned courtesans. She enjoys a life of comfort aboard the flower boat, so she does not lack for money. Thus, we must avoid trying to win her over with gold. Doing so would be a blatant disregard for her dignity. Moreover, do not feign sophistication. Any false pretenses will be easily seen through. This sparked curiosity among the others. And Li Shia inquired through telepathy, then what should we do? Lin Kong replied, it is simple. She has seen through the wealthy young masters and knows they won't respect or treat her kindly for her talents. They certainly won't sympathize with her background. In her heart, there is no opportunity for emotional connection. Therefore, what I must do is to acknowledge her talent, offering her the respect she deserves as a confidant. Like a gentle stream flowing into her heart. As Lin Kong transmitted his thoughts, he listened to her music while nodding in appreciation. Lady, your talents are not inferior to those of renowned families. It is truly fortunate for me to encounter you, and I shall toast you a cup. He spoke with utmost sincerity, a genuine expression of admiration, and slightly bowed. The green-clad lady was momentarily taken aback, her gaze toward him shifting. revealing discernible fluctuations in her expression. She hurriedly returned the gesture. "Young master, I am but a mere singer. You truly overestimate me." She took the bait. Jiang Yining's eyes widened in astonishment. "Brother Lin, splendid acting. Who would have thought that after being betrayed by the young lady, he would have grown so remarkably?" Lin Kong, "Alas, my dear lady, there is no need for such self-deprecation. Refrain from uttering discouraging words. Today, having encountered you, brings me genuine joy, and I must indulge in a hearty drink while listening to your enchanting melodies." The cloaked woman once again curtsied. "I, Xiaoyu, humbly invite you, noble sir, to ascend the loft for a gathering. It is indeed a rare fortune to meet you, and I wish to offer you a few tunes on my guine." "Truly, it is my good fortune, Li." The cloaked woman accompanied him as they ascended the loft, and he did not forget to murmur, "Today, I shall certainly save my coin." Li Shi scoffed, asserting that a true man should uphold his name and identity. Visiting a pleasure house does not diminish Li's stature. Once Lin Kong and the cloaked woman departed, the four exchanged glances. The monk whispered, "I am unaccustomed to such convoluted matters." Speaking thus, he placed a gold ingot upon the table and turned to the woman in red. "My lady, let us also ascend the loft for a gathering." The woman in red immediately replied with a smile, "I do enjoy your assertiveness, noble sir." She discreetly tucked away the gold ingot. The woman in red then accompanied him up the loft, leaving the remaining three colleagues to exchange glances. Li Shuyi cleared his throat twice. Such a splendid occasion calls for a poem. Indeed, it is unexpected that the noble sir possesses such poetic talent. The ladies applauded in support. Li Shuyi rose and strolled a few paces, pondering. This poem is titled, Ode to Flowers. He continued to walk, pointing at the lovely ladies. 1 petal, 2 petals, 3 or 4 petals. Everyone watched him as he strolled again, contemplating. Strolling once more. And again. Such eloquence. The noble sir possesses remarkable literary prowess. The lovely ladies applauded enthusiastically. Indeed, it is the charming ladies who know how to speak. Li Shuyi feigned humility, shaking his head. "Alas, I have grown rusty. My studies have lain dormant for years, causing me to become somewhat out of practice." Jiang Yining was tempted to interject. "Brother, that is not rustiness. If your mind is barren, do not force out mere sounds." The lovely lady suggested, "Noble sir, why not join me on the loft? I shall take my time to prepare ink for you, allowing you to rediscover poetry and song." The woman in yellow accompanied him up the loft. The remaining two, unable to contain their eagerness, exchanged glances as the Taoist grasped the woman's palm. "Allow me to see, dear lady, your fate is intertwined with peach blossoms. Yet your path bears some obstacles. You require a benefactor's assistance." The lovely lady asked, "Noble sir, do you also possess knowledge of fortune-telling? Might you assist me in a detailed reading?" The woman in white accompanied him up the loft. The three remaining lovely ladies all gazed at Jiang Yining. "Noble sir, it seems rather dull to drink alone. Why not join us on the loft to admire the spring lake's beauty?" "Then so it shall be." Just as Jiang Yining rose to leave, a sudden voice echoed in his ear. "Divine being, the little spirit has discovered a treasure at the riverbed and comes to report." It was the voice of Qing, appearing at the most opportune moment. Jiang Yining, feeling helpless, bid farewell to the lovely ladies. "I feel rather restless. I shall step outside for some fresh air and relieve myself." The lovely ladies covered their faces and laughed. "Noble sir, do return quickly." Chapter 80, Water Essence at the Riverbed. At the riverbed, Qing released a bubble to shield Jiang Yining. Though he could indeed utilize his vital energy for protection, he found this method more comfortable. After dealing with the malicious flood dragon, Qing had become the sovereign of the riverbed. In the following days, Qing frequently brought Jiang Yining to the treasure's location, precisely where the three rivers converged. The underwater light was dim, and Jiang Yining concentrated his energy in his eyes to discern his surroundings. Here lay a deep pit, likely caused by Brother Li's sword strike. Qing rolled its fish eyes. "Divine being, look at that mass below. It appears to be neither water nor not water." Upon discovering it, I trembled with fear. Jiang Yining corrected. Upon discovering a treasure, one should not tremble with fear. It should be termed as trembling with excitement. Had it not been for Qing's reminder, he might not have noticed. Jiang Yining descended to inspect closely. The mass was the size of a soybean, seemingly translucent jelly without any growth value, leaving him somewhat disappointed. "How did you recognize its extraordinary nature?" Qing promptly replied. "When I first discovered it, it was the size of a fist. I swallowed it whole. And after a bout of trembling, I felt the bubbles produced became more vigorous. I immediately deemed it a treasure, but unexpectedly, it grew back within a day. Since the divine being has shown kindness to me, I hurriedly informed you to see if it would be of use." Jiang Yining furrowed his brow, pondering if this could be the water treasure birth from the convergence of the three rivers. Yet, Without growth value, he hesitated for a moment, retrieving a pearl from his storage ring and placing it beside the jelly. After a brief wait, a miraculous event occurred. The pearl absorbed the jelly, completing the process in no time, and the pearl's growth value increased by 1. Ah, what a delightful surprise. Jiang Yining reached out to pat Qing's head. Qing Bao? Well done. He contemplated further and added, let us leave this pearl here. Please keep watch over it for me. Qing swiftly rolled its white fish eyes. The little spirit understands. To relieve the divine being's worries brings me delightful trembles. When Jiang Yining returned to the flower boat, his fellow brothers were already seated at the table, wearing expressions of sage-like composure, having consumed their meal, yet not a single lovely lady remained. Brothers? So soon? The monk joined his palms. In urgent matters, haste is essential. Li Shuyi inquired, what did my junior brother go off to do? I heard he disappeared after stepping out for a brief moment. Could it be that he harbors unspoken troubles or wishes to avoid us? The Taoist quickly offered comfort. If that is the case, we shall never impose upon Jiang Xiong in the future to spare you discomfort. Jiang Yining reflected. On this day, he alone returned disheartened, having not enjoyed his drink. The following day, the Taoist continued to summon the troops. Lin Kong quickly remarked, I believe we brothers ought to establish a theme. Yesterday's theme was not spending money. What shall today's theme be? The monk shook his head. After today, I shall have no more gold, and you all shall not invite me again. Li Shuyi concurred. A true man should indeed not indulge in such affairs. After tonight, we shall devote ourselves to serious cultivation. Jiang Yining, you all decide. On the third day, the Taoist summoned the troops. The monk, no need to rush. I shall first visit the immortal master's residence to exchange some gold. Back shortly. Li Shi, on his way, brought along a copy of the immortal sect's star report from Qingyun Pavilion. Suddenly, he was taken aback. We have been reported. They have even bestowed upon us a title, the Three Swords of Qingyun, slaying the nascent soul. Upon finishing, he hastily surveyed the surroundings. Lin Kong reassured, brother, fear not. We have disguised ourselves so thoroughly that no paparazzi would take notice. Jiang Yining furrowed his brow. Even though observers were present from afar that day, they should not know who we are. Gaining fame is not necessarily a blessing. He continued to inquire, are there no masters or Taoist brothers? The Taoist chuckled, slaying the nascent soul bears a catchy headline. Soon after, the monk arrived. On the fourth day, the Taoist summoned the troops. Only to sigh, today's vessel is rather small. Lin Kong, do not underestimate it. To survive among these hundreds of renowned ships, it possesses its unique skill, its own way of thriving. The fragrance of wine does not fear the depth of alleys. Perhaps it offers an entirely different flavor. The monk, I concur with Lin's sentiments. A small ship has its merits, swaying in its own rhythm. Li Shuyi, then let us not delay any further. Jiang Yining, you all decide. On the fifth day? On the sixth day, the Taoist summoned the troops. Lin Kong, what shall today's theme be? The monk, the discourse on the path of duration. Li Shuyi, holding the latest star report, the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty has suffered another 3 cities being slaughtered. The Western Capital dynasty has lost 1 city as well. The 10 great immortal sects are taking this matter seriously, beginning to imitate our Qingyun, with all disciples guarding the cities, while powerful beings roam among the various cities. We, as cultivators, must strive for progress. Jiang Yining, you all decide. In the consecutive days, the group gradually grew thinner, as excessive drinking had taken a toll on their health. Among the 100 renowned ships of Yunjing City, they boarded the 101st. Jiang Yining could not comprehend why his master, despite seemingly being perpetually hungover, showed no signs of weight loss, while he and the others suffered from drinking too much over these few days. Today, the group did not board a ship, but rather engaged in significant discussions. Li Shuyi held the star report. Kunlun Mountain faced a surprise assault from the Great Ascension Heavenly Palace, resulting in 12 blood pillars rising to the heavens, transforming into 12 blood dragons, staining the Kunlun Mirror. Although the Kunlun Mirror has not been completely destroyed, it has lost its ability to oversee the world. Kunlun solemnly warned the various celestial sects that the loss of the Kunlun Mirror would undoubtedly embolden the demonic cult, urging all sects to exert their utmost efforts in eradicating the evil. Lin Kong questioned, how could Kunlun possibly fall to the forces of the demonic sect? The Taoist, with a profound gaze, replied, not long ago, it was said that the celestial sects were emulating the defensive strategies of Qingyun City, even dispatching formidable beings to traverse the dynasty. This must be part of the demonic cult's scheme. The city massacre was likely a diversion to draw attention, allowing them to launch a surprise attack on Kunlun Mountain while it was vulnerable, thereby destroying the Kunlun Mirror. As he spoke, he suddenly rose, exclaiming, Monk, we must depart. Brothers, take care. I truly regret leaving my brothers, but I must return to the temple. not only for rescue. But these days of drinking and sailing have also fostered a bond among us. The Taoist fervently shook hands with Jiang Yining in farewell. In a moment of distraction, Jiang Yining felt a drop of blood being drawn from his fingertip. The Taoist quickly bowed, saying, "Brother Jiang, your blood will assist me. Rest assured. It poses no threat to you." Jiang Yining felt a mix of exasperation and resignation. "Tianyan, can you tell me what exactly you intend to do?" The Taoist replied earnestly, "It may enhance my calculations." With that, he took his leave once more, departing swiftly with the monk. The three companions returned to Qingyun Pavilion, pondering that there might be further announcements from Guangxia Peak regarding such matters. Several hundred miles outside the city, the Taoist gazed at the sky. "Monk, something feels amiss. We should leave at once." The monk pressed his palms together, adorned in golden paint, assuring him, "Do not worry." The tiger demon observed the two with a hint of unease. The Taoist smeared Jiang Yining's drop of blood on his fingertip and stepped forward, declaring, "Heaven and earth, reveal the game." His eyes shone with intensity as he surveyed the heavens, the earth, and the four corners. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly began to calculate. As the blood on his fingertip transformed into ash, the Taoist occasionally glanced upwards, his calculations accelerating. Suddenly, his complexion paled. He spat out a mouthful of blood. "We must go quickly." The monk scooped him up and fled. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck the very spot the Taoist had occupied just moments before, followed by two more, pursuing the monk and the Taoist. After 3 strikes, silence fell immediately. They came swiftly and departed even more rapidly. Coughing, the Taoist, his face blackened, expelled a puff of white smoke, saying, "Fortunately, I only endured 1 strike. Your golden body has shielded you well." The monk gently set him down. As the golden aura dissipated, his back revealed a pattern of thunder marks. Had it not been for the protection of his golden body, he would have surely sustained serious injuries. Did it work? The Taoist nodded. If I had used Brother Zhang's essence, or even a fragment of his spirit, the effect would surely have been greater. I only fear I might not withstand the heavenly retribution. The monk inquired, puzzled, why does Brother Zhang's blood possess such effects? The Taoist pondered for a moment, then shook his head in resignation. I cannot comprehend it either.